altogether beyond the range of the faculties we are using on the lower plane. In fact, to us the matter of the lower plane there vanishes from our perception into nothing, or rather it passes on to the higher plane, and the state of matter corresponding to such a point of transition must certainly possess special and not readily discoverable properties. Such 7 neutral centers, then, are produced by Fohat, who, when, as Milton has it, fair foundations are laid whereon to build, quickens matter into activity and evolution. Note on 7 neutral centers. Such, we believe, is the name applied by Mr. Keeley of Philadelphia, the inventor of the infamous motor, destined, as his admirers have hoped, to revolutionize the motor power of the world to what he again calls the etheric centers. End of note. The primordial atom, Anu, cannot be multiplied either in its pregenetic state or its primogeneity. Therefore it is called sum total, figuratively of course, as that sum total is boundless. See addendum to this book. That which is the abyss of nothingness to the physicist, who knows only the world of visible causes and effects, is the boundless space of the divine plenum to the occultist. Among many other objections to the doctrine of an endless evolution and re-involution or reabsorption of the cosmos, a process which, according to the Brahminical and esoteric doctrine, is without a beginning or an end, the occultist is told that it cannot be, since, by all the admissions of modern scientific philosophy, it is a necessity of nature to run down. If the tendency of nature to run down is to be considered so forcible an objection to occult cosmogony, how, we may ask, do your positivists and freethinkers and scientists account for the phalanx around us of active stellar systems? They had eternity to run down in. Why then is not the cosmos a huge inert mass? Even the moon is only hypothetically believed to be a dead planet. Run down, and astronomy does not seem to be acquainted with many such dead planets. Note. The moon is dead only so far as regards her inner principles, that is, psychically and spiritually, however absurd the statement may seem. Physically, she is only as a semi-paralyzed body may be. She is aptly referred to in occultism as the insane mother, the great sidereal lunatic. End of note. The query is unanswerable. But apart from this, it must be noted that the idea of the amount of transformable energy in our little system coming to an end is based purely on the fallacious conception of a white-hot, incandescent sun perpetually radiating away his heat without compensation into space. To this we reply that nature runs down and disappears from the objective plane only to re-emerge after a time of rest out of the subjective and to re-ascend once more. Our cosmos and nature will run down only to reappear on a more perfect plane after every pralaya. The matter of the Eastern philosophers is not the matter and nature of the Western metaphysicians. For what is matter? And above all, what is our scientific philosophy but that which was so justly and so politely defined by Kant as the science of the limits to our knowledge? Where have the many attempts made by science to bind, to connect, and define all the phenomena of organic life by mere physical and chemical manifestations brought it to? To speculation generally, mere soap bubbles that burst one after the other before the men of science were permitted to discover real facts. And all this would have been avoided, and the progress of knowledge would have proceeded with gigantic strides, had only science and its philosophy abstained from accepting hypotheses on the mere one-sided knowledge of their matter. Note. The instance of Uranus and Neptune, whose satellites, 4 and 1 respectively, revolved, it was thought, in their orbits from east to west, whereas all the other satellites rotate from west to east, is a very good one, as showing how unreliable are all a priori speculations even when based on the strictest mathematical analysis. The famous hypothesis of the formation of our solar system out of the nebulous rings, put forward by Kant and Laplace, was chiefly based on the above fact that all the planets revolved in the same direction. It is on this fact mathematically demonstrated during the time of Laplace that this great astronomer, calculating on the theory of probabilities, offered to bet 3 milliards to 1 that the next planet discovered would have in its system the same peculiarity of motion eastward. The immutable laws of scientific mathematics got worsted by further experiments and observations, it was said. This idea of Laplace's mistake prevails generally to this day, but some astronomers have finally succeeded in demonstrating that the mistake had been in accepting Laplace's assertion for a mistake, and steps to correct it without attracting general attention to the bévue are now being taken. Many such unpleasant surprises are in store for hypotheses of even a purely physical character. What further disillusions, then, may there not be in questions for transcendental occult nature? At any rate, occultism teaches that the so-called reverse rotation is a fact. End of note. If no physical intellect is capable of counting the grains of sand covering a few miles of seashore, or to fathom the ultimate nature and essence of those grains, palpable and visible on the palm of the naturalist, how can any materialist limit the laws changing the conditions and being of the atoms in primordial chaos, or know anything certain about the capabilities and potency of the atoms and molecules before and after their formation into worlds? These changeless and eternal molecules, far thicker in space than the grains on the ocean shore, may differ in their constitution along the line of their planes of existence, as the soul substance differs from its vehicle, the body. Each atom has 7 planes of being or existence, we are taught, and each plane is governed by its specific laws of evolution and absorption. Ignorant of any, even approximate, chronological data from which to start in attempting to decide the age of our planet or the origin of the solar system, astronomers, geologists, and physicists are drifting with each new hypothesis farther and farther away from the shores of fact into the fathomless depths of speculative ontology. Note: the occultists, having most perfect faith in their own exact records, astronomical and mathematical, calculate the age of humanity and assert that the latter, as separate sexes, has existed in this round just 11,618,727 years, as the Brahmanical teachings and even some Hindu calendars declare. End of note. The law of analogy in the plan of structure between the trans-solar systems and the intrasolar planets does not necessarily bear upon the finite conditions to which every visible body is subject in this our plane of being. In occult science, this law is the first and most important key to cosmic physics. But it has to be studied in its minutest details and to be turned 7 times before one comes to understand it. Occult philosophy is the only science that can teach it. How then can anyone hang the truth or the untruth of the occultist proposition that the cosmos is eternal in its unconditioned collectivity and finite but in its conditioned manifestations, on this one-sided physical enunciation that it is a necessity of nature to run down? With these verses, the 4th sloka of stanza 6 ends that portion of the stanzas which relate to the universal cosmogony after the last Mahapralaya, or universal destruction, which, when it comes, sweeps out of space every differentiated thing, gods and atoms, like so many dry leaves. From this verse onwards, the stanzas are concerned only with our solar system in general, with the planetary chains therein inferentially, and with the history of our globe, the 4th and its chain especially. All the stanzas and verses which follow in this Book 1 refer only to the evolution of and on our Earth. With regard to the latter, a strange tenet, strange from the modern scientific standpoint only, of course, is held, which ought to be made known. But before entirely new and rather startling theories are presented to the reader, they must be prefaced by a few words of explanation. This is absolutely necessary, as these theories clash not only with modern science, but contradict, on certain points, earlier statements made by other theosophists, who claim to base their explanations and renderings of these teachings on the same authority as we do. Note. See Esoteric Buddhism and Man. End of note. This may give rise to the idea that there is a decided contradiction between the expounders of the same doctrine, whereas the difference in reality arises from the incompleteness of the information given to earlier writers, who thus drew some erroneous conclusions and indulge in premature speculations in their endeavor to present a complete system to the public. Thus the reader, who is already a student of theosophy, must not be surprised to find in these pages the rectification of certain statements made in various theosophical works, and also the explanation of certain points which have remained obscure, because they were necessarily left incomplete. Many are the questions upon which even the author of Esoteric Buddhism, the best and most accurate of all such works, has not touched. On the other hand, even he has introduced several mistaken notions which must now be presented in their true mystic light, as far as the present writer is capable of doing so. Let us then make a short break between the slokas just explained and of those which follow, for the cosmic periods which separate them are of immense duration. This will afford us ample time to take a bird's-eye view of some points pertaining to the secret doctrine, which have been presented to the public under a more or less uncertain and sometimes mistaken light. This ends the beginning of the commentary for stanza 6, which will be continued. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis, the chapter of a few earlier theosophical misconceptions concerning planets, rounds, and man. Among the 11 stanzas omitted, there is one which gives a full description of the formation of the planetary change one after another, after the first cosmic and atomic differentiation has commenced in the primitive acosmism. Note. See the note which follows stanza 6, beginning commentary, and also the summary of the stanzas in the proem. End of note. It is idle to speak of laws arising when deity prepares to create, for A, laws, or rather law, is eternal and uncreated, and B, that deity is law, and vice versa. Moreover, the one eternal law unfolds everything in the to-be manifested nature on a sevenfold principle, among the rest the countless circular chains of worlds, composed of 7 globes, graduated on the 4 lower planes of the world in formation, the 3 other belonging to the archetypal universe. Out of these 7, only 1, the lowest and the most material of those globes, is within our plane or means of perception, the 6 others lying outside of it, and being therefore invisible to the terrestrial eye. Every such chain of worlds is the progeny and creator of another, lower, and dead chain, its reincarnation, so to say. To make it clearer, we are told of the planets, of which 7 only were held as sacred, as being ruled by the highest regents or gods, and not at all because the ancients knew nothing of the others, that each of these, whether known or unknown, is a septenary, and is the chain to which the earth belongs. See Esoteric Buddhism. Note. Many more planets are enumerated in their secret books than in modern astronomical works. End of note. For instance, all such planets as Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, etc., etc., or our Earth, are as visible to us as our globe probably is to the inhabitants of the other planets, if any, because they are all on the same plane, while the superior fellow globes of these planets are on other planes quite outside that of our terrestrial senses. As their relative portion is given further on, and, also in the diagram appended to the comments on verse 7 of stanza 6. A few words of explanation is all that is needed at present. These invisible companions correspond curiously to that which we call the principles in man. The 7 are on 3 material planes and 1 spiritual plane, answering to the 3 upadhis, material bases, and 1 spiritual vehicle, vahan, of our 7 principles in the human division. If, for the sake of a clear mental conception, we imagine the human principles to be arranged as in the following scheme, we shall obtain the annexed diagram of correspondences. See uploaded scheme, named Diagram 1, or see the facsimile edition, Volume 1, page 153. The dark horizontal lines on the lower planes are the upadhis in one case, and the planes in the case of the planetary chain. Of course, as regards to human principles, the diagram does not place them quite in order, yet it shows the correspondence and analogy. Attention is now drawn. As the reader will see, it is a case of descent into matter, the adjustment in both the mystic and the physical senses of the two, and their interblending for the great coming struggle of life that awaits both the entities. Entity may be thought a strange term to use in the case of a globe, but the ancient philosophers who saw in the earth a huge, quote, animal, quote, were wiser in their generation than our modern geologists are in theirs, and Pliny, who called the earth our kind nurse and mother, the only element which is not inimical to man, spoke more truly than Watt, who fancied that he saw in her the footstool of God. For earth is only the footstool of man in his ascension to higher regions, the vestibule, quote, to glorious mansions, through which a moving crowd forever press, unquote. But this only shows how admirably the occult philosophy fits everything in nature, and how much more logical are its tenets than the lifeless hypothetical speculations of physical science. Having learned thus much, the mystic will be better prepared to understand the occult teaching, though every formal student of modern science may, and probably will, regard it as preposterous nonsense. The student of occultism, however, holds that the theory at present under discussion is far more philosophical and probable than any other. It is more logical, at any rate, than the theory recently advanced which made the moon the projection of a portion of our earth extruded when the latter was but a globe in fusion, a molten plastic mass. Note, says the author of Modern Science and Modern Thought, Mr. Samuel Lane, the astronomical conclusions are theories based on data so uncertain that while in some cases they give results incredibly short, like that of 15 millions of years for the whole past process of formation of the solar system, in others they give results almost incredibly long, as in that which supposes the moon to have been thrown off when the earth was rotating in 3 hours, while the utmost actual retardation obtained from observation would require 600 millions of years to make it rotate in 23 hours instead of 24. Page 48. And if physicists persist, why should the chronology of the Hindu be laughed at as exaggerated? End of note. It is said that the planetary chains, having their, quote, days, unquote, and their, quote, nights, unquote, that is, periods of activity or life, and of inertia or death, and behave in heaven as do men on earth, they generate their likes, get old, and become personally extinct, their spiritual principles only living in their progeny as a survival of themselves. Without attempting the very difficult task of giving out the whole process in all its cosmic details, enough may be said to give an approximate idea of it. When a planetary chain is in its last round, its globe 1, or A, before finally dying out, sends all its energy and, quote, principles, unquote, into a neutral center of latent force, a Leia center, and thereby informs a new nucleus of undifferentiated substance or matter, that is, calls it into activity or gives it life. Suppose such a process to have taken place in the lunar, quote, planetary, unquote, chain. Suppose again, for argument's sake, though Mr. Darwin's theory quoted below has lately been upset, even if the fact has not yet been ascertained by mathematical calculation, that the moon is far older than the earth. Imagine the 6 fellow globes of the moon, aeons before the first globe of our 7 was evolved. just in the same position in relation to each other as the fellow globes of our chain occupy in regard to our Earth now. See in esoteric Buddhism the constitution of man and the planetary chain. And now it will be easy to imagine further globe A of the lunar chain informing globe A of the terrestrial chain and dying, globe B of the former sending after that its energy into globe B of the new chain. Then globe C of the lunar creating its progeny sphere C of the terrestrial chain. Then the moon, our satellite, pouring forth into the lowest globe of our planetary ring, globe D, our Earth, all its life, energy and powers, and having transferred them to a new center becoming virtually a dead planet in which rotation has almost ceased since the birth of our globe. Note: she, the moon, is the satellite undeniably, but this does not invalidate the theory that she has given to the Earth all but her corpse. For Darwin's theory to hold good, besides the hypothesis just upset, vide last footnote, other still more incongruous speculations had to be invented. The moon, it is said, has cooled nearly 6 times as rapidly as the Earth. From Winchell's Word Life, quote, "The moon, if the Earth is 14 million years old since its incrustation, is only 11 2/3 million of years old since that stage," unquote, etc. And if our moon is but a splash from our Earth, why can no similar inference be established for the moons of other planets? The astronomers do not know. Why should Venus and Mercury have no satellites? And by what, when they exist, were they formed? Because, we say, science has only one key, the key of matter, to open the mysteries of nature withal, while occult philosophy has 7 keys and explains that which science fails to see. Mercury and Venus have no satellites, but they had parents just as the Earth had. Both are far older than the Earth, and before the latter reaches her 7th round, her mother moon will have dissolved into thin air, as the moons of the other planets have or have not, as the case may be, since there are planets which have several moons, a mystery again which no Oedipus of astronomy has solved. End of note. The moon is now the cold residual quantity, the shadow dragged after the new body, into which her living powers and principles are transfused. She now is doomed for long ages to be ever pursuing the Earth, to be attracted by and to attract her progeny. Constantly vampirized by her child, she revenges herself on it by soaking it through and through with the nefarious, invisible and poisoned influence which emanates from the occult side of her nature. For she is a dead, yet a living body. The particles of her decaying corpse are full of active and destructive life, although the body which they had formed is soulless and lifeless. Therefore its emanations are at the same time beneficent and maleficent. This circumstance finding its parallel on Earth in the fact that the grass and plants are nowhere more juicy and thriving than on the graves, while at the same time it is in the graveyard or corpse emanations which kill. And like all ghouls or vampires, the moon is the friend of the sorcerers and the foe of the unwary. From the archaic aeons and the later times of the witches of Thessaly, down to some of the present tantrikas of Bengal, her nature and properties were known to every occultist, but have remained a closed book for physicists. Such is the moon from the astronomical, geological, and physical standpoints. As to her metaphysical and psychic nature, it must remain an occult secret in this work, as it was in the volume on esoteric Buddhism, notwithstanding the rather sanguine statement made therein on page 113 of the 5th edition, that, quote, "there is not much mystery left now in the riddle of the 8th sphere," unquote. These are topics indeed, quote, "on which the adepts are very reserved in their communications to uninitiated pupils," unquote. And since they have, moreover, never sanctioned or permitted any publishing speculations upon them, the less said, the better. Yet without treading upon the forbidden ground of the 8th sphere, it may be useful to state some additional facts with regard to ex-monads of the lunar chain, the lunar ancestors, as they play a leading part in the coming anthropogenesis. That is Volume 2 of the Secret Doctrine. This brings us directly to the septenary constitution of man, and as some discussion has arisen of late about the best classification to be adopted for the division of the microcosmic entity, two systems are now appended with a view to facilitate comparison. The subjoined short article is from the pen of Mr. T. Sabarot, a learned Vedantian scholar. He prefers the Brahmanical division of the Raya Yoga, and from a metaphysical point of view he is quite right. But, as it is a question of simple choice and expediency, we hold in this work to the time-honored classification of the Trans-Himalayan Arhat esoteric school. The following table and its explanatory text are reprinted from the Theosophist of Madras, and they are also contained in 5 Years of Theosophy. Septenary division in different Indian systems. We give below in a tabular form the classifications adopted by the Buddhist and Vedantic teachers of the principles of man. See uploaded table or the facsimile edition, Volume 1, page 157. This table lists classification in esoteric Buddhism, Vedantic classification, and classification in Raya Yoga. From this table it will be seen that the third principle in the Buddhist classification is not separately mentioned in the Vedantic division, as it is merely the vehicle of prana. It will also be seen that the fourth principle is included in the third kosha, sheath, as the same principle is but the vehicle of willpower, which is but an energy of the mind. It must also be noticed that the Vijnanamaya kosha is considered to be distinct from the Manomaya kosha, as a division is made after death between the lower part of the mind, as it were, which has a closer affinity with the fourth principle than with the sixth, and its higher part, which attaches itself to the latter, and which is, in fact, the basis for the higher spiritual individuality of man. We may also here point out to our readers that the classification mentioned in the last column is, for all practical purposes, connected with Raya Yoga, the best and simplest. Though there are 7 principles in man, there are but 3 distinct upadhis, bases, in each of which his Atma may work independently of the rest. These 3 upadhis can be separated by an adept without killing himself. He cannot separate the 7 principles from each other without destroying his constitution." Unquote. Yes, this was a quote from Theosophist and from 5 Years of Theosophy. The student will now be better prepared to see that between the 3 upadhis of the Raja Yoga and his Atma, and our 3 upadhis, Atma, and the additional 3 divisions, there is in reality but very little difference. Moreover, as every adept in Cis-Himalayan or Trans-Himalayan India, or the Patanjali, the Aryasanga, or the Mahayana schools, has to become a Raya Yogi, he must therefore accept the Raya classification in principle and theory, whatever classification he resorts to for practical and occult purposes. Thus it matters very little whether one speaks of the 3 upadhis with their 3 aspects and Atma, the eternal and immortal synthesis, or calls them the 7 principles. For the benefit of those who may not have read or, if they have, may not have clearly understood, in theosophical writings, the doctrine of the septenary chains of worlds in the solar cosmos, the teaching is briefly thus. 1. Everything in the metaphysical, as in the physical universe, is septenary. Hence, every sidereal body, every planet, whether visible or invisible, is created with the 6 companion globes. See diagram number 3 after verse 6 of this commentary. The evolution of life proceeds on these 7 globes or bodies from the first to the 7th in the 7 rounds or 7 cycles. 2. These globes are formed by a process which the occultists call the rebirth of planetary chains, or rings. When the 7th and last round of one of such rings has been entered upon, the highest or first globe, A, followed by all the others down to the last, instead of entering upon a certain time of rest, or obscuration, as in their previous rounds, begins to die out. The quote, planetary unquote, dissolution, pralaya, is at hand, and its hour has struck. Each globe has to transfer its life and energy to another planet. See diagram number 2 info, the Moon and the Earth. 3. Our Earth, as the visible representative of its invisible superior fellow globes, its lords or principles, see diagram number 1, has to live, as have the others, through 7 rounds. During the first of 3, it forms and consolidates. During the 4th, it settles and hardens. During the last 3, it gradually returns to its first ethereal form. It is spiritualized, so to say. 4. Its humanity develops fully only in the 4th, our present round. Up to this 4th life cycle, it is referred to as humanity only for lack of a more appropriate term. Like the grub, which becomes chrysalis and butterfly, man, or rather that which becomes man, passes through all the forms and kingdoms during the first round, and through all the human shapes during the 2 following rounds. Arrived on our Earth at the commencement of the 4th in the present series of life cycles and races, man is the first form that appears thereon, being preceded only by the mineral and vegetable kingdoms, even the latter having to develop and continue its further evolution through man. This will be explained in Book 2. During the 3 rounds to come, humanity, like the globe on which it lives, will be ever tending to reassume its primeval form, that of a Dianocochanic host. Man tends to become a god, and then God, like every other atom in the universe. A quote, beginning so early as with the 2nd round, evolution proceeds already on quite a different plan. It is only during the 1st round that heavenly man becomes a human being on globe A, re-becomes a mineral, a plant, an animal on globe B and C, etc. The process changes entirely from the 2nd round, but you have learned prudence, and I advise you to say nothing before the time for saying it has come. Unquote. An extract from the teacher's letters on various topics. 5. Every life cycle on globe D, our Earth, is composed of 7 root races. Note on globe D, our Earth. We are not concerned with the other globes in this work except incidentally. End of note. They commence with the ethereal and end with the spiritual, on the double line of physical and moral evolution, from the beginning of the terrestrial round to its close. One is a planetary round from globe A to globe G, the 7th, the other the globe round, or the terrestrial. This is very well described in esoteric Buddhism and needs no further elucidation for the time being. 6. The first root race, that is, the first, quote, men, unquote, on Earth, irrespective of form, were the progeny of the, quote, celestial men, unquote, called rightly in Indian philosophy the lunar ancestors, or the Pitris, of which there are 7 classes or hierarchies. As all this will be sufficiently explained in the following sections and in Book 2, no more need be said of it here. But the 2 works already mentioned, both of which treat of subjects from the occult doctrine, need particular notice. Esoteric Buddhism is too well known in theosophical circles and even to the outside world for it to be necessary to enter at length upon its merits here. It is an excellent book and has done still more excellent work. But this does not alter the fact that it contains some mistaken notions, and that it has led many theosophists and lay readers to form an erroneous conception of the secret Eastern doctrines. Moreover, it seems perhaps a little too materialistic. Man, which came later, was an attempt to present the archaic doctrine from a more ideal standpoint, to translate some visions in and from the astral light, to render some teachings partly gathered from a master's thoughts, but unfortunately misunderstood. This work also speaks of the evolution of the early races of men on earth, and contains some excellent pages of a philosophical character, but so far it is only an interesting little mystical romance. It has failed in its mission because the conditions required for a correct translation of these visions were not present. Hence the reader must not wonder if our volumes contradict these earlier descriptions in several particulars. Esoteric cosmogony in general, and the evolution of the human monad especially, differ so essentially in these two books and in other theosophical works written independently by beginners, that it becomes impossible to proceed with the present work without special mention of these two earlier volumes, for both have a number of admirers, esoteric Buddhism especially. The time has arrived for the explanation of some matters in this direction. Mistakes have now to be checked by the original teachings and corrected. If one of the said works has too pronounced a bias toward materialistic science, the other is decidedly too idealistic and is at times fantastic. From the doctrine, rather incomprehensible to Western minds, which deals with the periodical obscurations and successive rounds of the globes along their circular chains, were born the first perplexities and misconceptions. One of such has reference to the fifth and even sixth rounders. Those who knew that a round was preceded and followed by a long pralaya, a pause of rest, which created an impassable gulf between two rounds until the time came for a renewed cycle of life, could not understand the fallacy of talking about fifth and sixth rounders in our fourth round. Gautama Buddha, it was held, was the sixth rounder, Plato and some other great philosophers and minds fifth rounders. How could it be? One master taught and affirmed that there were such fifth rounders even now on earth, and though understood to say that mankind was yet in the fourth round, in another place he seemed to say that we were in the fifth. To this an apocalyptic answer was returned by another teacher. A few drops of rain do not make a monsoon, though they presage it. No, we are not in the fifth round, but fifth round men have been coming in for the last few thousand years. This was worse than the riddle of the Sphinx. Students of occultism subjected their brains to the wildest work of speculation. For a considerable time they tried to outvie Oedipus and reconcile the two statements. And as the masters kept as silent as the stony Sphinx herself, they were accused of inconsistency, contradiction, and discrepancies. But they were simply allowing the speculations to go on in order to teach a lesson which the Western mind sorely needs. In their conceit and arrogance, as in their habit of materializing every metaphysical conception and term without allowing any margin for Eastern metaphor or allegory, the Orientalists have made a jumble of the Hindu exoteric philosophy, and the Theosophists were now doing the same with regard to esoteric teachings. To this day it is evident that the latter have utterly failed to understand the meaning of the term fifth and sixth rounders, but it is simply this. Every round brings about a new development and even an entire change in the mental, psychic, spiritual, and physical constitution of man, all these principles evoluting on an ever-ascending scale. Thence it follows that those persons who, like Confucius and Plato, belonged psychically, mentally, and spiritually to the high planes of evolutions, were in our fourth round as the average man will be in the fifth round, whose mankind is destined to find itself on this scale of evolution immensely higher than is our present humanity. Similarly, Gautama Buddha, wisdom incarnate, was still higher and greater than all the men we have mentioned who are called fifth rounders, while Buddha and Sankaracharya are termed sixth rounders allegorically. Thence again the concealed wisdom of the remark pronounced at the time, evasive, that a few drops of rain do not make a monsoon, though they presage it. And now the truth of the remark made in esoteric Buddhism by its author will be fully apparent. Quote, "It is impossible, when the complicated facts of an entirely unfamiliar science are being presented to untrained minds for the first time, to put them forward with all their appropriate qualifications and abnormal developments. We must be content to take the broad rules first and deal with exceptions afterwards, and especially is this the case with study, in connection with which the traditional methods of teaching generally followed aim at impressing every fresh idea on the memory by provoking the perplexity it at last relieves." Unquote. As the author of the remark was himself, as he says, an untrained mind in occultism, his own inferences and his better knowledge of modern astronomical speculations than of archaic doctrines led him quite naturally, and as unconsciously to himself, to commit a few mistakes of detail rather than of any broad rule. One such will now be noticed. It is a trifling one, still it is calculated to lead many a beginner into erroneous conceptions. But as the mistaken notions of the early editions were corrected in the annotations of the 5th edition, so the 6th may be revised and perfected. There were several reasons for such mistakes. 1. They were due to the necessity under which the teachers labored of giving what were considered as evasive answers, the questions being too persistently pressed to be left unnoticed, while, on the other hand, they could only be partially answered. 2. This position notwithstanding, the confession that half a loaf is better than no bread was but too often misunderstood and hardly appreciated as it ought to have been. As a result thereof, gratuitous speculations were sometimes indulged in by the European lay chelas. Among such were a. the mystery of the 8th sphere in its relation to the moon, and b. the erroneous statement that 2 of the superior globes of the terrestrial chain were 2 of our well-known planets. Besides the Earth, there are only 2 other worlds of our chain which are visible, Mars and Mercury, from Esoteric Buddhism, page 136. This was a great mistake, but the blame for it is to be attached as much to the vagueness and incompleteness of the master's answers as to the question of the learner itself, which was equally vague and indefinite. It was asked, what planets of those known to ordinary science, besides Mercury, belong to our system of worlds? Now, if by system of worlds our terrestrial chain or string was intended in the mind of the querist, instead of the solar system of worlds, as it should have been, then of course the answer was likely to be misunderstood. For the reply was, quote, Mars, etc., and 4 other planets of which astronomy knows nothing. Neither A, B, nor YZ are known, nor can they be seen through physical means, however perfected, unquote. This is plain. A. Astronomy as yet knows nothing in reality of the planets, neither the ancient ones, nor those discovered in modern times. B. No companion planets from A to Z, that is, no upper globes of any chain in the solar system, can be seen. Note, with the exception, of course, of all the planets which come forth in number, as our Earth, the Moon, etc., etc. Copies of all the letters ever received are sent, with the exception of a few private ones, in which there was no teaching, the master says, are with the writer. As it was her duty in the beginning to answer and explain certain points not touched upon, it is more than likely that, notwithstanding the many annotations on these copies, the writer, in her ignorance of English and her fear of saying too much, may have bungled the information given. She takes the whole blame for it upon herself, in any and every case. But it is impossible for her to allow students to remain any longer under erroneous impressions, or to believe that the fault lies with the esoteric system. End of note. As to Mars, Mercury, and, quote, the 4 other planets, unquote, They bear a relation to Earth of which no master or high occultist will ever speak, much less explain the nature. Note, in this same letter, the impossibility is distinctly stated. Quote, "Try to understand that you are putting me questions pertaining to the highest initiation, that I can give you only a general view, but that I dare not, nor will I enter upon details," unquote, wrote one of the teachers to the author of Esoteric Buddhism. End of note. Let it now be distinctly stated, then, that the theory broached is impossible, with or without the additional evidence furnished by modern astronomy. Physical science can supply corroborative, though still very uncertain, evidence, but only as regards heavenly bodies on the same plane of materiality as our objective universe. Mars and Mercury, Venus and Jupiter, like every hitherto discovered planet, or those still to be discovered, are all, per se, the representatives on our plane of such chains. As distinctly stated in one of the numerous letters of Mr. Sinnett's teacher, there are other and innumerable manvantaric chains of globes which bear intelligent beings both in and outside our solar system. But neither Mars nor Mercury belong to our chain. They are, along with the other planets, septenary units in the great host of chains of our system, and all are as visible as their upper globes are invisible. If it is still argued that certain expressions in the teacher's letters were liable to mislead, the answer comes, Amen, so it was. The author of Esoteric Buddhism understood it well when he wrote that such are the traditional modes of teaching, by provoking the perplexity. They do, or do not relieve, as the case may be. At all events, if it is urged that this might have been explained earlier, and the true nature of the planets given out as they now are, the answer comes that it was not found expedient to do so at the time, as it would have opened the way to a series of additional questions which could never be answered on account of their esoteric nature, and thus would only become embarrassing. It has been declared from the first, and has been repeatedly asserted since, that first, no theosophist, not even as an accepted chela, let alone lay students, could expect to have the secret teachings explained to him thoroughly and completely, before he had irretrievably pledged himself to the brotherhood and passed through at least one initiation. Because no figures and numbers could be given to the public, for figures and numbers are the key to the esoteric system. 2. That what was revealed was merely the esoteric lining of that which is contained in almost all the exoteric scriptures of the world religions, preeminently in the Brahmanas and the Upanishads of the Vedas, and even in the Puranas. It was a small portion of what is divulged far more fully now in the present volumes, and even this is very incomplete and fragmentary. When the present work was commenced, the writer, feeling sure that the speculation about Mars and Mercury was a mistake, applied to the teachers by letter for explanation and an authoritative version. Both came in due time, and verbatim extract from these are now given. Quote, "It is quite correct that Mars is in a state of obscuration at present, and Mercury just beginning to get out of it. You might add that Venus is in her last round. If neither Mercury nor Venus have satellites, it is because of the reasons, vide footnote supra, where those reasons are given. And also because Mars has 2 satellites, to which he has no right. Phobos, the supposed inner satellite, is no satellite at all. As remarked long ago by Laplace, and now by Fayet, see Comptes Rendus, tome 90, page 569, Phobos keeps a too short periodic time, and therefore there must exist some defect in the mother idea of the theory, as Fayet justly observes. Again, both Mars and Mercury are septenary chains, as independent of the earth's sidereal lords and superiors as you are independent of the principles of Dormling, Tom Thumb, which were perhaps his 6 brothers, with or without nightcaps. Gratification of curiosity is the end of knowledge for some men, was said by Bacon, who was as right in postulating this truism as those who were familiar with it before him were right in hedging off wisdom from knowledge, and tracing limits to that which is to be given out at one time. Remember, knowledge dwells in heads replete with thoughts of other men, wisdom in minds attentive to their own. You can never impress it too profoundly on the minds of those to whom you impart some of the esoteric teachings." Unquote, from a teacher's letter. Again, here are more extracts from another letter, written by the same authority. This time it is in answer to some objections laid before the teachers. They are based upon extremely scientific and as futile reasonings about the advisability of trying to reconcile the esoteric theories with the speculations of modern science, and were written by a young theosophist as a warning against the secret doctrine and in reference to the same subject. He had declared that if there were such companion earths, they must be only a wee bit less material than our globe. How then was it that they could not be seen? The answer was, quote, "Were psychic and spiritual teachings more fully understood, it would become next to impossible to even imagine such an incongruity. Unless less trouble is taken to reconcile the irreconcilable, that is to say, the metaphysical and spiritual sciences with physical or natural philosophy, natural being a synonym to them, men of science, of that matter which falls under the perception of their corporeal senses, no progress can be really achieved. Our globe, as taught from the first, is at the bottom of the arc of descent, where the matter of our perceptions exhibits itself in its grossest form. Hence it only stands to reason that the globes which overshadow our earth must be on different and superior planes. In short, as globes they are in coadunition, but not in consubstantiality with our earth, and thus pertain to quite another state of consciousness. Our planet, like all those we see, is adapted to the peculiar state of its human stock, that state which enables us to see with our naked eye the sidereal bodies which are coessential with our terrestrial plane and substance, just as their respective inhabitants, the Jovians, Martians, and others, can perceive our little world, because our planes of consciousness, differing as they do in degree but being the same in kind, are on the same layer of differentiated matter. What I wrote was, the minor prolaya concerns only our little strings of globes. We called chains strings in those days of lip confusion. To such a string our earth belongs. This ought to have shown plainly that the other planets were also strings or chains. If he, meaning the objector, would perceive even the dim silhouette of one such planet on the higher planes, he has to first throw off even the thin clouds of the astral matter that stands between him and the next plane." Unquote. From Teacher's Letter. It becomes patent why we could not perceive, even with the help of the best earthly telescopes, that which is outside our world of matter. Those alone whom we call adepts, who know how to direct their mental vision and to transfer their consciousness, physical and psychic both, to other planes of being, are able to speak with authority on such subjects. And they tell us plainly, quote, "Lead the life necessary for the acquisition of such knowledge and powers, and wisdom will come to you naturally. Whenever you are able to attune your consciousness to any of the 7 chords of universal consciousness, those chords that run along the sounding board of cosmos, vibrating from one eternity to another, when you have studied thoroughly the music of the spheres. Then only will you become quite free to share your knowledge with those with whom it is safe to do so. Meanwhile, be prudent. Do not give out the great truths that are the inheritance of the future races to our present generation. Do not attempt to unveil the secret of being and non-being to those unable to see the hidden meaning of Apollo's heptachord, the lyre of the radiant god, in each of the 7 strings of which dwelleth the spirit. So, an astral body of the cosmos, whose shell only has now fallen into the hands of modern science. Be prudent, we say, prudent and wise, and above all take care what those who learn from you believe in, lest by deceiving themselves they deceive others. For such is the fate of every truth with which men are as yet unfamiliar. Let rather the planetary chains and other super and subcosmic mysteries remain a dreamland for those who can neither see nor yet believe that others can." Unquote. It is to be regretted that a few of us have followed this wise advice, and that many a priceless pearl, many a jewel of wisdom, has been cast to an enemy unable to understand its value, and who has turned round and rent us. "Let us imagine," wrote the same master to his 2 lay chelas, as he called the author of Esoteric Buddhism, and another gentleman, his co-student for some time, "let us imagine that our earth is one of a group of 7 planets or man-bearing worlds. The 7 planets are the sacred planets of antiquity, and are all septenary. Now the life impulse reaches A, or rather that which is destined to become A, and which so far is but cosmic dust, a Laya center, etc." Unquote. In these early letters, in which the terms had to be invented and words coined, the rings very often became rounds, and the rounds life cycles, and vice versa. To a correspondent who called a round a world ring, the teacher wrote, "I believe this will lead to further confusion. A round we are agreed to call the passage of a monad from globe A to globe G or Z. The world ring is correct. Advise Mr. name left out strongly to agree upon a nomenclature before going any further." Unquote. Notwithstanding this agreement, many mistakes owing to this confusion crept into the earliest teachings. The races even were occasionally mixed up with the rounds and rings, and led to similar mistakes in the book Man. From the first, the master had written, quote, "Not being permitted to give you the whole truth, or divulge the number of isolated fractions, I am unable to satisfy you." Unquote. This in answer to the question, if we are right, then the total existence prior to the man period is 637, etc., etc. To all queries relating to figures, the reply was, try to solve the problem of 777 incarnations. Though I am obliged to withhold information, yet if you should work out the problem by yourself, it will be my duty to tell you so. Unquote. But they never were so worked out, and the results were never-ceasing perplexity and mistakes. Even the teaching about the septenary constitution of the sidereal bodies and of the macrocosm, from which the septenary division of the microcosm or man has until now been among the most esoteric. In olden times it used to be divulged only at the initiation, and along with the most sacred figures of the cycles. Now, as stated in one of the Theosophical Journals, note, Lucifer, May 1888, end of note, the revelation of the whole system of cosmogony had not been contemplated, nor even thought for one moment possible, at a time when a few bits of information were sparingly given out in answer to letters written by the author of Esoteric Buddhism, in which he put forward a multiplicity of questions. Among these were questions on such problems as no master, however high and independent he might be, would have the right to answer, thus divulging to the world the most time-honored and archaic of the mysteries of the ancient college temples. Hence only few of the doctrines were revealed in their broad outlines, while details were constantly withheld, and all the efforts made to elicit more information about them were systematically eluded from the beginning. This is perfectly natural. Of the 4 Vidyas out of the 7 branches of knowledge mentioned in the Puranas, namely Jnana Vidya, that is, the performance of religious rites in order to produce certain results; Mahavidya, the great magic knowledge, now degenerated into tantrika worship; Guhya Vidya, the science of mantras and their true rhythm or chanting, of mystical incantations, etc. It is only the last one, Atma Vidya, or the true spiritual and divine wisdom, which can throw absolute and final light upon the teachings of the 3 first named. Without the help of Atma Vidya, the other 3 remain no better than surface sciences, geometrical magnitudes having length and breadth, but no thickness. They are like the soul, limbs, and mind of a sleeping man, capable of mechanical motions, of chaotic dreams, and even sleepwalking, of producing visible effects, but stimulated by instinctual, not intellectual causes, least of all by fully conscious spiritual impulses. A good deal can be given out and explained from the 3 first named sciences, but unless the key to their teachings is furnished by Atmavidya, they will remain forever like the fragments of a mangled textbook, like the adumbrations of great truth, dimly perceived by the most spiritual, but distorted out of all proportion by those who would nail every shadow to the wall. Then again, another great perplexity was created in the minds of students by the incomplete exposition of the doctrine of the evolution of the monads. To be fully realized, both this process and that of the birth of the globes must be examined far more from their metaphysical aspect than from what one might call a statistical standpoint, involving figures and numbers which are rarely permitted to be broadly used. Unfortunately, there are few who are inclined to handle these doctrines only metaphysically. Even the best of Western writers upon our doctrine declares in his work that on pure metaphysics of that sort we are not now engaged, when speaking of the evolution of the monads. See Esoteric Buddhism, page 46. And in such case, as the teacher remarks in a letter to him, why this preaching of our doctrines, all this uphill work and swimming in adversum flumen? Why should the West learn from the East that which can never meet the requirement of the special tastes of the aesthetics? And he draws his correspondent's attention to the formidable difficulties encountered by us, the adepts, in every attempt we make to explain our metaphysics to the Western mind. And well he may. For the outside of metaphysics, no occult philosophy, no esotericism is possible. It is like trying to explain the aspirations and affections, the love and hatred, the most private and sacred workings in the soul and mind of the living man, by an atomical description of the chest and brain of his dead body. Let us now examine 2 tenets mentioned above and hardly alluded to in esoteric Buddhism, and supplement them as far as lies in our power. Reader's note on the conceptual sketch of the 7 principles of man taken from diagram 1. The sole reason for adding this interpretation is that most Westerns find it too easy to adhere to exoteric Christian, Jewish, and Muslim concepts of deity as being positioned in a 3-dimensional space, as if God was a person positioned higher up in the atmosphere. But the 7 principles of man are not located on different points in a 3-dimensional space, but are interwoven within and without existence and connected with the universal beingness. Similarly, the planetary chain of globes are not located elsewhere in the same spatial time-space as our visible globe, as a metal chain made of many metal links is to us, but in a manner of speaking, permeate each other. And reader's note. Next up, additional facts and explanations concerning the globes and the monads. The Secret Doctrine by Madame Blavatsky a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Additional facts and explanations concerning the globes and the monads. Two statements made in esoteric Buddhism must be noticed and the author's opinions quoted. On page 47 of the 5th edition it is said, quote, "The spiritual monads do not fully complete their mineral existence on globe A, then complete it on globe B, and so on. They pass several times round the whole circle as minerals, and then again several times round as vegetables, and several times as animals. We purposely refrain for the present from going into figures, etc., etc." End of quote. This was a wise course to adopt in view of the great secrecy maintained with regard to figures and numbers. This reticence is now partially relinquished, but it would perhaps have been better had the real numbers concerning rounds and evolutional gyrations been either entirely divulged at the time or as entirely withheld. Mr. Sennett understood this difficulty well when saying, page 140, that, quote, "For reasons which are not easy for the outsider to divine, the possessors of occult knowledge are especially reluctant to give out facts relating to cosmogony, though it is hard for the uninitiated to understand why they should be withheld." Unquote. That there were such reasons is evident. Nevertheless, it is to this reticence that most of the confused ideas of some Eastern as well as Western pupils are due. The difficulties in the way of the acceptance of the two particular tenets under consideration seemed great, just because of the absence of any data to go upon. But there it was. For the figures belonging to the occult calculations cannot be given, as the masters have many times declared, outside the circle of pledged chelas, and not even these can break the rules. To make things plainer, without touching upon the mathematical aspects of the doctrine, the teaching given may be expanded, and some obscure points solved. As the evolution of the globes and that of the monads are so closely interblended, we will make of the two teachings one. In reference to the monads, the reader is asked to bear in mind that Eastern philosophy rejects the Western theological dogma of a newly created soul for every baby born, as being as unphilosophical as it is impossible in the economy of nature. There must be a limited number of monads evolving and growing more and more perfect through their assimilation of many successive personalities in every new manvantara. This is absolutely necessary in view of the doctrines of rebirth, karma, and the gradual return of the human monad to its source, absolute deity. Thus, although the hosts of more or less progressed monads are almost incalculable, they are still finite, as is everything in this universe of differentiation and finiteness. As shown in the double diagram of the human principles and the ascending globes of the world chains, Diagram 1. There is an eternal concatenation of causes and effects, and a perfect analogy which runs through and links together all the lines of evolution. One begets the other, globes as personalities. But let us begin at the beginning. The general outline of the process by which the successive planetary chains are formed has just been given. To prevent future misconceptions, some further details may be offered which will also throw light on the history of humanity on our own chain, the progeny of that of the moon. In the diagrams on page 172, figure 1, diagram 2 represents the lunar chain of 7 planets at the outset of its 7th or last round, while figure 2 represents the Earth chain, which will be, but is not yet in existence. The 7 globes of each chain are distinguished in their cyclic order by the letters A to G, the globes of the Earth chain being further marked by a cross, the symbol of the Earth. Now it must be remembered that the monads cycling round any septenary chain are divided into 7 classes or hierarchies according to their respective stages of evolution, consciousness and merit. Let us follow, then, the order of their appearance on planet A in the first round. The time spaces between the appearances of these hierarchies on any one globe are so adjusted that when Class 7, the last, appears on Globe A, Class 1, the first, has just passed on to Globe B, and so on, step by step, all round the chain. Again, in the 7th round on the lunar chain, when Class 7, the last, quits Globe A, that globe, instead of falling asleep as it had done in previous rounds, begins to die, to go into its planetary pralaya. And in dying it transfers successively, as just said, its principles, or life elements and energy, etc., one after the other, to a new Leia center, which commences the formation of Globe A of the Earth chain. Note: Occultism divides the periods of rest, pralaya, into several kinds. There is the individual pralaya of each globe, as humanity and life pass on to the next. 7 minor pralayas in each round, the planetary pralaya, when 7 rounds are completed, the solar pralaya, when the whole system is at an end, and finally the universal Maha or Brahma pralaya at the close of the age of Brahma. These are the 3 child pralayas, or destruction periods. There are many other minor ones, but with these we are not concerned at present. End of note. A similar process takes place for each of the globes of the lunar chain, one after the other, each forming a fresh globe of the Earth chain. Our moon was the 4th globe of the series, and was on the same plane of perception as our Earth. But Globe A of the lunar chain is not fully dead till the first monads of the first class have passed from Globe G or Z, the last of the lunar chain, into the nirvana which awaits them between the 2 chains. And, similarly for all the other globes as stated, each giving birth to the corresponding globe of the Earth chain. Further, when Globe A of the new chain is ready, the first class or hierarchy of monads from the lunar chain incarnate upon it in the lowest kingdom, and so on successively. The result of this is that it is only the first class of monads which attains the human state of development during the first round, since the second class on each planet arriving later has not time to reach that stage. Thus the monads of Class 2 reach the incipient human stage only in the second round, and so on up to the middle of the 4th round. But at this point, and on this 4th round in which the human stage will be fully developed, the quote, door unquote, into the human kingdom closes, and henceforward the number of human monads, that is, monads in the human stage of development, is complete. For the monads which had not reached the human stage by this point will, owing to the evolution of humanity itself, find themselves so far behind that they will reach the human stage only at the close of the 7th and last round. They will, therefore, not be men on this chain, but will form the humanity of a future Manvantara, and be rewarded by becoming men on a higher chain altogether, such receiving their karmic compensation. To this there is but one solitary exception, for very good reasons, of which we shall speak farther on, but this accounts for the difference in the races. It thus becomes apparent how perfect is the analogy between the processes of nature in the cosmos and in the individual man. The latter lives through his life cycle and dies, his higher principles corresponding in the development of a planetary chain to the cycling monads pass into Devakan, which corresponds to the nirvana and states of rest intervening between 2 chains. The man's lower principles are disintegrated in time and are used by nature again for the formation of new human principles, and the same process takes place in the disintegration and formation of worlds. Analogy is thus the surest guide to the comprehension of the occult teachings. This is one of the 7 mysteries of the moon, and it is now revealed. The 7 mysteries are called by the Japanese Yamabusis the mystics of the Lao Tse sect and the ascetic monks of Kyoto, the Zen-no-do. the 7 jewels. Only the Japanese and the Chinese Buddhist ascetics and initiates are, if possible, even more reticent in giving out their knowledge than are the Hindus. But the reader must not be allowed to lose sight of the monads, and must be enlightened as to their nature, as far as permitted, without trespassing upon the highest mysteries, of which the writer does not in any way pretend to know the last or final word. The monadic host may be roughly divided into 3 great classes. 1. The most developed monads, the lunar gods or spirits called in India the Pitris, whose function it is to pass in the first round through the whole triple cycle of the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms in their most ethereal, filmy, and rudimentary forms, in order to clothe themselves in and assimilate the nature of the newly formed chain. They are those who first reach the human form, if there can be any form in the realm of the almost subjective, on Globe A in the first round. It is they, therefore, who lead and represent the human element during the second and third rounds, and finally evolve their shadows at the beginning of the 4th round for the second class, or those who come behind them. 2. Those monads that are the first to reach the human stage during the 3.5 rounds, and to become men. Note: we are forced to use here the misleading word men, and this is a clear proof of how little any European language is adapted to express these subtle distinctions. It stands to reason that these men did not resemble the men of today, either in form or nature. Why then, it may be asked, call them men at all? Because there is no other term in any Western language which approximately conveys the idea intended. The word men at least indicates that these beings were manus, thinking entities, however they differed in form and intellection from ourselves. But in reality they were, in respect of spirituality and intellection, rather gods than men. The same difficulty of language is met within describing the stages through which the monad passes. Metaphysically speaking, it is of course an absurdity to talk of the development of a monad, or to say that it becomes man, but any attempt to preserve metaphysical accuracy of language in the use of such a tongue as the English would necessitate at least 3 extra volumes of this work, and would entail an amount of verbal repetition which would be wearisome in the extreme. It stands to reason that a monad cannot either progress or develop, or even be affected by the changes of states it passes through. It is not of this world or plane, and may be compared only to an indestructible star of divine light and fire, thrown down onto our earth as a plank of salvation for the personalities in which it indwells. It is for the latter to cling to it, and thus partaking of its divine nature obtain immortality. Left to itself, the monad will cling to no one, but like the plank, be drifted away to another incarnation by the unresting current of evolution. End of note. 3. The laggards. The monads which are retarded, and which will not reach, by reason of karmic impediments, the human stage at all during this cycle or round, save one exception, which will be spoken of elsewhere as already promised. Now, the evolution of the external form or body around the astral is produced by the terrestrial forces, just as in the case of the lower kingdoms. But the evolution of the internal or real man is purely spiritual. It is now no more a passage of the impersonal monad through many and various forms of matter, endowed at best with instinct and consciousness on quite a different plane, as in the case of external evolution, but a journey of the pilgrim soul through various states of not only matter but self-consciousness and self-perception, or of perception from apperception. See God's monads and atoms. The monad emerges from its state of spiritual and intellectual unconsciousness, and, skipping the first 2 planes, too near the absolute to permit of any correlation with anything on a lower plane, it gets direct into the plane of mentality. But there is no plane in the whole universe with a wider margin or a wider field of action in its almost endless gradations of perceptive and apperceptive qualities, than this plane, which has in its turn an appropriate small plane for every form, from the mineral monad up to the time when that monad blossoms forth by evolution into the divine monad. But all the time it is still one and the same monad, differing only in its incarnations, throughout its ever-succeeding cycles of partial or total obscuration of spirit, or the partial or total obscuration of matter, two polar antitheses, as it ascends into the realm of mental spirituality or descends into the depths of materiality. To return to esoteric Buddhism, it is there stated with regard to the enormous period intervening between the mineral epoch on globe A and the man epoch, that, quote, the full development of the mineral epoch on globe A prepares the way for the vegetable development, and as soon as this begins, the mineral life impulse overflows into globe B. Then, when the vegetable development on globe A is complete and the animal development begins, the vegetable life impulse overflows to globe B, and the mineral impulse passes on to globe C. Then finally comes the human impulse on globe A, unquote, on page 49. Note on man epoch. The term man epoch is here used because of the necessity of giving a name to that fourth kingdom which follows the animal. But in truth, the man on globe A during the first round is no man, but only his prototype or dimensionless image from the astral regions. End of note. And so it goes on for 3 rounds, when it slackens and finally stops at the threshold of our globe at the 4th round, because the human period of the true physical meant to be, the 7th, is now reached. This is evident, for as said, quote, there are processes of evolution which precede the mineral kingdom, and thus a wave of evolution, indeed several waves of evolution, precede the mineral wave in its progress round the spheres. End of quote, from the same source. And now we have to quote from another article, The Mineral Monad, in 5 Years of Theosophy, page 273, its sequence. Quote, there are 7 kingdoms. The first group comprises 3 degrees of elementals, or nascent centers of forces. From the first stage of differentiation from Mula Prakriti, or rather Pradhana, primordial homogeneous matter, to its 3rd degree, that is, from full unconsciousness to semi-perception. The second or higher group embraces the kingdom from vegetable to man, the mineral kingdom thus forming the central or turning point in the degrees of the monadic essence considered as an evoluting energy. 3 stages, sub-physical. On the elemental side, the mineral kingdom. 3 stages on the objective physical side. These are the first or preliminary 7 links of the evolutionary chain, unquote. Note on physical. Physical here means differentiated for cosmical purposes and work. That physical side, nevertheless, if objective to the apparition of beings from other planes, is yet quite subjective to us on our plane. End of note. Preliminary because they are preparatory, and though belonging in fact to the natural, they yet would be more correctly described as sub-natural evolution. This process makes a halt in its stages at the 3rd, at the threshold of the 4th stage, when it becomes, on the plane of the natural evolution, the first really manward stage, thus forming with the 3 elemental kingdoms the 10, the sephirothal number. It is at this point that begins, quote, a descent of spirit into matter equivalent to an ascent in physical evolution, a re-ascent from the deepest depths of materiality, the mineral, towards its status quo ante, with the corresponding dissipation of concrete organism, up to nirvana, the vanishing point of differentiated matter. Quote from 5 Years of Theosophy, page 276. Therefore it becomes evident why that which is pertinently called in esoteric Buddhism wave of evolution, and mineral, vegetable, animal, and man impulse stops at the door of our globe, at its fourth cycle or round. It is at this point that the cosmic monad, Buddhi, will be wedded to and become the vehicle of the atomic ray. That is, it, Buddhi, will awaken to an apperception of it, Atman, and thus enter on the first step of a new septenary ladder of evolution, which will lead it eventually to the 10th, counting from the lowest upwards, of the sephirothal tree, the crown. Everything in the universe follows analogy, as above so below. Man is the microcosm of the universe. That which takes place on the spiritual plane repeats itself on the cosmic plane. Concretion follows the lines of abstraction. Corresponding to the highest must be the lowest, the material to the spiritual. Thus, corresponding to the sephirothal crown, or upper triad, there are the three elemental kingdoms, which precede the mineral. See diagram on page 277 in 5 Years of Theosophy, and which, using the language of the Kabbalists, answer in the cosmic differentiation to the worlds of form and matter from the super-spiritual to the archetypal. Now, what is a monad, and what relation does it bear to an atom? The following reply is based upon the explanations given in answer to these questions in the above-cited article, The Mineral Monad, written by the author. Quote, none whatever is answered to the second question, to the atom or molecule as existing in the scientific conception at present. It can neither be compared with a microscopic organism, once classed among polygastric infusoria, and now regarded as vegetable, and classed among algae. Nor is it quite the monads of the peripatetics. Physically or constitutionally, the mineral monad differs, of course, from the human monad, which is neither physical nor can its constitution be rendered by chemical symbols and elements. In short, as a spiritual monad is one, universal, boundless, and impartite, whose rays, nevertheless, form what we in our ignorance call the individual monads of men. So the mineral monad, being at the opposite point of the circle, is also one, and from it proceed the countless physical atoms, which science is beginning to regard as individualized. Otherwise, how could one account for and explain mathematically the evolutionary and spiral progress of the four kingdoms? The monad is the combination of the last two principles in man, the sixth and the seventh, and, properly speaking, the term human monad applies only to the dual soul, Atma Buddhi, not to its higher spiritual vivifying principle Atma alone. But since the spiritual soul, if divorced from the latter, Atma, could have no existence, no being, it has thus been called now the monadic, or rather cosmic essence, if such a term be permitted. And the mineral, vegetable, and animal, though the same throughout the series of cycles, from the lowest elemental up to the Deva kingdom, yet differs in the scale of progression. It would be very misleading to imagine a monad as a separate entity trailing its slow way in a distinct path through the lower kingdoms, and after an incredible series of transformations flowering into a human being. In short, that the monad of a Humboldt dates back to the monad of an atom of hornblende. Instead of saying a mineral monad, the more correct phraseology in physical science, which differentiates its every atom, would of course have been to call it the monad manifesting in that form of prakriti called the mineral kingdom. The atom, as represented in the ordinary scientific hypothesis, is not a particle of something, animated by psychic something, destined after aeons to blossom as a man. But it is a concrete manifestation of the universal energy which itself has not yet become individualized, a sequential manifestation of the one universal monas. The ocean of matter does not divide it into its potential and constituent drops until the sweep of the life impulse reaches the evolutionary stage of man-birth. The tendency towards segregation into individual monads is gradual, and in the higher animals comes almost to the point. The Peripatetics apply the word monas to the whole cosmos in the pantheistic sense, and the occultists, while accepting this thought for convenience sake, distinguish the progressive stages of the evolution of the concrete form, the abstract, by terms of the mineral, vegetable, animal, etc. monad, or examples. The term merely means that the tidal wave of spiritual evolution is passing through that arc of its circuit. The monadic essence begins to imperceptibly differentiate towards individual consciousness in the vegetable kingdom. As the monads are uncompounded things, as correctly defined by Leibniz, it is the spiritual essence which vivifies them in their degrees of differentiation, which properly constitutes the monad, not the atomic aggregation, which is only the vehicle and the substance through which thrill the lower and the higher degrees of intelligence. Leibniz conceived of the monads as elementary and indestructible units endowed with the power of giving and receiving with respect to other units, and thus of determining all spiritual and physical phenomena. It is he who invented the term apperception, which, together with nerve, not perception but rather sensation, expresses the state of the monadic consciousness through all the kingdoms up to man. Thus it may be wrongly, on strictly metaphysical lines, to call Atma Buddhi a monad, since in the materialistic view it is dual and therefore compound. But as matter is spirit and vice versa, and since the universe and the deity which informs it are unthinkable apart from each other, so in the case of Atma Buddhi, the latter being the vehicle of the former, Buddhi stands in the same relation to Atma as Adman Kadmon, the Kabbalistic Logos, does to Ein Sof, Mula Prakriti to Parabrahm. A few words more of the moon. What, it may be asked, are the lunar monads just spoken of? The description of the 7 classes of Pitris will come later, but now some general explanations may be given. It must be plain to everyone that the monads who, having ended their life cycle on the lunar chain, which is inferior to the terrestrial chain, have incarnated on this one. But there are some further details which may be added, though they border too closely on forbidden ground to be treated of fully. The last word of the mystery is divulged only to the adepts, but it may be stated that our satellite is only the gross body of its invisible principles. Seeing then that there are 7 earths, so there are 7 moons, the last one alone being visible. The same for the sun, whose visible body is called a maya, a reflection, just as man's body is. The real sun and the real moon are as invisible as the real man, says an occult maxim, and it may be remarked en passant that those ancients were not so foolish, after all, who first stated the idea of the 7 moons. For though this conception is now taken solely as an astronomical measure of time, in a very materialized form, yet underlying the husk there can still be recognized the traces of a profoundly philosophical idea. In reality, the moon is only the satellite of the earth in one respect, meaning that physically the moon revolves round the earth. But in every other aspect, it is the earth which is the satellite of the moon, and not vice versa. Startling as the statement may seem, it is not without confirmation from scientific knowledge. It is evidenced by the tides, by the cyclic changes in many forms of disease which coincide with the lunar phases. It can be traced in the growth of plants, and is very marked in the phenomena of human gestation and conception. The importance of the moon and its influence on the earth were recognized in every ancient religion, notably the Jewish, and have been remarked by many observers of psychical and physical phenomena. But so far as science knows, the Earth's action on the moon is confined to the physical attraction which causes her to circle in her orbit. And should an objector insist that this fact alone is sufficient evidence that the moon is truly the Earth's satellite on other planes of action, one may reply by asking whether a mother who walks round and round her child's cradle keeping watch over the infant is the subordinate of her child or dependent upon it. Though in one sense she is its satellite, yet she is certainly older and more fully developed than the child she watches. It is then the moon that plays the largest and most important part, as well in the formation of the earth itself as in the peopling thereof with human beings. The lunar monads, or pitris, the ancestors of man, become in reality man himself. They are the monads who enter on the cycle of evolution on globe A, and who, passing round the chain of planets, evolve the human form as has just been shown. At the beginning of the human stage of the fourth round on this globe, they ooze out their astral doubles from the ape-like forms which they had evolved in round 3. And it is in this subtle, finer form which serves as the model round which nature builds physical man. These monads, or divine sparks, are thus the lunar ancestors, the pitris themselves. For these lunar spirits have to become men in order that their monads may reach a higher plane of activity and self-consciousness, that is, the plane of the Manasa Putras, those who endow the senseless shells created and informed by the pitris with mind in the latter part of the third root race. In the same way the monads or egos of the men of the seventh round of our earth, after our own globes A, B, C, and D et sequens, parting with their life energy, will have informed and thereby called to life other layer centers destined to live and act on a still higher plane of being. In the same way will the terrene ancestors create those who will become their superiors. It now becomes plain that there exists in nature a triple evolutionary scheme for the formation of the 3 periodical upadhis, or rather 3 separate schemes of evolution, which in our system are inextricably interwoven and interblended at every point. These are the monadic, or spiritual, the intellectual, and the physical evolutions. These 3 are the finite aspects, or the reflections on the field of cosmic illusion of Atma, the 7th, the one reality. 1. The monadic is, as the name implies, concerned with the growth and development into still higher phases of activity of the monad in conjunction with. 2. The intellectual, represented by the Manasa Dhyanis, the solar divas, or the Agnishvata Pitris, the givers of intelligence and consciousness to man. And 3. The physical, represented by the kayas of the lunar pitris, round which nature has concreted the present physical body. This body serves as the vehicle for the growth, to use a misleading word, and the transformations through manas, and, owing to the accumulation of experiences, of the finite into the infinite, of the transient into the eternal and absolute. Each of these 3 systems has its own laws and is ruled and guided by different sets of the highest dhyanis or logoi. Each is represented in the constitution of man, the microcosm of the great macrocosm, and it is the union of these 3 steams in him which makes him the complex being he is now. Nature, the physical evolutionary power, could never evolve intelligence unaided. She can only create senseless forms, as will be seen in our anthropogenesis. The lunar monads cannot progress, for they have not yet had sufficient touch with the forms created by nature to allow of their accumulating experiences through its means. It is the Manasa Dhyanis who fill up the gap, and they represent the evolutionary power of intelligence and mind, the link between spirit and matter in this round. Also it must be borne in mind that the monads which enter upon the evolutionary cycle upon globe A in the first round are in very different stages of development. Hence the matter becomes somewhat complicated. Let us recapitulate. The most developed monads, the lunar, reach the human germ stage in the first round, become terrestrial, though very ethereal human beings, towards the end of the third round, remaining on it, the globe, through the obscuration period, as the seed for future mankind in the fourth round, and thus become the pioneers of humanity at the beginning of this, the fourth round. Others reach the human stage only during later rounds, that is in the second, third, or first half of the fourth round. And finally, the most retarded of all, that is, those still occupying animal forms after the middle turning point of the fourth round, will not become men at all during this Manvantara. They will reach to the verge of humanity only at the close of the seventh round, to be, in their turn, ushered into a new chain after Pralaya by older pioneers, the progenitors of humanity, or the seed humanity, Shishta, meaning the men who will be at the head of all at the end of these rounds. The student hardly needs any further explanation on the part played by the fourth globe and the fourth round in the scheme of evolution. From the preceding diagrams, which are applicable mutatis mutandis into rounds, globes, or races, it will be seen that the fourth member of a series occupies a unique position. Unlike the others, the fourth has no sister globe on the same plane as itself, and it thus forms the fulcrum of the balance represented by the whole chain. It is the sphere of final evolutionary adjustments, the world of karmic scales, the hall of justice, where the balance is struck, which determines the future course of the monad during the remainder of its incarnations in the cycle. And therefore it is that, after this central turning point has been passed in the great cycle, that is, after the middle point of the fourth race in the fourth round on our globe, no more monads can enter the human kingdom. The door is closed for this cycle, and the balance struck. For were it otherwise, had there been a new soul created for each of the countless milliards of human beings that have passed away, and had there been no reincarnation, it would have become difficult indeed to provide room for the disembodied quote, spirits, unquote, nor could the origin and cause of suffering ever be accounted for. It is the ignorance of the occult tenets and the enforcement of false conceptions under the guise of religious education which have created materialism and atheism as a protest against the asserted divine order of things. The only exceptions to the rule just stated are the, quote, dumb races, unquote, whose monads are already within the human stage, in virtue of the fact that these, quote, animals, unquote, are later than, and even half descended from man, their last descendants being the anthropoid and other apes. These, quote, human presentments, unquote, are in truth only the distorted copies of early humanity, but this will receive full attention in the next book. As the commentary, broadly rendered, says, 1. Every form on earth, and every speck, atom, in space, strives in its efforts towards self-formation to follow the model placed for it in the heavenly man. Its, the atoms, involution and evolution, its external and internal growth and development, have all one and the same object, man as the highest physical and ultimate form on this earth, the monad in its absolute totality and awakened condition, as the culmination of the divine incarnations on earth. 2. The Dhyanis, Pitris, are those who have evolved their Bhutta, doubles, from themselves, which Rupa, form, has become the vehicle of monads, seventh and sixth principles, that had completed their cycle of transmigration in the three preceding kalpas, rounds. Then they, the astral doubles, became the men of the first human race of the round, but they were not complete and were senseless. This will be explained in the books that follow. Meanwhile man, or rather his monad, has existed on the earth from the very beginning of this round, but up to our own fifth race, the external shapes which covered those divine astral doubles changed and consolidated with every sub-race, the form and the physical structure of the fauna changing at the same time, as they had to be adapted to the ever-changing conditions of life on this globe during the geological periods of its formative cycle. And thus shall they go on changing with every root race and every chief sub-race down to the last one of the seventh in this round. 3. The inner, now concealed man was then, in the beginnings, the external man, the progeny of the Dionys, Pitris, who was the son like unto his father. Like the lotus, whose external shape assumes gradually the form of the model within itself, so did the form of man in the beginning evolve from within without. After the cycle in which man began to procreate his species after the fashion of the present animal kingdom, it became the reverse. The human fetus follows now in its transformations all the forms that the physical frame of man had assumed throughout the 3 kalpas, rounds, during the tentative efforts at plastic formation around the monad by senseless because imperfect matter in her blind wanderings. In the present age, the physical embryo is a plant, a reptile, an animal, before it finally becomes man, evolving within himself his own ethereal counterpart in his turn. In the beginning it was that counterpart, astral man, which, being senseless, got entangled in the meshes of matter. But this man, but this, quote, man, unquote, belongs to the 4th round. As shown, the monad had passed through, journeyed, and been imprisoned in every transitional form throughout every kingdom of nature during the 3 preceding rounds. But the monad which becomes human is not the man. In this round, with the exception of the highest mammals after man, the anthropoids destined to die out in this our race, when their monads will be liberated and pass into the astral human forms, or the highest elementals of the 6th and the 7th races, and then into lowest human forms in the 5th round. No units of either of the kingdoms are animated any longer by monads destined to become human in their next stage, but only by the lower elementals of their respective realms. Notes on monads will be liberated and pass into the astral human forms. Nature never repeats herself. Therefore, the anthropoids of our day have not existed at any time since the middle of the Miocene period, when, like all crossbreeds, they began to show a tendency, more and more marked as time went on, to return to the type of their first parent, the black and yellow gigantic Lemurantian. To search for the missing link is useless. To the scientists of the closing 6th root race, millions and millions of years hence, our modern races, or rather their fossils, will appear as those of small, insignificant apes, an extinct species of the genus Homo. End of note. Note on the lower elementals on their respective realms. These elementals will become human monads in their turn only at the next great planetary manvantara. End of note. The last human monad incarnated before the beginning of the 5th root race. Note: such anthropoids form an exception because they were not intended by nature, but are the direct product and creation of senseless man. The Hindus give a divine origin to the apes and monkeys because the men of the 3rd race were gods from another plane who had become senseless mortals. This subject had already been touched upon in Isis Unveiled 12 years ago as plainly as was then possible. On pages 278 to 279 the reader is referred, quote, to the Brahmins if he would know the reason of the regard they have for the monkeys. For then he, the reader, would perhaps learn, were the Brahman to judge him worthy of an explanation, that the Hindu sees in the ape but what Manu desired he should, the transformation of species most directly connected with that of the human family, a bastard branch engrafted on their own stock before the final perfection of the latter. He might learn further that in the eyes of the educated heathen, the spiritual or inner man is one thing, and his terrestrial physical casket another. The physical nature, the great combination of physical correlations of forces, ever creeping onward towards perfection, has to avail herself of the material at hand. She models and remodels as she proceeds, and finishing her crowning work in man, presents him alone as a fit tabernacle for the overshadowing of the divine spirit. Moreover, a German scientific work is mentioned in a footnote on the same page. It says that a Hanoverian scientist had recently published a book entitled Über die Auflösung der Arten durch natürliche Zuchtwahl, in which he shows with great ingenuity that Darwin was wholly mistaken in tracing man back to the ape. On the contrary, he maintains that it is the ape which is evolved from man. He shows that, in the beginning, mankind were morally and physically the types and prototypes of our present race, and of our human dignity, by their beauty of form, regularity of feature, cranial development, nobility of sentiments, heroic impulses, and grandeur of ideal conception. This is a purely Brahmanic, Buddhistic, and Kabbalistic philosophy. The book is copiously illustrated with diagrams, tables, etc. It asserts that the gradual debasement and degradation of man, morally and physically, can be readily traced throughout the ethnological transformation down to our time. And as one portion has already degenerated into apes, so the civilized man of the present day will at last, under the action of the inevitable law of necessity, be also succeeded by like descendants. If we may judge of the future by the actual present, it certainly does seem possible that so unspiritual and materialistic a body should end as simia rather than as seraphs. But though the apes descend from man, it is certainly not the fact that the human monad, which has once reached the level of humanity, ever incarnates again in the form of an animal. End of note. The cycle of metempsychosis for the human monad is closed. For we are in the 4th round and the 5th root race. The reader will have to bear in mind, at any rate one who has made himself acquainted with esoteric Buddhism, that the stanzas which follow in this book and Book 2 speak of the evolution in our 4th round only. The latter is the cycle of the turning point, after which matter, having reached its lowest depths, begin to strive onward and to get spiritualized with every new race and with every fresh cycle. Therefore the student must take care not to see contradiction when there is none, as in esoteric Buddhism rounds are spoken of in general, while here only the 4th, or our present round, is meant. Then it was the work of formation, now it is that of reformation and evolutionary perfection. Finally, to close this chapter, and various but unavoidable misconceptions, we must refer to a statement in esoteric Buddhism which has produced a very fatal impression upon the minds of many theosophists. One unfortunate sentence from the work just referred to is constantly brought forward to prove the materialism of the doctrine. On page 48, 5th edition, the author, referring to the progress of organisms on the globes, says that the mineral kingdom will no more develop the vegetable than the earth was able to develop man from the ape, till it received an impulse. Whether this sentence renders literary the thought of the author, or is simply, as we believe it is, a lapsus calami, may remain an open question. It is really with surprise that we have ascertained the fact that esoteric Buddhism was so little understood by some theosophists as to have led them into the belief that it thoroughly supported Darwinian evolution, and especially the theory of the descent of man from a pithecoid ancestor. As one member writes, I suppose you realize that 3/4 of theosophists and even outsiders imagine that, as far as the evolution of man is concerned, Darwinism and theosophy kiss one another. Nothing of the kind was ever realized, nor is there any great warrant for it, so far as we know, in esoteric Buddhism. It has been repeatedly stated that the evolution as taught by Manu and Kapila was the groundwork of the modern teachings, but neither occultism nor theosophy has ever supported the wild theories of the present Darwinists, least of all the descent of man from an ape. Of this more hereafter. But one has only to turn to page 47 of Esoteric Buddhism, of the 5th edition, to find there the statement that man belongs to a kingdom distinctly separate from that of the animals. With such a plain and unequivocal statement before him, it is very strange that any careful student should have been so misled unless he is prepared to charge the author with a gross contradiction. Every round repeats on a high scale the evolutionary works of the preceding round. With the exception of some higher anthropoids, as just mentioned, the monadic inflow, or inner evolution, is at an end till the next Manvantara. It can never be too often repeated that the full-blown human monads have to be first disposed of before the new crop of candidates appear on this globe at the beginning of the next cycle. Thus there is a lull, and this is why, during the 4th round, man appears on earth earlier than any animal creation, as will be described. But it is still urged that the author of Esoteric Buddhism has preached Darwinism all along. Certain passages would undoubtedly seem to lend a countenance to this inference, besides which the occultists themselves are ready to concede partial correctness to the Darwinian hypothesis in later details, bylaws of evolution, and after the midway point of the 4th race. Of that which has taken place, physical science can really know nothing, for such matters lie entirely outside of its sphere of investigation. But what the occultists have never admitted, nor will they ever admit, is that man was an ape in this or in any other round, or that he ever could be one, however much he may have been ape-like. This is vouched for by the very authority from whom the author of Esoteric Buddhism got his information. Thus, to those who confront the occultists with these lines from the above-named volume, it is enough to show that we may as reasonably, and that we must, if we would talk about these matters at all, conceive a life impulse giving birth to mineral form as of the same sort of impulse concerned to raise a race of apes into a race of rudimentary men. To those who bring this passage forward as showing decided Darwinism, the occultists answer by pointing to the explanation of the master, Mr. Sinnett's teacher, which would contradict these lines, were they written in the spirit attributed to them. A copy of this letter was sent to the writer, together with others, 2 years ago, in 1886, with additional marginal remarks to quote from in The Secret Doctrine. It begins by considering the difficulty experienced by the Western student in reconciling some facts previously given with the evolution of man from the animal, that is, from the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms, and advises the student to hold to the doctrine of analogy and correspondences. Then it touches upon the mystery of the devas, and even gods, having to pass through states which it was agreed to refer to as inmetallization, inherbation, inzuization, and finally incarnation, and explains this by hinting at the necessity of failures even in the ethereal races of Jian-Kochans. Concerning this it says, "Still, as these failures are too far progressed and spiritualized to be thrown back forcibly from a Jian-Kochanship into the vortex of a new primordial evolution through the lower kingdoms," after which only a hint is given about the mystery contained in the allegory of the fallen Asuras, which will be expanded and explained in Book 2. When karma has reached them at this stage of human evolution, they will have to drink it to the last drop in the bitter cup of retribution. Then they become an active force and commingle with the elementals, the progressed entities of the pure animal kingdom, to develop little by little the full type of humanity. These Jian-Kochans, as we see, do not pass through the 3 kingdoms as do the lower Pitris, nor do they incarnate in man until the 3rd root race. Thus, as the teaching stands, man in the 1st round and 1st race on globe D, our Earth, was an ethereal being, a lunar dhyani, as man, non-intelligent but super-spiritual, and correspondingly, on the law of analogy, in the first race of the 4th round. In each of the subsequent races and sub-races, he grows more and more into an encased or incarnate being, but still preponderatingly ethereal. He is sexless, and, like the animal and vegetable, he develops monstrous bodies correspondential with his coarser surroundings. 2nd round. He, man, is still gigantic and ethereal, but growing firmer and more condensed in body, a more physical man, yet still less intelligent than spiritual, for mind is a slower and more difficult evolution than is the physical frame. 3rd round. He has now a perfectly concrete or compacted body, at first the form of a giant ape, and now more intelligent or rather cunning than spiritual. 4. On the downward arc, he has now reached a point where his primordial spirituality is eclipsed and overshadowed by nascent mentality. In the last half of the 3rd round, his gigantic stature decreases, and his body improves in texture, and he becomes a more rational being, though still more an ape than a diva. All this is almost exactly repeated in the 3rd root race of the 4th round. 4th round. Intellect has an enormous development in this round. The hitherto dumb races acquire our present human speech on this globe, on which, from the 4th race, language is perfected and knowledge increases. At this halfway point of the 4th round, as with the 4th root, or Atlantean race, humanity passes the axial point of the minor Manvantara cycle, the world teeming with the results of intellectual activity and spiritual decrease. This is from the authentic letter. What follows are the later remarks and additional explanations traced by the same hand in the form of footnotes. 1. The original letter contained general teaching, a bird's-eye view, and particularized nothing. To speak of a physical man, while limiting the statement to the early rounds, would be drifting back to the miraculous and instantaneous coats of skin. The first nature, the first body, the first mind, on the first plane of perception, on the first globe in the first round, is what was meant. For karma and evolution have, centered in our make, such strange extremes. From different natures, marvelously mixed. Note on natures. The natures of the 7 hierarchies or classes of Pitris and Diankochans, which compose our nature and bodies, are here meant. End of note. 2. Restore. He has now reached the point by analogy, and as the 3rd root race in the 4th round, where the angel man's primordial spirituality is eclipsed and overshadowed by nascent human mentality, and you have the true version on your thumbnail. These are the words of the teacher. Text, words and sentences in brackets, and explanatory footnotes. It stands to reason that there must be an enormous difference in such terms as objectivity and subjectivity, materiality and spirituality, when the same terms are applied to different planes of beings and perception. All this must be taken in its relative sense, and therefore there is little to be wondered at if, left to his own speculations, an author, however eager to learn, yet quite inexperienced in these abstruse teachings, has fallen into an error. Neither was the difference between the rounds and the races sufficiently defined in the letters received, nor was there anything of the kind required before, as the ordinary Eastern disciple would have found out the difference in a moment. Moreover, to quote from a letter of the Masters from the 1880s, the teachings were imparted under protest. They were, so to say, smuggled goods, and when I remained face to face with only one correspondent, the other, Mr. Name left out, had so far tossed all the cards into confusion that little remained to be said without trespassing upon law. Theosophists, whom it may concern, will understand what is meant. The outcome of all this is that nothing had ever been said in the letters to warrant the assurance that the occult doctrine has ever taught, or any adept believed in, the preposterous modern theory of the descent of man from a common ancestor with the ape, an anthropoid of the actual animal kind, unless metaphorically, is To this day, the world is more full of ape-like men than the woods are of men like apes. The ape is sacred in India because its origin is well known to the initiates, though concealed under a thick veil of allegory. Hanuman is the son of Pavana, Vayu, the god of the wind, by Anjana, a monster called Kesari, though his genealogy varies. The reader who bears this in mind will find in Book 2, in Passim, the whole explanation of this ingenious allegory. The quote, men unquote, of the third race who separated were quote, gods unquote, by their spirituality and purity, though senseless, and as yet destitute of mind, as men. These quote, men unquote, of the third race, the ancestors of the Atlanteans, were just such ape-like, intellectually senseless giants as were those beings who, during the third round, represented humanity. Morally irresponsible, it was these third race, quote, men, unquote, who, through promiscuous connection with animal species lower than themselves, created that missing link, which became ages later, in the tertiary period only, the remote ancestor of the real ape, as we find it now in the pithecoid family. Note. And if this is found clashing with that other statement which shows the animal later than man, then the reader is asked to bear in mind that the placental mammal only is meant. In those days there were animals of which zoology does not even dream in our own, and the modes of reproduction were not identical with the notions which modern physiology has upon the subject. It is not altogether convenient to touch upon such questions in public, but there is no contradiction or impossibility in this whatever. End of note. Thus, the earlier teachings, however unsatisfactory, vague, and fragmentary, did not teach the evolution of man from the ape, nor does the author of esoteric Buddhism assert it anywhere in his work in so many words, but owing to his inclination towards modern science, he uses language which might perhaps justify such an inference. The man who preceded the fourth, the Atlantean race, however much he may have looked physically like a gigantic ape, the counterfeit of a man who hath not the life of a man, was still a thinking and already a speaking man. The Lemur Atlantean was a highly civilized race, and if one accepts tradition, which is better history than the speculative fiction which now passes under that name, he was higher than we are with all our sciences and the degraded civilization of the day. At any rate, The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Part 1, Cosmic Evolution. 7 stanzas translated with commentaries from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 6, continued. 5. At the fourth round, or revolution of life and being around the 7 smaller wheels, the sons are told to create their images. 1/3 refuses. 2/3 obey. The full meaning of this sloka can be fully comprehended only after reading the detailed additional explanations, Anthropogenesis and its commentaries in Book 2. Between this sloka and the last, sloka 4 in the same stanza, extend long ages, and there now gleams the dawn and sunrise of another aeon. The drama enacted on our planet is at the beginning of its 4th act, but for a clear comprehension of the whole play, the reader will have to turn back before he can proceed onward, for this verse belongs to the general cosmogony given in the archaic volumes, whereas Book 2 will give a detailed account of the creation, or rather the formation of the first human beings, followed by the second humanity, and then by the third, or as they are called, the first, second, and the third root races. As the solid earth began by being a ball of liquid fire, of fiery dust, and its protoplasmic phantom, so did man. That which is meant by the qualification the fourth is explained as the 4th round, only on the authority of the commentaries. It can equally mean 4th eternity, as a fourth round, or even the fourth hour globe. For, as will repeatedly be shown, it is the fourth sphere on the fourth or lowest plane of material life, and it so happens that we are in the fourth round, at the middle point of which the perfect equilibrium between spirit and matter had to take place. Note, it was, as we shall see, at this period, during the highest point of civilization and knowledge, as also of human intellectuality of the fourth Atlantean race, that owing to the final crisis of physiologico-spiritual adjustment of the races, humanity branched off into its two diametrically opposite paths, the right and the left-hand paths of knowledge, or avidya. Thus were the germs of the white and the black magic sown in those days. The seeds lay latent for some time, to sprout only during the early period of the fifth hour race. From commentary. End of note. Says the commentary explaining the verse, the holy youths, the gods, refuse to multiply and create species after their likeness, after their kind. They are not fit forms, rupas, for us. They have to grow. They refuse to enter the kayas, shadows or images, of their inferiors. Thus had selfish feeling prevailed from the beginning, even among the gods, and they fell under the eye of the karmic lipikas. They had to suffer for it in later births. How the punishment reached the gods will be seen in the second volume. Stanza 6 continued. 6. The curse is pronounced. They will be born in the fourth race, suffer and cause suffering. This is the first war. The curse is pronounced. It is a universal tradition that, before the psychological fall, propagation of one's kind, whether human or animal, took place through the will of the creators or of their progeny. It was the fall of spirit into generation, not the fall of mortal man. It has already been stated that to become a self-conscious spirit, the latter must pass through every cycle of being, culminating in its highest point on earth in man. Spirit per se is an unconscious negative abstraction. Its purity is inherent, not acquired by merit. Hence, as already shown, to become the highest Dhyan, it is necessary for each ego to attain to full self-consciousness as a human, that is, conscious being, which is synthesized for us in man. The Jewish Kabbalists, arguing that no spirit could belong to the divine hierarchy unless ruach, spirit, was united to nefesh, living soul, only repeat the Eastern esoteric teaching. A dhyani has to be an atma buddhi, once the buddhimanas breaks loose from its immortal atma, of which it, buddhi, is the vehicle. Atman passes into non-being, which is absolute being. This means that the purely nirvanic state is a passage of spirit back to the ideal abstraction of beingness, which has no relation to the plane on which our universe is accomplishing its cycle. They will be born in the fourth race, suffer and cause suffering. The curse is pronounced does not mean, in this instance, that any personal being, God or superior spirit, pronounced it, but simply that the cause which could but create bad results had been generated, and that the effects of a karmic cause could lead the beings that counteracted the laws of nature, and thus impeded her legitimate progress, only to bad incarnations, hence to suffering. This is the first war. There were many wars refers to several struggles of adjustment, spiritual, cosmical, and astronomical, but chiefly to the mystery of the evolution of man as he is now. Powers, pure essences, that were told to create, is a sentence that relates to a mystery explained as already said elsewhere. It is not only one of the most hidden secrets of nature, that of generation, of whose solution the embryologists have vainly put their heads together, but likewise a divine function that involves that other religious or rather dogmatic mystery, the fall of the angels, as it is called. Satan and his rebellious host would thus prove, when the meaning of the allegory is explained, to have refused to create physical man only to become the direct saviors and the creators of divine man. The symbolical teaching is more than mystical and religious. It is purely scientific, as will be seen later on, for instead of remaining a mere blind, functioning medium, impelled and guided by a fathomless law, the, quote, rebellious, unquote, angel claimed and enforced his right of independent judgment and will, his right of free agency and responsibility, since man and angel are alike under karmic law. Note: explaining Kabbalistic views, the author of the New Aspects of Life says of the fallen angels that, according to the symbolical teaching, spirit, from being simply a functionary agent of God, became volitional in its developed and developing action, and, substituting its own will for the divine desire in its regard, so fell. Hence the kingdom and reign of spirits and spiritual action, which flow from and are the product of spirit volition, are outside and contrasted with, and in contradiction to, the kingdom of souls and divine action. So far, so good. But what does the author mean by saying, when man was created, he was human in constitution, with human affections, human hopes and aspirations? From this state he fell into the brute and savage. This is diametrically opposite to our Eastern teaching, and even to the Kabbalistic notion so far as we understand it, and to the Bible itself. This looks like corporealism and substantialism coloring positive philosophy, though it is rather hard to feel quite sure of the author's meaning. See page 235. A fall, however, from the natural into the supernatural and the animal, supernatural meaning the purely spiritual in this case, means what we suggest. End of note. And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought, and his angels, and prevailed not. Neither was their place found any more in heaven, and the dragon was cast out, that old serpent, called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. The Kabbalistic version of the same story is given in the Codex Nazareus, the scripture of the Nazarenes, the real mystic Christians of John the Baptist and the initiator of Christos. Bahagzivu, the father of the genii, is ordered to construct creatures, to create. But as he is ignorant of Orcus, he fails to do so, and calls in Phaethahil, a still purer spirit, to his aid, who fails still worse. This is a repetition of the failure of the fathers, the lords of light, to fail one after the other. Book 2, Sloka 17. We will now quote from our earlier volumes. Then steps on the stage of creation the spirit of the earth, so-called, or the soul, psyche, which St. James calls devilish. The lower portion, the anima mundi, or astral light. See the close of this sloka. Note, and then steps on the stage of creation the spirit. On the authority of Irenaeus, of Justin Martyr, and the Codex itself, Dunlap shows that the Nazarenes regarded spirit as a female and evil power in its connection with our earth. Dunlap, Sod, the Son of Man, page 52, end of note. With the Nazarenes and the Gnostics, this spirit was feminine. Thus the spirit of the earth, perceiving that for Phaethahil, the newest man, meaning the latest, the splendor was changed, and that for splendor existed decrease and damage, she wakes Karaptanos, who was frantic and without sense and judgment, and says to him, "Arise, see the splendor," the light, "of the newest man." Phaethahil has failed to produce or create man. The decrease of this splendor is visible. Rise up, come with thy mother, the spiritus, and free thee from limits by which thou art held, and those more ample than the whole world. After which follows the union of the frantic and blind matter, guided by the insinuations of the spirit, not the divine breath, but the astral spirit, which by its double essence is already tainted with matter. and the offer of the mother being accepted, the spiritus conceives 7 figures and the 7 stellas, planets, which represent also the 7 capital sins, the progeny of an astral soul separated from its divine source, spirit and matter, the blind demon of concupiscence. Seeing this, Fetahil extends his hand towards the abyss of matter and says, "Let the earth exist, just as the abode of the powers has existed." Dipping his hand in the chaos which he condenses, he creates our planet. Note on Karaptanos, the spirit of matter and concupiscence. Kamarupa, minus manas, mind. End of note. Note on Fetahil, etc. See Frank's Codex Nazareus and Dunlap's Sod, the Son of the Man. End of note. Then the Codex proceeds to tell how the Bahak Zivu was separated from the Spiritus, and the Genii or angels from the rebels. Note, see Codex Nazareus, Volume 2, page 233. End of note. Then Manu, the greatest, who dwells with the greatest Ferhu, called Kebarzivu, known also by the name of Nebatyavar bar Yufin Ifafin, helm, and vine of the food of life, he being the third life, and commiserating the rebellious and foolish genii, on account of the magnitude of their ambition, says, Lord of the genii, aeons, see what the genii, the rebellious angels, do, and about what they are consulting. Note on Manu. This Manu of the Nazarenes strangely resembles the Hindu Manu, the heavenly man of the Rig Vedas. End of note. Note on helm and vine of the food of life. I am the true vine, and my Father is the husbandman. From John chapter 15, verse 1. End of note. Note on Lord of the Genii. With the Gnostics, Christ, as well as Michael, who is identical with him in some respects, was the chief of the aeons. End of note. Note on what the genii and rebellious angels do. See Codex Nazareus, Volume 1, page 135. End of note. They say, let us call for the world, and let us call the powers into existence. The genii are the principles, the sons of light, but thou art the messenger of life. Note, from the same source, meaning Codex Nazareus. And in order to counteract the influence of the 7 badly disposed principles, the progeny of Spiritus, Kabaraziu, the mighty Lord of Splendor, produces 7 other lives, the cardinal virtues, who shine in their own form and light from on high, and thus re-establish the balance between good and evil, light and darkness. Note on shine in their own form and light from on high. See the cosmogony of Pherecydes. End of note. Here one finds a repetition of the early allegorical dual systems, as the Zoroastrian, and detects a germ of the dogmatic and dualistic religions of the future, a germ which has grown into such a luxuriant tree in ecclesiastical Christianity. It is already the outline of the 2, quote, supremes, unquote, God and Satan, but in the stanzas no such idea exists. Most of the Western Christian Kabbalists, preeminently Eliphas Levi, in their desire to reconcile the occult sciences with church dogmas, did their best to make of the astral light only, and preeminently the pleroma of early church fathers, the abode of the hosts of the fallen angels, of the archons and powers. But the astral light, while only the low aspect of the absolute, is yet dual. It is the anima mundi, and ought never to be viewed otherwise, except for Kabbalistic purposes. The difference which exists between its light and its living fire ought to be ever present in the mind of the seer and the psychic. The higher aspect, without which only creatures of matter from that astral light can be produced, is this living fire, and it is the 7th principle. It is said in Isis Unveiled, in a complete description of it, quote, the astral light or anima mundi is dual and bisexual. The ideal male part of it is purely divine and spiritual. It is the wisdom. It is spirit or Purusha, while the female portion, the spiritus of the Nazarenes, is tainted, in one sense, with matter, is indeed matter, and therefore is evil already. It is the life principle of every living creature, and furnishes the astral soul, the fluidic perisprit, to men, animals, fowls of the air, and everything living. Animals have only the latent germ of the highest immortal soul in them. This latter will develop only after a series of countless evolutions, the doctrine of which evolution is contained in the Kabbalistic axiom: a stone becomes a plant a beast a man a spirit, and the spirit a god. Volume 1, page 301, note. And unquote. The 7 principles of the Eastern initiates had not been explained when Isis was written, but only the 3 Kabbalistic phases of the semi-exoteric Kabbalah. Note. They are found, however, in the Chaldean Book of Numbers. End of note. But these contain the description of the mystic natures of the first group of the Ankochans in the Regimen Ignis, the region and rule or government of fire, which group is divided into 3 classes, synthesized by the first, which makes 4, or the Tetractys. See comments on stanza 7, Book 1. If one studies the comments attentively, he will find the same progression in the angelic natures, meaning from the passive down to the active, the last of these beings being as near to the ahamkara element, the region or plane wherein egoship, or the feeling of I-amness, is beginning to be defined, as the first ones are near to the undifferentiated essence. The former are rupa incorporeal, the latter rupa corporeal. In Volume 2 of Isis, page 183 et sequens, the philosophical systems of the Gnostics and the primitive Jewish Christians, the Nazarenes and the Ebionites, are fully considered. They show the views held in those days, outside the circle of Mosaic Jews, about Jehovah. He was identified by all the Gnostics with the evil rather than with the good principle. For them he was Ildabaut, the son of darkness, whose mother, Sophia Akamot, was the daughter of Sophia, the divine wisdom, the female Holy Ghost of the early Christians, Akasha, while Sophia Akamot personified the lower astral light or ether. Note. The astral light stands in the same relation to Akasha and Anima Mundi, as Satan stands to the deity. They are one and the same thing seen from 2 aspects, the spiritual and the psychic, the super-ethereal or connecting link between matter and pure spirit, and the physical. See for the difference between nous, the higher divine wisdom, and psyche, the lower and terrestrial. St. James, chapter 3, verses 15 to 17. Vide Demon est Deus inversus, part 2 of this volume. End of note. Ildabaut, or Jehovah, is simply one of the Yelachim, the 7 creative spirits, and one of the lower Sephiroth. Note. Ildabaut is a compound name made up of Ilda, a child, and Baut, both from the Hebrew word for the egg, and Baut, meaning chaos, emptiness, void, or desolation, or the child born in the egg of chaos, like Brahma. End of note. He produced from himself 7 other gods, stellar spirits, or the lunar ancestors, for they are all the same. Note. Jehovah's connection with the moon in the Kabbalah is well known to students. End of note. Note on all the same. About the Nazarenes, see Isis Volume 2, page 131 and 132. The true followers of the true Christos were all Nazarenes and Christians, and were the opponents of the later Christians. End of note. They are all in his own image, the spirits of the face, and the reflections one of the other, and have become darker and more material as they successively receded from their originator. They also inhabit 7 regions disposed like a ladder, as its rungs slope up and down the scale of spirit and matter. Note. Vide supra, the diagram of the lunar ring of 7 worlds, where, as in our or any other chain, the upper worlds are spiritual, while the lowest, whether moon, earth, or any planet, is dark with matter. End of note. With pagans and Christians, with Hindus and Chaldeans, with the Greek, as with the Roman Catholics, with the slight variation of the texts in their interpretations, they all were the genii of the 7 planets, as of the 7 planetary spheres of our septenary chain, of which Earth is the lowest. See Isis, Volume 2, page 186. This connects the quote stellar unquote and quote lunar unquote spirits with the high planetary angels and the Saptarishis, the 7 rishis of the stars of the Hindus, as subordinate angels, messengers to these rishis, the emanations on the descending scale of the former. Such, in the opinion of the philosophical Gnostics, were the god and the archangels now worshipped by the Christians. The quote fallen angels unquote, and the legend of the war in heaven is thus purely pagan in its origin and comes from India via Persia and Chaldea. The only reference to it in the Christian canon is found in Revelations 12, as quoted a few pages back. Thus, quote Satan unquote, once he ceases to be viewed in the superstitious, dogmatic, unphilosophical spirit of the churches, grows into the grandiose image of one who made of terrestrial a divine man, who gave him, throughout the long cycle of Mahakalpa, the law of the spirit of life, and made him free from the sin of ignorance, hence of death. See the section on Satan in Part 2, Volume 2. Stanza 6 continued. 6. The older wheels rotated downward and upward. Here, having finished for the time being with our side issues, which, however they may break the flow of the narrative, are necessary for the elucidation of the whole scheme, the reader must return once more to cosmogony. The phrase older wheels refers to the worlds or globes of our chain as they were during the previous rounds. The present stanza, when explained esoterically, is found embodied entirely in the Kabbalistic works. Therein will be found the very history of the evolution of those countless globes which evolve after a periodical pralaya, rebuilt from old material into new forms. The previous globes disintegrate and reappear transformed and perfected for a new phase of life. In the Kabbalah, worlds are compared to sparks which fly from under the hammer of the great architect, Law, the law which rules all the smaller creators. The following comparative diagram, page 200, shows the identity between the two systems, the Kabbalistic and the Eastern. The 3 upper are the 3 high planes of consciousness, revealed and explained in both schools only to the initiates. The lower ones represent the 4 lower planes, the lowest plane being our plane, or the visible universe. These 7 planes correspond to the 7 states of consciousness in man. It remains with him to attune the 3 higher states in himself to the 3 higher planes in cosmos. But before he can attempt to attune, he must awaken the 3, quote, seats, unquote, to life and activity, and how many are capable of bringing themselves to even superficial comprehension of Atmavidya, spirit knowledge, or what is called by the Sufis Rohani. In section 7th of this book, in subsection 3, the reader will find a still clear explanation of the above in the commentary upon Saptaparna, the man-plant. See also the section of that name in Part 2. The mother spawn filled the whole cosmos. There were battles fought between the creators and the destroyers, and battles fought for space, the seed appearing and reappearing continuously. Notes. The reader is reminded that cosmos often means, in our stanzas only, our own solar system, not the infinite universe. Note, and there were battles fought between the creators, etc. This is purely astronomical. End of notes. This seed appears and disappears continuously. Here, seed stands for the world germ, viewed by science as material particles in a highly attenuated condition, but in occult physics as spiritual particles, that is, supersensus matter existing in a state of primeval differentiation. Note. To see and appreciate the difference, the immense gulf that separates terrestrial matter from the finer grace of supersensuous matter, every astronomer, every chemist and physicist ought to be a psychometer, to say the least. He ought to be able to sense for himself the difference in which he now refuses to believe. Mrs. Elizabeth Denton, one of the most learned and also one of the most materialistic and skeptical women of her age, the wife of Professor Denton, the well-known American geologist and the author of The Soul of Things, was nevertheless one of the most wonderful psychometers some years ago. This is what she described in one of her experiments, with a particle of a meteorite placed on her forehead in an envelope. The lady, not being aware what it contained, said, quote, "What a difference between that which we recognize as matter here and that which seems like matter there. In the one, the elements are so coarse and so angular. I wonder that we can endure it all, much more that we can desire to continue our present relations to it. In the other, all the elements are so refined, they are so free from those great rough angularities which characterize the elements here, that I can but regard that as by so much the more than this, the real existence." Unquote, from Volume 3, pages 345 to 346. End of note. In theogony, every seed is an ethereal organism, from which evolves later on a celestial being, a god. In the quote, beginning, unquote, that which is called, in mystic phraseology, cosmic desire, evolves into absolute light. Now, light without any shadow would be absolute light, in other words, absolute darkness, as physical science seeks to prove. That shadow appears under the form of primordial matter, allegorized, if one likes, in the shape of the spirit of creative fire or heat. If, rejecting the poetical form and allegory, science chooses to see in this the primordial fire mist, it is welcome to do so, whether one way or the other, whether Fohat or the famous force of science, nameless, and as difficult of definition as our Fohat himself. That something caused the universe to move with circular motion, as Plato has it, or, as the occult teaching expresses it, the central sun causes Fohat to collect primordial dust in the form of balls, to impel them to move in converging lines, and finally to approach each other and aggregate. From the Book of Jian. Being scattered in space, without order or system, the world germs come into frequent collision until their final aggregation, after which they become wanderers, comets. Then the battles and struggles begin. The older bodies attract the younger, while the others repel them. Many perish, devoured by their stronger companions. Those that escape become worlds. Note: when carefully analyzed and reflected upon, this will be found as scientific as science could make it, even at our late period. End of note. We have been assured that there exist several modern works of speculative fancy upon such struggles for life in sidereal heaven, especially in the German language. We rejoice to hear it, for ours is an occult teaching lost in the darkness of archaic ages. We have treated of it fully in Isis Unveiled, and the idea of Darwinian-like evolution, of struggle for life and supremacy, and of the survival of the fittest among the hosts above as the hosts below, runs throughout both the volumes of our earlier work written in 1876. See index in Isis Unveiled, at the words Evolution, Darwin, Kapila, Battle of Life, etc., etc. But the idea was not ours. It is that of antiquity. Even the Puranic writers have ingeniously interwoven allegory with cosmic facts and human events. Any symbologist may discern the astrocosmical allusion, even though he may be unable to grasp the whole meaning. The great wars in heaven, in the Puranas, the wars of the Titans, in Hesiod and other classical writers, the struggles also in the Egyptian legend between Osiris and Typhon, and even those in the Scandinavian legends, all refer to the same subject. Northern mythology refers to it as the Battle of the Flames, the sons of Muspel, who fought on the field of Vigred. All these relate to heaven and earth, and have a double and often even a triple meaning, and esoteric application to things above as to things below. They relate severely to astronomical, theogonical, and human struggles, to the adjustment of orbs and the supremacy among nations and tribes. The struggle for existence and the survival of the fittest reigned supreme from the moment that cosmos manifested into being, and could hardly escape the observant eye of the ancient sages. Hence the incessant fights of Indra, the god of the firmament, with the Asuras, degraded from high gods into cosmic demons, and with Viritri or Ahi, the battles fought between stars and constellations, between moon and planets, later on incarnated as kings and mortals. Hence also the war in heaven of Michael and his host against the dragon, Jupiter and Lucifer, Venus, when a third of the stars of the rebellious host was hurled down into space, and its place was found no more in heaven. As said long ago, this is the basic and fundamental stone of the secret cycles. It shows that the Brahmins and the Tanaim speculated on the creation and development of the world quite in a Darwinian way, both anticipating him and his school in the natural selection of species, the survival of the fittest, and transformation. There were old worlds that perished, conquered by the new, etc., etc. See Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, page 260. The assertion that all the worlds, stars, planets, etc., as soon as a nucleus of primordial substance in the Laya, undifferentiated state, is informed by the freed principles of a just deceased sidereal body, become first comets, and then suns to cool down to inhabitate worlds, is a teaching as old as the rishis. Thus the secret books distinctly teach, as we see, an astronomy that would not be rejected even by modern speculation, could the latter thoroughly understand its teachings. For archaic astronomy and the ancient physical and mathematical sciences expressed views identical with those of modern science, and many of far more momentous import. A struggle for life, as the survival of the fittest in the worlds above, as on our planet here below, are distinctly taught. This teaching, however, although it would not be entirely rejected by science, is sure to be repudiated as an integral whole, for it avers that there are only 7 self-born primordial gods emanated from the Trinitarian One. In other words, it means that all the worlds or sidereal bodies, always on strict analogy, are formed one from the other, after the primordial manifestation at the beginning of the great age is accomplished. The birth of the celestial bodies in space is compared to a crowd or multitude of pilgrims at the festival of the fires. 7 ascetics appear on the threshold of the temple with 7 lighted sticks of incense. At the light of these, the first row of pilgrims light their incense sticks, after which every ascetic begins whirling his stick around his head in space, and furnishes the rest with fire. Thus with the heavenly bodies. A Laya center is lighted and awakened into life by the fires of another pilgrim, after which the new center rushes into space and becomes a comet. It is only after losing its velocity and hence its fiery tail that the fiery dragon settles down into quiet and steady life as a regular, respectable citizen of the sidereal family. Therefore it is said, born in the unfathomable depths of space, out of the homogeneous element called the world soul, every nucleus of cosmic matter, suddenly launched into being, begins life under the most hostile circumstances. Through a series of countless ages, it has to conquer for itself a place in the infinitudes. It circles round and round between dense and already fixed bodies, moving by jerks and pulling towards some given point or center that attracts it, trying to avoid, like a ship drawn into a channel dotted with reefs and sunken rocks, other bodies that draw and repel it in turn. Many perish, their mass disintegrating through stronger masses, and, when born within a system, chiefly within the insatiable stomachs of various suns. See commentary to stanza 4. Those which move slower and are propelled into an elliptic course are doomed to annihilation sooner or later. Others moving in parabolic curves generally escape destruction, owing to their velocity. Some very critical readers will perhaps imagine that this teaching, as to the cometary stage passed through by all heavenly bodies, is in contradiction with the statements just made as to the moon being the mother of the earth. They will perhaps fancy that intuition is needed to harmonize the two. But no intuition is in truth required. What does science know of comets, their genesis, growth, and ultimate behavior? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And what is there so impossible that a layer center, a lump of cosmic protoplasm, homogeneous and latent, when suddenly animated or fired up, should rush from its bed in space and whirl throughout the abyssal depths in order to strengthen its homogeneous organism by an accumulation and addition of differentiated elements? And why should not such a comet settle in life, live, and become an inhabited globe? The abodes of Fohat are many, it is said. He places his 4 fiery electro-positive suns in the 4 circles. These circles are the equator, the ecliptic, and the 2 parallels of declination, or the tropics, to preside over the climates of which are placed the 4 mystical entities. Then again, other 7 suns are commissioned to preside over the 7 hot and 7 cold lokas, the hells of the orthodox Brahmins, at the 2 ends of the egg of matter, our earth and its poles. The 7 lokas are also called the rings elsewhere, and the circles. The ancients made the polar circles 7 instead of 2, as Europeans do, for Mount Meru, which is the North Pole, is said to have 7 gold and 7 silver steps leading to it. The strange statement made in one of the stanzas, "The songs of Fohat and his sons were radiant as the noontide sun and the moon combined," and that the 4 songs of the middle fourfold circle saw their father's songs and heard his solar Selenic radiance, is explained in the commentary in these words: "The agitation of the Fohatic forces at the 2 cold ends, north and south poles, of the earth, which resulted in a multicolored radiance at night, have in them several of the properties of akasha, ether, color and sound as well. Sound is the characteristic of akasha, ether. It generates air, the property of which is touch, which, by friction, becomes productive of color and light." From Vishnu Purana. Perhaps the above will be regarded as archaic nonsense, but it will be better comprehended if the reader remembers the aurora borealis and australis, both of which take place at the very centers of terrestrial electric and magnetic forces. The 2 poles are said to be the storehouses, the receptacles and liberators at the same time, of cosmic and terrestrial vitality, electricity, from the surplus of which the earth, had it not been for these 2 natural safety valves, would have been rent to pieces long ago. At the same time, it is now a theory that has lately become an axiom that the phenomenon of polar light is accompanied by and productive of strong sounds like whistling, hissing, and cracking. But see Professor Trumholt's works on the aurora borealis and his correspondence regarding this moot question. Stanza 6 continued. 7. Make thy calculations, Ulanu, if thou wouldst learn the correct age of thy small wheel, chain. Its 4th spoke is our mother, Earth. The small wheel is our chain of spheres, and the 4th spoke is our Earth, the 4th in the chain. It is one of those on which the hot, positive breath of the sun has a direct effect. Note, the 7 fundamental transformations of the globes or heavenly spheres, or rather of their constituent particles of matter, is described as follows. 1. The homogeneous. 2. The aeriform and radiant, gases. 3. Curd-like, nebulous. 4. Atomic, ethereal, beginning of motion, hence of differentiation. 5. Germinal, fiery, differentiated, but composed of the germs only of the elements in their earliest states, they having 7 states, when completely developed, on our earth. 6. Fourfold, vapory, the future earth. 7. Cold and depending on the sun for life and light. End of note. To calculate its age, however, as the pupil is asked to do in the stanza, is rather difficult, since we are not given the figures of the great kalpa. and are not allowed to publish those of our small yugas, except as to the approximate duration of these. The old wheels rotated for one eternity and 1/2 of an eternity, it says. We know that by eternity the 7th part of 311 trillion 40 billions of years, or an age of Brahma, is meant. But what of that? We also know that, to begin with, if we take for our basis the above figures, we have first of all to eliminate from the 100 years of Brahma, or 311 trillion 40 billion years, 2 years taken up by the sandhyas, twilights, which leaves 98, as we have to bring it to the mystical combination 14 by 7. But we have no knowledge at what time precisely the evolution and formation of our little earth began. Therefore it is impossible to calculate its age unless the time of its birth is given, which the teachers refuse to do so far. At the close of this book and in Book 2, however, some chronological hints will be given. We must remember, moreover, that the law of analogy holds good for the worlds as it does for man, and that as the one deity becomes 2, diva or angel, and 2 becomes 3, or man, etc., etc., so we are taught that the Kurds, world stuff, become wanderers, comets, these become stars, and the stars the centers of vortices, our sun and planets, to put it briefly. Note, this cannot be so very unscientific, since Descartes thought also that the planets rotate on their axis because they were once lucid stars, the centers of vortices. End of note. Reach the 4th fruit, or the 4th path of knowledge that leads to nirvana, and thou shalt comprehend, for thou shalt see. There are 4 grades of initiation mentioned in esoteric works, which are known respectively in Sanskrit as Skrochapanna, Sagardagan, Anagamin, and Arhan, the 4 paths to Nirvana, in this our 4th round, bearing the same appellations. The Arhan, though he can see the past, the present, and the future, is not yet the highest initiate, for the adept himself, the initiated candidate, becomes chela, pupil, to a higher initiate. 3 further higher grades have to be conquered by the Arhan, who would reach the apex of the ladder of arhatship. There are those who have reached it, even in this 5th race of ours, but the faculties necessary for the attainment of these high grades will be fully developed in the average ascetic only at the end of this root race, and in the 6th and 7th. Thus there will always be initiates, and the profane till the end of this minor manvantara, the present life cycle. The airheads of the fire mist of the 7th rung are but one remove from the root base of their hierarchy, the highest on earth, and our terrestrial chain. This root base has a name which can only be translated by several compound words into English. The ever-living human banyan. This wondrous being descended from a high region, they say, in the early part of the 3rd age, before the separation of the sexes of the 3rd race. This 3rd race is sometimes called collectively the sons of passive yoga, that is, it was produced unconsciously by the 2nd race, which, as it was intellectually inactive, is supposed to have been constantly plunged in a kind of blank or abstract contemplation, as required by the conditions of the yoga state. In the first or earlier portion of the existence of the 3rd race, while it was yet in the state of purity, the sons of wisdom who, as will be seen, incarnated in this 3rd race, produced by Kriya Shakti a progeny called the sons of Ad, or of the fire mist, the sons of will and yoga, etc. They were a conscious production, as a portion of the race was already animated with the divine spark of spiritual superior intelligence. It was not a race, this progeny. It was at first a wondrous being called the Initiator, and after him a group of semi-divine and semi-human beings, set apart in archaic Genesis for certain purposes, they are those in whom are said to have incarnated the highest Dhyanis, Munis and Rishis from previous Manvantaras, to form the nursery for future human adepts on this earth and during the present cycle. These sons of will and yoga, born, so to speak, in an immaculate way, remained, it is explained, entirely apart from the rest of mankind. The being just referred to, which has to remain nameless, is the tree from which, in subsequent ages, all the great historically known sages and hierophants, such as the Rishi Kapila, Hermes, Enoch, Orpheus, etc., etc., have branched off. As objective man, he is the mysterious to the profane, the ever-invisible, yet ever-present personage about whom legends are rife in the East, especially among the occultists and the students of the sacred science. It is he who changes form, yet remains ever the same, and it is he again who holds spiritual sway over the initiated adepts throughout the whole world. He is, as said, the nameless one, who has so many names, and yet whose names and whose very nature are unknown. He is the initiator, called the Great Sacrifice, for sitting at the threshold of light, who looks into it from within the circle of darkness, which he will not cross, nor will he quit his post till the last day of this life cycle. Why does the solitary watcher remain at his self-chosen post? Why does he sit by the fountain of primeval wisdom, of which he drinks no longer, as he has naught to learn which he does not know, neither on this earth, nor in its heaven? Because the lonely, sore-footed pilgrims on their way back to their home are never sure to the last moment of not losing their way in the limitless desert of illusion and matter called earth life. Because he would fain show the way to that region of freedom and light, from which he is a voluntary exile himself, to every prisoner who has succeeded in liberating himself from the bonds of flesh and illusion. Because, in short, he has sacrificed himself for the sake of mankind, though but a few elect may profit by the great sacrifice. It is under the direct, silent guidance of this Maha, great Guru, that all the other less divine teachers and instructors of mankind became, from the first awakening of human consciousness, the guides of early humanity. It is through these sons of God that infant humanity got its first notions of all the arts and sciences, as well as of spiritual knowledge, and it is they who have laid the first foundation stone of those ancient civilizations that puzzle so sorely our modern generation of students and scholars. Note: let those who doubt this statement explain the mystery of the extraordinary knowledge possessed by the ancients, alleged to have developed from lower and animal-like savages, the cavemen of the Paleolithic age, on any other equally reasonable grounds. Let them turn to such works as those of Vitruvius Pollio of the Augustan age, on architecture for instance, in which all the rules of proportions are those taught anciently at initiations, if he would acquaint himself with the truly divine art, and understand the deep esoteric significance hidden in every rule and law of proportion. No man descended from a Paleolithic cave-dweller could ever evolve such a science unaided, even in millenniums of thought and intellectual evolution. It is the pupils of those incarnated rishis and devas of the third root race who handed their knowledge from one generation to another, to Egypt and Greece, with its now lost canon of proportion, as it is the disciples of the initiates of the fourth, the Atlanteans, who handed it over to their Cyclops, the sons of Cycles, or from the infinite, from whom the name passed to the still later generations of Gnostic priests. It is owing to the divine perfection of those architectural proportions that the ancients could build those wonders of the subsequent ages, their fanes, pyramids, cave temples, cromlechs, cairns, altars, proving they had the powers of machinery and a knowledge of mechanics to which modern skill is like a child's play, and which that skill refers to itself as the works of 100-handed giants. See Book of God, Kinney. Modern architects may not altogether have neglected those rules, but they have superadded enough empirical innovations to destroy those just proportions. It is Vitruvius who gave to posterity the rules of construction to the Grecian temples erected to the immortal gods, and the 10 books of Marcus Vitruvius Pollio on architecture of one, in short, who was an initiate, can only be studied esoterically. The druidical circles, the dolmen, the temples of India, Egypt and Greece, the towers, and the 127 towns in Europe which were found Cyclopean in origin by the French Institute, are all the work of initiated priest-architects, the descendants of those primarily taught by the sons of God, justly called the builders. This is what appreciative posterity says to those descendants. They used neither mortar nor cement, nor steel, nor iron to cut the stones with, and yet they were so artfully wrought that in many places the joints are not seen, though many of the stones, as in Peru, are 18 feet thick, and in the walls of the fortress of Cusco there are stones of a still greater size, Acosta 6:14. Again, the walls of Syene, built 5,400 years ago, when that spot was exactly under the tropic, which it has now ceased to be, were so constructed that at noon, at the precise moment of the solar solstice, the entire disk of the sun was seen reflected on their surface, a work which the united skill of all the astronomers of Europe would not now be able to effect. From Kinney, Book of God. End of note. Although these matters were barely hinted at in Isis Unveiled, it will be well to remind the reader of what was said in Volume 1, pages 587 to 593, concerning a certain sacred island in Central Asia, and to refer him for further details to the chapter in Book 2 on the Sons of God and the Sacred Island. A few more explanations, however, though thrown out in a fragmentary form, may help the student to obtain a glimpse into the present mystery. To state at least one detail concerning these mysterious sons of God in plain words, it is from them, these Brahmaputras, that the high Dvijas, the initiated Brahmins of old justly claimed descent, while the modern Brahmin would have the lowest castes believe literally that they were issued direct from the mouth of Brahma. This is the esoteric teaching, which adds moreover that, although these descendants, spiritually of course, from the sons of will and yoga, became in time divided into opposite sexes, as their Kriya Shakti progenitors did themselves later on, yet even their degenerate descendants have down to the present day retained veneration and respect for the creative function, and still regard it in the light of a religious ceremony, whereas the more civilized nations consider it as a mere animal function. Compare the Western views and practice in these matters with the institutions of Manu in regard to the laws of Grihastha and married life. The true Brahmin is thus indeed he whose 7 forefathers have drunk the juice of the moon plant, Soma, and whose a Trishuparna, for he has understood the secret of the Vedas. And to this day, such Brahmins know that, during its early beginnings, psychic and physical intellect being dormant and consciousness still undeveloped, the spiritual conceptions of that race were quite unconnected with its physical surroundings. That divine man dwelt in his animal, though externally human, form, and, if there was instinct in him, no self-consciousness came to enlighten the darkness of the latent fifth principle. When moved by the law of evolution, the laws of wisdom infused into him the spark of consciousness. The first feeling it awoke to life and activity was a sense of solidarity, of oneness with his spiritual creators. As the child's first feeling is for its mother and nurse, so the first aspirations of the awakening consciousness in primitive man were for those whose element he felt within himself, and who yet were outside, and independent of him. Devotion arose out of that feeling, and became the first and foremost motor in his nature, for it is the only one which is natural in our heart, which is innate in us, and which we find alike in human babe and the young of the animal. This feeling of irrepressible, instinctive aspiration in primitive man is beautifully, and one may say intuitionally, described by Carlyle. "The great antique heart," he exclaims, "how like a child's in its simplicity, like a man's in its earnest solemnity and depth. Heaven lies over him wheresoever he goes or stands on the earth, making all the earth a mystic temple to him, the earth's business all a kind of worship. Glimpses of bright creatures flash in the common sunlight. Angels yet hover, doing God's messages among men. Wonder, miracle, encompass the man. He lives in an element of miracle, a great law of duty, high as these two infinitudes, heaven and hell, dwarfing all else, annihilating all else. It was reality, and it is one. The garment only of it is dead. The essence of it lives through all times and all eternity." Note: that which was natural in the sight of primitive man has become only now miracle to us, and that which was to him a miracle could never be expressed in our language. End of note. It lives undeniably, and has settled in all its ineradicable strength and power in the Asiatic Aryan heart from the third race, direct through its first mind-born sons, the fruits of Kriya Shakti. As time rolled on, the holy caste of initiates produced but rarely, and from age to age, such perfect creatures, being apart inwardly, though the same as those who produced them outwardly. While in the infancy of the third primitive race, a creature of a more exalted kind was wanting yet, and therefore was designed, conscious of thought, of more capacious breast, for empire formed and fit to rule the rest. It was called into being, a ready and perfect vehicle for the incarnating denizens of higher spheres, who took forthwith their abodes in these forms, both born of spiritual will and the natural divine power in man. It was a child of pure spirit, mentally unalloyed with any tincture of earthly element. Its physical frame alone was of time and of life, as it drew its intelligence direct from above. It was the living tree of divine wisdom, and may therefore be likened to the mundane tree of the Norse legend, which cannot wither and die until the last battle of life shall be fought, while its roots are gnawed all the time by the dragon Nidhogg. For even so, the first and holy son of Kriya Shakti had his body gnawed by the tooth of time, but the roots of his inner being remained forever undecaying and strong, because they grew and expanded in heaven, not on earth. He was the first of the first, and he was the seed of all the others. There were other sons of Kriya Shakti, produced by a second spiritual effort, but the first one has remained to this day the seed of divine knowledge, the one and the supreme among the terrestrial sons of wisdom. Of this subject we can say no more, except to add that in every age, even in our own, there have been great intellects who have understood the problem correctly. How comes our physical body to the state of perfection it is found in now? Through millions of years of evolution, of course, yet never through or from animals as taught by materialism. For, as Carlyle says, the essence of our being, the mystery in us that calls itself I. What words have we for such things? It is a breath of heaven. The highest being reveals himself in man. This body, these faculties, this life of ours, it is not all as a vesture for the unnamed. Unquote from Carlyle. The breath of heaven, or rather the breath of life, called in the Bible nephesh, is in every animal, in every animate speck, as in every mineral atom. But none of these has, like man, the consciousness of the nature of that highest being, as none has that divine harmony in its form which man possesses. Note: there is no nation in the world in which the feeling of devotion or of religious mysticism is more developed and prominent than in the Hindu people. See what Max Müller says of this idiosyncrasy, a national feature, in his works. This is direct inheritance from the primitive conscious men of the third race. End of note. It is, as Novalis said, and no one since has said it better, as repeated by Carlyle, there is but one temple in the universe, and that is the body of man. Nothing is holier than that high form. We touch heaven when we lay our hand on a human body. This sounds like a more flourish of rhetoric, adds Carlyle, but it is not so. If well meditated, it will turn out. The Secret Doctrine, by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Part 1, Cosmic Evolution. 7 stanzas translated with commentaries from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 7. This is Sloka 1. Behold the beginning of sentient formless life. First the divine vehicle, the one from the mother spirit, Atman, then the spiritual, Atma Buddhi, spirit soul, again the 3 from the one, the 4 from the one, and the 5, from which the 3, the 5, and the 7. These are the threefold and the fourfold downward, the mind-born sons of the first Lord, Avalokiteshvara, the shining 7, the builders. It is they who are thou, me, him, Ulanu, they who watch over thee and thy mother, Bhumi, the earth. Behold the beginning of sentient formless life. The hierarchy of creative powers is divided into 7, or 4 and 3, esoteric, within the 12 great orders recorded in the 12 signs of the zodiac. The 7 of the manifesting scale being connected, moreover, with the 7 planets. All this is subdivided into numberless groups of divine, spiritual, semi-spiritual, and ethereal beings. The chief hierarchies among these are hinted at in the Great Quaternary, or the 4 bodies and the 3 faculties of Brahma, exoterically, and the Panchasyam, the 5 Brahmas, or the 5 Dhyani Buddhas in the Buddhist system. The highest group is composed of the divine flames, so-called, also spoken of as the fiery lions and the lions of life, whose esotericism is securely hidden in the zodiacal sign of Leo. It is the nucleoli of the superior divine world. See commentary in first pages of Addendum. They are the formless fiery breaths, identical in one aspect with the upper Sephirothal triad, which is placed by the Kabbalists in the archetypal world. The same hierarchy, with the same numbers, is found in the Japanese system, in the beginnings, as taught by both the Shinto and the Buddhist sects. In this system, anthropogenesis precedes cosmogenesis, as the divine merges into the human and creates, midway in its descent into matter, the visible universe. The legendary personages remarks reverentially Omuai, having to be understood as the stereotyped embodiment of the higher secret doctrine and its sublime truths. To state it at full length, however, would occupy too much of our space, but a few words on this old system cannot be out of place. The following is a short synopsis of this anthropo-cosmogenesis, and it shows how closely the most separated notions echoed one and the same archaic teaching. When all was as yet chaos, Konton, 3 spiritual beings appeared on the stage of future creation. 1. Amino Aninaka Nushi no Kami, divine monarch of the central heaven. 2. Takamyon Shibi no Kami, exalted imperial divine offspring of heaven and the earth. And 3. Kamumi no Subi no Kami, offspring of the gods simply. These were without form or substance, our Arupa triad, as neither the celestial nor the terrestrial substance had yet differentiated, nor had the essence of things been formed. In the Zohar, which, as now arranged and re-edited by Moses de Leon with the help of Syrian and Chaldean Christian Gnostics in the 13th century, and corrected and revised still later by many Christian hands, is only a little less exoteric than the Bible itself. This divine vehicle no longer appears as it does in the Chaldean Book of Numbers. True enough, Ein Sof, the absolute endless no-thing, uses also the form of the One, the manifested heavenly man, the first cause, as its chariot, Merkaba in Hebrew, Vahan in Sanskrit, or vehicle to descend into and manifest through in the phenomenal world. But the Kabbalists neither make it plain how the Absolute can use anything or exercise any attribute whatsoever, since, as the Absolute, it is devoid of attributes, nor do they explain that in reality it is the first cause, Plato's Logos, the original and eternal idea, that manifests through Adman Kadmon, the second Logos, so to speak. In the Book of Numbers it is explained that En, or Ein, Ayor, is the only self-existent, whereas its depth, Bythos or Buton, of the Gnostics, called Propator, is only periodical. The latter is Brahma, as differentiated from Brahma or Parabrahm. It is the depth, the source of light, or Propator, which is the unmanifested Logos in the abstract idea, and not Ein Sof, whose ray uses Adman Kadmon, or the manifested Logos, the objective universe, quote, male and female, unquote, as a chariot through which to manifest. But in the Zohar we read the following incongruity. Senior occultatus est et absconditus, microprosopus manifestus est et non manifestus. Rosenroth, Liber Mysteri, 4:1. This is a fallacy, since microprosopus, or the microcosm, can only exist during its manifestations, and is destroyed during the Mahapralayas. Rosenroth's Kabbalah is no guide, but very often a puzzle. First, the divine vehicle. As in the Japanese system, in the Egyptian, and every old cosmogony, at this divine flame, the one are lit the three descending groups. Having their potential being in the higher group, they now become distinct and separate entities. These are called the Virgins of Life, the Great Illusion, etc., etc., and collectively the six-pointed star. The latter is the symbol in almost every religion of the Logos as the first emanation. It is that of Vishnu in India, the chakra or wheel, and the glyph of the tetragrammaton, the he of the four letters, or metaphorically the limbs of microprosopus in the Kabbalah, which are 10 and 6 respectively. The later Kabbalists, however, especially their Christian mystics, have played sad havoc with this magnificent symbol. Note, indeed, the microprosopus, who is, philosophically speaking, quite distinct from the unmanifested eternal Logos, one with the Father, has been finally brought, by centuries of incessant efforts of sophistry and paradoxes, to be considered as one with Jehovah, or the one living God, whereas Jehovah is no better than Bina, a female Sephiroth. This fact cannot be too frequently impressed upon the reader. End of note. For the 10 limbs of the heavenly man are the 10 Sephiroth, but the first heavenly man is the unmanifested spirit of the universe, and ought never to be degraded into a microprosopus, the lesser face or countenance, the prototype of man on the terrestrial plane. Note, the microprosopus is, as just said, the Logos manifested, and of such there are many. End of note. Of this, however, later on, the six-pointed star refers to the 6 forces or powers of nature, the 6 planes, principles, etc., etc., all synthesized by the 7th, or the central point in the star. All these, the upper and lower hierarchies included, emanate from the heavenly or celestial Virgin, the Great Mother in all religions, the androgyne, the Sephira Adman Kadmon. Note, Sephira is the crown, Kether in the abstract principle only, as a mathematical x, the unknown quantity. On the plane of a differentiated nature, she is the female counterpart of Adman Kadmon, the first androgyne. The Kabbalah teaches that the word fiat lux, from Genesis chapter 1, refer to the formation and evolution of the Sephiroth, and not to light as opposed to darkness. Rabbi Simeon says, O companions, companions, man as an emanation was both man and woman, Admon Kadmon verily, and this is the sense of the words, let there be light, and it was light. And this is the twofold man. Auzuke aus dem Zohar, pages 13 to 15, end of note. In its unity, primordial light is the seventh or highest principle, Daivi Prakriti, the light of the unmanifested Logos. But in its differentiation it becomes Fohat, or the seven suns. The former is symbolized by the central point in the double triangle, the latter by the hexagon itself, or the 6 limbs of the microprosopus, the seventh being Malkut, the bride of the Christian Kabbalists, or our earth. Hence the expressions, the first after the one is divine fire, the second fire and aether, the third is composed of fire, aether, and water, the fourth of fire, aether, water, and air. Note, see next footnote, these elements of fire, air, etc. are not our compound elements. End of note. The one is not concerned with man-bearing globes, but with the inner invisible spheres. The firstborn are the life, the heart and pulse of the universe. The second are its mind, or consciousness, as said in the commentary. Note, this consciousness has no relation to our consciousness. The consciousness of the one manifested, if not absolute, is still unconditioned. Mahat, the universal mind, is the first production of the Brahma creator, but also the pradhana, undifferentiated matter. End of note. The one from the mother spirit, Atman, then the spiritual, Atma Buddhi, spirit soul. Note, this relates to the cosmic principles. End of note. The second order of celestial beings, those of fire and aether, corresponding to spirit and soul, or the Atma Buddhi, whose names are legion, are still formless, but more definitely substantial. They are the first differentiation in the secondary evolution, or creation, a misleading word. As the name shows, they are the prototypes of the incarnating jivas or monads, and are composed of the fiery spirit of life. It is through these that passes, like a pure solar beam, the ray which is furnished by them with its future vehicle, the divine soul, Buddhi. These are directly concerned with the host of the high world of our system. From these twofold units emanate the threefold. In the cosmogony of Japan, when, out of the chaotic mass, an egg-like nucleus appears, having within itself the germ and potency of all the universal as well as of all terrestrial life, it is the threefold just named which differentiates. The male ethereal, Yo, principle, ascends, and the female, grosser or more material principle, is precipitated into the universe of substance, when a separation occurs between the celestial and the terrestrial. From this the female, the mother, the first rudimentary objective being, is born. It is ethereal, without form or sex, and yet it is from this and the mother that the 7 divine spirits are born, from whom will emanate these 7 creations, just as in the Codex Nazareus from Karabtanos and the Mother Spiritus the 7 evilly disposed, that is material, spirits are born. It would be too long to give here the Japanese names, but once translated they stand in this order. 1. The invisible celibate, which is the creative logos of the non-creating Father, or the creative potentiality of the latter, made manifest. 2. The Spirit, or the God of the rayless depths of chaos, which becomes differentiated matter, or the world stuff, also the mineral realm. 3. The spirit of the vegetable kingdom, of the abundant vegetation. 4. This one is of dual nature, being at the same time the spirit of the earth and the spirit of the sands, the former containing the potentiality of the male element, the latter that of the female element, the two forming a combined nature. These two were one, yet unconscious of being two. In this duality were contained A, the male, dark and muscular being, Itu no Gai no Kami, and B, Ekugai no Kami, the female, fair and weaker or more delicate being. Then the fifth and sixth spirits, who were androgynous or dual-sexed, and finally 7, the seventh spirit, the last emanated from the mother, appears as the first divine human form, distinctly male and female. It was the seventh creation, as in the Puranas, wherein man is the seventh creation of Brahma. These Tsanagi Tsanami descended into the universe by the celestial bridge, the Milky Way, and Tsanagi, perceiving far below a chaotic mass of cloud and water, thrust his jeweled spear into the depths, and dry land appeared. Then the two separated to explore Onokoro, the newly created island world, etc., etc. Omui. Such are the Japanese esoteric fables, the end that conceals the kernel of the same one truth of the secret doctrine. Turning back to the esoteric explanations in every cosmogony, the three from the one. The third order corresponds to the Atma Buddhi Manas, spirit, soul, and intellect, and is called the triads. The four from the one. The fourth are substantial entities. This is the highest group among the rupas, atomic forms. Note, it is worthy to notice that, while rejecting as a superstition of occultism, and religion too, the theory of substantial and invisible beings called angels, elementals, etc., without of course having ever looked into the philosophy of these incorporeal entities or thought over them, modern chemistry, owing to observation and discovery, should have unconsciously been forced to adopt and recognize the same ratio of progression and order in the evolution of chemical atoms as occultism does, both for its dionys and atoms, analogy being the first law. As seen above, the very first group of the Rupa angels is quaternary, an element being added to each in descending order. So are the atoms, adopting the phraseology of chemistry, monatomic, diatomic, and tetratomic, progressing downwards. Let it be remembered that fire, water, and air, or the elements of a primary creation, so-called, are not the compound elements they are on earth, but noumenal homogeneous elements, the spirits thereof. Then follow the septenary groups or hosts. Placed on parallel lines in a diagram with atoms, the natures of those beings would be seen to correspond in their downward scale of progression to composite elements in a mathematically identical manner, as to analogy. This refers of course only to diagrams made by the occultists, for were the scale of angelic beings to be placed on a parallel line with the scale of the chemical atoms of science, from the hypothetical helium down to uranium, they would of course be found to differ. For these have, as correspondents on the astral plane, only the four lowest orders, the higher three principles in the atom, or rather molecule or chemical element, being perceptible only to the initiated Dangma's eye. But then, if chemistry desired to find itself on the right path, it would have to correct its tabular arrangement by that of the occultists, which it may refuse to do. In esoteric philosophy, every physical particle corresponds to, and depends on, its higher noumenon, the being to whose essence it belongs. And above as below, the spiritual evolves from the divine, the psychomental from the spiritual, tainted from its lower plane by the astral, the whole animate and seemingly inanimate nature, evolving on parallel lines, and drawing its attributes from above as well as from below. End of note. It is the nursery of the human, conscious, spiritual souls. They are called the imperishable jivas, and constitute, through the order below their own, the first group of the septenary host, the great mystery of human conscious and intellectual being. Note: the number 7 does not imply only 7 entities, but 7 groups or hosts, as explained before. The highest group, the Asuras, born in Brahma's first body, which turned into night, are septenary, that is, divided like the Pitris into 7 classes, 3 of which are arupa, bodiless, and 4 with bodies. See Vishnu Purana, Book 1. They are in fact more truly our Pitris, ancestors, than the Pitris who projected the first physical man. See Book 2. End of note. For the latter are the field wherein lies concealed in its privation the germ that will fall into generation. The germ will become the spiritual potency in the physical cell that guides the development of the embryo, and which is the cause of the hereditary transmission of faculties and all the inherent qualities in man. The Darwinian theory, however, of the transmission of acquired faculties is neither taught nor accepted in occultism. Evolution in it proceeds on quite other lines. The physical, according to esoteric teaching, evolving gradually from the spiritual, mental, and psychic. This inner soul of the physical cell, this spiritual plasm that dominates the germinal plasm, is the key that must open one day the gates of the terra incognita of the biologist, now called the dark mystery of embryology. See text and note, info. And the 5. The 5th group is a very mysterious one, as it is connected with the microcosmic pentagon, the 5-pointed star representing man. In India and Egypt, these dhyanis were connected with a crocodile, and their abode is in Capricornus. These are convertible terms in Indian astrology, as this 10th sign of the zodiac is called Makara, loosely translated crocodile. The word itself is occultly interpreted in various ways, as will be shown further on. In Egypt, the defunct man, whose symbol is the pentagram or the 5-pointed star, the points of which represent the limbs of a man, was shown emblematically transformed into a crocodile. Sebak, or Sevek, or 7th, as Mr. Gerald Massey says, showing it as having been the type of intelligence, is a dragon in reality, not a crocodile. He is the dragon of wisdom, or manas, the human soul. Mind, the intelligent principle, called in our esoteric philosophy the 5th principle. Says the defunct Orisified in chapter 88 of Book of the Dead, or the ritual, under the glyph of a mummiform god with a crocodile's head. 1. I am the god crocodile proceeding at the fear, at the arrival of his soul among men. I am the god crocodile brought for destruction, an allusion to the destruction of divine spiritual purity when man acquires the knowledge of good and evil, also to the fallen gods or angels of every theogony. 2. I am the fish of the great Horus, as Makara is the crocodile, the vehicle of Varuna. I am merged in Sekten. This last sentence given the corroboration of, and repeats the doctrine of, esoteric Buddhism, for it alludes directly to the 5th principle, manas, or the most spiritual part of its essence rather, which merges into, is absorbed by, and made one with the Atma Buddhi after the death of man. For Sekin is the residence or loka of the god Kem, Horus, Osiris, or father and son, hence the Devakan of Atma Buddhi. In the ritual of the dead, the defunct is shown entering into Sekhem with Horus thought, and emerging from it as pure spirit. 64, verse 29. Thus the defunct says, verse 130, I see the forms of myself as various men transforming eternally. I know this chapter. He who knows it takes all kinds of living forms. And in verse 35, addressing in magic formula that which is called in Egyptian esotericism the ancestral heart, or the reincarnating principle, the permanent ego, the defunct says, "O my heart, my ancestral heart, necessary for my transformations, do not separate thyself from me before the guardian of the scales. Thou art my personality within my breast, divine companion watching over my flesh's bodies." It is in Sekhem that lies concealed the mysterious face, or the real man concealed under the false personality, the triple crocodile of Egypt, the symbol of the higher trinity or human triad, Atma, Buddhi, and Manas. Note, one of the explanations of the real, though hidden meaning of this Egyptian religious glyph is easy. The crocodile is the first to await and meet the devouring fires of the morning sun, and very soon came to personify the solar heat. When the sun arose, it was like the arrival on earth and among men of the divine soul which informs the gods. Hence the strange symbolism. The mummy donned the head of a crocodile to show that it was a soul arriving from the earth. End of note. In all the ancient papyri the crocodile is called Sebek, seventh, while the water is the fifth principle esoterically, and as already stated, Mr. Gerald Massey shows that the crocodile was the seventh soul, the supreme one of seven, the seer unseen. Even exoterically, Sekhem is the residence of the god Kem, and Kem is Horus avenging the death of his father Osiris, hence punishing the sins of man when he becomes a disembodied soul. Thus the defunct Osirified became the god Kem, who gleans the field of Anuru. That is, he gleans either his reward or punishment, as that field is the celestial locality, Devakan, where the defunct is given wheat, the food of divine justice. The fifth group of the celestial beings is supposed to contain in itself the dual attributes of both the spiritual and physical aspects of the universe, the two poles, so to say, of Mahat, the universal intelligence, and the dual nature of man, the spiritual and the physical. Hence its number 5, multiplied and made into 10, connecting it with Makara, the 10th sign of zodiac, from which the 3, the 5, and the 7. The 6th and 7th groups partake of the lower qualities of the quaternary. They are conscious, ethereal entities, as invisible as ether, which are shot out like the boughs of a tree from the first central group of the 4, and shoot out in their turn numberless side groups, the lower of which are the nature spirits, or elementals of countless kinds and varieties, from the formless and unsubstantial, the ideal thoughts of their creators, down to the atomic, though to human perception, invisible organisms. The latter are considered as the spirits of atoms, for they are the first remove backwards from the physical atom, sentient, if not intelligent, creatures. They are all subject to karma, and have to work it out through every cycle. For, as the doctrine teaches, there are no such privileged beings in the universe, whether in our or in other systems, in the outer or the inner worlds, as the angels of the Western religion and the Judean. Note, a world when called a high world is not high by reason of its location, but because it is superior in quality or essence. Yet such a world is generally understood by the profane as heaven, and located above our heads. End of note. A Diankochan has to become one. He cannot be born or appear suddenly on the plane of life as a full-blown angel. The celestial hierarchy of the present Manvantara will find itself transferred in the next cycle of life into higher superior worlds, and will make room for a new hierarchy, composed of the elect ones of our mankind. Being is an endless cycle within the one absolute eternity, wherein move numberless inner cycles, finite and conditioned. Would evince no personal merit in being gods. Such a class of beings, perfect only by virtue of the special, immaculate nature inherent in them, in the face of suffering and struggling humanity, and even of the lower creation, would be the symbol of an eternal injustice, quite satanic in character, an ever-present crime. It is an anomaly and an impossibility in nature. Therefore the four and the three have to incarnate, as all other beings have. This sixth group, moreover, remains almost inseparable from man, who draws from it all but his highest and lowest principles, or his spirit and body, the five middle human principles being the very essence of those dhyanis. Note: Paracelsus calls them the Flagi, the Christians the guardian angels, the occultist the ancestors, the Pitris. They are the sixfold dhyan kochans, having the six spiritual elements in the composition of their bodies, in fact men minus the physical body. End of note. Alone the divine ray, the Atman, proceeds directly from the One. When asked how that can be, how is it possible to conceive that those, quote, gods, unquote, or angels, can be at the same time their own emanations and their personal selves? Is it in the same sense in the material world, where the Son is, in one way, his Father, being his blood, the bone of his bone, and the flesh of his flesh? To this the teachers answer, verily it is so, but one has to go deep into the mystery of being before one can fully comprehend this truth. Stanza 7 continued. 2. The one ray multiplies the smaller rays. Life precedes form, and life survives the last atom of form, sthula sharira, external body. Through the countless rays, the life ray, the one, like a thread through many beads, pearls. This sloka expresses the conception, a purely Vedantic one, as already explained elsewhere, of a life thread, sutratma, running through successive generations. How then can this be explained? By resorting to a simile, to a familiar illustration, though necessarily imperfect, as all our available analogies must be. Before resorting to it, however, I would ask whether it seems unnatural, least of all supernatural, to any one of us when we consider that process known as the growth and development of a fetus into a healthy baby weighing several pounds evolves from what? From the segmentation of an infinitesimally small ovum and a spermatozoon, and afterwards we see that baby develop into a 6-foot man. This refers to the atomic and physical expansion of the microscopically small into something very large, from the to the naked eye unseen, into the visible and objective. Science has provided for all this, and I dare say her theories, embryological, biological, and physiological, are correct enough so far as exact observation of the material goes. Nevertheless, the two chief difficulties of the science of embryology, namely what are the forces at work in the formation of the fetus, and the cause of, quote, hereditary transmission, unquote, of likeness, physical, moral, or mental, have never been properly answered, nor will they ever be solved till the day when scientists condescend to accept the occult theories. Note: the materialists and the evolutionists of the Darwinian school would be ill-advised to accept the newly worked-out theories of Professor Weizmann, the author of Beiträge zur Deszendenslehre, with regard to one of the two mysteries of embryology as above specified, which he seems to have solved, as he thinks. For when it is solved, science will have stepped over into the domain of the truly occult, and stepped forever out of the realm of transformation, as taught by Darwin. The two are irreconcilable from the standpoint of materialism. Regarded from that of the occultists, it solves all these mysteries. Those who are not acquainted with the new discovery of Professor Weizmann, at one time a fervent Darwinist, ought to hasten to repair the deficiency. The German embryologist philosopher shows, thus stepping over the heads of the Greek hypocrites and Aristotle, right back into the teachings of the old Aryans, one infinitesimal cell out of millions of others at work in the formation of an organism, determining alone and unaided by means of constant segmentation and multiplication the correct image of the future man or animal in its physical, mental, and psychic characteristics. It is that cell which impresses on the face and form of the new individual the features of the parents or of some distant ancestor. It is that cell again which transmits to him the intellectual and mental idiosyncrasies of his sires, and so on. This plasma is the immortal portion of our bodies simply through the process of successive assimilations. Darwin's theory, viewing the embryological cell as an essence or the extract from all other cells, is set aside. It is incapable of accounting for hereditary transmission. There are but two ways of explaining the mystery of heredity. Either the substance of the germinal cell is endowed with the faculty of crossing the whole cycle of transformations that lead to the construction of a separate organism, and then to the reproduction of identical germinal cells, or those germinal cells do not have their genesis at all in the body of the individual, but proceed directly from the ancestral germinal cell passed from father to son through long generations. It is the latter hypothesis that Weizmann accepted and has worked upon, and it is to this cell he traces the immortal portion of man. So far so good, and when this almost correct theory is accepted, how will biologists explain the first appearance of this everlasting cell? Unless man grew like the immortal Topsy, and was not born at all, but fell from the clouds, how was that embryological cell born in him? End of note. But if this physical phenomenon astonishes no one, except in so far as it puzzles the embryologists, why should our intellectual and inner growth, the evolution of the human spiritual to the divine spiritual, be regarded as, or seem, more impossible than the other? Now to the simile. Complete the physical plasm mentioned in the last footnote, the germinal cell of man with all its material potentialities, with the spiritual plasm, so to say, or the fluid that contains the 5 lower principles of the 6-principled Dian, and you have the secret, if you are spiritual enough to understand it. When the seed of the animal man is cast into the soil of the animal woman, that seed cannot germinate unless it has been fructified by the 5 virtues, the fluid of, or the emanation from the principles of the 6-fold heavenly man. Wherefore the microcosm is represented as a pentagon within the hexagon star, the macrocosm, from Anthropos, a work on occult embryology, Book 1. Then functions of Jiva on this earth of 5-fold character. In the mineral atom it is connected with the lowest principles of the spirits of the earth, the 6-fold dhyanis. In the vegetable particle, with the 2nd, the prana, life. In the animal, with all these, plus the 3rd and the 4th, in man, the germ must receive the fruition of all the 5, otherwise he will be born no higher than an animal, namely, a congenital idiot. Thus in man alone the jiva is complete. As to his 7th principle, it is but one of the beams of the universal sun. Each rational creature receives only the temporary loan of that which has to return to its source, while his physical body is shaped by the lowest terrestrial lives through physical, chemical, and physiological evolution. The blessed ones have naught to do with the purgations of matter, Kabbalah, Chaldean Book of Numbers. It comes to this: mankind, in its first prototypal, shadowy form, is the offspring of the Elohim of life, or Pitris. In the qualitative and physical aspect, it is the direct progeny of the ancestors, the lowest dhyanis or spirits of the earth. For its moral, psychic, and spiritual nature, it is indebted to a group of divine beings, the name and characteristics of which will be given in Book 2. Collectively, men are the handiwork of hosts of various spirits, distributively the tabernacles of those hosts, and occasionally and singly the vehicles of some of them. In our present all-material fifth race, the earthly spirit of the fourth is still strong in us, but we are approaching the time when the pendulum of evolution will direct its swing decidedly upwards, bringing humanity back on a parallel line with the primitive third root race in spirituality. During its childhood, mankind was composed wholly of that angelic host, who were the indwelling spirits that animated the monstrous and gigantic tabernacles of clay of the fourth race, built by, as they are now also, and composed of countless myriads of lives. Note: science, dimly perceiving the truth, may find bacteria and other infinitesimals in the human body, and see in them but occasional and abnormal visitors to which diseases are attributed. Occultism, which discerns a life in every atom and molecule, whether in a mineral or human body, in air, fire, or water, affirms that our whole body is built of such lives, the smallest bacteria under the microscope being to them in comparative size like an elephant to the tiniest infusoria. End of note. This sentence will be explained later on in the present commentary. The tabernacles have improved in texture and symmetry of form, growing and developing with the globe that bore them, but the physical improvement took place at the expense of the spiritual inner man and nature. The three middle principles in earth and man became with every race more material, the soul stepping back to make room for the physical intellect, the essence of elements becoming the material and composite elements now known. Man is not, nor could he ever be, the complete product of the Lord God, but he is the child of the Elohim, so arbitrarily changed into the singular masculine gender. The first dhyanis, commissioned to, quote, create, unquote, man in their image, could only throw off their shadows like a delicate model for the nature spirits of matter to work upon. See Book 2. Man is, beyond any doubt, formed physically out of the dust of the earth, but his creators and fashioners were many. Nor can it be said that the Lord God breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, unless that God is identified with the one life, omnipresent though invisible, and unless the same operation is attributed to God on behalf of every living soul, or nephesh, which is the vital soul, not the divine spirit or ruach, which ensures to man alone a divine degree of immortality, that no animal as such could ever attain in this cycle of incarnation. It is the inadequate distinctions made by the Jews and now by our Western metaphysicians, who, not knowing of and being unable to understand, hence to accept, more than a triune man, spirit, soul, and body, thus confuse the breath of life with immortal spirit. Note: the learned and very philosophical author of New Aspects of Life would impress upon his reader that the Nefesh Kayach, living soul, according to the Hebrews, proceeded from, or was produced by, the infusion of the spirit of breath of life into the quickening body of man, and was to supersede and take the place of that spirit in the thus constituted self, so that the spirit passed into was lost sight of, and disappeared in the living soul. The human body, he thinks, ought to be viewed as a matrix in which and from which the soul, which he seems to place higher than the spirit, is developed, considered functionally, and from the standpoint of activity. The soul stands undeniably high in this finite and conditioned world of Maya. The soul, he says, is ultimately produced from the animated body of man. Thus the author identifies spirit, Atma, simply with the breath of life. The Eastern occultist will demur to this statement, for it is based on the erroneous conception that prana and atma or jivatma are one and the same thing. The author supports the argument by showing that with the ancient Hebrews, Greeks, and even Latins, ruach, pneuma, and spiritus, which the Jews undeniably, and with the Greeks and Romans very probably, meant wind, the Greek word animus, wind, and the Latin anima, soul, having a suspicious relation. This is very far-fetched. A legitimate battlefield for deciding this question is hardly to be found, since Mr. Pratt seems to be a practical, matter-of-fact metaphysician, a kind of Kabbalist positivist, and the Eastern metaphysicians, especially the Vedantins, are all idealists. The occultists are also of the extreme esoteric Vedantin school, and they call the one life Parabrahm, the great breath and the whirlwind, but they disconnect the seventh principle entirely from matter or any relation to or connection with it. End of note. This applies also directly to the Protestant theologians who, in translating verse 8 of chapter 3 in the fourth Gospel, have entirely perverted the meaning. Indeed, the verse is made to say, "The wind bloweth where it listeth," instead of "the Spirit goeth where it willeth," as in the original and also in the translation of the Greek Eastern Church. Thus the philosophy of psychic, spiritual, and mental relations with man's physical functions is in almost inextricable confusion. Neither the old Aryan nor the Egyptian psychology are now properly understood, nor can they be assimilated without accepting the esoteric septenary, or at any rate the Vedantic quinquepartite division of the human inner principle, failing which it will be forever impossible to understand the metaphysical and purely psychic and even physiological relations between the Dayankochans, or angels, on the one plane, and humanity on the other. No Eastern Aryan esoteric works are so far published, but we possess the Egyptian papyri, which speak clearly of the seven principles of the seven souls of man. Note: Vide in Part 2, Book 2, The Seven Souls of Man, the divisions made respectively by Monsieur Gerald Massey and Franz Lambert. End of note. The Book of the Dead gives a complete list of the transformations that every defunct undergoes, while divesting himself one by one of all those principles materialized for the sake of clearness into ethereal entities or bodies. We must, moreover, remind those who try to prove that the ancient Egyptian knew nothing of and did not teach reincarnation, that the quote, soul, unquote, the ego or self of the defunct, is said to be living in eternity. It is immortal, coeval with and disappearing with the solar boat, that is, for the cycle of necessity. This, quote, soul, unquote, emerges from the Tiao, the realm of the course of life, and joins the living on earth by day, to return to Tiao every night. This expresses the periodical existences of the ego. See Book of the Dead, 143. The shadow, the astral form, is annihilated, devoured by the Uraeus, verse 51. The manes will be annihilated. The two twins, the fourth and the fifth principle, will be scattered, but the soul bird, the divine swallow, and the Uraeus of flame, manas and atma buddhi, will live in the eternity, for they are their mother's husbands. Note another suggestive analogy between the Aryan or Brahminical and the Egyptian esotericism. The former call the Pitris the lunar ancestors of men, and the Egyptians made of the moon god Tat Esmun the first human ancestor. This, quote, moon god, unquote, expressed the seven nature powers that were prior to himself, and were summed up in him as his seven souls, of which he was the manifester as the eighth one, hence the eighth sphere. The seven rays of the Chaldean heptakis, or Yao on the Gnostic stones, indicate the same septenary of souls. The first form of the mystical seven was seen to be figured in heaven by the seven large stars of the Great Bear, the constellation assigned by the Egyptians to the Mother of Time, and of the seven elemental powers. See the seven souls, etc. As well known to every Hindu, this same constellation represents in India the seven rishis, and as such is called Riksha and Chitrasikhandinas. End of note. Like alone produces like. The earth gives man his body, the god Dionysus his 5 inner principles, the psychic shadow, of which those gods are often the animating principle. Spirit, Atman, is one and indiscrete. It is not in the Tiao. For what is the Tiao? The frequent allusion to it in the Book of the Dead contains a mystery. Tiao is the path of the night sun, the inferior hemisphere, or the infernal regions of the Egyptians, placed by them on the concealed side of the moon. The human being, in their esotericism, came out from the moon, a triple mystery, astronomical, physiological, and psychical at once. He crossed the whole cycle of existence and then returned to his birthplace before issuing from it again. Thus the defunct is shown arriving in the west, receiving his judgment before Osiris, resurrecting as the god Horus, and circling round the sidereal heavens, which is an allegorical assimilation to Ra, the sun, then having crossed the Nut, the celestial abyss, returning once more to Tiao, the assimilation to Osiris, who, as the god of life and reproduction, inhabits the moon. Plutarch, Isis and Osiris, chapter 43, shows the Egyptians celebrating a festival called the ingress of Osiris into the moon. In chapter 41, life is promised after death, and the renovation of life is placed under the patronage of Osiris Lunus, because the moon was the symbol of life renewals or reincarnations, owing to its growth, waning, dying, and reappearance every month. In the Dankmue, chapter 4, verse 5, it is said, O Osiris Lunus, that renews to thee thy renewal. In Sapphic, Sister Seti, Mariette Zubaydas, plate 51, thou renewest thyself as the god Lunus when a babe. It is still better explained in the Louvre papyrus, P. Pierret, Études égyptologiques. Couplings and conceptions abound when he, Osiris Lunus, is seen in heaven on that day. Says Osiris, O soul stars, open me to Tiao for Osiris I will issue by day to do what I have to do amongst the living. Book of the Dead, chapter 2, that is, to produce conceptions. Osiris was, quote, God manifest in generation, unquote, because the ancients knew far better than the moderns the real occult influences of the lunar body upon the mysteries of conception. Note, in the oldest systems we find the moon always male. Thus Soma is, with the Hindus, a kind of sidereal Don Juan, a king and the father, albeit illegitimate, of Buddha, wisdom, which relates to occult knowledge, a wisdom gathered through a thorough acquaintance with lunar mysteries, including those of sexual generation. See Holy of Holies. End of note. Later on, when the moon became connected with female goddesses, with Diana, Isis, Artemis, Juno, etc., that connection was due to a thorough knowledge of physiology and female nature, physical as much as psychic. Note on female goddesses. If instead of being taught in Sunday schools useless lessons from the Bible, the armies of the ragged and the poor were taught astrology, and so far at any rate as the occult properties of the moon and its hidden influences on generation are concerned, then there would be little need to fear increase of the population, nor to resort to the questionable literature of the Malthusians for its arrest. For it is the moon and her conjunction that regulate conceptions, and every astrologer in India knows it. During the previous and the present races, at least at the beginning of this one, those who indulged in marital relations during certain lunar phases that made those relations sterile were regarded as sorcerers and sinners. But even now those sins of old, based on the occult knowledge and the abuse of it, would appear preferable to the crimes of today, which are perpetrated because of the complete ignorance of and disbelief in all such occult influences. End of note. But primarily, the sun and the moon were the only visible and, so to say, tangible by their effects, psychic and physiological deities, the Father and the Son, while space and air in general, or that expanse of heaven called Nut by the Egyptians, was the concealed spirit or breath of the two. These father and son were interchangeable in their functions and worked harmoniously together in their effects upon terrestrial nature and humanity. Hence they were regarded as one, though two in personified entities. They were both males, and both had their distinct and also collaborative work in the causative generation of humanity, so much from the astronomical and cosmic standpoints viewed and expressed in symbolical language, which became in our last races theological and dogmatic. But behind this veil of cosmic and astrological symbols there were the occult mysteries of anthropography and the primeval genesis of man, and in this no knowledge of symbols, or even the key to the post-diluvian symbolical language of the Jews, will or can help save only with reference to that which was laid down in national scriptures for esoteric uses, the sum of which, however cleverly veiled, was only the smallest portion of the real primitive history of each people, often relating, moreover, as in the Hebrew scriptures, merely to the terrestrial human, not divine life of that nation. That psychic and spiritual element belonged to mystery and initiation. There were things never recorded in scrolls but as in Central Asia, on rocks and in subterranean crypts. Nevertheless, there was a time when the whole world was of one lip and of one knowledge, and man knew more of his origin than he does now, and thus he knew that the sun and moon, however large a part they do play in the constitution, growth, and development of the human body, were not the direct causative agents of his appearance on earth, these agents being in truth the living and intelligent powers which the occultists call Diankochans. As to this, a very learned admirer of the Jewish esotericism tells us that the Kabbalah says expressly that Elohim is a general abstraction, what we call in mathematics a constant coefficient, or a general function, entering into all construction, not particular, that is, by the general ratio 1 to 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, the astrodianic and Elohistic figures. To this the Eastern occultist replies, "Quite so. It is an abstraction to our physical senses. To our spiritual perceptions, however, and to our inner spiritual eye, the Elohim or Dianis are no more an abstraction than our soul and spirit are to us. Reject the one and you reject the other, since that which is the surviving entity in us is partly the direct emanation from, and partly those celestial entities themselves. One thing is sure. The Jews were perfectly acquainted with sorcery and various maleficent forces, but with the exception of some of their great prophets and seers like Daniel and Ezekiel, Enoch belonging to a far distant race, and not to any nation, but to all, as a generic character, they knew little of, nor would they deal with, the real divine occultism, their national character being averse to anything which had no direct bearing upon their own ethnical, tribal, and individual benefits, witness their own prophets and the curses thundered by them against a, quote, stiff-necked race, unquote. But even the Kabbalah plainly shows the direct relation between the Sephiroth, or Elohim, and men. Therefore, when it is proved to us that the Kabbalistic identification of Jehovah with Bina, a female Sephiroth, has still another, a sub-occult meaning in it, then and then only the occultist will be ready to pass the palm of perfection to the Kabbalist. Until then it is asserted that, as Jehovah is in the abstract sense of a one living God, a single number, a metaphysical figment, and a reality only when put in his proper place as an emanation and a Sephiroth, we have a right to maintain that the Zohar, as witnessed by the Book of Numbers at any rate, gave out originally before the Christian Kabbalist had disfigured it, and still gives out the same doctrine that we do, that is, it makes man emanate not from one celestial man, but from a septenary group of celestial men or angels, just as in Pymande, the thought divine. Stanza 7 continued. 3. When the one becomes two, the threefold appears. When the one becomes two, the threefold appears, to wit, when the one eternal drops its reflection into the region of manifestation, that reflection, the ray, differentiates the water of space, or in the words of the Book of the Dead, Chaos ceases through the effulgence of the ray of primordial light, dissipating total darkness by the help of the great magic power of the word of the central sun. Chaos becomes male-female and water incubated through light, and the threefold being issues as its firstborn. Osiris Ptah, or Ra, creates his own limbs, like Brahma, by creating the gods destined to personify his phases during the cycle. 17.4. The Egyptian Ra, issuing from the deep, is the divine universal soul in its manifested aspect, and so is Narayana, the Purusha, concealed in Akasha and present in Ether. This is the metaphysical explanation, and refers to the very beginning of evolution, or, as we should rather say, of theogony. The meaning of the stanza, when explained from another standpoint in its reference to the mystery of man and his origin, is still more difficult to comprehend. In order to form a clear conception of what is meant by the one becoming two, and then being transformed into the threefold, the student has to make himself thoroughly acquainted with what we call rounds. If he refers to esoteric Buddhism, the first attempt to sketch out an approximate outline of archaic cosmogony, he will find that by round is meant the serial evolution of nascent material nature of the 7 globes of our chain, with their mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms, man being there included in the latter and standing at the head of it, during the whole period of a life cycle. Note: several inimical critics are anxious to prove that no 7 principles of man nor septenary constitution of our chain were taught in our early volume, Isis Unveiled. Though in that work the doctrine could only be hinted at, there are many passages, nevertheless, in which the septenary constitution of both man and chain is openly mentioned. Speaking of the Elohim in Volume 2, page 420, it is said, "They remain over the 7th heaven, or spiritual world. For it is they who, according to the Kabbalists, formed in succession the 6 material worlds, or rather attempts at worlds, that preceded our own, which, they say, is the 7th. Our globe is, of course, upon the diagram representing the chain, the 7th and the lowest, though, as the evolution on these globes is cyclic, it is the 4th in descending the arc of matter." And again on page 367, volume 2, it is written, "In the Egyptian notions, as in those of all other faiths founded on philosophy, man was not merely a union of soul and body. He was a trinity when spirit was added to it, of body, and besides, that doctrine made him consist of body, astral form or shadow, the animal soul, the higher soul, and terrestrial intelligence, and the 6th principle, etc., etc., the 7th, spirit. So clearly are those principles mentioned, that even in the index one finds on page 683 6 principles of man, the 7th being the synthesis of the 6, and not a principle but a ray of the absolute all, in strict truth." End of note. The latter would be called by the Brahmins the day of Brahma. It is, in short, one revolution of the wheel or planetary chain, which is composed of 7 globes or 7 separate wheels, in another sense this time. When evolution has run downward into matter, from planet A to planet G or Z, as the Western students call it, it is one round. In the middle of the 4th revolution, which is our present, quote, round, unquote, evolution has reached its acme of physical development, crowned its work with a perfect physical man, and from this point begins its work spiritward. All this needs a little repetition, as it is well explained in esoteric Buddhism. That which was hardly touched upon, and of which the little that was said has misled many, is the origin of man, and it is upon this that a little more light may now be thrown, just enough to make the stanza more comprehensible, as the process will be fully explained only in its legitimate place in Book 2. Now every, quote, round, unquote, on the descending scale, is but a repetition in a more concrete form of the round which preceded it, as every globe down to our 4th sphere, the actual Earth, is a grosser and more material copy of the more shadowy sphere which precedes it in the successive order of the 3 higher planes. See a diagram in stanza 6, commentary 6. On its way upwards on the ascending arc, Evolution spiritualizes and etherealizes, so to speak, the general nature of all, bringing it on to a level with the plane on which the twin globe on the opposite side is placed. The result being that when the seventh globe is reached, in whatever round, the nature of everything that is evolving returns to the condition it was in at its starting point, plus, every time, a new and superior degree in the states of consciousness. Thus it becomes clear that the origin of man, so-called, on this our present round or life cycle on this planet, must occupy the same place in the same order, save details based on local conditions and time, as in the preceding round. Again, it must be explained and remembered that, as the work of each round is said to be apportioned to a different group of so-called creators or architects, so is that of every globe. That is, it is under the supervision and guidance of special, quote, builders, unquote, and, quote, watchers, unquote, the various Diancochans. The group of the hierarchy which is commissioned to, quote, create, unquote, men is a special group, then. Yet it evolved a shadowy man in this cycle, just as a higher and still more spiritual group evolved him in the third round. Note, creation is an incorrect word to use, as no religion, not even the sect of the Vishishta Advaitis in India, one which anthropomorphizes even Parabrahman, believes in creation out of nihil, as Christians and Jews do, but in evolution out of pre-existing materials. End of note. But as it is the sixth on the downward scale of spirituality, the last and seventh being the terrestrial spirits, the elementals, which gradually form, build, and condense his physical body, this sixth group evolves no more than the future man's shadowy form, a filmy, hardly visible, transparent copy of themselves. It becomes the task of the fifth hierarchy, the mysterious beings that preside over the constellation Copernicus, Makara or crocodile in India as in Egypt, to inform the empty and ethereal animal form and make of it the rational man. This is one of those subjects upon which very little may be said to the general public. It is a mystery truly, but only to him who is prepared to reject the existence of intellectual and conscious spiritual beings in the universe, limiting full consciousness to man alone, and that only as a function of the brain. Many are those among the spiritual entities who have incarnated bodily in man since the beginning of his appearance, and who, for all that, still exist as independently as they did before in the infinitudes of space. To put it more clearly, the invisible entity may be bodily present on earth without abandoning, however, its status and functions in the supersensus regions. If this needs explanation, we can do no better than remind the reader of like cases in spiritualism, though such cases are very rare, at least as regards the nature of the entity incarnating, or taking temporary possession of a medium. Note, the so-called spirits that may occasionally possess themselves with the bodies of mediums are not the monads or higher principles of disembodied personalities. Such a, quote, spirit, unquote, can only be either an elementary or a nirmanakaya. End of note. Just as certain persons, men and women, revert into parallel cases among living persons, whether by virtue of a peculiar organization or through the power of acquired mystic knowledge, can be seen in their, quote, double, unquote, in one place while the body is many miles away, so the same thing can occur in the case of superior beings. Man, philosophically considered, is, in his outward form, simply an animal, hardly more perfect than his pithecod-like ancestor of the third round. He is a living body, not a living being, since the realization of existence, the ego sum, necessitates self-consciousness, and an animal can only have direct consciousness or instinct. This was so well understood by the ancients that the Kabbalists even made of soul and body two lives, independent of each other. Note, on page 340 to 351, Genesis of the Soul, in The New Aspects of Life, the author states the Kabbalistic teaching. They held that, functionally, spirit and matter of corresponding opacity and density tended to coalesce, and that the resultant created spirits, in the disembodied state, were constituted on a scale in which the differing opacities and transparencies of elemental or uncreated spirits were reproduced, and that these spirits in the disembodied state attracted, appropriated, digested, and assimilated elemental spirit and elemental matter whose condition was conformed to their own. They therefore taught that there was a wide difference in the condition of created spirits, and that in the intimate association between the spirit world and the world of matter, the more opaque spirits in the disembodied state were drawn toward the more dense parts of the material world, and therefore tended toward the center of the earth, where they found the conditions most suited to their state, while the more transparent spirits passed into the surrounding aura of the planet, the most rarefied finding their home in its satellite." Unquote. This relates exclusively to our elementary spirits, and has naught to do with either the planetary, sidereal, cosmic, or inter-etheric intelligent forces or angels, as they are termed by the Roman Church. The Jewish Kabbalists, especially the practical occultists who dealt with ceremonial magic, busied themselves solely with the spirits of the planets and the elementals, so-called. Therefore this covers only a portion of the esoteric teaching. End of note. The soul, whose body vehicle is the astral, ethereal substantial envelope, could die, and man be still living on earth. That is, the soul could free itself from and quit the tabernacle for various reasons, such as insanity, spiritual and physical depravity, etc. Note, the possibility of this, quote, soul, unquote, that is, the eternal spiritual ego, dwelling in the unseen worlds, while its body goes on living on earth, is a preeminently occult doctrine, especially in Chinese and Buddhist philosophy. See Isis Unveiled, Volume 1, page 602, for an illustration. Many are the soulless men among us, for the occurrence is found to take place in wicked materialists, as well as in persons who advance in holiness and never turn back. See the same source and also Isis, Volume 2, page 369. End of note. Therefore, that which living men, initiates, can do, the dhyanis, who have no physical body to hamper them, can do still better. This was the belief of the antediluvians, and is fast becoming that of modern intellectual society in spiritualism, besides the Greek and Roman churches, which teach the ubiquity of their angels. The Zoroastrians regarded their Amshaspends as dual entities, Feruers, applying this duality in esoteric philosophy at any rate to all the spiritual and invisible denizens of the numberless worlds in space which are visible to our eye. In a note of Damascus, 6th century, on the Chaldean oracles, we have a triple evidence of the universality of this doctrine, for he says, "In these oracles, the 7 cosmic craterers of the world pillars, mentioned likewise by St. Paul, are double, one set being commissioned to rule the superior worlds, the spiritual and the sidereal, and the other to guide and watch over the worlds of matter." Such is also the opinion of Jamblichus, who makes an evident distinction between the archangels and the, quote, archontes, unquote. See De Mysteries, section 2, chapter 3. The above may be applied, of course, to the distinction made between the degrees or orders of spiritual beings, and it is in this sense that Roman Catholic Church tries to interpret and teach the difference. For while the archangels are in her teaching divine and holy, their doubles are denounced by her as devils. Note, this identity between the spirit and its material double, in man it is the reverse, explains still better the confusion alluded to already in this work, made in the names and individualities, as well as the numbers of the rishis and the prajapatis, especially between those of the Satyayuga and the Mahabharata period. It also throws additional light on what the secret doctrine teaches with regard to the root and the seed manus. See Book 2 on the primitive manus of humanity. Not only those progenitors of our mankind, but every human being, we are taught, has its prototype in the spiritual spheres, which prototype is the highest essence of his seventh principle. Thus the 7 manas become 14, the root mana being the prime cause, and the seed mana its effect. When the latter reach from Satya Yuga, the first stage, to the heroic period, these manas or rishis become 21 in number. End of note. But the word ferua is not to be understood in this sense, for it means simply the reverse or the opposite side of some attribute or quality. Thus, when the occultist says that the demon is the lining of God, evil the reverse of the medal, he does not mean 2 separate actualities, but the 2 aspects or facets of the same unity. Now the best man living would appear side by side with an archangel, as described in theology, a fiend. Hence a certain reason to depreciate a lower double, immersed far deeper in matter than its original. But there is still as little cause to regard them as devils, as this is precisely what the Roman Catholics maintain against all reason and logic. The 3 are linked into one, and it is our thread, Ulanu, the heart of the man-plant, called Saptaparna. The concluding sentence of this sloka shows how archaic is the belief and the doctrine that man is sevenfold in his constitution. The thread of being which animates man and passes through all his personalities, or rebirths on this earth, an allusion to Sutratma, the thread on which, moreover, all his, quote, spirits, unquote, are strung, is spun from the essence of the threefold, the fourfold, and the fivefold, which contain all the preceding. Panshatika, agreeably to Bhagavad Purana, Volume 5, Chapter 20, verse 25 to 28, is one of the 7 Kumaras who go to Svetadvipa to worship Vishnu. We shall see further on what connection there is between the, quote, celibate, unquote, and chaste sons of Brahma who refuse to multiply, and terrestrial mortals. Meanwhile, it is evident that the man-plant, Saptaparna, thus refers to the 7 principles, and man is compared to the 7-leaved plant of this name, so sacred among Buddhists. For further details as to Saptaparna and the importance of the number 7 in occultism, as well as in symbology, the reader is referred to Part 2, Book 2 on Symbolism, sections on Saptaparna, the septenary in the Vedas, etc., etc. Note on the 7-leaved plant of this name. The Egyptian allegory in the Book of the Dead, already mentioned, the hymn that relates to the reward of the soul, is as suggestive of our septenary doctrine as it is poetical. The deceased is allotted a piece of land in the field of Onuru, wherein the manes, the deified shades of the dead, glean, as the harvest they have sown by their actions in life, the corn 7 cubits high, which grows in a territory divided into 14 and 7 portions. This corn is the food on which they live and prosper, or that will kill them, in Amenti, the realm of which the Onru field is a domain. For, as said in the hymn, see chapter 32, verse 9, the deceased is either destroyed therein or becomes pure spirit for the eternity, in consequence of the 7 times 77 lives, past or to be passed on earth. The idea of the corn reaped as the fruit of our actions is very graphic. End of note. The 7 continued. 4. It is the root that never dies, the 3-tongued flame of the 4 wicks. Note, the 3-tongued flame of the 4 wicks corresponds to the 4 unities and the 3 binaries of the Sephirothal tree. See commentary in stanza 6. End of note. The 3-tongued flame that never dies is the immortal spiritual triad, the Atma, Buddhi, and Manas, the fruition of the latter assimilated by the first 2 after every terrestrial life. The 4 wicks that go out and are extinguished are the 4 lower principles, including the body. I am the 3-wicked flame, and my wicks are immortal, says the defunct. I enter into the domain of Sekhem, the god whose arm shows the seed of action produced by the disembodied soul, and I enter the region of the flames who have destroyed their adversaries, that is, got rid of the sin-creating 4 wicks, See Chapter 1, 7, Book of the Dead, and the Mysteries of Rostan. The wicks are the sparks that roar from the three-tongued flame, their upper triad, shot out by the seven, their flame. The beams and sparks of one moon reflected in the running waves of all the rivers of the earth. Buni, or Pretivi. Note: useless to repeat again that the terms given here are Sanskrit translations, for the original terms, unknown and unheard of in Europe, would only puzzle the reader more and serve no useful purpose. End of note. Just as myriads of bright sparks dance on the waters of an ocean above which one and the same moon is shining, so our evanescent personalities, the elusive envelopes of the immortal monad ego, twinkle and dance on the waves of Maya. Stanza 7, continued. 5. The spark hangs from the flame by the finest thread of Fohat. It journeys through the 7 worlds of Maya. The phrase, through the 7 worlds of Maya, refers here to the 7 globes of the planetary chain and the 7 rounds, or the 49 stations of active existence that are before the spark or monad at the beginning of every great life cycle, or Manvantara. The thread of Fohat is the thread of life before referred to. This relates to the greatest problem of philosophy, the physical and the substantial nature of life, the independent nature which is denied by modern science because that science is unable to comprehend it. The reincarnationists and believers in karma alone dimly perceive that the whole secret of life is in the unbroken series of its manifestations, whether in or apart from the physical body. Because if life, like a dome of many-colored glass, stains the white radiance of eternity, yet it is itself part and parcel of that eternity, for life alone can understand life. What is that spark which hangs from the flame? It is Jiva, the monad in conjunction with Manas, or rather its aroma, that which remains from each personality when worthy and hangs from Atma-buddhi, the flame, by the thread of life. In whatever way interpreted, and into whatever number of principles the human being is divided, it may easily be shown that this doctrine is supported by all the ancient religions, from the Vedic to the Egyptian, from the Zoroastrian to the Jewish. In the case of the last mentioned, the Kabbalistic works offer abundant proof of this statement. The entire system of the Kabbalistic numerals is based on the divine septenary hanging from the triad, thus forming the decade, and its permutations 7, 5, 4, and 3, which finally all merged into the One itself, an endless and boundless circle. The deity, the ever-invisible presence, says the Zohar, manifests itself through the 10 Sephiroth, which are its irradiating witnesses. The deity is like the sea from which outflows a stream called wisdom, the waters of which fall into a lake named intelligence. From the basin, like 7 channels, issue the 7 Sephiroth. For 10 equals 7. The decade contains 4 unities and 3 binaries. The 10 Sephiroth correspond to the limbs of man. When I framed Adam Kadmon, the Elohim, I made to say, the spirit of the eternal shot out of his body like a sheet of lightning that radiated at once on the billows of the 7 millions of skies, and my 10 splendors were his limbs. But neither the head nor the shoulders of Adman Kadmon can be seen. Therefore we read in the Sifra Dzenyuta, the book of the concealed mystery, quote, in the beginning of time, after the Elohim, the sons of light and life, or the builders, had shaped out of the eternal essence the heavens and the earth, they formed the worlds 6 by 6, the 7th being Malkut, which is our earth. See Mantuan Codex, on its plane, and the lowest in all other planes of conscious existence. The Chaldean Book of Numbers contains a detailed explanation of all this. The first stride of the body of Adman Kadmon, the 3 upper planes of the 7, cannot be seen before the soul stands in the presence of the Ancient of Days. Note on the 3 upper planes of the 7. The formation of the living soul, or man, would render the idea more clearly. A living soul is a synonym of man in the Bible. These are 7 principles. End of note. The Sephiroth of this upper triad are 1. Kether, the crown, represented by the brow of Macroprosopos. 2. Chokmah, wisdom, the male principle, by his right shoulder. And 3. Bina, intelligence, a female principle, by the left shoulder. Then come the 7 limbs, or Sephiroth, on the planes of manifestation, the totality of these 4 planes being represented by Microprosopos, the lesser face, or Tetragrammaton, the 4-lettered mystery. The 7 manifested and the 3 concealed limbs are the body of the deity." Unquote. Thus our earth, Malkut, is both the 7th and the 4th world, the former when counting from the first globe above, the latter if reckoned by the planes. It is generated by the 6th globe or Sephiroth, called Yesod, foundation, or as said in the Book of Numbers by Yesod, he, Adam Kadmon, fecundates the primitive Hiva, Eve, or our earth. Rendered in mystic language, this is the explanation why Malkut, called the inferior mother, Matrona, queen, and the kingdom of the foundation, is shown as the bride of Tetragrammaton or Microprosopos, the second Logos, the heavenly man. When free from all impurity, she will become united with the spiritual Logos, that is, in the 7th race of the 7th round, after the regeneration on the day of Sabbath. For the 7th day has again an occult significance undreamt of by our theologians. When Matronitha, the mother, is separated and brought face to face with the king, in the excellence of the Sabbath, all things become one body, says verse 746 in chapter 22 of Haidrazuta Kadisha. Becomes one body means that all is reabsorbed once more into one element, the spirits of men becoming nirvanis, and the elements of everything else becoming again what they were before, protile or undifferentiated substance. Sabbath means rest, or nirvana. It is not the 7th day after 6 days, but a period the duration of which equals that of the 7 days, or any period made up of 7 parts. Thus a pralaya is equal in duration to the Manvantara, or a night of Brahma is equal to this, quote, day, unquote. If the Christians will follow Jewish customs, they ought to adopt the spirit and not the dead letter thereof, that is, to work 1 week of 7 days and rest 7 days. That the word Sabbath had a mystic significance is shown in the contempt shown by Jesus for the Sabbath day, and by what is said in Luke, chapter 18, verse 12. Sabbath is there taken for the whole week. See Greek text, where the week is called Sabbath. I fast twice in the Sabbath. Paul, an initiate, knew it well when referring to the eternal rest and felicity in heaven as Sabbath. And their happiness will be eternal, for they will ever be one with the Lord, and will enjoy an eternal Sabbath. From Hebrew, chapter 4, verse 2. The difference between the two systems, taking the Kabbalah as contained in the Chaldean Book of Numbers, not as misrepresented by its now disfigured copy, the Kabbalah of the Christian mystics. The Kabbalah and the archaic esoteric Vidya is very small indeed, being confined to unimportant divergencies of form and expression. Thus Eastern occultism refers to our earth as the 4th world, the lowest of the chain, above which run upward on both its sides the 6 globes, 3 on each side. The Zohar, on the other hand, calls the earth the lower, or the 7th, adding that upon the 6th depend all things which are in it. Microprosopos, the smaller face, smaller because manifested and finite, is formed of 6 Sephiroth, says the same work. 7 kings come and die in the thrice-destroyed world. Malkut, our earth, destroyed after each of the 3 rounds which it has gone through. And the reign of the 7 kings will be broken up. And Book of Numbers 1:8, verse 3. This relates to the 7 races, 5 of which have already appeared, and 2 more have still to appear in this round. The Shinto allegorical accounts of cosmogony and the origin of man in Japan hint at the same belief. Captain Seep Founders studies for nearly 9 years in the monasteries of Japan the religion underlying the various sects of the land. The Shinto idea of creation, he says, is as follows. Out of chaos, konton, the earth, in, was the sediment precipitated, and the heavens, yo, the ethereal essences which ascended. Ma, Jin, appeared between the 2. The first man was called Kunitoko Tachino Mikoto, and 5 other names were given to him, and then the human race appeared, male and female. Izanagi and Izanami begat Tenshoko Dyoin, the first of the 5 gods of the earth. These, quote, gods, unquote, are simply our 5 races, Izanagi and Izanami being the 2 kinds of the, quote, ancestors, unquote, the 2 preceding races which give birth to animal and rational man. It will be shown, Volume 2, Part 2, that the number 7, as well as the doctrine of the septenary constitution of man, was preeminent in all the sacred systems. It plays as important a part in Western Kabbalah as in Eastern occultism. Eliphas Levi calls the number 7 the key to the Mosaic creation and the symbols of every religion. He shows the Kabbalah following faithfully even the septenary division of man, as the diagram he gives in his Clef de Grand Mystère is septenary. This may be seen at a glance on page 389, Une prophétie et diverses pensées de Paracelse. However cleverly the correct thought is veiled. One needs also only to look at the diagram, Plate 7 in Mr. Mather's Kabbalah, the formation of the soul, from the same key of the great mysteries, by Levi, to find the same, though with a different interpretation. Note, Nephesh is the breath of animal life, breathed into Adam, the man of dust. It is consequently the vital spark, the informing element. Without manas, or what is miscalled in Levi's diagram Nephesh instead of manas, the reasoning soul or mind, Atma Buddhi, are irrational on this plane and cannot act. It is Buddhi which is the plastic mediator, not manas, the intelligent medium between the upper triad and the lower quaternary. But there are many such strange and curious transformations to be found in the Kabbalistic works, a convincing proof that its literature has become a sad jumble. We do not accept the classification except in this one particular, in order to show the points of agreement. See a diagram taken from page 242. We will now give in tabular form what the very cautious Eliphas Levi says in explanation of his diagram, and what the esoteric doctrine teaches, and compare the 2. Levi, too, makes a distinction between Kabbalistic and occult pneumatics. See Histoire de la Magick, pages 388 and 389. Says Eliphas Levi, Kabbalistic pneumatics. 1. The soul or ego is a clothed light, and this light is triple. Say the Theosophists of esoteric pneumatics. Ditto, for it is Atma Buddhi Manas. 2. Says Eliphas Levi, Neshama, pure spirit. Say Theosophists, ditto. Note, Eliphas Levi has, whether purposely or otherwise, confused the numbers. With us his number 2 is number 1, spirit, and by making of Nephesh both the plastic mediator and life, he thus makes in reality only 6 principles, because he repeats the first 2. End of note. 3. Says Eliphas Levi, Ruach, the soul of spirit. Say Theosophists, spiritual soul. 4. Says Eliphas Levi, Nephesh, plastic mediator. Note, esotericism teaches the same, but manas is not Nephesh, nor is the latter the astral, but the 4th principle, if also the 2nd prana, for Nephesh is the breath of life in man, as in beast or insect, of physical material life which has no spirituality in it. End of note. Say Theosophists, mediator between spirit and its man, the seat of reason, the mind, in man. 5. Says Eliphas Levi, the garment of the soul is the rind, body, of the image, the astral soul. Says Theosophy, correct. 6. Says Eliphas Levi, the image is double because it reflects the good and the bad. Say Theosophists, too uselessly apocalyptic, why not say that the astral reflects the good as well as the bad man who is ever tending to the upper triangle or else disappears with the quaternary. 7. Says Eliphas Levi, imago, body. Say Theosophists, ditto the earthly image. Then a comparison of occult pneumatics as given by Eliphas Levi versus occult pneumatics as given by the occultists. Says Levi, 1. Nephesh is immortal because it renews its life by the destruction of forms, is a misnomer and a useless puzzle to the student. Says occultist, Manas is immortal because after every new incarnation it adds to Atma Buddhi something of itself, and thus assimilating itself to the monad, shares its immortality. Says Levi, 2. Ruach progresses by the evolution of ideas, in brackets, exclamation mark and question mark. Say occultists, 2. Buddhi becomes conscious by the accretions it gets from manas after every new incarnation and the death of man. 3. Says Eliphas Levi, Neshama is progressive without oblivion and destruction. Say occultists, Atma neither progresses, forgets, nor remembers. It does not belong to this plane. It is but the ray of light eternal which shines upon and through the darkness of matter when the latter is willing. 4. Says Eliphas Levi, the soul has 3 dwellings. Say occultists, the soul collectively, as the upper triad, lives on 3 planes besides its 4th, the terrestrial sphere, and it exists eternally on the highest of the 3. 5. Says Eliphas Levi, these dwellings are the plane of the mortals, the superior Eden, and the inferior Eden. Say occultists, these dwellings are earth for the physical man or the animal soul. 6. Says Levi, the image, man, is a sphinx that offers the riddle of birth. Say occultists, correct. 7. Says Levi, the fatal image, the astral, endows Nephesh with its aptitudes, but Ruach is able to substitute for this vitiated Nephesh, the image conquered in accordance with the inspirations of Neshama. Say occultists, the astral through Kema, desire, is ever drawing manas down to the sphere of material passions and desires, but if the better man or manas tries to escape the fatal attraction and turns its aspirations to Atma, spirit, then Buddhi, Ruach, conquers and carries manas with it to the realm of eternal spirit. It is very evident that the French Kabbalist either did not know sufficiently the real tenet or distorted it to suit himself and his object. Thus he says again, treating upon the same subject, and we, occultists, answer the late Kabbalist and his admirers. 1. Says Levi, the body is the mold of Nephesh, Nephesh the mold of Ruach, Ruach the mold of the garments of Neshama. Say occultists, the body follows the whims, good or bad, of manas. Manas tries to follow the light of Buddhi, but often fails. Buddhi is the mold of the quote garments unquote of Atma, because Atma is no body, or shape, or anything, and because Buddhi is its vehicle only figuratively. 2. Says Levi, light, the soul, personifies in clothing itself with a body, and personality endures only when the garment is perfect. Say occultists, the monad becomes a personal ego when it incarnates, and something remains of that personality through manas, when the latter is perfect enough to assimilate Buddhi. 3. Says Levi, the angels aspire to become men, a perfect man. A man-god is above all the angels. Say occultists, correct. 4. Says Levi, every 14,000 years the soul rejuvenates and rests in the jubilee and sleep of oblivion. Say occultists, within a period, a great age, or a day of Brahma, 14 Manus reign, after which comes Pralaya, when all the souls rest in Nirvana. Souls equals egos. And such are the distorted copies of the esoteric doctrine in the Kabbalah. But see also the primeval Manus of humanity in Book 2. The well-known Kabbalistic aphorism runs, a stone becomes a plant a beast a man a spirit, and the spirit a god. The spark animates all the kingdoms in turn before it enters into and informs divine man, between whom and his predecessor, animal man, there is all the difference in the world. Genesis begins its anthropology at the wrong end, evidently for a blind, and lands nowhere. Note: the introductory chapters of Genesis were never meant to represent even a remote allegory of the creation of our earth. They embrace a metaphysical conception of some indefinite period in the eternity, when successive attempts were being made by the law of evolution at the formation of universes. The idea is plainly stated in the Zohar, quote, "There were old worlds, which perished as soon as they came into existence, were formless, and were called sparks. Thus the smith, when hammering the iron, lets the sparks fly in all directions. The sparks are the primordial worlds, which could not continue because the sacred aged, Sephira, had not as yet assumed its form of androgyne or opposite sexes, of king and queen, Sephira and Kadmon, and the master was not yet at his work." See Zohar, Idra Sutta, Book 3, page 292, b. The supreme consulting with the architect of the world, his Logos, about creation. See Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, page 421. End of note. Had it begun as it ought, one would have found in it first the celestial Logos, the quote, heavenly man, unquote, which evolves as a compound unit of logoi, out of whom, after their prolaic sleep, a sleep that gathers the ciphers scattered on the Mayavic plane into one, as the separate globules of quicksilver on a plate blend into one mass, their logoi appear in their totality as the first, quote, male and female, unquote, or Adman Kadmon, the fiat lux of the Bible, as we have already seen. But this transformation did not take place on our earth, nor on any other material plane, but in the spatial depths of the first differentiation of the eternal root matter. On our nascent globe, things proceed differently. The monad, or jiva, as said in Isis Unveiled, Volume 1, page 302, is, first of all, shot down by the law of evolution into the lowest form of matter, the mineral. After a sevenfold gyration, encased in the stone, or that which will become mineral and stone in the fourth round, it creeps out of it, say, as a lichen, passing thence through all the forms of vegetable matter into what is termed animal matter. It has now reached the point in which it has become the germ, so to speak, of the animal that will become the physical man. All this, up to the third round, is formless as matter and senseless as consciousness. For the monad or jiva per se cannot be even called spirit. It is a ray, a breath of the absolute, or the absoluteness rather, and the absolute homogeneity, having no relations with the conditioned and the relative finiteness, is unconscious on our plane. Therefore, besides the material which will be needed for its future human form, the monad requires a spiritual model or prototype for that material to shape itself into, and b, an intelligent consciousness to guide its evolution and progress, neither of which is possessed by the homogeneous monad or by the senseless, though living, matter. The atom of dust requires the soul of life to be breathed into him. The two middle principles, which are the sentient life of the irrational animal and the human soul, for the former is irrational without the latter, It is only when, from a potential androgyne, man has become separated into male and female, that he will be endowed with this conscious, rational, individual soul, manas, the principle or the intelligence of the Elohim, to receive which he has to eat of the fruit of knowledge from the tree of good and evil. How is he to obtain all this? The occult doctrine teaches that while the monad is cycling on downward into matter, these very Elohim, or Pitris, the lower Dayan Kochans, are evolving pari passu with it on a higher and more spiritual plane, descending also relatively into matter on their own plane of consciousness when, after having reached a certain point, they will meet the incarnating senseless monad, encased in the lowest matter, and blending the two potencies, spirit and matter, the union will produce that terrestrial symbol of the, quote, heavenly man, unquote, in space, perfect man. In the Sankhya philosophy, Purusha, spirit, is spoken of as something impotent unless he mounts on the shoulders of Prakriti, matter, which left alone is senseless. But in the secret philosophy they are viewed as graduated. Though one and the same thing in their origin, spirit and matter, when once they are on the plane of differentiation, begin each of them their evolutionary progress in contrary directions, spirit falling gradually into matter, and the latter ascending to its original condition, that of pure spiritual substance. Both are inseparable, yet ever separated. In polarity on the physical plane, two like poles will always repel each other, while the negative and the positive are mutually attracted. So do spirit and matter stand to each other, the two poles of the same homogeneous substance, the root principle of the universe. Therefore, when the hour strikes for Purusha to mount on Prakriti's shoulders for the formation of the perfect man, rudimentary man of the first 2.5 races being only the first, gradually evolving into the most perfect of mammals, the celestial, quote, ancestors, unquote, entities from preceding worlds, called in India the Shishta, step in on this our plane, as the Pitris had stepped in before them for the formation of the physical or animal man, and incarnate in the latter. Thus the two processes for the two creations, the animal and the divine man, differ greatly. The Pitris shoot out from their ethereal bodies still more ethereal and shadowy similitudes of themselves, or what we would now call doubles or astral forms, in their own likeness. Note, read Dionysius Unveiled, Volume 2, pages 297 to 303, the doctrine of the Codex Nazareus. Every tenet of our teaching is found there under a different form and allegory. End of note. This furnishes the monad with its first dwelling, and blind matter with the model around and upon which to build henceforth. But man is still incomplete. From Swayambhuva Manu in Manu, Book 1, from whom descended the 7 primitive manas, or Prajapati, each of whom gave birth to a primitive race of men, down to the Codex Nazareus, in which Karaptanos, or Fetahil, blind concupiscent matter, begets on his mother, Spiritus, 7 figures, each of which stands as the progenitor of one of the primeval 7 races. This doctrine has left its impress on every archaic scripture. Who forms Manu, the man, and who forms his body? The life and the lives. Sin and the moon. Note on sin. The word sin is curious, but has a particular occult relation to the moon, besides being its Chaldean equivalent. End of note. Here the Manu stands for the spiritual heavenly man, the real and non-dying ego in us, which is the direct emanation of the one life, or the absolute deity. As to our outward physical bodies, the house of the tabernacle of the soul, the doctrine teaches a strange lesson, so strange that unless thoroughly explained and as rightly comprehended, it is only the exact science of the future that is destined to vindicate the theory fully. It has been stated before now that occultism does not accept anything inorganic in the cosmos. The expression employed by science, inorganic substance, means simply that the latent life slumbering in the molecules of so-called inert matter is incognizable. All is life, and every atom of even mineral dust is a life, though beyond our comprehension and perception, because it is outside the range of the laws known to those who reject occultism. The very atoms, says Tyndall, seem instinct with a desire for life. Whence then, we would ask, come the tendency to run into organic form? Is it in any way explicable except according to the teachings of occult science? The worlds, to the profane, says a commentary, are built up of the known elements. To the conception of an arahat, these elements are themselves collectively a divine life, distributively on the plane of manifestations, the numberless and countless crores of lives. Note: is Pasteur unconsciously taking the first step toward occult science in declaring that if he dared express his full idea upon this subject, he would say that the organic cells are endowed with a vital potency that does not cease its activity with the cessation of a current of oxygen towards them, and does not, on that account, break off its relations with life itself, which is supported by the influence of that gas? I would add, goes on Pasteur, that the evolution of the germ is accomplished by means of complicated phenomena, among which we must class processes of fermentation. And life, according to Claude Bernard and Pasteur, is nothing else than a process of fermentation. That there exist in nature beings or lives that can live and thrive without air, even on our globe, was demonstrated by the same men of science. Pasteur found that many of the lower lives, such as vibriones and some microbes and bacteria, could exist without air, which, on the contrary, killed them. They derived the oxygen necessary for their multiplication from the various substances that surround them. He calls them aerobes, living on the tissues of our matter when the latter has ceased to form a part of an integral and living whole, then called very unscientifically by science dead matter, and anaerobes. The one kind binds oxygen and contributes vastly to the destruction of animal life and vegetable tissues, furnishing to the atmosphere materials which enter later on into the constitution of other organisms. The other destroys, or rather annihilates finally, the so-called organic substance, ultimate decay being impossible without their participation. Certain germ cells, such as those of yeast, develop and multiply in air, but when deprived of it, they will adapt themselves to life without air and become ferments, absorbing oxygen from substances coming in contact with them, and thereby ruining the latter. The cells in fruit, when lacking free oxygen, act as ferments and stimulate fermentation. Therefore, the vegetable cell manifests in this case its life as an anaerobic being. Why then should an organic cell form in this case an exception? Asks Professor Bogolubov. Pasteur shows that in the substance of our tissues and organs, the cell, not finding sufficient oxygen for itself, stimulates fermentation in the same way as the fruit cell. And Claude Bernard thought that Pasteur's idea of the formation of ferments found its application and corroboration in the fact that urea increases in the blood during strangulation. Life, therefore, is everywhere in the universe, and occultism teaches us it is also in the atom. Also see info at the close of this section. End of note. Fire alone is one on the plane of the one reality, on that of manifested, hence elusive, being. Its particles are fiery lives which live and have their being at the expense of every other life that they consume. Therefore they are named the devourers. Every visible thing in this universe was built by such lives, from conscious and divine primordial man down to the unconscious agents that construct matter. From the one life, formless and uncreate, proceeds the universe of lives. First was manifested from the deep chaos, cold luminous fire (in brackets gaseous light?), which formed the curds in space (in brackets irresolvable nebula perhaps?). These fought, and a great heat was developed by the encountering and collision, which produced rotation. Then came the first manifested material, fire, the hot flames, the wanderers in heaven, comets. Heat generates moist vapor. That forms solid water, brackets question mark. Then dry mist, then liquid mist, watery, that puts out the luminous brightness of the pilgrims, in brackets comets, question mark, and forms solid watery wheels, matter globes. Bhumi, the earth, appears with 6 sisters. Note: it is a Vedic teaching that there are 3 earths corresponding to 3 heavens, and our earth, the 4th, is called Bhumi. This is the explanation given by our exoteric Western Orientalists. But the esoteric meaning and allusion to it in the Vedas is that it refers to our planetary chain, 3 quote, earths unquote, on the descending arc, and 3 quote, heavens unquote, which are the 3 earths, or globes also, only far more ethereal, on the ascending or spiritual arc. By the first 3 we descend into matter, by the other 3 we ascend into spirit, the lower one, Bhumi, our earth, forming the turning point, so to say, and containing potentially as much of spirit as it does of matter. We shall treat of this hereafter. End of note. These produce by their continuous motion the inferior fire, heat, and an aqueous mist, which yields the 3rd world element, water, and from the breath of all, atmospheric air, is born. These 4 are the 4 lives of the first 4 periods, rounds of Manvantara. The 3 last will follow. This means that every new round develops one of the compound elements, as now known to science, which rejects the primitive nomenclature, preferring to subdivide them into constituents. If nature is the ever-becoming of the manifested plane, then those elements are to be regarded in the same light. They have to evolve, progress, and increase to the manvantaric end. Thus the first round, we are taught, developed but one element, and a nature and humanity in what may be called one aspect of nature, called by some very unscientifically, though it may be so de facto, one-dimensional space. The second round brought forth and developed 2 elements, fire and earth, and its humanity, adapted to this condition of nature, if we can give the name humanity to beings living under conditions unknown to man, was, to use again a familiar phrase in a strictly figurative sense, the only way in which it can be used correctly, quote, a 2-dimensional species, unquote. The processes of natural development which we are now considering will at once elucidate and discredit the fashion of speculating on the attributes of the 2, 3, and 4 or more dimensional space. But in passing, it is worthwhile to point out the real significance of the sound but incomplete intuition that has prompted, among spiritualists and theosophists, and several great men of science for the matter of that, the use of the modern expression, the 4th dimension of space. Note on several great men of science. Professor Zöllner's theory has been more than welcomed by several scientists who are spiritualists. Professors Butlerov and Wagner of St. Petersburg, for instance. End of note. To begin with, of course, the superficial absurdity of assuming that space itself is measurable in any direction is of little consequence. The familiar phrase can only be an abbreviation of the fuller form, the 4th dimension of matter in space. Note: the giving reality to abstractions is the error of realism. Space and time are frequently viewed as separate from other concrete experiences of the mind, instead of being generalizations of these in certain aspects. From Bain, Logic, Part 2, page 389, end of note. But it is an unhappy phrase even thus expanded, because, while it is perfectly true that the progress of evolution may be destined to introduce us to new characteristics of matter, those with which we are already familiar are really more numerous than the 3 dimensions. The faculties, or what is perhaps the best available term, the characteristics of matter, must clearly bear direct relation always to the senses of man. Matter has extension, color, motion, molecular motion, taste, and smell, corresponding to the existing senses of man, and by the time that it fully develops the next characteristic, let us call it for the moment permeability, this will correspond to the next sense of man. Let us call it normal clairvoyance. Thus, when some bold thinkers have been thirsting for a 4th dimension to explain the passage of matter through matter and the production of knots upon an endless cord, what they were really in want of was a 6th characteristic of matter. The 3 dimensions belong really but to one attribute or characteristic of matter, extension, and popular common sense justly rebels against the idea that under any condition of things there can be more than 3 of such dimension as length, breadth, and thickness. These terms, and the term dimension itself, all belong to one plane of thought, to one stage of evolution, to one characteristic of matter. So long as there are foot rulers within the resources of cosmos to apply to matter, so long will they be able to measure it in 3 ways and no more, and from the time the idea of measurement first occupied a place in the human understanding, it has been possible to apply measurement in 3 directions and no more. But these considerations do not militate in any way against the certainty that in the progress of time, as the faculties of humanity are multiplied, so will the characteristics of matter be multiplied also. Meanwhile, the expression is far more incorrect than even the familiar one of the sun rising or setting. We now return to the consideration of material evolution through the rounds. Matter in the 2nd round, it has been stated, may be figuratively referred to as a 2-dimensional, but here another caveat must be entered. That loose and figurative expression may be regarded in one plane of thought, as we have just seen, as equivalent to the 2nd characteristic of matter corresponding to the 2nd perceptive faculty or sense of man. But these 2 linked scales of evolution are concerned with the processes going on within the limits of a single round. The succession of primary aspects of nature, with which the succession of rounds is concerned, has to do, as already indicated, with the development of the elements in the occult sense, fire, air, water, and earth. Note on water. The order in which these elements are placed above is the correct one for esoteric purposes and in the secret teachings. Milton was right when he spoke of the powers of fire, air, water, earth. The earth, such as we know it now, had no existence before the 4th round, hundreds of million years ago, the commencement of our geological earth. The globe was fiery, cool, and radiant, as its ethereal men and animals during the 1st round, says the commentary, uttering a contradiction or paradox in the opinion of our present science. Luminous and more dense and heavy during the 2nd round, watery during the 3rd. Thus are the elements reversed. End of note. We are only in the 4th round, and our catalogue so far stops short. The centers of consciousness, destined to develop into humanity as we know it, of the 3rd round arrived at a perception of the 3rd element, water. Note. If we had to frame our conclusions according to the data furnished to us by the geologists, then we would say that there was no real water even during the Carboniferous period. We are told that gigantic masses of carbon, which existed formerly spread in the atmosphere as carbonic acid, were absorbed by plants, while a large proportion of that gas was mixed in the water. Now, if this be so, and we have to believe that all the carbonic acid which went to compose those plants that formed bituminous coal, lignite, etc., and went towards the formation of limestone and so on, that all this was at a period in the atmosphere in a gaseous form, then there must have been seas and oceans of liquid carbonic acid. But how then could the Carboniferous period be preceded by the Devonian and Silurian ages, those of fishes and mollusks, on that assumption? Barometric pressure, moreover, must have exceeded several hundred times the pressure of our present atmosphere. How could organisms, even so simple as those of certain fishes and mollusks, stand that? There is a curious work by Blanchard on the origin of life, wherein he shows some strange contradictions and confusions in the theories of his colleagues, and which we recommend to the reader's attention. End of note. Those of the fourth round have added earth as a state of matter to their stock, as well as the three other elements in their present transformation. In short, none of the so-called elements were, in the three preceding rounds, as they are now. For all we know, fire may have been pure akasha, the first matter of the magnus opus of the creators and "builders", that astral light, which the paradoxical Eliphas Levi calls in one breath the body of the Holy Ghost, and in the next Baphomet, the androgyne goat of Mendes. Air, simply nitrogen, the breath of the supporters of the heavenly dome, as the Mahometan mystics call it. Water, that primordial fluid which was required, according to Moses, to make a living soul with. Note: Eliphas Levi shows it very truly, a force in nature by means of which a single man, who can master it, might throw the world into confusion and transform its face. For it is the great arcanum of transcendent magic. Quoting the words of the great Western Kabbalists in their translated form, see The Mysteries of Magic by A. E. Waite. We may explain them, perhaps, the better by the occasional addition of a word or two to show the difference between Western and Eastern explanations of the same subject. The author says of the great magic agent, "This ambient and all-penetrating fluid, this ray detached from the central or spiritual sun's splendor, fixed by the weight of the atmosphere, in brackets, question mark, exclamation mark, and the power of central attraction. The astral light, this electromagnetic ether, this vital and luminous caloric, is represented on ancient monuments by the girdle of Isis, which twines round two poles, and in ancient theogonies by the serpent devouring its own tail, emblem of prudence and of Saturn, emblem of infinity, immortality, and Chronos, time, not the god Saturn of the planet. It is the winged dragon of Medea, the double serpent of the Caduceus, and the tempter of Genesis. But it is also the brazen snakes of Moses encircling the Tao. Lastly, it is the devil of exoteric dogmatism, and is really the blind force. It is not blind, and Levi knew it, which souls must conquer in order to detach themselves from the chains of earth. For if they should not, they will be absorbed by the same power which first produced them, and will return to the central and eternal fire. This great Archaeus is now discovered by, and only for one man, Mr. J. W. Keeley of Philadelphia. For others, however, it is discovered, yet must remain almost useless. Quote, "So far shalt thou go," unquote. All the above is as practical as it is correct, save one error, which we will explain in the text further on. Eliphas Levi commits a great blunder in always identifying the astral light with what we call Akasha. What it really is will be given in Part 2 of Volume 2. End of note. And this may account for the flagrant discrepancies and unscientific statements found in Genesis. Separate the first from the second chapter, read the former as a scripture of the Elohists, and the latter as that of the far younger Jehovists. Still one finds, if one reads between the lines, the same order in which things created appear, namely, fire, light, then air, water, and man, or the earth. For the sentence, "In the beginning God created heaven and earth," is a mistranslation. It is not a heaven and earth, but the duplex or dual heaven, the upper and the lower heavens, or the separation of a primordial substance that was light in its upper and dark in its lower portions, or the manifested universe. in its duality of the invisible to the senses, and the visible to our perceptions. God divided the light from the darkness, verse 4, and then made the firmament, air, 5. A firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters, 6. That is, the waters which were under the firmament, our manifested visible universe, from the waters above the firmament, or the, to us, invisible planes of being. In the second chapter, the Jehovistic, plants and herbs are created before water, just as in the first, light is produced before the sun. God made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For the Elohim, quote, gods, unquote, had not caused it to rain upon the earth, etc. Verse 5. An absurdity unless the esoteric explanation is accepted. The plants were created before they were in the earth, for there was no earth then such as it is now, and the herb of the field was in existence before it grew as it does now in the fourth round. Discussing and explaining the nature of the invisible elements and the primordial fire mentioned above, Eliphas Levi calls it invariably the astral light. It is the grand agent magique with him. Undeniably it is so, but only so far as black magic is concerned, and on the lowest planes of what we call ether, the noumenon of which is akasha. And even this would be held incorrect by orthodox occultists. The astral light is simply the older sidereal light of Paracelsus. And to say that everything which exists has been evolved from it, and it preserves and reproduces all forms, as he writes, is to enunciate truth only in the second proposition. The first is erroneous, for if all that exists was evolved through or via it, it is not the astral light. The latter is not the container of all things, but only the reflector, at best, of this all. Eliphas Levi writes, the great magic agent is the fourth emanation of the life principle. We say it is the first in the inner and the second in the outer, our universe. And he goes on, of which the sun is the third form. For the day star, the sun, is only the reflection and material shadow of the central sun of truth, which illuminates the intellectual invisible world of spirit, and which itself is but a gleam borrowed from the absolute. So far he is right enough. But when the great authority of the Western Kabbalists adds that nevertheless it is not the immortal spirit as the Indian hierophants have imagined, we answer that he slanders the said hierophants, as they have said nothing of the kind, while even the Puranic exoteric writings flatly contradict the assertion. No Hindu has ever mistaken Prakriti, the astral light, being only above the lowest plane of Prakriti, the material cosmos, for the, quote, immortal spirit, unquote. Prakriti is ever called Maya, illusion, and is doomed to disappear with the rest, the gods included, at the hour of the pralaya. For it is shown that Akasha is not even the ether, least of all then, we imagine, can it be the astral light. Those unable to penetrate beyond the dead letter of the Puranas have occasionally confused Akasha with Prakriti, with aether, and even with the visible sky. It is true also that those who have invariably translated the term Akasha by ether, Wilson for instance, finding it called the material cause of sound, possessing moreover this one single property, Vishnu Purana, have ignorantly imagined it to be material in the physical sense. True again that if the characteristics are accepted literally, then, since nothing material or physical, and therefore conditioned and temporary, can be immortal, according to metaphysics and philosophy, it would follow that Akasha is neither infinite nor immortal. But all this is erroneous, since both the words pradhana, primeval matter, and sound as a property have been misunderstood, the former term, pradhana, being certainly synonymous with mula prakriti and akasha, and the latter, sound, with the verbum, the word, or the Logos. This is easy to demonstrate, for it is shown in the following sentences in Vishnu Purana. In the beginning there was neither day nor night, nor sky, nor earth, nor darkness, nor light, save only one, unapprehensible by intellect, or that which is Brahma and Pums, spirit, and Pradhana, primordial matter. Book 1, Chapter 2. Now, what is Pradhana, if it is not Mula Prakriti, the root of all, in another aspect? For Pradhana, though said further on to merge into the deity as everything else does, in order to leave the one absolute during the pralaya, yet is held as infinite and immortal. The commentator describes the deity as one Pradhanika Brahma spirit, that was, and interprets the compound term as a substantive, not as a derivative word used attributively, that is, like something conjoined with Pradhana. Note. The student has to note, moreover, that the Purana is a dualistic system, not evolutionary, and that in this respect far more will be found from an esoteric standpoint in Sankhya and even in the Manava Dharma Shastra, however much the latter differs from the former. End of note. Hence Pradhana, even in the Puranas, is an aspect of Parabrahman, not an evolution, and must be the same as the Vedantic Mula Prakriti. Prakriti in its primary state is Akasha, says a Vedantian scholar. See 5 Years of Theosophy, page 169. It is almost abstract nature. Akasha then is Pradhana in another form, and as such cannot be ether, the ever-invisible agent, courted even by physical science, nor is it astral light. It is, as said, the noumenon of the sevenfold differentiated Prakriti, the ever-immaculate, quote, mother, unquote, of the fatherless son, who becomes, quote, father, unquote, on the lower manifested plane. Note on the noumenon of the sevenfold differentiated Prakriti. Note on the noumenon of the sevenfold differentiated Prakriti. In the Sankhya philosophy, the 7 Prakritis, or productive productions, are Mahat, Ahamkara, and their 5 Tanmantras. See Sankhya Karika 3, and the commentary thereon. End of note. For Mahat is the first product of Pradhana or Akasha, and Mahat, universal intelligence, whose characteristic property is Buddhi, is no other than the Logos, for he is called Eshvara, Brahma, Bhava, etc. See Linga Purana, section 70, 12 et sequens, and Vayu Purana, but especially the former Purana, prior, section 8, 67 to 74. He is, in short, the, quote, creator, unquote, or the divine mind in creative operation, the cause of all things. He is the, quote, firstborn, unquote, of whom the Puranas tell us that Mahat and matter are the inner and outer boundaries of the universe, or in our language, the negative and the positive poles of dual nature, abstract and concrete. For the Purana adds, in this manner, as were the 7 forms, principles, of Prakriti reckoned from Mahat to earth, so at the time of Pralaya, Pratyahara, these 7 successively re-enter into each other. The egg of Brahma, Sarva Mandala, is dissolved with its 7 zones, Dvipa, 7 oceans, 7 regions, etc., from Vishnu Purana, Book 6, Chapter 4. Note. No use to say so to the Hindus, who know their Puranas by heart, but very useful to remind our Orientalists and those Westerns who regard Wilson's translations as authoritative, that in his English translation of the Vishnu Purana he is guilty of the most ludicrous contradictions and errors. So in this identical subject of the 7 Prakritis, or the 7 zones of Brahma's egg, the 2 accounts differ totally. In volume 1, page 40, the egg is said to be externally invested by 7 envelopes. Wilson comments, by water, air, fire, ether, and ahamkara, which last word does not exist in the Sanskrit texts. And in volume 5, page 198, of the same Vishnu Purana it's written, in this manner were the 7 forms of nature, Prakriti, reckoned from Mahat to earth, in brackets question mark, between Mahat or Mahabuddhi and water, etc. The difference is very considerable. End of note. These are the reasons why the occultists refuse to give the name of astral light to Akasha or to call it ether. In my father's house are many mansions, may be contrasted with the occult saying, in our mother's house there are 7 mansions, or planes, the lowest of which is above and around us, the astral light. The elements, whether simple or compound, could not have remained the same since the commencement of the evolution of our chain. Everything in the universe progresses steadily in the great cycle, while incessantly going up and down in smaller cycles. Nature is never stationary during Manvantara, as it is ever becoming, not simply being, and mineral, vegetable, and human life are always adapting their organisms to the then reigning elements, and therefore those elements were then fitted for them, as they are now for the life of present humanity. Note, according to the great metaphysician Hegel, also, for him nature was a perpetual becoming, a purely esoteric conception. Creation or origin, in the Christian sense of the term, is absolutely unthinkable. As the above-quoted thinker said, God, the universal spirit, objectivizes himself as nature, and again rises out of it. End of note. It will only be in the next or 5th round that the 5th element, ether, the gross body of Akasha, if it can be called even that, will, by becoming a familiar fact of nature to all men, as air is familiar to us now, cease to be as at present hypothetical and also an, quote, agent, unquote, for so many things. And only during that round will those higher senses, the growth and development of which Akasha subserves, be susceptible of a complete expansion. As already indicated, a partial familiarity with the characteristic of matter, permeability, which should be developed concurrently with the 6th sense, may be expected to develop at the proper period of this round. But with the next element added to our resources in the next round, permeability will become so manifest a characteristic of matter that the densest forms of this will seem to man's perceptions as obstructive to him as a thick fog and no more. Let us return to the life cycle now. Without entering at length upon the description given of the higher lives, we must direct our attention at present simply to the earthly beings and the earth itself. The latter, we are told, is built up for the first round by the, quote, devourers, unquote, which disintegrate and differentiate the germs of other lives in the elements, pretty much, it must be supposed, as in the present stage of the world the aerobies do, when, undermining and loosening the chemical structure in an organism, they transform animal matter and generate substances that vary in their constitutions. Thus occultism disposes of the so-called Azoic age of science, for it shows that there never was a time when the earth was without life upon it. Wherever there is an atom of matter, a particle or a molecule, even in its most gaseous condition, there is life in it, however latent and unconscious. Whatsoever quits the liar state becomes active life. It is drawn into the vortex of motion, the alchemical solvent of life. Spirit and matter are the 2 states of the one, which is neither spirit nor matter, both being the absolute life, latent. From the Book of John, Commentary 3, paragraph 18. Spirit is the first differentiation of and in space, and matter the first differentiation of spirit. That which is neither spirit nor matter, that is it, the causeless cause of spirit and matter, which are the cause of cosmos. And that we call the one life, or the intracosmic breath. Once more will we say, like must produce like. Absolute life cannot produce an inorganic atom, whether single or complex. And there is life even in Laya, just as a man in a profound cataleptic state, to all appearance a corpse, is still a living being. When the, quote, devourers, unquote, in whom the men of science are invited to see, no, with some show of reason, atoms of the fire mist, if they will, as the occultist will offer no objection to this. When the devourers, we say, have differentiated the fire atoms by a peculiar process of segmentation, the latter become life germs, which aggregate according to the laws of cohesion and affinity. Then the life germs produce lives of another kind, which work on the structure of our globes. Thus in the first round the globe, having been built by the primitive fire lives, that is, formed into a sphere, had no solidity, nor qualifications save a cold brightness, nor form, nor color. It is only towards the end of the first round that it develops one element which from its inorganic, so to say, or simple essence, became now in our round the fire we know throughout the system. The earth was, in her first rupa, the essence of which is the Akashic principle named left out, that which is now known as, and very erroneously termed, astral light, which Eliphas Levi calls the imagination of nature, probably to avoid giving its correct name as others do. Note: speaking of it in his preface to the History of Magic, Eliphas Levi says, "It is through this force that all the nervous centers secretly communicate with each other. From it, that sympathy and antipathy are born. From it, that we have our dreams, and that the phenomena of second sight and extra-natural visions take place. Astral light, acting under the impulsion of powerful wills, destroys, coagulates, separates, breaks, gathers in all things. God created it on that day when he said, Fiat lux, and it is directed by the egregores, that is, the chiefs of the souls, who are the spirits of energy and action." Unquote from Eliphas Levi. Eliphas Levi ought to have added that the astral light, or primordial substance, if matter at all, is that which, called light, lux, esoterically explained, is the body of those spirits themselves, and their very essence. Our physical light is the manifestation on our plane and the reflected radiance of the divine light emanating from the collective body of those who are called the lights and the flames. But no other Kabbalist has ever had the talent of heaping up one contradiction on the other, of making one paradox chase another in the same sentence and in such flowing language as Eliphas Levi. He leads his reader through the most lovely, gorgeously blooming valleys to strand him, after all, on a desert and barren rocky island. End of note. From the commentary: it is through and from the radiations of the 7 bodies of the 7 orders of Dhyānis that the 7 discrete quantities, elements, whose motion and harmonious union produce the manifested universe of matter, are born. From the commentary: the second round brings into manifestation the second element, air, that element, the purity of which would ensure continuous life to him who would use it. There have been 2 occultists only in Europe who have discovered and even partially applied it in practice, though its composition has always been known among the highest Eastern initiates. The ozone of the modern chemists is poison compared with the real universal solvent, which could never be thought of unless it existed in nature. From the second round, Earth, hitherto a fetus in the matrix of space, began its real existence. It had developed individual sentient life, its second principle. The second corresponds to the 6th principle. The second is life continuous, the other temporary. The third round developed the third principle, water, while the fourth transformed the gaseous fluids and plastic forms of our globe into the hard, crusted, grossly material sphere we are living on. Bhumi has reached her 4th principle. To this it may be objected that the law of analogy, so much insisted upon, is broken. Not at all. Earth will reach her true ultimate form, inversely in this to man, her body shell, only toward the end of the Manvantara, after the 7th round. Eugenius Philaletus was right when he assured his readers, on his word of honor, that no one had yet seen the earth, that is, matter in its essential form. Our globe is, so far, in its kamarupic state, the astral body of desires, of ahamkara, dark egotism, the progeny of Mahat on the lower plane. It is not molecularly constituted matter, least of all the human body, stula sharira, that is the grossest of all our principles, but verily the middle principle, the real animal center, whereas our body is but its shell, the irresponsible factor and medium through which the beast in us acts all its life. Every intellectual theosophist will understand my real meaning. Thus the idea that the human tabernacle is built by countless lives, just in the same way as the rocky crust of our earth was, has nothing repulsive in it for the true mystic, nor can science oppose the occult teaching, for it is not because the microscope will ever fail to detect the ultimate living atom of life that it can reject the doctrine. Back to the sloka. We are still on sloka 5 of stanza 7. From the combined attributes of these, Manu, man, the thinker is formed. Who forms him? The 7 lives and the one life. Science teaches us that the living as well as the dead organisms of both man and animal are swarming with bacteria of 100 various kinds. That from without we are threatened with the invasion of microbes with every breath we draw, and from within by leukemianes, aerobes, anaerobes, and what not. But science never yet went so far as to assert with the occult doctrine that our bodies, as well as those of animals, plants, and stones, are themselves altogether built up of such beings, which, except larger species, no microscope can detect. So far as regards the purely animal and material portion of man, science is on its way to discoveries that will go far towards corroborating this theory. Chemistry and physiology are the 2 great magicians of the future, who are destined to open the eyes of mankind to the great physical truths. With every day the identity between the animal and physical man, between the plant and man, and even between the reptile and its nest, the rock and man, is more and more clearly shown. The physical and chemical constituents of all being found to be identical, chemical science may well say that there is no difference between the matter which composes the ox and that which forms man. But the occult doctrine is far more explicit. It says not only the chemical compounds are the same, but the same infinitesimal invisible lives compose the atoms of the bodies of the mountain and the daisy, of man and the ant, of the elephant, and of the tree which shelters him from the sun. Every particle, whether you call it organic or inorganic, is a life. Every atom and molecule in the universe is both life-giving and death-giving to that form, inasmuch as it builds by aggregation universes and the ephemeral vehicles ready to receive the transmigrating soul, and as eternally destroys and changes the forms and expels those souls from their temporary abodes. It creates and kills. It is self-generating and self-destroying. It brings into being and annihilates that mystery of mysteries, the living body of man, animal, plant, every second in time and space. And it generates equal life and death, beauty and ugliness, good and bad, and even the agreeable and disagreeable, the beneficent and maleficent sensations. It is that mysterious life represented collectively by countless myriads of lives that follows in its own sporadic way the hitherto incomprehensible law of atavism, that copies family resemblances as well as those it finds impressed in the aura of the generators of every future human being, a mystery, in short, that will receive fuller attention elsewhere. For the present, one instance may be cited in illustration. Modern science begins to find out that tomaine, the alkaloid poison generated by decaying matter and corpses, a life also, extracted with the help of volatile ether, yields a smell as strong and equal to that of the freshest orange blossoms. But that, free from oxygen, these alkaloids yield either a most sickening, disgusting smell, or the most agreeable aroma which recalls that of the most delicately scented flowers, and it is suspected that such blossoms owe their agreeable smell to the poisonous ptomaine, the venomous essence of certain mushrooms, fungi, being nearly identical with the venom of the cobra of India, the most deadly of serpents. Note: the French savants Arnaud, Gautier, and Vière have found in the saliva of living men the same venomous alkaloid as in that of the toad, the salamander, the cobra, and the trigonocephalus of Portugal. It is proven that venom of the deadliest kind, whether called ptomaine or leucomine or alkaloid, is generated by living men, animals, and plants. The same savant, Gautier, discovered an alkaloid in the fresh meat of an ox and in its brains, and a venom which he calls xanthocreatine, similar to the substance extracted from the poisoned saliva of reptiles. It is the muscular tissues, as being the most active organ in the animal economy, that are suspected of being the generators or factors of venoms, having the same importance as carbonic acid and urea in the functions of life, which venoms are the ultimate products of inner combustion. And though it is not yet fully determined whether poisons can be generated by the animal system of living beings without the participation and interference of microbes, it is ascertained that the animal does produce venomous substances in its physiological or living state. End of note. Thus, having discovered the effects, science has to find their primary causes, and this it can never do without the help of the old sciences of alchemy, occult botany, and physics. We are taught that every physiological change, in addition to pathological phenomena, diseases, nay, life itself, or rather the objective phenomena of life, produced by certain conditions and changes in the tissues of the body which allow and force life to act in that body, that all this is due to those unseen creators and destroyers that are called in such a loose and general way microbes. Note: it might be supposed that these fiery lives and the microbes of science are identical. This is not true. The fiery lives are the seventh and highest subdivision of the plane of matter, and correspond in the individual with the one life of the universe, though only on that plane. The microbes of science are the first and lowest subdivision on the second plane, that of material prana, or life. The physical body of man undergoes a complete change to the alternate function of the fiery lives as destroyers and builders. They are builders by sacrificing themselves in the form of vitality to restrain the destructive influence of the microbes, and by supplying the microbes with what is necessary, they compel them under that restraint to build up the material body and its cells. They are destroyers also, when that restraint is removed and the microbes, unsupplied with vital constructive energy, are left to run riot as destructive agents. Thus, during the first half of a man's life, the first 5 periods of 7 years each, the fiery lives are indirectly engaged in the process of building up man's material body. Life is on the ascending scale, and the force is used in construction and increase. After this period is past, the age of retrogression commences, and the work of the fiery lives, exhausting their strength, the work of destruction and decrease also commences. An analogy between cosmic events in the descent of spirit into matter for the first half of a manvantara, planetary as human, and its ascent at the expense of matter in the second half may here be traced. These considerations have to do solely with the plane of matter, but the restraining influence of the fiery lives on the lowest subdivision of the real plane, the microbes, is confirmed by the fact mentioned in the footnote on Pasteur, vide supra, that the cells of the organs, when they do not find sufficient oxygen for themselves, adapt themselves to that condition and forms ferments, which, by absorbing oxygen from substances coming in contact with them, ruin the latter. Thus the process is commenced by one cell robbing its neighbor of the source of its vitality when the supply is insufficient, and the ruin so commenced steadily progresses. End of note. Such experimenters as Pasteur are the best friends and helpers of the destroyers and the worst enemies of the creators, if the latter were not at the same time destroyers too. However it may be, one thing is sure in this: the knowledge of these primary causes and of the ultimate essence of every element of its lives, their functions, properties and conditions of change, constitutes the basis of magic. Paracelsus was perhaps the only occultist in Europe during the last centuries since the Christian era who was versed in this mystery. Had not a criminal hand put an end to his life years before the time allotted him by nature, physiological magic would have fewer secrets for the civilized world than it now has. Who completes him, the fivefold law, and who perfects the last body? Fish, sin, and soma, the moon. But what has the moon to do in all this, we may be asked? What have fish, sin, and moon, in the apocalyptic saying of the stanza, to do in company with the life microbes? With the latter nothing, except availing themselves of the tabernacle of clay prepared by them. With divine perfect man everything, since fish, sin, and moon make conjointly the three symbols of the immortal being. This is all that can be given, nor does the writer pretend to know more of this strange symbol than may be inferred about it from the exoteric religions, from the mystery perhaps which underlies the Matsya, fish, avatar of Vishnu, the Chaldean Oannes, the man-fish recorded in the imperishable sign of the zodiac, Pisces, and running throughout the two testaments in the personages of Joshua, son of the fish, Nun, and Jesus, the allegorical sin or fall of spirit into matter, and the moon, in so far as it relates to the lunar ancestors, the Pitris. For the present it may be as well to remind the reader that while the moon goddesses were connected in every mythology, especially the Grecian, with childbirth, because of the lunar influence on women and conception, the occult and actual connection of our satellite with fecundation is to this day unknown to physiology, which regards every popular particle in this reference as gross superstition. As it is useless to discuss them in detail, we may only stop at present to discuss the lunar symbology casually, to show that the said superstition belongs to the most ancient beliefs, and even to Judaism, the basis of Christianity. With the Israelites, the chief function of Jehovah was child-giving, and the esotericism of the Bible interpreted Kabbalistically shows undeniably the Holy of Holies in the temple to be only the symbol of the womb. This is now proven beyond doubt and cavil by the numerical reading of the Bible in general, and of Genesis especially. This idea must certainly have been borrowed by the Jews from the Egyptians and Indians, whose Holy of Holies was, and with the latter is to this day, symbolized by the king's chamber in the Great Pyramid. See source of measures, and the yoni symbols of exoteric Hinduism. To make the whole clearer, and to show at the same time the enormous difference in the spirit of interpretation and the original meaning of the same symbols between the ancient Eastern occultists and the Jewish Kabbalists, we refer the reader to Book 2, the Holy of Holies. Note: phallic worship has developed only with the loss of the keys to the true meaning of the symbols. It was the last and most fatal turning point from the highway of truth and divine knowledge into the side path of fiction, raised into dogma through human falsification and hierarchic ambition. End of note. Stanza 7 continued. Sloka 6. From the firstborn, primitive, of the first man, the thread between the silent watcher and his shadow becomes more strong and radiant with every change. Reincarnation. The morning sun has changed into the noonday glory. This sentence, the thread between the silent watcher and his shadow, man, becomes stronger with every reincarnation, is another psychological mystery that will find its explanation in Book 2. For the present it will suffice to say that the watchers and his shadows, the latter numbering as many as there are reincarnations for the monad, are one. The watcher, or the divine prototype, is at the upper rung of the ladder of being, the shadow at the lower. Withal, the monad of every living being, unless its moral turpitude breaks the connection and runs loose and astray into the lunar path, to use the occult expression, is an individual Dhyan, distinct from others, a kind of spiritual individuality of its own during one special manvantara. Its primary, the spirit, Atman, is one, of course, with Param Atma, the one universal spirit, but the vehicle, Vahan, it is enshrined in, the buddhi, is part and parcel of that Dhyan essence, and it is in this that lies the mystery of that ubiquity which was discussed a few pages back. My Father that is in heaven and I are one, says the Christian scripture. In this, at any rate, it is the faithful echo of the esoteric tenet. Stanza 7 continued. Sloka 7. This is thy present wheel, said the flame to the spark. Thou art myself, my image and my shadow. I have clothed myself in thee, and thou art my Vahan, vehicle. To the day be with us, when thou shalt re-become myself and others, thyself and me. The day when the spark will re-become the flame, man will merge into his Dhyan, myself and others, thyself and me, as the stanza has it, means this. In Paranirvana, when Pralaya will have reduced not only material and physical bodies, but even the spiritual egos to their original principle, the past, present, and even future humanities, like all things, will be one and the same. Everything will have re-entered the great breath. In other words, everything will be merged in Brahma, or the divine unity. Is this annihilation, as some think, or atheism, as other critics, the worshippers of a personal deity and believers in an unphilosophical paradise, are inclined to suppose? Neither. It is worse than useless to return to the question of implied atheism in that which is spiritually of a most refined character. To see in nirvana annihilation amounts to saying of a man plunged in a sound, dreamless sleep, one that leaves no impression on the physical memory and brain because the sleeper's higher self is in its original state of absolute consciousness during those hours, that he too is annihilated. The latter similar answers only to the one side of the question, the most material, since reabsorption is by no means such dreamless sleep, but, on the contrary, absolute existence, an unconditioned unity, or a state to describe which human language is absolutely and hopelessly inadequate. The only approach to anything like a comprehensive conception of it can be attempted solely by the panoramic visions of the soul, through spiritual ideations of the divine monad. Nor is the individuality, nor even the essence of the personality, if any be left behind, lost, because reabsorbed. For, however limitless from the human standpoint, the paranirvanic state, it has yet a limit in eternity. Once reached, the same monad will re-emerge therefrom, as a still higher being, on a far higher plane, to recommence its cycle of perfected activity. The human mind cannot, in its present stage of development, transcend, scarcely reach this plane of thought. It totters here, on the brink of incomprehensible absoluteness and eternity. Then the builders, having donned their first clothing, descend on radiant earth and reign over men, who are themselves. The Watchers reign over man during the whole period of Satya Yuga and the smaller subsequent Yugas, down to the beginning of the third root race, after which it is the patriarchs, heroes, and the manes, see Egyptian dynasties enumerated by the priests to Solon, the incarnated Dhyanis of a lower order, up to King Menes and the human kings of other nations, all were recorded carefully. In the views of symbologists, this mythopoeic age is of course only regarded as a fairy tale, but since the traditions and even chronicles of such dynasties of divine kings, of gods reigning over men followed by dynasties of heroes or giants, exist in the annals of every nation, It is difficult to understand how all the peoples under the sun, some of whom are separated by vast oceans and belong to different hemispheres, such as the ancient Peruvians and Mexicans, as well as the Chaldeans, could have worked out the same fairy tales in the same order of events. Note: see the sacred mysteries among the Mayas and Quinches, 11,500 years ago, by Auguste Le Plongeon, who shows the identity between the Egyptian rites and beliefs and those of the people he describes. The ancient hieratic alphabets of the Maya and the Egyptians are almost identical. End of note. However, as the secret doctrine teaches history, which, for being esoteric and traditional, is none the less more reliable than profane history, we are as entitled to our beliefs as anyone else, whether religionist or skeptic. And that doctrine says that the Dhyani Buddhas of the two higher groups, namely the Watchers or the Architects, furnished the many and the various races with divine kings and leaders. It is the latter who taught humanity their arts and sciences, and the former who revealed to the incarnated monads that had just shaken off their vehicles of the lower kingdoms, and who had therefore lost every recollection of their divine origin, the great spiritual truths of the transcendental worlds. See Book 2, Divine Dynasties. Thus, as expressed in the stanza, the Watchers descended on earth and reigned over men, who are themselves. The reigning kinds had finished their cycle on earth and other worlds in the preceding rounds. In the future Manvantaras they will have risen to higher systems than our planetary world, and it is the elect of our humanity, the pioneers on the hard and difficult path to progress, who will take the places of their predecessors. The next great Manvantara will witness the men of our own life cycle becoming the instructors and guides of mankind whose monads may now be yet imprisoned, semi-conscious, in the most intellectual of the animal kingdom, while the lower principles will be animating perhaps the highest specimens of the vegetable world. Thus proceed the cycles of the septenary evolution in septennial nature, the spiritual or divine, the psychic or semi-divine, the intellectual, the passional, the instinctual or cognitional, the semi-corporeal, and the purely material or physical natures. All these evolve and progress cyclically, passing from one into another in a double, centrifugal and centripetal way, one in their ultimate essence, seven in their aspects. The lowest, of course, is the one depending upon and subservient to our five physical senses. Note, which are in truth seven, as shown later, on the authority of the oldest Upanishads. End of note. Thus far, for individual, human, sentient, animal, and vegetable life, each the microcosm of its higher macrocosm. The same for the universe, which manifests periodically, for purposes of the collective progress of the countless lives, the outbreathings of the one life, in order that through the ever-becoming every cosmic atom in this infinite universe, passing from the formless and the intangible, through the mixed natures of the semi-terrestrial, down to matter in full generation, and then back again, reascending at each new period higher and nearer the final goal, that each atom, we say, may reach through individual merits and efforts that plane where it re-becomes the one unconditioned all. But between the Alpha and the Omega there is the weary road, hedged in by thorns, that goes down first, then winds uphill all the way, yes, to the very end, starting upon the long journey immaculate, descending more and more into sinful matter, and having connected himself with every atom in manifested space, the pilgrim, having struggled through and suffered in every form of life and being, is only at the bottom of the valley of matter, and half through his cycle, when he has identified himself with collective humanity. This he has made in his own image. In order to progress upwards and homewards, the God has now to ascend the weary uphill path of the Golgotha of life. It is the martyrdom of self-conscious existence. Like Vishvakarman, he has to sacrifice himself to himself in order to redeem all creatures, to resurrect from the many into the one life. Then he ascends into heaven indeed, where plunged into the incomprehensible absolute being and bliss of paranirvana, he reigns unconditionally, and whence he will redescend again at the next coming, which one portion of humanity expects in its dead-letter sense as the second advent, and the other as the last Kalki avatar. The Secret Doctrine now continues with the summing up of Volume 1, Part 1, edition of The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism in its Approximate Order, with explanatory sections. 1. Symbolism in ideographs. Quote, a symbol is ever, to him who has eyes for it, some dimmer or clearer revelation of the godlike. Through all there glimmers something of a divine idea, nay, the highest ensign that men ever met and embraced under the cross itself had no meaning save an accidental, extrinsic one. Unquote. From Carlyle. The study of the hidden meaning in every religious and profane legend of whatsoever nation, large or small, preeminently the traditions of the East, has occupied the greater portion of the present writer's life. She is one of those who feel convinced that no mythological story, no traditional event in the folklore of a people has ever been at any time pure fiction, but that every one of such narratives has an actual historical lining to it. In this the writer disagrees with those symbologists, however great their reputation, who find in every myth nothing save additional proofs of the superstitious bent of mind of the ancients, and believe that all mythologies sprung from and are built upon solar myths. Such superficial thinkers were admirably disposed of by Mr. Gerald Massey, the poet and Egyptologist, in a lecture on Lunaolatry, Ancient and Modern. His pointed criticism is worthy of reproduction in this part of this work, as it echoes so well our own feelings expressed openly so far back as 1875, when Isis Unveiled was written. Quote, for 30 years past, Professor Max Müller has been teaching in his books and lectures in the Times and various magazines, from the platform of the Royal Institution, the pulpit of Westminster Abbey, and his chair at Oxford, that mythology is a disease of language, and that the ancient symbolism was a result of something like a primitive aberration. We know, says Renouf, echoing Max Müller in his Hibbert lectures, we know that mythology is the disease which springs up at a peculiar stage of human culture. Such is the shallow explanation of the non-evolutionists, and such explanations are still accepted by the British public that gets its thinking done by proxy. Professor Max Müller, Cox, Gubernates, and other propounders of the solar mythos have portrayed the primitive myth-maker for us as a sort of Germanicide Hindu metaphysician, projecting his own shadow on a mental mist, and talking ingeniously concerning smoke, or at least cloud, the sky overhead becoming like the dome of dreamland, scribbled over with the imagery of aboriginal nightmares. They conceive the early man in their own likeness, and look upon him as perversely prone to self-mystification, or, as Fontenelle has it, subject to beholding things that are not there. They have misrepresented primitive or archaic man as having been idiotically misled from the first by an active but untutored imagination into believing all sorts of fallacies, which were directly and constantly contradicted by his own daily experience. a fool of fancy in the midst of those grim realities that were grinding his experience into him, like the grinding icebergs making their imprints upon the rocks submerged beneath the sea. It remains to be said, and will one day be acknowledged, that these accepted teachers have been no nearer to the beginnings of mythology and language than Burns' poet Willie had been near to Pegasus. My reply is, "'Tis but a dream of the metaphysical theorist that mythology was a disease of language, or of anything else except his own brain." The origin and meaning of mythology have been missed altogether by these solarities and weathermongers. Mythology was a primitive mode of thinking, the early thought. It was founded on natural facts, and is still verifiable in phenomena. There is nothing insane, nothing irrational in it, when considered in the light of evolution, and when its mode of expression by sign language is thoroughly understood. The insanity lies in mistaking it for human history or divine revelation. Note: as far as divine revelation is concerned, we agree. Not so with regard to human history. For there is history in most of the allegories and myths of India, and events, real, actual events, are concealed under them. End of note. Mythology is the repository of man's most ancient science, and what concerns us chiefly is this: when truly interpreted once more, it is destined to be the death of those false theologies to which it has unwittingly given birth. Note: when the false theologies disappear, then true prehistoric realities will be found, contained especially in the mythology of the Aryans, ancient Hindus, and even the pre-Homeric Hellenes. End of note. In modern phraseology, a statement is sometimes said to be mythical in proportion to its being untrue, but the ancient mythology was not a system or mode of falsifying in that sense. Its fables were the means of conveying facts. They were neither forgeries nor fictions. For example, when the Egyptians portrayed the moon as a cat, they were not ignorant enough to suppose that the moon was a cat, nor did their wandering fancies see any likeness in the moon to a cat. Nor was a cat myth any mere expansion of verbal metaphor, nor had they any intention of making puzzles or riddles. They had observed the simple fact that the cat saw in the dark, and that her eyes became full-orbed and grew most luminous by night. The moon was the seer by night in heaven, and the cat was its equivalent on the earth. And so the familiar cat was adopted as a representative, a natural sign, a living pictograph of the lunar orb. And so it followed that the sun which saw down in the underworld at night could also be called the cat, as it was, because it also saw in the dark. The name of the cat in Egyptian is Mao, which denotes the seer, from Mao, to see. One writer on mythology asserts that the Egyptians imagine a great cat behind the sun, which is the pupil of the cat's eye. But this imagining is all modern. It is the Müllerite stock in trade. The moon as a cat was the eye of the sun because it reflected the solar light, and because the eye gives back the image in its mirror. In the form of the goddess Pasht, the cat keeps watch for the sun, with her paw holding down and bruising the head of the serpent of darkness, called his eternal enemy. Unquote, from Gerald Massey. This is a very correct exposition of the lunar mythos from its astronomical aspect. Selenography, however, is the least esoteric of the divisions of the lunar symbology. To master thoroughly, if one is permitted to coin a new word, selenosis, one must become a proficient in more than its astronomical meaning. The moon, Vide, section 7, Deus Lunus, is intimately related to the earth. as shown in stanza 6 of Book 1, and is more directly concerned with all the mysteries of our globe than is even Venus Lucifer, the occult sister and alter ego of the earth. The untiring researchers of Western, and especially German, symbologists during the last and the present centuries have brought every occultist and most unprejudiced persons to see that without the help of symbology, with its 7 departments, of which the moderns know nothing, no ancient scripture can ever be correctly understood. Symbology must be studied from every one of its aspects, for each nation had its own peculiar methods of expression. In short, no Egyptian papyrus, no Indian tola, no Assyrian tile or Hebrew scroll should be read and accepted literally. This every scholar now knows. The able lectures of Mr. G. Massey alone are sufficient in themselves to convince any fair-minded Christian that to accept the dead letter of the Bible is equivalent to falling into a grosser error and superstition than any hitherto evolved by the brain of the savage South Sea Islander. But the point to which even the most truth-loving and truth-searching Orientalists, whether Aryanists or Egyptologists, seem to remain blind, is the fact that every symbol in papyrus or olla is a many-faced diamond, each of whose facets not merely bears several interpretations, but relates likewise to several sciences. This is instanced in the just quoted interpretation of the moon symbolized by the cat, an example of sideroterrestrial imagery, the moon bearing many other meanings besides this with other nations. As a learned Mason and Theosophist, the late Mr. Kenneth Mackenzie has shown in his Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, there is a great difference between emblem and symbol. The former comprises a larger series of thoughts than a symbol, which may be said rather to illustrate some single special idea. Hence, the symbols, say lunar or solar, of several countries, each illustrating such a special idea or series of ideas, form collectively an esoteric emblem. The latter is a concrete, visible picture or sign representing principles, or a series of principles, recognizable by those who have received certain instructions. Initiates. To put it still plainer, an emblem is usually a series of graphic pictures viewed and explained allegorically, and unfolding an idea in panoramic views, one after the other. Thus the Puranas are written emblems. So are the Mosaic and Christian Testaments, or the Bible, and all the other exoteric scriptures. As the same authority shows, quote, all esoteric societies have made use of emblems and symbols, such as the Pythagorean Society, the Eleusinian, the Hermetic Brethren of Egypt, the Rosicrucians, and the Freemasons. Many of these emblems it is not proper to divulge to the general eye, and a very minute difference may make the emblem or symbol differ widely in its meaning. The magical sigillae, being founded on certain principles of numbers, partake of this character and, although monstrous or ridiculous in the eyes of the uninstructed, convey a whole body of doctrine to those who have been trained to recognize them." Unquote. The above enumerated societies are all comparatively modern, none dating back earlier than the Middle Ages. How much more proper, then, that the students of the oldest archaic school should be careful not to divulge secrets of far more importance to humanity in the sense of being dangerous in the hands of the latter than any of the so-called Masonic secrets, which have now become, as the French say, those of Polichinelle. But this restriction can apply only to the psychological, or rather psychophysiological and cosmical significance of symbol and emblem, and even to that only partially. An adept must refuse to impart the conditions and means that lead to a correlation of elements, whether psychic or physical, that may produce a hurtful result as well as a beneficent one. But he is ever ready to impart to the earnest student the secret of the ancient thought in anything that regards history concealed under the mythological symbolism, and thus to furnish a few more landmarks towards a retrospective view of the past, as containing useful information with regard to the origin of man, the evolution of the races, and geonesy. Yet it is the crying complaint today, not only among theosophists, but also among the few profane interested in the subject. Why do not the adepts reveal that which they know? To this one might answer, why should they, since one knows beforehand that no man of science will accept even as an hypothesis, let alone as a theory or axiom, the facts imparted? Have you so much as accepted or believed in the ABC of the occult philosophy contained in the Theosophist, Esoteric Buddhism, and other works and periodicals? Has not even the little which was given been ridiculed and derided, and made to face the animal and ape theory of Huxley, Haeckel on one hand, and the rib of Adam and the apple on the other? Notwithstanding such an unenviable prospect, a mass of facts is given in the present work. And now the origin of man, the evolution of the globe, and the races, human and animal, are as fully treated here as the writer is able to treat them. The proofs brought forward in corroboration of the old teachings are scattered widely throughout the old scriptures of ancient civilizations. The Puranas, the Zendavesta, and the old classics are full of them, but no one has ever gone to the trouble of collecting and collating together those facts. The reason for this is that all such events were recorded symbolically, and that the best scholars, the most acute minds among our Aryanists and Egyptologists, have been too often darkened by one or another preconception, still oftener by one-sided views of the secret meaning. Yet even a parable is a spoken symbol, a fiction or a fable, as some think, an allegorical representation, we say, of life realities, events, and facts. And as a moral was ever drawn from a parable, that moral being an actual truth and fact in human life, so an historical real event was deduced by those versed in the hieratic sciences from certain emblems and symbols recorded in the ancient archives of the temples. The religious and esoteric history of every nation was embedded in symbols. It was never expressed in so many words. All the thoughts and emotions, all the learning and knowledge revealed and acquired of the early races found their pictorial expression in allegory and parable. Why? Because the spoken word has a potency unknown to, unsuspected, and disbelieved in by modern, quote, sages, unquote. But sound and rhythm are closely related to the four elements of the ancients, and because such or another vibration in the air is sure to awaken corresponding powers, union with which produces good or bad results, as the case may be. No student was ever allowed to recite historical, religious, or any real events in so many unmistakable words, lest the powers connected with the event should be once more attracted. Such events were narrated only during the initiation, and every student had to record them in corresponding symbols, drawn out of his own mind and examined later by his master, before they were finally accepted. Thus was created in time the Chinese alphabet, as before that the hieratic symbols were fixed upon in old Egypt. In the Chinese language, the alphabet of which may be read in any language, and which is only a little less ancient than the Egyptian alphabet of Tot, every word has its corresponding symbol conveying the word needed in a pictorial form. Note: thus a Japanese, who does not understand a word of Chinese, meeting with a Chinaman who has never heard a language of the former, will communicate in writing with him, and they will understand each other perfectly, because the writing is symbolical. End of note. The language possesses many thousands of such symbol letters, or logograms, each meaning a whole word, for letters proper, or an alphabet, do not exist in the Chinese language any more than they did in the Egyptian, till a far later period. The explanation of the chief symbols and emblems is now attempted, as Book 2, which treats of anthropogenesis, would be most difficult to understand without a preparatory acquaintance with the metaphysical symbols at least. Nor would it be just to enter upon an esoteric reading of symbolism without giving due honor to one who has rendered it the greatest service in this country by discovering the chief key to the ancient Hebrew symbology, interwoven strongly with metrology, one of the keys to the one universal mystery language. Mr. Alston Skinner of Cincinnati, the author of the Hebrew-Egyptian Mystery and the Source of Measures, has our thanks. A mystic and a Kabbalist by nature, he has labored for many years in this direction, and his efforts were certainly crowned with great success. In his own words, quote, "The writer is quite certain that there was an ancient language, which modernly and up to this time appears to have been lost, the vestiges of which, however, abundantly exist." The author discovered that this integral ratio in numbers of diameter to circumference of a circle, geometrical ratio, was the very ancient and probably the divine origin of linear measures. It appears almost proven that the same system of geometry, numbers, ratio, and measures were known and made use of on the continent of North America, even prior to the knowledge of the same by the descending Semites. The peculiarity of this language was that it could be contained in another, concealed and not to be perceived, save through the help of special instruction. Letters and syllabic signs possessing at the same time the powers of meaning of numbers, of geometrical shapes, pictures, or ideographs, and symbols, the design scope of which would be determinatively helped out by parables in the shape of narratives or parts of narratives, while also it could be set forth separately, independently, and variously by pictures in stonework or in earth construction. To clear up an ambiguity as to the term language, primarily the word means the expression of ideas by human speech, but secondarily it may mean the expression of ideas by any other instrumentality. This old language is so composed in the Hebrew text that by the use of the written characters, which will be the language first defined, a distinctly separated series of ideas may be intentionally communicated other than those ideas expressed by reading of the sound signs. This secondary language sets forth, under a veil, series of ideas, copies in imagination of things sensible, which may be pictured, and of things which may be classed as real without being sensible. As, for instance, the number 9 may be taken as a reality, though it has no sensible existence. So also a revolution of the moon, as separate from the moon itself, by which that revolution has been made, may be taken as giving rise to or causing a real idea, though such a revolution has no substance. This ideal language may consist of symbols restricted to arbitrary terms and signs, having a very limited range of conceptions, and quite valueless, or it may be a reading of nature in some of her manifestations of a value almost immeasurable as regards human civilization. A picture of something natural may give rise to ideas of coordinative subject matter, radiating out in various and even opposing directions, like the spokes of a wheel, and producing natural realities in departments very foreign to the apparent tendency of the reading of the first or starting picture. Notion may give rise to connected notion, but if it does, then, however apparently incongruous, all resulting ideas must spring from the original picture and be harmonically connected or related. First, with the pictured idea, radical enough, the imagination of the cosmos itself, even in its details of construction, might result. Such a use of ordinary language is now obsolete, but it has become a question with the writer whether at one time far back in the past it, or such, was not the language of the world and of universal use, possessed, however, as it became more and more molded into its arcane forms by a select class or caste. By this I mean that the popular tongue or vernacular commenced even in its origin to be made use of as the vehicle of this peculiar mode of conveying ideas. Of this the evidences are very strong, and indeed It would seem that in the history of the human race there happened, from causes which at present at any rate we cannot trace, a lapse or loss from an original perfect language and a perfect system of science. Shall we say perfect because they were of divine origin and importation?" Unquote. Divine origin does not mean here revelation from an anthropomorphic god on a mount amidst thunder and lightning, but as we understand it, a language and a system of science imparted to the early mankind by a more advanced mankind, so much higher as to be divine in the sight of that infant humanity, by a mankind, in short, from other spheres, an idea which contains nothing supernatural in it, but the acceptance or rejection of which depends upon the degree of conceit and arrogance in the mind of him to whom it is stated. For if the professors of modern knowledge would only confess that, though they know nothing of the future of the disembodied man, or rather will accept nothing, yet this future may be pregnant with surprises and unexpected revelations to them once their egos are rid of their gross bodies, then materialistic unbelief would have fewer chances than it has. Who of them knows or can tell what may happen when once the life cycle of this globe is run down and our Mother Earth herself falls into her last sleep? Who is bold enough to say that the divine egos of our mankind, at least the elect out of the multitudes passing on to other spheres, will not become in their turn the, quote, divine, unquote, instructors of a new mankind generated by them on a new globe, called to life and activity by the disembodied, quote, principles, unquote, of our earth? See stanza 6, Book 1, Part 1. All this may have been the experience of the past, and these strange records lie embedded in the, quote, mystery language, unquote, of the prehistoric ages, the language now called symbolism. Next up, Section 2, the mystery language and its keys. Edition of The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Part 2. The Evolution of Symbolism in its approximate order, with explanatory sections. 2. The Mystery Language and its Keys. Recent discoveries made by great mathematicians and Kabbalists thus prove beyond a shadow of doubt that every theology, from the earliest and oldest down to the latest, has sprung not only from a common source of abstract beliefs, but from one universal esoteric or, quote, mystery, unquote, language. These scholars hold the key to the universal language of old, and have turned it successfully, though only once, in the hermetically closed door leading to the Hall of Mysteries. The great archaic system known from prehistoric ages as the sacred wisdom science, one that is contained and can be traced in every old as well as in every new religion, had and still has its universal language, suspected by the Mason Ragon, the language of the Hierophants, which has 7 dialects, so to speak, each referring and being specially appropriated to one of the 7 mysteries of nature. Each had its own symbolism. Nature could thus be either read in its fullness or viewed from one of its special aspects. The proof of this lies to this day in the extreme difficulty which the Orientalists in general, the Indianists and Egyptologists especially, experience in interpreting the allegorical writings of the Assyrians and the hieratic records of old Egypt. This is because they will never remember that all the ancient records were written in a language which was universal and known to all nations alike in days of old, but which is now intelligible only to the few. Like the Arabic figures which are plain to a man of whatever nation, or like the English word and, which becomes for the Frenchman, und for the German, and so on, yet which may be expressed for all civilized nations in the simple sign ampersand. So all the words of that mystery language signified the same thing to each man of whatever nationality. There have been several men of note who have tried to re-establish such a universal and philosophical tongue: Delgarme, Wilkins, Leibniz, but de Memieux, in his Patagraphie, is the only one who has proven its possibility. The scheme of Valentinius, called the Greek Kabbalah, based on the combination of Greek letters, might serve as a model. The many-sided facets of the mystical language have led to the adoption of widely varied dogmas and rites in the exotericism of the church rituals. It is they, again, which are at the origin of most of the dogmas of the Christian Church, for example, the 7 sacraments, the Trinity, the resurrection, the 7 capital sins, and the 7 virtues. The 7 keys to the mystery tongue, however, having always been in the keeping of the highest among the initiated hierophants of antiquity, it is only the partial use of a few out of the 7 which passed through the treason of some early church fathers, ex-initiates of the temples, into the hands of the new sect of the Nazarenes. Some of the early popes were initiates, but the last fragments of their knowledge have now fallen into the power of the Jesuites, who have turned them into a system of sorcery. It is maintained that India, not in its present limits, but including its ancient boundaries, is the only country in the world which still has among her sons adepts who have the knowledge of all the 7 subsystems and the key to the entire system. Since the fall of Memphis, Egypt began to lose the keys one by one, and Chaldea had preserved only 3 in the days of Berosus. As for the Hebrews, in all their writings they show no more than a thorough knowledge of the astronomical, geometrical, and numerical systems of symbolizing all the human and especially the physiological functions. They never had the higher keys. Every time I hear people talking of the religion of Egypt, writes Monsieur Gaston Maspero, the great French Egyptologist and the successor of Mariette B., I am tempted to ask which of the Egyptian religions they are talking about. Is it of the Egyptian religion of the 4th dynasty, or of the Egyptian religion of the Ptolemaic period? Is it of the religion of the rabble, or of that of the learned men, or that which was taught in the schools of Heliopolis, or of that other which was in the minds and conceptions of the Theban sacerdotal class? For between the first tomb of Memphis, which bears the cartouche of a king of the 3rd dynasty, and the last stones at Eshnech under Caesar Philippus, the Arabian, there's an interval of at least 5,000 years. Leaving aside the invasion of the shepherds, the Ethiopian and Assyrian dominions, the Persian conquest, Greek colonization, and the 1,000 revolutions of its political life, Egypt has passed during those 5,000 years through many vicissitudes of life, moral and intellectual. Chapter 17 of the Book of the Dead, which seems to contain the exposition of the system of the world as it was understood at Heliopolis during the time of the 1st dynasties, is known to us only by a few copies of the 11th and 12th dynasties. Each of the verses composing it was already at the time interpreted in 3 or 4 different ways, so different indeed that according to this or another school, the demiurge became the soul of fire, Rashu, or the primordial water. 15 centuries later had increased considerably. Time had, in its course, modified the ideas about the universe and the forces that ruled it. During the hardly 18 centuries that Christianity exists, it has worked, developed, and transformed most of its dogmas. How many times, then, might not the Egyptian clergy have altered its dogmas during those 50 centuries that separate Theodosius from the king-builders of the pyramids?" Unquote. Here we believe the eminent Egyptologist is going too far. The exoteric dogmas may often have been altered, but the esoteric never. He does not take into account the sacred immutability of the primitive truths, revealed only during the mysteries of initiation. The Egyptian priests have forgotten much. They altered nothing. The loss of a good deal of the primitive teaching was due to the sudden deaths of the great hierophants, who passed away before they had time to reveal all to their successors, mostly to the absence of worthy heirs to their knowledge. Yet they have preserved in their rituals and dogmas the principal teachings of the secret doctrine. Thus, in the 17th chapter mentioned by Maspero, one finds 1. Osiris saying he is Tum, the creative force in nature giving form to all beings, spirits and men, self-generated and self-existent, issued from Nun, the celestial river called Father-Mother of the gods, the primordial deity, which is chaos or the deep, impregnated by the unseen spirit. And 2. He has found Shu, solar force, on the staircase in the city of the Eight, the two cubes of good and evil, and he has annihilated the evil principles in Nun, chaos, the children of rebellion. 3. He is the fire and water, that is Nun, the primordial parent, and he created the gods out of his limbs. 14 gods, twice 7. 7 dark and 7 light gods, the 7 spirits of the presence of the Christians and the 7 dark evil spirits. 4. Is the law of existence and being, verse 10, the Bennu, or phoenix, the bird of resurrection in eternity, in whom night follows the day, and day the night, an allusion to the periodical cycles of cosmic resurrection and human reincarnation. For what can this mean? Quote, the wayfarer who crosses millions of years in the name of one, and the great green, primordial water or chaos, the name of the other. Unquote. Verse 17. One begetting millions of years in succession, the other engulfing them to restore them back. 5. He speaks of the 7 luminous ones who follow their Lord, who confers justice, Osiris in Amity. All this is now shown to have been the source and origin of Christian dogmas. That which the Jews had from Egypt through Moses and other initiates was confused and distorted enough in later days, and that which the Church got from both is still more misinterpreted. Yet their system is now proven identical in the special department of symbology, the key namely to the mysteries of astronomy as connected with those of generation and conception, with those ideas of ancient religions, the theology of which has developed the phallic element. The Jewish system of sacred measures applied to religious symbols is the same, so far as geometrical and numerical combinations go, as those of Chaldea, Greece, and Egypt, having been adopted by the Jews during the centuries of their slavery and captivity with those nations. Note: as we said in Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, page 43829, to the present moment, in spite of all controversies and researches, history and science remain as much as ever in the dark as to the origin of the Jews. They may be as well the exiled Chandalas of old India, the bricklayers mentioned by Vinyaswata, Vedyavishya, and Manu, as the Phoenicians of Herodotus, or the Hyksos of Josephus, or descendants of Pali shepherds, or a mixture of all these. The Bible names the Tyrians as a kindred people and claims dominion over them. Yet whatever they may have been, they became a hybrid people not long after Moses, as the Bible shows them freely intermarrying not alone with the Canaanites, but with every other nation or race they came in contact with. End of note. What was that system? It is the intimate conviction of the author of the Source of Measures that the Mosaic books were intended, by a mode of art speech, to set forth a geometrical and numerical system of exact science, which should serve as an origin of measures. Piazzi Smythe believes likewise. This system and these measures are found by some scholars to be identical with those used in the construction of the Great Pyramid, but this is only partially so. The foundation of these measures was the Parker ratio, says Mr. R. Skinner in The Source of Measures. The author of this very extraordinary work has found it out, he says, in the use of the integral ratio in numbers of diameter to circumference of a circle, discovered by John Park of New York. This ratio is 6,561 for diameter and 20,612 for circumference. Furthermore, that this geometrical ratio was the very ancient and probably the divine origin of what have now become, through esoteric handling and practical application to British linear measures, the underlying unit of which, meaning the inch, was likewise the base of one of the royal Egyptian cubits and of the Roman foot. He also found out that there was a modified form of the ratio, meaning 113 to 355, explained in his work, and that while this last ratio pointed through its origin to the exact integral pi, or to 6,561 to 20,612, it also served as a base for astronomical calculations. The author discovered that a system of exact science, geometrical, numerical, and astronomical, founded on these ratios and to be found in use in the construction of the great Egyptian pyramid, was in part the burden of this language as contained in and concealed under the verbiage of the Hebrew text of the Bible. The inch and the 2-foot rule of 24 inches, interpreted for use through the elements of the circle, see first pages of Book 1, and the ratios mentioned were found to be at the basis or foundation of this natural and Egyptian and Hebrew system of science, while moreover it seems evident enough that the system itself was looked upon as of a divine origin and of divine revelation. But let us see what is said by the opponents of Professor Piazzi Smythe's measurements of the pyramid. Mr. Pietri seems to deny them, and to have made short work altogether of Piazzi Smythe's calculations in their biblical connection. So does Mr. Proctor, the champion coincidentalist, for many years past in every question of ancient arts and sciences. Speaking of the multitude of relations independent of the pyramid, which have turned up while the pyramidalists have been endeavoring to connect the pyramid with the solar system, these coincidences, he says, are altogether more curious than any coincidence between the pyramid and astronomical numbers. The former are as close and remarkable as they are real, that is, those coincidences that would remain if even the pyramid had no existence. The latter, which are only imaginary, have only been established by the process which schoolboys call fudging, and now new measures have left the work to be done all over again." Unquote. Petrie's letter to the Academy, December 17, 1881. To this Mr. Stainland Wake justly observes in his work on The Origin and Significance of the Great Pyramid, London, 1882, "They must, however, have been more than mere coincidences, if the builders of the pyramid had the astronomical knowledge displayed in its perfect orientation and in its other admitted astronomical features." Unquote. They had it, and it is on this knowledge that the program of the mysteries and the series of initiations was based. Thence the construction of the pyramids, the everlasting record and the indestructible symbol of these mysteries and initiations on earth, as the courses of the stars are in heaven. The cycle of initiation was reproduction in miniature of that great series of cosmic changes to which astronomers have given the name of tropical and sidereal year. Just as, at the close of the cycle of the sidereal year, 25,868 years, the heavenly bodies returned to the same relative possessions as they occupied at its outset, so at the close of the cycle of initiation the inner man has regained the pristine state of divine purity and knowledge from which he set out on his cycle of terrestrial incarnation. Moses, an initiate into the Egyptian mystagogy, based the religious mysteries of the new nation which he created upon the same abstract formula derived from this sidereal cycle, which he symbolized under the form and measurements of the tabernacle that he is supposed to have constructed in the wilderness. On these data, the later Jewish high priest constructed the allegory of Solomon's temple, a building which never had a real existence any more than had King Solomon himself, who is simply and as much a solar myth as is still later the Hiram Abif of the Masons, as Ragon has well demonstrated. Thus, if the measurements of this allegorical temple, the symbol of the cycle of initiation, coincide with those of the Great Pyramid, it is due to the fact that the former were derived from the latter through the tabernacle of Moses. That our author has undeniably discovered one and even two of the keys is fully demonstrated in the work just quoted. One has but to read it to feel a growing conviction that the hidden meaning of the allegories and parables of both testaments is now unveiled, but that he owes this discovery far more to his own genius than to Parker and Piazzi Smythe is as certain, if not more so, for, as just shown, whether the measures of the Great Pyramid taken and adopted as the correct ones by the biblical pyramidalists are beyond suspicion is not so sure. A proof of this is the work called The Pyramids and Temples of Gizeh by Mr. F. Petrie, besides other works written quite recently to oppose the said calculations, which were called biased. We gather that nearly every one of Piazzi Smythe's measurements differs from the later and more carefully made measurements of Mr. Petrie, who concludes the introduction to his work with this sentence: "As to the results of the whole investigation, perhaps many theories will agree with an American who has a warm believer in pyramid theories when he came to Gizeh. I had the pleasure of his company there for a couple of days, and at our last meal together he said to me in a saddened tone, 'Well, sir, I feel as if I had been to a funeral. By all means let the old theories have a decent burial, though we should take care that in our haste none of the wounded ones are buried alive.' As regards the late J. Parker's calculation in general, and his third proposition especially, we have consulted some eminent mathematicians, and this is the substance of what they say. Parker's reasoning rests on sentimental rather on mathematical considerations, and is logically inconclusive. Proposition 3, namely that the circle is the neutral basis or beginning of all area, and the square being made so in mathematical science is artificial and arbitrary, is an illustration of an arbitrary proposition and cannot safely be relied upon in mathematical reasoning. The same observation applies even more strongly to Proposition 7, which states that because the circle is the primary shape in nature, and hence the basis of area, and because the circle is measured by and is equal to the square only in ratio of half its circumference by the radius, therefore circumference and radius, and not the square of diameter, are the only natural and legitimate elements of area, by which all regular shapes are made equal to the square and equal to the circle. Proposition 9 is a remarkable example of faulty reasoning, and it is the one on which Mr. Parker's quadrature mainly rests. Here it is. The circle and the equatorial triangle are opposed to one another in all the elements of their construction, and hence the fractional diameter of one circle, which is equal to the diameter of one square, is in the opposite duplicate ratio to the diameter of an equilateral triangle whose area is 1, etc., etc. Granting for the sake of argument that a triangle can be said to have a radius in the sense in which we speak of a radius of a circle, for what Parker calls the radius of the triangle is the radius of a circle inscribed in the triangle, and therefore not the radius of the triangle at all. And granting for the moment the other fanciful and mathematical propositions united in his premises, why must we conclude that if the triangle and circle are opposite in all the elements of their construction, the diameter of any defined circle is in the opposite duplicate ratio of the diameter of any given equivalent triangle? What necessary connection is there between the premises and the conclusion? The reasoning is of a kind not known in geometry, and would not be accepted by strict mathematicians. Whether the archaic esoteric system originated the British inch or not is of little consequence, however, to the strict and true metaphysician. Nor does Mr. Ralston Skinner's esoteric reading of the Bible become incorrect merely because the measurements of the pyramid will not be found to agree with those of Solomon's temple, the Ark of Noah, etc., or because Mr. Parker's quadrature of the circle is rejected by mathematicians. For Mr. Skinner's reading depends first of all on the Kabbalistic methods and the rabbinical value of the Hebrew letters. But it is extremely important to ascertain whether the measures used in the evolution and building of the Aryan symbolic religion, in the construction of their temples, the figures are given in the Puranas, and especially in their chronology, their astronomical symbols, the duration of the cycles and other computations, were or were not the same as those used in the biblical measurements and glyphs. For this will prove that the Jews, unless they took their sacred cubit and measurements from the Egyptians, Moses being an initiate of the priests, must have got those notions from India. At any rate, they passed them to the early Christians. Hence, it is the occultists and Kabbalists who are the true heirs to the knowledge, or the secret wisdom, which is still found in the Bible, for they alone now understand its real meaning, whereas profane Jews and Christians cling to the husks and dead letter thereof. That it is the system of measures which led to the invention of the god names Elohim and Jehovah, and their adaptation to phallicism, and that Jehovah is a not very flattered copy of Osiris, is now demonstrated by the author of the Source of Measures. But the latter and Mr. Piazzi Smythe both seem to labor under the impression that a. the priority of the system belongs to the Israelites, the Hebrew language being the divine language, and that b. this universal language belongs to direct revelation. The latter hypothesis is correct only by the sense shown in the last paragraph of the preceding section. But we have yet to agree as to the nature and character of the divine, quote, revealer, unquote. With regard to priority, this, to the profane, will of course depend on a. the internal and external evidence of the revelation, and b. on each scholar's individual preconception. This, however, cannot prevent either the theistic Kabbalist or the pantheistic occultist from believing each in his way, neither of the two convincing the other. The data furnished by history are too meagre and unsatisfactory for either of them to prove to the skeptic which of them is right. On the other hand, the proofs afforded by tradition are too constantly rejected for us to hope to settle the question in our present age. Meanwhile, materialistic science will be laughing impartially at both Kabbalists and occultists. But the said vexed question of priority once laid aside, science, in its departments of philology and comparative religion, will find itself finally taken to task and be compelled to admit the common claim. Note: one by one the claims become admitted, as one scientist after another is compelled to recognize the facts given out from the secret doctrine, though he rarely, if ever, recognizes that he has been anticipated in its statements. Thus, in the palmy days of Mr. Piazzi Smythe's authority on the Pyramid of Gizeh, his theory was that the porphyry sarcophagus of the king's chamber is the unit of measure for the two most enlightened nations of the earth, England and America, and was no better than a corn bin. This was vehemently denied by us in Isis Unveiled, just published at that time. Then the New York press arose in arms, Sea, Sun, and the world chiefly, against our presuming to correct or find fault with such a star of learning. On page 519 of Volume 1 we had said that Herodotus, when treating of that pyramid, might have added that externally it symbolized the creative principle of nature, and illustrated also the principles of geometry, mathematics, astrology, and astronomy. Internally it was a majestic fane, in whose sombre recesses were performed the mysteries, and whose walls had often witnessed the initiation scenes of members of the royal family. The porphyry sarcophagus, which Professor Piazzi Smythe, Astronomer Royal of Scotland, degrades into a corn bin, was the baptismal font upon emerging from which the neophyte was, quote, born again, unquote, and became an adept. Quote from Isis Unveiled. Our statement was laughed at in those days. We were accused of having got our ideas from the craze of Shaw, an English writer who had maintained that the sarcophagus had been used for the celebration of the mysteries of Osiris. We had never heard of that writer. And now, 6 or 7 years later, this is what Mr. Steinland Wake writes on page 93 of his paper on the origin and significance of the Great Pyramid. The so-called King's Chamber, of which an enthusiastic pyramidist says the polished walls, fine materials, grand proportions, and exalted place eloquently tell of glories yet to come, if not the chamber of perfections of Cheops' tomb, was probably the place to which the initiate was admitted after he had passed through the narrow upward passage and the grand gallery, with its lowly termination, which gradually prepared him for the final stage of the sacred mysteries. Unquote from Steinland Wake. Had Mr. Steinland Wake been a theosophist, he might have added that the narrow upward passage leading to the King's Chamber had a narrow gate indeed, the same straight gate which leadeth unto life, or the new spiritual rebirth alluded to by Jesus in Matthew chapter 7, verse 13 et sequens, and that it is this gate in the initiation temple that the writer who recorded the words alleged to have been spoken by an initiate was thinking of. End of note. Its greatest scholars, indeed of pooh-poohing that supposed, quote, farrago or absurd fiction and superstitions, unquote, as the Brahminical literature is generally termed, will endeavor to learn the symbolical universal language with its numerical and geometrical keys. But here again they will hardly be successful if they share the belief that the Jewish Kabbalistic system contains the key to the whole mystery, for it does not, nor does any other scripture at present possess it in its entirety, for even the Vedas are not complete. Every old religion is but a chapter or two of the entire volume of archaic primeval mysteries, Eastern occultism alone being able to boast that it is in the possession of the full secret with its 7 keys. Comparisons will be instituted, and as much as possible will be explained in this work. The rest is left to the student's personal intuition. For in saying that Eastern occultism has the secret, it is not as if a complete or even an approximate knowledge was claimed by the writer, which would be absurd. What I know I give out. That which I cannot explain the student must find out for himself. But while supposing that the whole cycle of the universal mystery language will not be mastered for whole centuries to come, even that which has been hitherto discovered in the Bible by some scholars is quite sufficient to demonstrate the claim, mathematically. Judaism having availed itself of 2 keys out of the 7, and these 2 keys having been now rediscovered, it becomes no longer a matter of individual speculation and hypothesis, least of all of coincidence, but one of a correct reading of the Bible texts, as anyone acquainted with arithmetic reads and verifies an addition or total. Note: all we have said in Isis is now found corroborated in the Egyptian mystery, or the source of measures, by those readings of the Bible with the numerical and geometrical keys thereto. End of note. A few years longer, and this system will kill the dead letter of the Bible, as it will that of all the other exoteric faiths, by showing the dogmas in their real naked meaning. And then this undeniable meaning, however incomplete, will unveil the mystery of being, besides changing entirely the modern scientific systems of anthropology, ethnology, and especially that of chronology. The element of phallicism found in every god name and narrative in the Old, and to some degree in the New Testament, may also in time considerably change modern materialistic views in biology and physiology. Divested of their modern repulsive crudeness, such views of nature and man, on the authority of the celestial bodies and their mysteries, will unveil the evolutions of the human mind and show how natural was such a course of thought. The so-called phallic symbols have become offensive only because of the element of materiality and animality in them. As they originated with the archaic races which, issuing to their personal knowledge from an androgyne ancestry, were the first phenomenal manifestations in their own sight of the separation of sexes and the ensuing mystery of creating in their turn, such symbols were but natural. If later races have degraded them, especially the, quote, chosen people, unquote, this does not affect the origin of those symbols. The little Semitic tribe, one of the smallest branchlets from the commingling of the fourth and the fifth subraces, the Mongol-Turanian and the Indo-European so-called, after the sinking of the great continent, could only accept its symbology in the spirit which was given to it by the nations from which it was derived. Perchance, in the Mosaic beginnings, that symbology was not as crude as it became later under the handling of Ezra, who remodeled the whole Pentateuch. For the glyph of Pharaoh's daughter, the Nile, the great deep in water, and the baby boy found floating therein in the ark of rushes, has not been primarily composed for or by Moses. It has been found anticipated in the Babylonian fragments on the tiles in the story of King Sargon, who lived far earlier than Moses. Note, on page 224 of Assyrian Antiquities, Mr. George Smith says, "In the palace of Sennacherib at Kunjunjik, I found another fragment of the curious history of Sargon, published in my translation in the Transactions of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, Volume 1, Part 1, page 46. The capital of Sargon, the Babylonian Moses, was the great city of Agadi, called by the Semitics Akkad, mentioned in Genesis as the capital of Nimrod, Genesis chapter 10, verse 10. Akkad lay near the city of Sippara, on the Euphrates and north of Babylon. See Isis, Volume 2, page 442 to 443. Another strange, so-called coincidence is found in the fact that the name of the neighboring above-mentioned city of Sippara is the same as the name of the wife of Moses, Zipporah. See Exodus, chapter 2. Of course, the story is a clever addition by Ezra, who could not be ignorant of it. This curious story is found on fragments of tablets from Kuyunjik, and reads as follows. 1. Sargona, the powerful king, the king of Akkad am I. 2. My mother was a princess, my father I did not know, a brother of my father ruled over the country. 3. In the city of Asupiran, which is by the side of the river Euphrates. 4. My mother, the princess, conceived me. In difficulty she brought me forth. 5. She placed me in an ark of rushes, with the bitumen my exit she sealed up. 6. She launched me in the river, which did not drown me. 7. The river carried me, to Aki the water-carrier it brought me. 8. Aki the water-carrier, in tenderness of bowels, lifted me, etc., etc. And now Exodus chapter 2. And when she, Moses' mother, could not longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein, and she laid it in the flags by the river's brink. The story, says Mr. G. Smith, is supposed to have happened about 1600 before Christ, rather earlier than the supposed age of Moses. As we know that the fame of Sargon reached Egypt, it is quite likely that this account had a connection with the event related in Exodus 2, for every action, when once performed, has a tendency to be repeated. But now, when Professor Sayce has had the courage to push back the dates of the Chaldean and Assyrian kings by 2,000 years or more, Sargon must have preceded Moses by 2,000 years at the least. See Professor Sayce's lectures on the subject. The confession is suggestive, but the figures lack a cipher or two. End of note. Now, what is the logical inference? Most assuredly that which gives us the right to say that the story told of Moses by Ezra had been learned by him while at Babylon, and that he applied the allegory told of Sargon to the Jewish lawgiver. In short, that Exodus was never written by Moses, but refabricated from old materials by Ezra. And if so, then why should not other symbols and glyphs far more crude in their phallic element have been added by this adept in the later Chaldean and Sabaean phallic worship? We are taught that the primeval faith of the Israelites was quite different from that which was developed centuries later by the Talmudists, and before them by David and Hezekiah. All this, notwithstanding the exoteric element, as now found in the two Testaments, is quite sufficient to class the Bible among esoteric works, and to connect its secret system with Indian, Chaldean, and Egyptian symbolism. The whole cycle of biblical glyphs and numbers as suggested by astronomical observations, astronomy and theology being closely connected, is found in Indian exoteric as well as esoteric systems. These figures and their symbols, the signs of the zodiac, the planets, their aspects and nodes, the last term having now passed even into our modern botany to distinguish male and female plants, the unisexual, polygamous, monoecious, dioecious, etc., are known in astronomy as sextiles, quartiles, and so on, and have been used for ages and aeons by the archaic nations, and in one sense have the same meaning as the Hebrew numerals. The earliest forms of elementary geometry must have certainly been suggested by the observation of the heavenly bodies and their groupings. Hence the most archaic symbols in Eastern esotericism are a circle, a point, a triangle, a plane, a cube, a pentacle, and a hexagon, and plane figures with various size and angles. This shows the knowledge and use of geometrical symbology to be as old as the world. Starting from this, it becomes easy to understand how nature herself could have taught primeval mankind, even without the help of its divine instructors, the first principles of a numerical and geometrical symbol language. Note, as a reminder how the esoteric religion of Moses was crushed several times, and the worship of Jehovah, as re-established by David, put in its place by Hezekiah for one, read pages 436 to 442, Volume 2 in Isis Unveiled. Surely there must have been some very good reasons why the Sadducees, who furnished almost all the high priests of Judea, held to the laws of Moses and spurned that alleged, quote, Book of Moses, unquote, the Pentateuch of the Synagogue and the Talmud. End of note. Hence one finds numbers and figures used as an expression and a record of thought in every archaic symbolical scripture. They are ever the same, with only certain variations growing out of the first figures. Thus the evolution and correlation of the mysteries of cosmos, of its growth and development, spiritual and physical, abstract and concrete, were first recorded in geometrical changes of shape. Every cosmogony began with a circle, a point, a triangle, and a cube, up to number 9, when it was synthesized by the first line and a circle. The Pythagorean mystic decayed, the sum of all, involving and expressing the mysteries of the entire cosmos, recorded 100 times more fully in the Hindu system, for him who can understand this mystic language. The numbers 3 and 4, in their blending of 7, as those of 5, 6, 9, and 10, are the very cornerstone of occult cosmogonies. This decade and its 1,000 combinations are found in every portion of the globe. One recognizes them in the caves and the rock-cut temples of Hindustan and Central Asia, as in the pyramids and lithoi of Egypt and America, in the catacombs of Ozymandias, in the mounds of the Caucasian snow-capped fastness, in the ruins of Palenque in East Ireland, everywhere whither the foot of ancient man has ever journeyed. The 3 and the 4, the triangle and the cube, or the male and female universal glyph, showing the first aspect of the evolving deity, is stamped forever in the southern cross of the heavens, as in the Egyptian Khuks Ansata. As well expressed, the cube unfolded is in display a cross of the Tau, or Egyptian form, or of the Christian cross form. A circle attached to the first gives the unsated cross, numbers 3 and 4 counted on the cross showing a form of the Hebrew golden candlestick in the Holy of Holies, and the 3 plus 4 equals 7, and 6 plus 1 equals 7, days in the circle of the week, as 7 lights of the sun. So also as the week of 7 lights gave origin to the month and year, so it is the time mark of birth, the cross form being shown then by the connected use of the form 113 to 355. The symbol is completed by the attachment of a man to the cross. Note, once more, remember the Hindu Vituba, crucified in space, the significance of the, quote, sacred sign, unquote, the swastika, Plato's decussated man in space, etc., etc., end of note. This kind of measure was made to coordinate with the idea of the origin of human life, and hence the phallic form. Note. Taken from the source of measures. End of note. The stanzas show the cross and these numbers playing a prominent part in archaic cosmogony. Meanwhile, we may profit by the evidence collected by the same author to show the identity of symbols and their esoteric meaning all over the globe, which he calls rightly the primordial vestiges of these symbols. Under the general view taken of the nature of the number forms, it became a matter of research of the utmost interest as to when and where their existence and their use first became known. Has it been a matter of revelation in what we know as the historic age, a cycle exceedingly modern when the age of the human race is contemplated? It seems, in fact, as to the date of its possession by man, to have been farther removed in the past from the old Egyptians than are the old Egyptians from us. The East Isles and Mid-Pacific present the feature of the remaining peaks of the mountains of a submerged continent, for the reason that these peaks are thickly studded with cyclopean statues, remnants of the civilization of a dense and cultivated people who must have of necessity occupied a widely extended area. On the back of these images is to be found the ansated cross, and the same modified to the outlines of the human form. A full description, with plates showing the land, with the thickly planted statues, also with copies of the images, is to be found in the January number 1870 of the London Builder. In the Naturalist, published at Salem, Massachusetts, in one of the early numbers, is to be found a description of some very ancient and curious carving on the crest walls of the mountains of South America. Older by far, it is averred, than the races now living. The strangeness of these tracings is in that they exhibit the outlines of a man stretched out on the cross by a series of drawings, by which from the form of a man that of a cross springs, but so done that the cross may be taken as the man, or the man as the cross, thus exhibiting a symbolic display of the interdependency of the forms set forth. Note. See farther on the description given of the early Aryan initiation of Vishvakarma crucifying the sun, Vikartana shorn of his beams on a cruciform lath. End of note. It is known that the tradition among the Aztecs has handed down a very perfect account of the deluge. Baron Humboldt says that we are to look for the last country of Aztlan, the original country of the Aztecs, as high up at least as the 42nd parallel north, whence journeying they at last arrived in the Vale of Mexico. In that vale the earthen mounds of the far north become the elegant stone pyramidal and other structures whose remains are now found. The correspondences between the Aztec remains and those of the Egyptians are well known. Atwater, from examination of hundreds of them, is convinced that they had a knowledge of astronomy. As to one of the most perfect of the pyramidal structures among the Aztecs, Humboldt gives a description to the following effect. The form of this pyramid of Papantla, which has 7 stories, is more tapering than any other monument of this kind yet discovered, but its height is not remarkable, being but 57 feet, its base but 25 feet on each side. However, it is remarkable on one account. It is built entirely of hewn stones, of an extraordinary size, and very beautifully shaped. 3 staircases lead to the top, the steps of which are decorated with hieroglyphical sculptures and small niches arranged with great symmetry. The number of these niches seem to allude to the 318 simple and compound signs of the days of their civil calendar. 318 is the Gnostic value of Christ, remarks the author, and the famous number of the trained or circumcised servants of Abraham. When it is considered that 318 is an abstract value and universal, as expressive of a diameter value to a circumference of unity, its use in the composition of the civil calendar becomes manifest. Identical glyphs, numbers, and esoteric symbols are found in Egypt, Peru, Mexico, Easter Island, India, Chaldea, and Central Asia. Crucified men and symbols of the evolution of races from gods and yet behold science repudiating the idea of a human race other than one made in our image. Theology clinging to its 6,000 years of creation, anthropology teaching our descent from the ape, and the clergy tracing it from Adam 4,004 years before Christ. Shall one, for fear of incurring the penalty of being called a superstitious fool and even a liar, abstain from the furnishing proofs, as good as any, only because that day when all the 7 keys shall be delivered unto science, or rather the men of learning and research in the symbological department, has not yet dawned? In the face of the crushing discoveries of geology and anthropology with regard to the antiquity of man, we shall see, in order to avoid the usual penalty that awaits every one who strays outside the beaten paths of either theology or materialism, hold to the 6,000 years and, quote, special creation, unquote, or accept in submissive admiration our genealogy and descent from the ape. Not so, as long as it is known that the secret records hold the said 7 keys to the mystery of the genesis of man. Faulty, materialistic, and biased as the scientific theories may be, they are 1,000 times nearer the truth than the vagaries of theology. The latter are in their death agony for every one but the most uncompromising bigot and fanatic. Note: some of its defenders must have lost their reason, one would rather say. For what can one think when, in the face of the dead-letter absurdities of the Bible, these are still supported, publicly and as fiercely as ever, and one finds its theologians maintaining that though the Scriptures carefully refrain from making any direct contribution to scientific knowledge, they have never stumbled upon any statement which will not abide the light of advancing science. Triple exclamation mark. From Primeval Man, page 14, end of note. Hence we have no choice but either to blindly accept the deductions of science, or to cut adrift from it and withstand it fearlessly to its face, stating what the secret doctrine teaches us, being fully prepared to bear the consequences. But let us see whether science in its materialistic speculations, and even theology in its death rattle and supreme struggle to reconcile the 6,000 years since Adam with Sir Charles Lyell's geological evidences of the antiquity of man, do not themselves give us unconsciously a helping hand. Ethnology, on the confession of some of its very learned votaries, finds it already impossible to account for the varieties in the human race unless the hypothesis of the creation of several Adams can be accepted. They speak of a white Adam and a black Adam, a red Adam and a yellow Adam. Note: Primeval Man Unveiled, or the Anthropology of the Bible, author unknown of The Stars and the Angels, 1870, page 195. End of note. Were they Hindus enumerating the rebirths of Vamadeva from the Lingua Purana, they could say a little more, for enumerating the repeated births of Siva, the latter show him in one kalpa of a white complexion, in another of a black color, and still another of a red color, after which the Kumara becomes 4 youths of a yellow color. This strange so-called coincidence, as Mr. Proctor would say, speak only in favor of scientific intuition. Siva Kumara represents only allegorically the human races during the genesis of man. But it led to another intuitional phenomenon, in the theological ranks this time. The unknown author of Primeval Man, in a desperate effort to screen the divine revelation from the merciless and eloquent discoveries of geology and anthropology, remarking that it would be unfortunate if the defenders of the Bible should be driven into the position of either surrendering the inspiration of Scripture or denying the conclusions of geologists, finds a compromise. Nay, he devotes a thick volume to proving this fact. Adam was not the first man created upon this earth, the exhumed relics of pre-Adamic man, instead of shaking our confidence in Scripture, supplying additional proof of its veracity, page 194. Note: especially in the face of the evidence furnished by the authorized Bible itself in chapters 4 of Genesis, verse 16 and 17, which shows Cain going to the land of Nod and there marrying a wife. End of note. How so? In the simplest way imaginable, for the author argues that henceforth we, the clergy, are enabled to leave scientific men to pursue their studies without attempting to curse them by the fear of heresy. This must be a relief indeed to Messrs. Huxley, Tyndall, and Sir C. Lyell. The Bible narrative does not commence with creation, as is commonly supposed, but with the formation of Adam and Eve, millions of years after our planet had been created. Its previous history, so far as Scripture is concerned, is yet unwritten. There may have been not one but 20 different races upon the earth before the time of Adam, just as there may be 20 different races of men on other worlds, from page 55. Who then, or what were those races, since the author still maintains that Adam is the first man of our race? It was the satanic race and races. Satan was never in heaven, angels and men being one species. It was the pre-Adamic race of angels that sinned. Satan was the first prince of this world, we read. Having died in consequence of his rebellion, he remained on earth as a disembodied spirit and tempted Adam and Eve. The early ages of the satanic race, and more especially during the lifetime of Satan, in brackets triple exclamation mark, may have been a period of patriarchal civilization and comparative repose, a time of Tubal Cains and Jubals, with both scientists and arts attempted to strike their roots into their cursed ground. What a subject for an epic, when there are inevitable incidents which must have occurred. We see before us the gay primeval lover wooing his blushing bride at dewy eye under the Danish oaks, and then grew, where now no oaks will grow, the grey primeval patriarch, the primeval offspring innocently gambolling by his side. 1,000 such pictures rise before us, from pages 206 to 207. The retrospective glance at this satanic, quote, blushing bride, unquote, in the days of Satan's innocence does not lose in poetry as it gains in originality, quite the reverse. The modern Christian bride, who does not often blush nowadays before her gay modern lovers, might even derive a moral lesson from this daughter of Satan in the exuberant fancy of a first human biographer. These pictures, and to appreciate them at their true value, they must be examined in the volume that describes them, are all suggested with a view to reconcile the infallibility of revealed scripture with Sir C. Lyell's Antiquity of Man and other damaging scientific works. But this does not prevent truth and fact appearing at the foundation of these vagaries, which the author has never dared to sign with his own or even a borrowed name. For his pre-Adamic races, not satanic, but simply Atlantic, and the hermaphrodites before the latter, are mentioned in the Bible when read esoterically, as they are in the secret doctrine. The 7 keys open the mysteries, past and future, of the 7 great root races, as of the 7 kalpas. Though the genesis of man and even the esoteric geology will surely be rejected by science just as much as the satanic and pre-Adamic races, yet if having no other way out of their difficulties the scientists have to choose between the two, we feel certain that, Scripture notwithstanding, once the mystical language is approximately mastered, it is the archaic teaching that will be The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism in its Approximate Order, with explanatory sections. Section 3, Primordial Substance and Divine Thought. Quote, as it would seem irrational to affirm that we already know all existing causes, permission must be given to assume, if need be, an entirely new agent, and quote, assuming what is not strictly accurate as yet, that the undulatory hypothesis accounts for all the facts, we are called on to decide whether the existence of an undulating ether is thereby proved. We cannot positively affirm that no other supposition will explain the facts. Newton's corpuscular hypothesis is admitted to have broken down on interference, and there is, at the present day, no rival. Still, it is extremely desirable in all such hypotheses to find some collateral confirmation, some evidence aliundi of the supposed ether. Some hypotheses consist of assumptions as to the minute structure and operations of bodies. From the nature of the case, these assumptions can never be proved by direct means. Their only merit is their suitability to express the phenomena. They are representative fictions. From Logic by Alexander Bain, LLD, Part 2, page 133. Ether, this hypothetical proteus, one of the representative fictions of modern science which nevertheless was so long accepted, is one of the lower principles of what we call primordial substance, akasha in Sanskrit, one of the dreams of old, and which has now become again the dream of modern science. It is the greatest, just as it is the boldest of the surviving speculations of ancient philosophers. For the occultists, however, both ether and the primordial substance are a reality. To put it plainly, ether is the astral light, and the primordial substance is akasha, the upadhi of divine thought. In modern language, the latter would be better named cosmic ideation, spirit, the former cosmic substance, matter. These, the alpha and the omega of being, are but the two facets of the one absolute existence. The latter was never addressed or even mentioned by any name in antiquity except allegorically. In the oldest Aryan race, the Hindu, the worship of the intellectual classes never consisted, as with the Greeks, in a fervent adoration of marvelous form and art, which led later on to anthropomorphism. But while the Greek philosopher adored form, and the Hindu sage alone, perceived the true relation of earthly beauty and eternal truth, the uneducated of every nation understood neither at any time. They do not understand it even now. The evolution of the God idea proceeds apace with man's own intellectual evolution. So true it is that the noblest idea to which the religious spirit of no one age can soar will appear but a gross caricature to the philosophic mind in a succeeding epoch. The philosophers themselves had to be initiated into perceptive mysteries before they could grasp the correct idea of the ancients in relation to the most metaphysical subject. Otherwise, outside such initiation, for every thinker there will be a "thus far shalt thou go and no farther," mapped out by his intellectual capacity as clearly, as unmistakably as there is for the progress of any nation or race in its cycle by the law of karma. Outside of initiation, the ideals of contemporary religious thought must always have their wings clipped and remain unable to soar higher, for idealistic as well as realistic thinkers, and even free thinkers, are but the outcome and the natural product of their respective environments and periods. The ideals of both are only the necessary results of their temperaments, and the outcome of that phase of intellectual progress to which a nation in its collectivity has attained. Hence, as already remarked, the highest flights of modern Western metaphysics have fallen far short of the truth. Much of current agnostic speculation on the existence of the first cause is a little better than veiled materialism, the terminology alone being different. Even so, a great thinker as Mr. Herbert Spencer speaks of the unknowable occasionally in terms that demonstrate the lethal influence of materialistic thought, which, like the deadly sirocco, has withered and blighted all current ontological speculation. Note, for instance, when he terms the first cause, the unknowable, a power manifesting through phenomena, and an infinite eternal energy, in brackets question mark. It is clear that he has grasped solely the physical aspect of the mystery of being, the energies of cosmic substance only, the co-eternal aspect of the one reality, cosmic ideation, as to its noumenon it seems non-existent in the mind of the great thinker, is absolutely omitted from consideration. Without doubt, this one-sided mode of dealing with the problem is due largely to the pernicious Western practice of subordinating consciousness, or regarding it as a byproduct of molecular motion. End of note. From the early ages of the Fourth Race, when spirit alone was worshipped and the mystery was made manifest, down to the last palmy days of the Grecian art, at the dawn of Christianity, the Hellenes alone had dared to raise publicly an altar to the unknown God. Whatever St. Paul may have had in his profound mind when declaring to the Athenians that this, quote, unknown, unquote, ignorantly worshipped by them, was the true God announced by himself, that deity was not Jehovah, see the Holy of Holies, nor was he the maker of the world and all things, for it is not the God of Israel, but the unknown of the ancient and modern pantheist that dwelleth not in temples made with hands. From Acts 18, verse 23 to 24. Divine thought cannot be defined or its meaning explained except by the numberless manifestations of cosmic substance in which the form is sensed spiritually by those who can do so. To say this, after having defined it as the unknown deity, abstract, impersonal, sexless, which must be placed at the root of every cosmogony and its subsequent evolution, is equivalent to saying nothing at all. It is like attempting a transcendental equation of conditions for the true values of a set, having in hand for deducing them only a number of unknown quantities. Its place is found in the old primitive symbolic charts, in which, as shown in the text, it is represented by a boundless darkness, on the ground of which appears the first central point in white, thus symbolizing coeval and co-eternal spirit matter, making its appearance in the phenomenal world before its first differentiation. When the one becomes two, it may then be referred to as spirit and matter. To spirit is referable every manifestation of consciousness, reflective or direct, and of unconscious purposiveness, to adopt a modern expression used in Western philosophy, so-called, as evidenced in the vital principle and nature's submission to the majestic sequence of immutable law. Matter must be regarded as objectivity in its purest abstraction, the self-existing basis whose septenary manventeric differentiations constitute the objective reality underlying the phenomena of each phase of conscious existence. During the period of universal pralaya, cosmic ideation is non-existent, and the variously differentiated states of cosmic substance are resolved back again into the primary state of abstract potential objectivity. Manventeric impulse commences with the reawakening of cosmic ideation, the universal mind, concurrently with and parallel to the primary emergence of cosmic substance, the latter being the manventeric vehicle of the former, from its undifferentiated pralaic state. Then absolute wisdom mirrors itself in its ideation, which, by a transcendental process superior to and incomprehensible by human consciousness, results in the cosmic energy, Fohat. Thrilling through the bosom of inert substance, Fohat impels it to activity and guides its primary differentiations on all the 7 planes of cosmic consciousness. There are thus 7 protiles, as they are now called. With Aryan antiquity called them the 7 prakriti, or natures, serving severely as the relatively homogeneous basis, which in the course of the increasing heterogeneity in the evolution of the universe differentiate into the marvelous complexity presented by phenomena on the planes of perception. The term relatively is used designedly, because the very existence of such a process, resulting in the primary segregations of undifferentiated cosmic substance into its septenary basis of evolution, compels us to regard the protile of each plane as only a mediate phase assumed by substance in its passage from abstract into full objectivity. Note, the term protile is due to Mr. Crookes, the eminent chemist, who has given that name to pre-matter, if one may so call primordial and purely homogeneous substances, suspected, if not actually yet found, by science in the ultimate composition of the atom. But the incipient segregation of primordial matter into atoms and molecules takes its rise subsequent to the evolution of the 7 protiles. It is the last of these, having recently detected the possibility of its existence on our plane, that Mr. Crookes is in search of. End of note. Cosmic ideation is said to be non-existent during prolific periods for the simple reason that there is no one and nothing to perceive its effects. There can be no manifestation of consciousness, semi-consciousness, or even unconscious purposiveness, except through the vehicle of matter. That is to say, on this our plane, wherein human consciousness in its normal state cannot soar beyond what is known as transcendental metaphysics, it is only through some molecular aggregation of fabric that spirit wells up in a stream of individual subconscious subjectivity. And as matter existing apart from perception is a mere abstraction, both of these aspects of the absolute, cosmic substance and cosmic ideation, are mutually interdependent. In strict accuracy, to avoid confusion and misconception, the term matter ought to be applied to the aggregate of objects of possible perception, and substance to noumena. For inasmuch as the phenomena of our plane are the creation of the perceiving ego, the modifications of its own subjectivity, all the states of matter representing the aggregate of perceived objects can have but a relative and purely phenomenal existence for the children of our plane. As the modern idealists would say, the cooperation of subject and object results in the sense object or phenomenon. But this does not necessarily lead to the conclusion that it is the same on all other planes, that the cooperation of the two on the planes of their septenary differentiation results in a septenary aggregate of phenomena which are likewise non-existent per se, though concrete realities for the entities of whose experience they form a part, in the same manner as the rocks and rivers around us are real from the standpoint of a physicist, though unreal illusions of sense from that of the metaphysician. It would be an error to say or even conceive such a thing. From the standpoint of the highest metaphysics, the whole universe, gods included, is an illusion. But the illusion of him who is in himself an illusion differs on every plane of consciousness, and we have no more right to dogmatize about the possible nature of the perceptive faculties of an ego on, say, the 6th plane, than we have to identify our perceptions with, or make them a standard for, those of an ant and its mode of consciousness. The pure object apart from consciousness is unknown to us while living on the plane of our 3-dimensional world, as we know only the mental states it excites in the perceiving ego. Note: cosmic ideation focused in a principle or upadhi basis results as the consciousness of the individual ego. Its manifestation varies with the degree of upadhi. For example, through that known as manas it wells up as mind consciousness, though the more finely differentiated fabric, 6th state of matter, or the buddhi resting on the experience of manas as its basis, as the stream of spiritual intuition. End of note. And so long as the contrast of subject and object endures, to wit, as long as we enjoy our 5 senses and no more, and do not know how to divorce our all-perceiving ego, the higher self, from the thraldom of these senses, so long will it be impossible for the personal ego to break through the barrier which separates it from a knowledge of things in themselves, or substance. That ego, progressing in an arc of ascending subjectivity, must exhaust the experience of every plane, but not till the unit is merged in the all, whether on this or any other plane, and subject and object alike vanish in the absolute negation of the nirvanic state. Negation again only from our plane is scaled that peak of omniscience, the knowledge of things in themselves, and the solution of the yet more awful riddle approached, before which even the highest Dayankochan bow in silence and ignorance, the unspeakable mystery of that which is called by the Vedantians the Parabrahman. Therefore, such being the case, all those who sought to give a name to the incognizable principle have simply degraded it. Even to speak of cosmic ideation, save in its phenomenal aspect, is like trying to bottle up primordial chaos, or to put a printed label on eternity. What then is the primordial substance, that mysterious object of which alchemy was ever talking, and which became the subject of philosophical speculations in every age? What can it be finally, even in its phenomenal pre-differentiation? Even that is all in manifested nature and nothing to our senses. It is mentioned under the various names in every cosmogony, referred to in every philosophy, and shown to be to this day the ever-grasp-eluding protus in nature. We touch and do not feel it. We look at it without seeing it. We breathe it and do not perceive it. We hear and smell it without the smallest cognition that it is there. For it is in every molecule of that which in our illusion and ignorance we regard as matter in any of its states, or conceive as a feeling, a thought, an emotion. In short, it is the upadi, or vehicle of every possible phenomenon, whether physical, mental, or psychic. In the opening sentences of Genesis, as in the Chaldean cosmogony, in the Puranas of India, and in the Book of the Dead of Egypt, it opens everywhere the cycle of manifestation. It is termed chaos, and the face of the waters, incubated by the spirit proceeding from the unknown under whatever name. See chaos, theos, cosmos. The authors of the sacred scriptures in India go deeper into the origin of things evolved than Thales or Job, for they say, from intelligence called Mahat in the Puranas, associated with ignorance, Ishvar, as a personal deity, attended by its projective power, in which the quality of dualness, tamas, insensibility, predominates, proceeds ether, from ether, air, from air, heat, from heat, water, and from water, earth, with everything on it. From this same self, was the ether produced, says the Veda. Taittiriya Upanishad 2, verse 1. It becomes thus evident that it is not this ether, sprung at the fourth remove from an emanation of intelligence associated with ignorance, which is the highest principle, the deific entity worshipped by the Greeks and Latins under the name of Pater Omnipotens Aether and Magnus Aether in its collective aggregates. The septenary gradation and the innumerable subdivisions and differences made by the ancients between the powers of ether collectively from its outward fringe of effects with which our science is so familiar, up to the imponderable substance once admitted as the ether of space, now about to be rejected, has been ever a vexing riddle for every branch of knowledge. The mythologists and symbologists of our day, confused by this incomprehensible glorification on the one hand and degradation on the other of the same deified entity and in the same religious systems, are often driven to the most ludicrous mistakes. The Church, firm as a rock in each and all of her early errors of interpretation, has made of ether the abode of her satanic legions. Note: for it is thus that the Church has interpreted verse 12 of the 6th chapter to the Ephesians. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world. Further on, St. Paul mentions the spiritual malices, wickedness in English texts, spread in the air, spiritualia nicitiae celestibus, the Latin text giving various names to these malices, the innocent elementals. But the Church is right this time, though wrong in calling them all devils. The astral light or low ether is full of conscious and semi-conscious and unconscious entities. Only the Church has less power over them than over invisible microbes or mosquitoes. End of note. The whole hierarchy of the, quote, fallen, unquote, angels is there. The cosmocratores, or the world-bearers, according to Bossuet. Mundi tenants, the world-holders, as Tertullian calls them, and mundi domini, world dominations, or rather dominators, the curbati, or curved, etc., who thus make of the stars and celestial orbs in their course devils. The difference made between the 7 states of ether, itself one of the 7 cosmic principles, while the aether of the ancients is universal fire, may be seen in the injunctions by Zoroaster and Zealous, respectively. The former said, "Consult it only when it is without form or figure, absque forma et figura," which means without flames or burning coals. When it has a form, heed it not, teaches Zealous, but when it is formless, obey it, for it is then sacred fire, and all it will reveal thee shall be true. Note: Ephatum 16, Oracles of Zoroaster. This proves that ether, itself an aspect of Akasha, has in its turn several aspects, or principles. All the ancient nations defined ether in its imponderable aspect and potency. Virgil calls Jupiter pater omnipotens aether, the great aether. Note, see Georgica, Book 2. The Hindus have also placed it among their deities under the name of Akasha, the synthesis of aether. And the author of the Homoemorean system of philosophy, Anaxagoras of Clazomene, firmly believed that the spiritual prototypes of all things, as well as their elements, were to be found in the boundless ether, where they were generated, whence they evolved, and whither they returned, an occult teaching. It thus becomes clear that it is from ether, in its highest synthetic aspect once anthropomorphized, that sprung the first idea of personal creative deity. With the philosophical Hindus, the elements are tamas, that is, unenlightened by intellect, which they obscure. We have now to exhaust the question of the mystical meaning of primordial chaos and of the root principle, and show how they were connected in the ancient philosophies with Akasha, wrongly translated aether, and also with Maya, illusion, of which Ishvara is the male aspect. We shall speak further on of the intelligent principle, or rather of the invisible immaterial properties in the visible and material elements that sprung from the primordial chaos. For what is the primordial chaos but aether? It is asked in Isis Unveiled. Not the modern ether, not such as is recognized now, but such as was known to the ancient philosophers long before the time of Moses, but aether with all its mysterious and occult properties, containing in itself the germs of universal creation. Upper aether, or Akasha, is the celestial virgin and mother of every existing form and being, from whose bosom, as soon as incubated by the divine spirit, are called into existence matter and life, force and action. Aether is the Aditi of the Hindus, and it is Akasha. Electricity, magnetism, heat, light, and chemical action are so little understood even now that fresh facts are constantly widening the range of our knowledge. Who knows where ends the power of this protean giant, aether, or whence its mysterious origin? Who, we mean, that denies the spirit that works in it and evolves out of it all visible forms? It will be an easy task to show that the cosmological legends all over the world are based on a knowledge by the ancients of those sciences, which have allied themselves in our days in support of the doctrine of evolution, and that further research may demonstrate that those ancients were far better acquainted with the fact of evolution itself, embracing both its physical and spiritual aspects, than we are now. With the old philosophers, evolution was a universal theorem, a doctrine embracing the whole, and an established principle, while our modern evolutionists are enabled to present us merely with speculative theoretics, with particular, if not wholly negative, theorems. It is idle for the representatives of our modern wisdom to close the debate and pretend that the question is settled merely because the obscure phraseology of the Mosaic far later account clashes with a definite exegesis of exact science. Isis Unveiled. If one turns to the laws or ordinances of Manu, one finds the prototype of all these ideas, mostly lost to the Western world in their original form, disfigured by the later interpolations and additions. They have nevertheless preserved quite enough of their ancient spirit to show its character. Removing the darkness, the self-existent Lord, Vishnu, Narayana, etc., becoming manifest, and wishing to produce beings from his essence, created in the beginning water alone. In that he cast seed, that became a golden egg. Verse 6, 7, 8, and 9. Whence this self-existent Lord? It is called this, and is spoken of as darkness, imperceptible, without definite qualities, undiscoverable, as if wholly in sleep. Verse 5. Having dwelt in that egg for a whole divine year, he who is called in the world Brahma splits that egg in two, and from the upper portion he forms the heaven, from the lower the earth, and from the middle the sky, and the perpetual place of waters. Verses 12 and 13. But there is, directly following these verses, something more important for us, as it corroborates entirely our esoteric teachings. From verse 14 to 36, evolution is given in the order described in the esoteric philosophy. This cannot be easily gainsaid. Even Medhatiti, the son of Virashvamin, and the author of the commentary, the Manubhashya, whose date according to the Western Orientalists is 1000 Anno Domini, helps us with his remarks to the elucidation of the truth. He showed himself either unwilling to give out more because he knew that the truth which has to be kept from the profane, or else he was really puzzled. Still, what he does give out makes the septenary principle in men and nature plain enough. Let us begin with chapter 1 of the ordinances or laws. After the self-existent Lord, the unmanifesting Logos of the unknown, darkness becomes manifested in the golden egg. It is from this egg, from 2, that which is the undiscrete, undifferentiated, cause, eternal, which is and is not. From it issue that male who is called in the world Brahma. Here we find, as in all genuine philosophical systems, even the egg or the circle or zero, boundless infinity, referred to as it. Note: the ideal apex of the Pythagorean triangle, vide sections in Volume 2, Cross and Circle, and the earliest symbolics of the cross. End of note. And Brahma, the first unit only, referred to as the male god, that is, the fructifying principle. It is the circle symbol with a vertical line in it, or 10, the decade. On the plane of the septenary, or our world only, it is called Brahma. On that of the unified decade in the realm of reality, this male Brahma is an illusion. 14. From the self, Atmana, he creates mind, one which is and is not. 2. And from mind, egoism, self-consciousness, the ruler. 3. The Lord. One. The mind is Manas. Medhatiti, the commentator, justly observes here that it is the reverse of this, and shows already interpolation and rearranging. For it is Manas that springs from ahamkara, or universal self-consciousness, as Manas in the microcosm springs from Mahat, or Mahabuddhi, Buddhi in man. For Manas is dual, and as shown and translated by Colebrooke, is serving both for sense and action. It's an organ by affinity, being cognate with the rest. The rest means here that Manas, our fifth principle, the fifth because the body was named the first, which is the reverse of the true philosophical order, is in affinity both with Atma Buddhi and with the lower four principles. Note: vide A. Cook Bernal's translation, edited by Ed W. Hopkins, Ph.D. End of note. Hence our teaching, namely, that Manas follows Atma Buddhi to Devakam, and that the lower dregs, the residue of Manas, remains with Kamarupa in Limbus, or Kamaloka, the abode of the quote shells, unquote. 2. Such is the meaning of Manas, which is and is not. 3. Medhatiti translates it as the one conscience of the I, or ego, not ruler, as the Orientalists do. Thus they translate verse 16, quote, he also, having made the subtle parts
of those six, the great self and the five organs of sense, of unmeasured brightness, to enter into the elements of self. Atma Matarasu created all beings. Unquote. When, according to Medhatiti, it ought to read Matarachit instead of Atra Matarasu, and thus be made to say, quote, he having pervaded the subtile parts of those six of unmeasured brightness by elements of self, created all beings. Unquote. This latter reading must be the correct one, since he, the self, is what we call Atma, and thus constitutes the seventh principle, the synthesis of the six. Such is also the opinion of the editor of Manavadharma Shastra, who seems to have intuitionally entered far deeper into the spirit of the philosophy than the translator of the Ordinances of Manu, the late Dr. Burnell, for he hesitates little between the text of Kulukka and the commentaries of Medhatiti, rejecting the Tamantra, or subtle elements, and the Atma Matarasu of Kulukka, he says, applying to the principles of the cosmic self. The six appear rather to be the manas plus the five principles of ether, air, fire, water, earth. Having united five portions of these six with the spiritual element, the seventh, he thus created all existing things. Atma Mantra is therefore the spiritual atom as opposed to the elementary, not reflective elements of himself. Thus he corrects the translation of verse 17, as the subtle elements of bodily forms of this one depend on these six, so the wise call his form Sharira. And he says that elements mean here portions of parts or principles, which reading is borne out by verse 19, which says, 19. This non-eternal universe arises from the eternal by means of the subtle elements or forms of those seven very glorious principles, Purusha. Commenting upon which, according to Medhatiti, the editor remarks that the five elements plus mind, manas, and self-consciousness, ahamkara, are meant. Subtle elements as before, meaning five portions of form, or principles. Note, ahamkara, as universal self-consciousness, has a triple aspect, as also manas. For this conception of I, or one's ego, is either sattva, pure quietude, or appears as rajas, active, or remains tamas, stagnant, in darkness. It belongs to heaven and earth, and assumes the properties of either. End of note. For verse 20 shows it, when saying of these five elements or five portions of form, rupa, plus manas and self-consciousness, that they constitute the seven purusha, or principles, called in the Puranas the seven prakritis. Moreover, these five elements or five portions are spoken of in verse 27 as those which are called the atomic destructible portions. Therefore, this creative Brahma issuing from the mundane or golden egg unites in himself both the male and the female principles. He is, in short, the same as all the creative protologoi. Of Brahma, however, it could not be said, as of Dionysus, protogonon difne trigonon, bakeion anakta, agrion areton, kufion dikerota dimorphon, Luna Jehovah, Bacchus truly, with David dancing nude before his symbol in the ark, because no licentious Dionysia were ever established in his name and honor. All such public worship was exoteric, and the great universal symbols were distorted universally, as those of Krishna are now, by the Vallabhacharya's of Bombay, the followers of the infant god. But are these popular gods the true deity? Are they the apex and synthesis of the sevenfold creation, man included? Never. Each and all are one of the rungs of that septenary ladder of divine consciousness, pagan as Christian. For Ein Sof,
also is said to manifest through the 7 letters of Jehovah's name, who, having usurped the place of the unknown limitless, was given by his devotees his 7 angels of the presence, his 7 principles. Yet they are mentioned in almost every school. In the pure Sankhya philosophy, Mahat, Ahamkara, and the 5 Tanmatras are called the 7 Prakritis, or natures, and they are counted from Mahabudhi or Mahat down to earth. See Sankhya Karika 3 and commentaries. Nevertheless, however disfigured for rabbinical purposes is the original Elohistic version by Ezra, however repulsive at times even the esoteric meaning in the Hebrew scrolls, which is far more so than its outward veil or cloaking may be, once the Jehovistic portions are eliminated, the Mosaic books are found full of purely occult and priceless knowledge, especially in the first 6 chapters. Read by the aid of the Kabbalah, one finds a matchless temple of occult truths, a well of deeply concealed beauty hidden. Note, see the Holy of Holies, end of note. Read by the aid of the Kabbalah, one finds a matchless temple of occult truths, a well of deeply concealed beauty hidden under a structure, the visible architecture which, its apparent symmetry notwithstanding, is unable to stand the criticism of cold reason, or to reveal its age, for it belongs to all the ages. There is more wisdom concealed under the exoteric fables of Puranas and Bible than in all the exoteric facts and science in the literature of the world, and more occult truth science than there is of exact knowledge in all the academies. Or in plain and stronger language, there is as much esoteric wisdom in some portions of the exoteric Puranas and Pentateuch as there is of nonsense and of designed childish fancy in it, when read only in the dead-letter murderers' interpretations of great dogmatic religions, and especially of sects. Let anyone read the first verses of chapter 1 of Genesis and reflect upon them. There God commands to another God, who does his bidding, even in the cautious English Protestant translation of James, the first authorized edition. In the beginning, the Hebrew language, having no word to express the idea of eternity, God fashions the heaven and the earth, and the latter is without form and void, while the former is no heaven in fact, but the deep chaos with darkness upon its face. Note on the word eternity. The word eternity, by which Christian theologians interpret the term forever and ever, does not exist in the Hebrew tongue, either as a word or meaning. Olam, says Leclerc, only imports a time when beginning or end is not known. It does not mean infinite duration, and the word forever in the Old Testament only signifies a long time. Nor is the term eternity used in the Christian sense in the Puranas, for in Vishnu Purana it is clearly stated that the eternity and immortality only, existence to the end of the Kalpa, is meant. Book 2, Chapter 8, end of note. Note on the deep chaos with darkness upon its face. Orphic theogony is purely Oriental and Indian in spirit. The successive transformations it has undergone have now separated it widely from the spirit of ancient cosmogony, as may be seen by comparing it even with Hesiod's theogony. Yet the truly Aryan Hindu spirit breaks forth everywhere in both Hesiod's and the Orphic theogony. See the remarkable work of Jim Stamstetter, Cosmogonie Aryenne, in his Essais Orientaux. Thus the original Greek conception of chaos is that of the secret wisdom religion. In Hesiod, therefore, chaos is infinite, boundless, endless, and beginningless in duration and abstraction at the same time as a visible presence, space filled with darkness, which is primordial matter in its pre-cosmic state. For in its etymological sense, chaos is space, according to Aristotle, and space is the ever unseen and unknowable deity in our philosophy. End of notes. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, verse 2, or the great deep of the infinite space. And this Spirit is Narayana, or Vishnu. And God said, Let there be firmament, verse 6. And God the second obeyed and made the firmament. Verse 7. And God said, Let there be light, and there was light. Now the latter does not mean light at all, but in the Kabbalah, the androgyne Adam Kadmon, or Sephira, spiritual light, for they are one, or according to the Chaldean Book of Numbers, the secondary angels, the first being the Elohim, who are the aggregate of that fashioning God. For to whom are those words of command addressed? And who is it who commands? That which commands is the eternal law, and he who obeys, the Elohim, the known quantity acting in and with X, or the coefficient of the unknown quantity, the forces of the one force. All this is occultism, and is found in the archaic stanzas. It is perfectly immaterial whether we call these forces the Diankochans or the Ophanim, as St. John does. The one universal light, which to man is darkness, is ever existent, says the Chaldean Book of Numbers. From it proceeds periodically the energy which is reflected in the deep or chaos, the storehouse of future worlds, and once awakened stirs up and fructifies the latent forces, which are the ever-present eternal potentialities in it. Then awake anew the Brahmas and Buddhas, the co-eternal forces, and a new universe springs into being. In the Sefer Yezairah, the Kabbalistic book of creation, the author has evidently repeated the words of Manu. In it, the divine substance is represented as having alone existed from the eternity, boundless and absolute, and as having emitted from itself the spirit. Note, the manifested spirit. Absolute divine spirit is one with absolute divine substance. Parabrahm and Mula Prakriti are one in essence. Therefore, cosmic ideation and cosmic substance in their primal character are one also. End of note. One is the Spirit of the living God, blessed be its name, which liveth forever. Voice, Spirit, and Word, this is the Holy Spirit. And this is the Kabbalistic abstract Trinity, so unceremoniously anthropomorphized by the Christian Fathers. Note. See Sefer Yezairah, chapter 1, Mishnah 9. End of note. From this triple one emanated the whole cosmos. From the one emanated number 2, or air, the Father, the creative element. And then number 3, water, the mother, proceeded from the air. Ether or fire completes the mystic four, the Arba'il. Note. See the same source. It is from Arba that Abram is made to come. End of note. When the concealed of the concealed wanted to reveal himself, he first made a point, primordial point, or the first Sephiroth, air or Holy Ghost, shaped into his sacred form, the 10th Sephiroth, or the heavenly man, and conveyed it with a rich and splendid garment, that is, the world. Note. Soha 1, 2a. End of note. He maketh the wind his messengers, flaming fire his servants, says the Yezairah, showing the cosmical character of the later humorized elements, and that the spirit permeates every atom in cosmos. Note. Sefer Yezairah, Mishnah 9, 10. Everywhere throughout the Acts, Paul calls the invisible cosmic beings the elements. See Greek texts. But now the elements are degraded into and limited to atoms, of which nothing is known so far, and which are only children of necessity, as ether is too, as we said in Isis. The poor primordial elements have long been exiled, and our ambitious physicists run races to determine who shall add one more to the fledgling brood of the 60 and odd elementary substances. Meanwhile, there rage a war in modern chemistry about terms. We are denied the right to call these substances chemical elements, for they are not primordial principles of self-existing essences out of which the universe was fashioned according to Plato. Such ideas associated with the word element were good enough for the old Greek philosophy, but modern science rejects them, for, as Professor Crooks says, they are unfortunate terms, and experimental science will have nothing to do with any kind of essences except those which it can see, smell, or taste. It leaves others to the metaphysicians. We must feel grateful even for so much. End of note. This primordial substance is called by some chaos. Plato and the Pythagoreans named it the soul of the world, after it had been impregnated by the spirit of that which broods over the primeval waters, or chaos. It is by being reflected in it, says the Kabbalists, that the brooding principle created the phantasmagoria of the visible, manifested universe. Chaos before, ether after, the reflection. It is still the deity that pervades all space and things. It is the invisible, imponderable spirit of things and the invisible, but too tangible fluid that radiates from the fingers of the healthy magnetizer. For it is the vital electricity, life itself, called in derision by the Marquis de Merville, the nebulous almighty. It is termed by the theurgists and occultists to this day the living fire, and there is not a Hindu who practices at dawn a certain kind of meditation but knows its effects. Note. Writing upon this subject in Isis Unveiled, we said of it that it was the chaos of the ancients, the Zoroastrian sacred fire, or the Atashberam of the Parsis, the Hermes fire, the Elmas fire of the ancient Germans, the lighting of Cybele, the burning torch of Apollo, the flame on the altar of Pan, the inextinguishable fire in the temple of the Acropolis, and in that of Vesta, the fire flame of Pluto's helm, the brilliant sparks on the hats of the Dioscuri, on the Gorgon head, the helm of Pallas, and the staff of Mercury, the Egyptian Phthah Ra, the Grecian Zeus Cutibates, the descending of Pausanias, the Pentecostal fire tongues, the burning bush of Moses, the pillar of fire from the Exodus, and the burning lamp of Abram, the eternal fire of the bottomless pit, the Delphic oracle of Athens, the sidereal light of the Rosicrucians, the Akasha of the Hindu adepts, the astral light of Eliphas Levi, the nerve opera and the flute of the magnetists, the odd of the Reichenbach, the psychot and actinic force of Thury, the psychic force of Sergeant Cox, and the atmospheric magnetism of some naturalists, galvanism, and final electricity. All these are but various names for many different manifestations or effects of the same mysterious or pervading cause, the Greek archaeus. We now add, it is this and much more. End of note. It is the spirit of light and Magnus, as truly expressed by an opponent. Magus and Magnus are two branches growing from the same trunk and shooting forth the same resultants. And in this appellation of living fire we may also discover the meaning of the puzzling sentences in the Zendavesta saying that there is a fire that gives knowledge of the future, science and amiable speech, that is, develops an extraordinary eloquence in the Sibyl, the sensitive, and even some orators. This fire is spoken of in all the Hindu books, as also in the Kabbalistic works. The Zohar explains it as the white hidden fire in the Resha-Tvaira, the white head, whose will causes the fiery fluid to flow in 370 currents in every direction of the universe. It is identical with the serpent that runs with 370 leaps, or the cipher Zeniuta, which, when the perfect man, the Metatron, is raised, that is, when the divine man indwells in the animal man, it, the serpent, becomes three spirits. That is to say, is Atma Buddhimanas in our theosophical phraseology. Read Part 2 in Volume 2, Section 3, The Many Meanings of the War in Heaven. Spirit, then, or cosmic ideation, and cosmic substance, one of whose principles is ether, are one, and include the elements, in the sense St. Paul attaches to them. These elements are the veiled synthesis standing for Diankochans, Divas, Sephiroth, Amshaspens, Archangels, etc., etc. The ether of science, the ilus of Berosus, or the protyle of chemistry, constitutes, so to speak, the rude material, relatively, out of which the above-named builders, following the plan traced out for them eternally in the divine thought, fashion the systems in the cosmos. They are myths, we are told. Oh, no more so than ether and the atoms, we answer. The two latter are absolute necessities of physical science. The builders are as absolute a necessity of metaphysics. We are twitted with, "You never saw them." We ask the materialists, "Have you ever seen ether, or your atoms, or again, your force?" Moreover, one of the greatest Western evolutionists of our modern day, the coadjutor of Darwin, Mr. A.R. Wallace, when discussing the inadequacy of natural selection alone to account for the physical form of man, admits the guiding action of high intelligences as a necessary part of the great laws which govern the material universe, from contributions to theory of natural selection. These high intelligences are the Diankochans of the occultists. Indeed, there are few myths in any religious system worthy of the name, but have an historical as well as a scientific foundation. Myths, justly observes Pocock, are now proved to be fables just in proportion as we misunderstand them, truths in proportion as they were once understood. The one prevailing, most distinct idea found in all ancient teaching, with reference to cosmic evolution and the first creation of our globe with all its products, organic and inorganic, strange word for an occultist to use, is that the whole cosmos has sprung from the divine thought. This thought impregnates matter, which is co-eternal with the one reality, and all that lives and breathes evolves from the emanations of the one immutable, Parabrahm, equals Mula Prakriti, the eternal one root. The former of these is, so to say, the aspect of the central point turned inward into regions quite inaccessible to human intellect, and is absolute abstraction, whereas in its aspect as Mula Prakriti, the eternal root of all, it gives one some hazy comprehension at least of the mystery of being. Therefore it was taught in the inner temples that this visible universe of spirit and matter is but the concrete image of the ideal abstraction. It was built on the model of the first divine idea. Thus our universe existed from eternity in a latent state. The soul animating this purely spiritual universe is the central sun, the highest deity itself. It was not the one who built the concrete form of the idea, but the first begotten. And as it was constructed on the geometrical figure of the dodecahedron, the first begotten was pleased to employ 12,000 years in its creation. Note: Plato, Timaeus. End of note. The latter number is expressed in the Tyrrhenian cosmogony, which shows man created in the 6th millennium. This agrees with the Egyptian theory of 6,000 "years," unquote, and with the Hebrew computation. Notes: see Suidas versus Tyrrhenia. And the reader will understand that by years is meant ages, not mere periods of 13 lunar months each. End of notes. But it is the exoteric form of it. The secret computation explains that the 12,000 and the 6,000 years are years of Brahma, one day of Brahma being equal to 4,320,000,000 years. Sankhoniathon, in his cosmogony, declares that when the wind spirit became enamored with its own principles, the chaos, an intimate union took place, which connection was called pothos, and from this sprang the seed of all. Note: see the Greek translation by Philobibulus. End of note. And the chaos knew not its own production, for it was senseless, but from its embrace with the wind was generated mot, or the ilus, mud. Note: See Corey, Ancient Fragment. End of note. From this proceeded the spores of creation and the generation of the universe. Zeus sinned, Aether, and Ctonia, the chaotic earth, and Metis, the water, his wives, Osiris and Isis Latona, the former god also representing ether, the first emanation of the supreme deity, Amun, the primeval source of light. The goddess earth and water again, Mithras, the rock-born god, the symbol of the male mundane fire, or the personified primordial light, and Mithra, the fire goddess, at once his mother and his wife, the pure element of fire, the active or male principle, regarded as light and heat in conjunction with earth and water or matter, female or passive elements of cosmic generation. Mithras is the son of Borj, the Persian mundane mountain, from which he flashed out as a radiant ray of light. Notes: Mithras was regarded among the Persians as the Theos Epektros, god of the rock. Note on Borj. Borj is called a fire mountain, a volcano, therefore it contains fire, rock, earth, and water, the male or active and the female, or passive elements. The myth is suggestive. End of notes. Brahma, the fire god, and his prolific consort, and the Hindu Agni, the refulgent deity from whose body issue 1,000 streams of glory and 7 tongues of flame, and in whose honor certain Brahmans preserve to this day a perpetual fire. Siva, personified by the mundane mountain of the Hindus, the Meru. These terrific fire gods, who are said in the legend to have descended from heaven like the Jewish Jehovah in a pillar of fire, and a dozen other archaic double-sexed deities, all loudly proclaim their hidden meaning. And what could these dual myths mean but the psychochemical principle of primordial creation, the first evolution in its triple manifestation of spirit, force, and matter, the divine correlation at its starting point, allegorized as the marriage of fire and water, products of electrifying spirit union of the male active principle with the female passive element, which become the parents of their tellurian child, cosmic matter, their prima materia, whose soul is aether, and whose shadow is astral light, from Isis Unveiled. The fragments of the systems that have now reached us are rejected as absurd fables. Nevertheless, occult science, having survived even the great flood that submerged the antediluvian giants and with them their very memory, save in the secret doctrine, the Bible and other scriptures, still holds the key to all the world problems. Let us apply that key to the rare fragments of long-forgotten cosmogonies and try by their scattered parts to re-establish the once universal cosmogony of the secret doctrine. The key fits them all. No one can study ancient philosophies seriously without perceiving that the striking similitude of conception between all, in their exoteric form very often, in their hidden spirit invariably, as a result of no mere coincidence, but of a concurrent design, and that there was during the youth of mankind one language, one knowledge, one universal religion, when there were no churches, no creeds or sects, but when every man was a priest unto himself. And if it is shown that already in those ages, which are shut out from our sight by the exuberant growth of tradition, human religious thought developed in the uniform sympathy in every portion of the globe, then it becomes evident that, born under whatever latitude in the cold north or the burning south, in the east or west, that thought was inspired by the same revelations, and man was nurtured under the protecting shadow of the same tree of knowledge. Next section will be Chaos, Theos, Cosmos. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism in its Approximate Order, with explanatory sections. Section 4, Chaos, Theos, Cosmos. These three are the containment of space, or as a learned Kabbalist has defined it, space, the all-containing uncontained, is the primary embodiment of simply unity, boundless extension. Note, see New Aspects of Life by Henry Pratt, M.D. End of note. But he asks again, boundless extension of what? And makes the correct reply, the unknown container of all, the unknown first cause. This is a most correct definition and answer, most esoteric and true, from every aspect of occult teaching. Space, which, in their ignorance and iconoclastic tendency to destroy every philosophic idea of old, the modern wiseacres have proclaimed an abstract idea and a void, is in reality the container and the body of the universe with its 7 principles. It is a body of limitless extent, whose principles, in occult phraseology, each being in its turn a septenary, manifest in our phenomenal world only the grossest fabric of their subdivisions. No one has ever seen the elements in their fullness, the doctrine teaches. We have to search for our wisdom in the original expressions of the primeval people and in their synonyms. Even the latest of them, the Jews, show in their Kabbalistic teachings this idea. For example, the 7-headed serpent of space called the Great Sea. In the beginning, the Alchim created the heavens and the earth. The 6 Sephiroth, they created 6, and on these all things are based. And those 6 depend upon the 7 forms of the crania up to dignity of all dignities. Sephira Zeniuta 1, paragraph 16. Part 2, Volume 2, The Ancient Divisions and the Mystic Numbers. Now, wind, air, and spirit have ever been synonymous with every nation. Pneuma, spirit, and animus, the wind, with the Greeks, spiritus and ventus with the Latins, were convertible terms even if dissociated from the original idea of the breath of life. In the forces of science we see but the material effect of the spiritual affect of one or the other of the 4 primordial elements transmitted to us by the 4th rays, as we shall transmit ether, or rather the gross subdivision of it, in its fullness to the 6th root rays. This is explained in the text of this and the following book. Chaos is called senseless by the ancients, because it represented and contained in itself chaos and space being synonymous, all the elements in their rudimentary, undifferentiated state. They made of ether, the 5th element, the synthesis of the other 4, for the ether of the Greek philosophers is not its dregs, of which indeed they knew more than science does now, which are rightly enough supposed to act as an agent for many forces that manifest on earth. Their ether was the akasha of the Hindus. The ether accepted in physics is but one of its subdivisions on our plane, the astral light of the Kabbalists, with all its evil as well as good effects. On account of the essence of ether, or the unseen space, being held divine as the supposed veil of deity, it was regarded as the medium between this life and the next one. The ancients considered that when the directing active intelligences, the gods, retired from any portion of ether in our space, the 4 realms which they superintend, then that particular place was left in the possession of evil, so called by reason of the absence of the good from it. Quote, the existence of spirit in the common mediator, the ether, is denied by materialism, while theology makes of it a personal God. But the Kabbalist holds that both are wrong, saying that in ether the elements represent but matter, the blind cosmic forces of nature, while spirit represents the intelligence which directs them. The Aryan, Hermetic, Orphic, and Pythagorean cosmogonical doctrines, as well as those of Sanchoniathon and Berosus, are all based upon one irrefutable formula, meaning that the ether and chaos, or, in the Platonic language, mind and matter, were the two primeval and eternal principles of the universe, utterly independent of anything else. The former was the all-vivifying intellectual principle, the chaos, a shapeless liquid principle, without form or sense, from the union of which two sprung into existence the universe, or rather the universal world, the first androgynous deity, the chaotic matter becoming its body, and ether its soul. According to the phraseology of a fragment of Hermes, chaos, from this union with the spirit, obtaining sense, shone with pleasure, and thus was produced the protogonos, the firstborn, light. Note, Damascus in the Theogony calls it dis, the disposer of all things. See Courier, Ancient Fragments, page 314. This is the universal trinity based on the metaphysical conceptions of the ancients who, reasoning by analogy, made of man, who is a compound of intellect and matter, the microcosm of the macrocosm, or great universe. This whole quote was from Isis Unveiled. Nature abhors vacuum, said the Peripatetics, who comprehended, perhaps, though materialists in their way, why Democritus, with his instructor Leucippus, taught that the first principles of all things contained in the universe were atoms and a vacuum. The latter means simply latent deity or force, which, before its first manifestation when it became will, communicating the first impulse to these atoms, was the great nothingness, Ein Sof, or no thing, was therefore to every sense a void or chaos. That chaos, however, became the soul of the world, according to Plato and the Pythagoreans. According to Hindu teaching, deity in the shape of aether, akasha, pervades all things, and it was called therefore by the theurgists the living fire, the spirit of light, and sometimes Magnus. It was the highest deity itself which, according to Plato, built the universe in the geometrical form of the dodecahedron, and its first begotten was born of chaos and primordial light, the central sun. This firstborn, however, was only the aggregate of the host of the builders, the first constructive forces, who are called in ancient cosmogonies the ancients, born of the deep or chaos, and the first point. Here is the tetragrammaton, so-called, at the head of the 7 lower Sephiroth. This was the belief of the Chaldees. These Chaldeans, wrote Philo, the Jew, speaking very flippantly of the first instructors of his ancestors, were of opinion that the cosmos, among the things that exist, in brackets question mark, is a single point, either being itself God, Theos, or that in it is God, comprehending the soul of all things. See his Migration of Abraham. Chaos, Theos, Cosmos are but the 3 aspects of their synthesis, space. One can never hope to solve the mystery of this tetractys by holding to the dead letter even of the old philosophies, as now extant. But even in these, chaos, Theos, Cosmos equals space, are identified in all eternity as the one unknown space, the last word about which will perhaps never be known before our 7th round. Nevertheless, the allegories and metaphysical symbols about the primeval and perfect cube are remarkable even in the exoteric Puranas. There also Brahma is the Theos, evolving out of chaos, or the great deep, the waters over which spirit equals space, personified by Ayana, the spirit moving over the face of the future boundless cosmos, is silently hovering in the first hour of reawakening. It is also Vishnu, sleeping on Anatasaka, the great serpent of eternity, of which Western theology, ignorant of the Kabbalah, the only key that opens the secrets of the Bible, has made the devil. It is the first triangle of the Pythagorean triad, the god of the 3 aspects, before it transformed through its perfect quadrature of the infinite circle into the 4-faced Brahma. Of him who is and yet is not, from the not being, eternal cause, is born the being Purusha, says Manu, the legislator. In Isis Unveiled it is said that, in the Egyptian mythology, Kneph, the eternal unrevealed god, is represented by a snake emblem of eternity encircling a water urn, with its head hovering over the waters, which it incubates with its breath. In this case, the serpent is the Agathodaemon, the good spirit. In its opposite aspect, it is the Cacodemon, the bad one. In the Scandinavian Eddas, the honeydew, the fruit of the gods and of the creative busy Yggdrasil, bees, falls during the hours of night, when the atmosphere is impregnated with humidity, and in the northern mythologies, as the passive principle of creation, it typifies the creation of the universe out of water. This dew is the astral light in one of its combinations, and possesses creative as well as destructive properties. In the Chaldean legend of Berossus, Oannes or Dagon, the man-fish instructing the people, shows the infant world created out of water, and all beings originating from this prima materia. Moses teaches that only earth and water can bring a living soul, and we read in the scriptures that herbs could not grow until the Eternal caused it to rain upon earth. In the Mexican Popol Vuh, man is created out of mud or clay, terre glaise, taken from under the water. Brahma creates the great Muni, or first man, seated on his lotus, only after having called into being spirits who thus enjoyed over mortals a priority of existence, and he creates him out of water, air, and earth. Alchemists claim that the primordial or pre-Adamic earth, when reduced to its first substance, is in the second stage of transformation like clear water, the first being the alkahest proper. The primordial substance is said to contain within itself the essence of all that goes to make up man. It has not only all the elements of his physical being, but even the breath of life itself in a latent state ready to be awakened. This it derives from the incubation of the Spirit of God upon the face of the waters, chaos. In fact, this substance is chaos itself. From this is what the Paracelsus claimed to be able to make his homunculi, and this is why Thales, the great natural philosopher, maintained that water was the principle of all things in nature. Note: with the Greeks, the river gods, all of them the sons of the primeval ocean, chaos in its masculine aspect, were the respective ancestors of the Hellenic races. From them the ocean was the father of the gods, and thus they had anticipated in this connection the theories of Thales, as rightly observed by Aristotle. See Metaphors 1, 3, and 5. Job says in chapter 26, verse 5, that dead things are formed from under the waters, and inhabitants thereof. In the original text, instead of dead things, it is written dead Rephaim, giants or mighty primitive men, from whom evolution may one day trace our present race. In the primordial state of the creation, says Poliers, Mythologie des Hindous, the rudimental universe, submerged in water, reposed in the bosom of Vishnu. Sprung from this chaos and darkness, Brahma, the architect of the world, poised on a lotus leaf, floated, moved, upon the waters, unable to discern anything but water and darkness. Perceiving such a dismal state of things, Brahma soliloquizes in consternation. Who am I? Whence came I? Then he hears a voice. Note: the spirit or hidden voice of the mantras, the active manifestation of the latent force or occult potency. End of note. Direct your thoughts to Bhagavat. Brahma, rising from his natatory position, seats himself upon the lotus in an attitude of contemplation, and reflects upon the Eternal, who, pleased with this evidence of piety, disperses the primeval darkness and opens his understanding. After this, Brahma issues from the universal egg, infinite chaos, as light, for his understanding is now opened, and he seats himself to work. He moves on the eternal waters with the Spirit of God within himself, and in his capacity of mover of the waters he is Vishnu, or Narayana. This is esoteric, of course, yet in its main idea as identical as possible with the Egyptian cosmogony, which shows in its opening sentences Athtor. Note: orthography of the archaic dictionary. or Mother Night, which represents illimitable darkness as the primeval element which covered the infinite abyss, animated by water, and the universal spirit of the eternal dwelling alone in chaos. Similarly, in the Jewish scriptures, the history of the creation opens with the Spirit of God and his creative emanation. Another deity. Note: we do not mean the current or accepted Bible, but the real Jewish one, now explained Kabbalistically. End of note. The Zohar teaches that it is the primordial elements, the trinity of fire, air, and water, the four cardinal points, and all the forces of nature which form collectively the voice of the will, Memrab, or the word, the Logos, of the absolute silent all. The indivisible point, limitless and unknowable, spreads itself over the endless space and thus forms a veil, the Mula Prakriti of Parabrahm, which conceals this absolute point, Vide Infra. In the cosmogonies of all the nations, it is the architects synthesized by Demiurgus in the Bible, the Elohim, who fashion cosmos out of chaos, and who are the collective theos, male, female, spirit, and matter. By a series, Yom, of foundations, Hasoth, the Alchim, caused earth and heaven to be. Genesis chapter 2, verse 4. In the Bible it is first Alchim, then Java Alchim, and finally Jehovah, after the separation of the sexes in chapter 4 of Genesis. It is noticeable that nowhere, except in the later, the last cosmogonies of our fifth race, is the ineffable and unutterable name. Note: it is unutterable for the simple reason that it is non-existent. It never was a name, nor any word at all, but an idea that could not be expressed. A substitute was created for it in the century preceding our era. End of note. The symbol of the unknown deity, which was used only in the mysteries used in connection with the creation of the universe. It is the movers, the runners, the theoi, from thein, to run, who do the work of formation, the messengers of the manvantaric law, who have now become in Christianity the messengers, Malakim, and it seems the same in Hinduism or early Brahmanism. For it is not Brahma who creates in the Rig Veda, but the Prajapati, the lords of being, who are the rishis. The word rishi, according to Professor Mahidu Kunti, being connected with the word to move, to lead on, applied to them in their terrestrial character when, as patriarchs, they led their hosts on the 7 rivers. Moreover, the very word God in the singular, embracing all the gods, or theos from theoi, came to the quote superior unquote civilized nations from a strange source, one entirely and preeminently phallic, as the sincere, open-spoken Lingham of India. The attempt to derive God from the Anglo-Saxon synonym good is an abandoned idea, for in no other language, in all of which the term varies more or less from the Persian coda down to the Latin deus, has an instance been found of a name of God being derived from the attribute of goodness. To the Latin races it comes from the Aryan dios, the day. To the Slavonian from the Greek Bacchus, Bagbog. And to the Saxon races directly from the Hebrew Yod or Jod. The latter is the Hebrew number letter 10, male and female, and Jod, the phallic hook, hence the Saxon good, and the Germanic Gott, and the English God. This symbolic term may be said to represent the creator of physical, quote, humanity, unquote, on the terrestrial plane, but surely it had nothing to do with the formation or creation of spirit, gods, or cosmos. Chaos, Theos, Cosmos, the triple deity, is all in all. Therefore it is said to be male and female, good and evil, positive and negative, the whole series of contrasted qualities. When latent in pralaya, it is incognizable and becomes the unknowable deity. It can be known only in its active functions, hence as matter force and living spirit. the correlations and outcome or the expression of the visible plane of the ultimate and ever-to-be-unknown unity. In its turn, this triple unity is the producer of the four primary elements, which are known in our visible terrestrial nature as the seven, so far the 5 elements, each divisible into 49 or 7 times 7 sub-elements, with about 70 of which chemistry is acquainted. Reader's note. Back in 1888, chemistry knew of about 70. End of reader's note. Note on the 4 primary elements. Note, the cosmic tabernacle of Moses, erected by him in the desert, was square, representing the 4 cardinal points and the 4 elements, as Josephus tells his readers. Antiquities 1, 8, chapter 22. It is the idea taken from the pyramids in Egypt and in Tyre, where the pyramids became pillars. The genii or angels have their abodes in the 4 respective points. See section 14, the 4 elements. End of note. Every cosmical element, such as fire, air, water, earth, partaking of the qualities and defects of their primaries, are in their nature good and evil, force or spirit and matter, etc., etc., and each, therefore, is at one and the same time life and death, health and disease, action and reaction. See section 14, the 4 elements. They are ever and constantly forming matter under the never-ceasing impulse of the one element, the incognizable, represented in the world of phenomena by Aether, or the immortal gods who give birth and life to all. In the philosophical writings of Solomon ben Yehuda ibn Gebirol, translated in Mr. Isaac Meyer's Kabbalah, just published, it is said on the structure of the universe. Our Yehuda began, it is written, Elohim said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters. Come see, at the time that the Holy created the world." He created 7 heavens above, heavens, earths below, 7 seas, 7 days, 7 rivers, 7 weeks, 7 years, 7 times and 7,000 years that the world has been. The Holy is the 7th of all, etc. Page 415. This, besides showing a strange identity with the cosmogony of the Puranas, for example Vishnu Purana, first book, corroborates with regard to number 7 all our teachings as briefly given in esoteric Buddhism. The Hindus have an endless series of allegories to express this idea. In the primordial chaos before it became developed into the 7 oceans, Sapta Samudra, emblematical of the 7 gunas, conditioned qualities composed of 3 gunas, Sattva, Rajas and Tamas, see Puranyas, lie latent both Amrita, immortality, and Visha, poison, death, evil. This allegory is found in the churning of the ocean by the gods. Amrita is beyond any guna, for it is unconditioned per se, yet when fallen into the phenomenal creation it got mixed up with evil, chaos with the latent theos in it, and before cosmos was evolved. Hence, one finds Vishnu standing here for eternal law, periodically calling forth cosmos into activity, churning out of the primitive ocean, boundless chaos, the Amrita of eternity, reserved only for the gods and devas, and he has to employ in the task Nagas and Asuras, demons in exoteric Hinduism. The whole allegory is highly philosophical, and we find it repeated in every philosophical system. Plato, having fully embraced the ideas of Pythagoras, who had brought them from India, compiled and published them in a form more intelligible than the mysterious numerals of the Greek sage. Thus the cosmos is the sun, with Plato having for his father and mother the divine thought and matter. Note, Plutarch, Isis and Osiris, 1, 6, end of note. The Egyptians, says Dunlap. Note, Spirit History of Man, page 88, end of note. Distinguish between an older and younger Horus. The former, the brother of Osiris, the latter, the son of Osiris and Isis. The first is the idea of the world remaining in the demiurgic mind, born in darkness before the creation of the world. The second order is this idea going forth from the Logos, becoming clothed with matter and assuming an actual existence. Note, Movies, Phoenizer, 268, end of note. The mundane God, eternal, boundless, young and old, of winding form, say the Chaldean oracles. Note. Kori fragments, 240. End of note. This winding form is a figure to express the vibratory motion of the astral light, with which the ancient priests were perfectly well acquainted, though its name was invented by the Martinists. Now cosmolatry has the finger of scorn pointed at its superstitions by modern science, which ought, however, as advised by French savants before laughing at it, to remodel entirely its own system of cosmopneumatological education, satis eloquentia, sapiente parvum. Cosmolatry, like pantheism, may be made to yield in its ultimate expression the words applied to Vishnu. He is only the ideal cause of the potencies to be created in the work of creation, and from him proceed the potencies to be created after they have become the real cause. Save that one ideal cause, there is no other to which the world can be referred. Through the potency of that cause, every created thing comes by its proper nature. Original Sanskrit texts, Part 4, pages 32 and 33. Next section is Section 5 on the hidden deity, its symbols and glyphs. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism in its Approximate Order, with explanatory sections. Section 5, on the hidden deity, its symbols and glyphs. The Logos, or creative deity, the quote, word made flesh, unquote, of every religion, has to be traced to its ultimate source and essence. In India, it is a process of 1008 divine names and aspects in each of its personal transformations. From Brahma Purusha, down through the 7 divine rishis and 10 semi-divine Prajapati, also rishis, to the divine human avatars. The same puzzling problem of the one in many and the multitude in one is found in other pantheons, in the Egyptian, the Greek, and the Chaldeo-Judaic, the latter having made Confucian still more confused by presenting its gods as euhemerizations in the shapes of patriarchs. The latter are now accepted by those who reject Romulus as a myth, and are represented as living and historical entities. Verbum satis sapienti. In the Zohar, and Soph is also the One and the infinite unity. This was known to the very few learned fathers of the Church, who were aware that Jehovah was but a third-rate potency and no, quote, highest, unquote, God. But while complaining bitterly of the Gnostics and saying, quote, our heretics hold that pro pater is known but to the only begotten Son, who is Brahma among the rest, that is, to the mind, nous. Irenaeus never mentioned that the Jews did the same in their real secret books. Note, as Mula Prakriti is known only to Ishvar, the Logos, as he is called now by Mr. T. Sabaro of Madras, see his Bhagavad Gita lectures. End of note. Valentinus, quote, the profoundest doctor of the Gnosis, unquote, held that there was a perfect Aion who existed before Bethos, or Buthon, the first father of unfathomable nature, which is the second Logos, called Pro Pater. It is thus Aion who springs as a ray from Ein Sof, who does not create, and Aion who creates, or through whom, rather, everything is created or evolves. For, as the Basilidians taught, there was a supreme God, Abhachach, by whom was created mind, as Mahat in Sanskrit, nous in Greek. From mind proceeded the word, Logos, from the word providence, or divine light rather. Then from it virtue and wisdom in its principalities, powers, angels, etc., etc. By these angels the 365 aeons were created. Among the lowest indeed, and those who made this world, he, Basilides, sets last of all the God of the Jews, whom he denies to be God, and very rightly, affirming he is one of the angels. See the same source. Here then we find the same system as in the Puranas, wherein the incomprehensible drops a seed, which becomes the golden egg, from which Brahma is produced. Brahma produces Mahat, etc., etc. True esoteric philosophy, however, speaks neither of creation nor of evolution in the sense the exoteric religions do. All these personified powers are not evolutions from one another, but so many aspects of the one and sole manifestation of the Absolute All. The same system as the Gnostic prevails in the sephirothal aspects of Ein Sof. Yet, as these aspects are in space and time, a certain order is maintained in their successive appearances. Therefore, it becomes impossible not to take notice of the great changes that the Zohar has undergone under the handling of generations of Christian mystics. For even in the metaphysics of the Talmud, the lower face, or lesser countenance, the microprosopus, in fact could never be placed on the plane of the same abstract ideal as the higher or greater countenance, macroprosopus. The latter is, in the Chaldean Kabbalah, a pure abstraction. The word, or logos, or dabar in Hebrew, which word through it becomes in fact a plural number, or words, da, ba, rim, when it reflects itself or falls into the aspect of a host of angels or sephiroth, quote, numbers, unquote, is still collectively one, and on the ideal plane of a naught, zero, a no thing. It is without form or being, with no likeness with anything else, says Frank, Die Kabbalah, page 126. And even Philo calls the Creator, the Logos who stands next God, the second God, and the second God who is his highest God's wisdom. Deity is not God. It is nothing and darkness. It is nameless and therefore called Ein Sof, the word Ayin meaning nothing. See Frank, Die Kabbalah, page 153. See also section 12, Theogony of the Creative Gods. The quote highest God, unquote, the unmanifested Logos, is its son. Nor are the most of the Gnostic systems which come down to us mutilated by the Church Fathers anything better than the distorted shells of the original speculations. Nor were they open to the public or reader at any time. That is, had their hidden meaning or esotericism been revealed, it would have been no more an esoteric teaching, and this could never be. Alone Marcus, the chief of the Marconians, 2nd century, who taught that deity had to be viewed under the symbol of 4 syllables, gave out more of the esoteric truths than any other Gnostic. But even he was never well understood, for it is only on the surface or dead letter of this revelation that it appears that God is a quaternary, to it, the ineffable, the silence, the Father, and truth. In reality it is quite erroneous, and divulges only one more esoteric riddle. This teaching of Marcus was that of the early Kabbalists, and ours, for he makes of deity the number 30 in 4 syllables, which translated esoterically means a triad or triangle, and a quaternary or square, in all 7, which, on the lower plane, made the 7 divine or secret letters of which the God name is composed. This requires demonstration. In his revelation, speaking of divine mysteries expressed by means of letters and numbers, Marcus narrates how the supreme tetrad came down unto me, him, from the region which cannot be seen nor named, in a female form, because the world would have had been unable to bear her appearing under a male figure, and revealed to him the generation of the universe, untold before to either gods or men. This first sentence already contains a double meaning. Why should a female figure be more easily borne or listened to by the world than a male figure? On the very face of it, this appears nonsensical. Withal, it is quite simple and clear to one who is acquainted with the mystery language. Esoteric philosophy, or the secret wisdom, was symbolized by a female form, while a male figure stood for the unveiled mystery. Hence, the world not being ready to receive, could not bear it, and the revelation of Marcus had to be given allegorically. Then he writes, when first the inconceivable, the beingless and sexless, the Kabbalistic Ein Sof, began to be in labor, that is, when the hour of manifesting itself had struck, and decided that its ineffable should be born, the first Logos, or Aeon, or Ion, and its invisible should be clothed with form, its mouth opened and uttered the word like unto itself. This word, Logos, manifested itself in the form of the invisible one. The uttering of the ineffable name, through the word, came to pass in this manner. He, the Supreme Logos, uttered the first word of his name, which is a syllable of 4 letters. Then the second syllable was added, also of 4 letters. Then the third, composed of 10 letters. And after this the fourth, which contains 12 letters. The whole name consists thus of 30 letters and of 4 syllables. Each letter has its own accent and the way of writing, but neither understands nor ever beholds that form of the whole name, no, not even the power of the letter that stands next to itself, to the beingless and the inconceivable. Note, Ishvara, or the Logos, cannot see Parabrahmam, but only Mula Prakriti, says the lecturer in the 4 lectures on Bhagavad Gita. See Theosophist, February 1887, end of note. All these sounds, when united, are the collective being-less, unbegotten, Aeon. And these are the angels that are ever beholding the face of the Father, the Logos, the second God, who stands next God, the inconceivable, according to Philo. Note on the face of the Father, the 7 angels of the face, with the Christians. End of note. This is as plain as ancient esoteric secrecy would make it. It is as Kabbalistic, but less veiled than the Zohar, in which the mystic names or attributes are also 4-syllabled, 12, 42, and even 72-syllabled words. The tetrad shows to Marcus the truth in the shape of a naked woman, and letters every limb of that figure, calling her head Omega, her neck Phi, shoulders and hands Iota and Chi, etc., etc. In this Sephara is easily recognized the crown, Kether, or head, being numbered 1, the brain, or Chokhmah, 2, the heart or intelligence, Bina, 3, and the other 7 Sephiroth representing the limbs of the body. The Sephirothal tree is the universe, and Adam Kadmon represents it as Brahma represents it in India. Throughout, the 10 Sephiroth are represented as divided into the 3 higher, or the spiritual triad, and the lower septenary. The true esoteric meaning of the sacred number 7 is cleverly veiled in the Zohar. It was betrayed by the double way of writing in the beginning, or Bereshet, and Bereseth, the latter in the higher or upper wisdom. As shown by Mr. MacGregor Mathers in his Kabbalah, page 47, and in the Kabbalah of Mr. T. Meyer, page 233, both of these Kabbalists being supported by the best ancient authorities, these words have a dual and secret meaning. Breshith bara Elohim means that the 6, over which stands the 7th Sephiroth, belong to the lower material class, or, as the Anther says, 7 are applied to the lower creation and 3 to the spiritual man, the heavenly prototypic or first Adam. When the Theosophists and occultists say that God is no being, for it is nothing, no thing, they are more reverential and religiously respectful to the deity than those who call God a he, and thus make of him a gigantic male. He who studies the Kabbalah will soon find the same idea in the ultimate thought of its authors, the earlier and great Hebrew initiates, who got this secret wisdom at Babylonia from the Chaldean hierophants, while Moses got his in Egypt. The Zohar cannot well be judged by its after translations in Latin and other tongues, as all those ideas were, of course, softened and made to fit in with the views and policy of its Christian arrangers. but in truth its ideas are identical with those of all other religious systems. The various cosmogonies show that the archaic universal soul was held by every nation as the mind of the demiurgic creator, and that it was called the Mother, Sophia, with the Gnostics, or the female wisdom, the Sephira with the Jews, Sarasvati or Vach with the Hindus, the Holy Ghost being a female principle. Hence, born from it, the Kurios, or Logos, was, with the Greeks, the God-mind, nous. Now Koros, Kurios, signifies the pure and unmixed nature of intellect, wisdom, says Plato in Critylus. And Kurios is Mercury, the divine wisdom, and Mercury is the soul, sun, Arnubius 6 and 12, from whom taught Hermes received this divine wisdom. Why then the logoi of all countries and religions are correlative in the sexual aspects with the female soul of the world, or the great deep, the deity from which these two in one have their being, is ever concealed and called the hidden one, connected only indirectly with creation, as it can act only through the dual force emanating from the eternal essence. Note on creation. We use the term as one accepted and sanctioned by use, and therefore more comprehensible to the reader. End of note. Even Aesculapius, called the Saviour of all, is identical, according to the ancient classics, with Phthah, the Egyptian creative intellect or divine wisdom, and with Apollo, Baal, Adonis, and Hercules. See Dunlap's Mystery of Adonis, pages 23 and 95. And Phthah is, in one of its aspects, the anima mundi, the universal soul of Plato, the divine spirit of the Egyptians, the Holy Ghost of the early Christians and Gnostics, and the Akasha of the Hindus, and even, in its low aspect, the astral light. For Phthah was originally the god of the dead, he in whose bosom they were received, hence the limbus of the Greek Christians, or the astral light. It is far later that Phthah was classed with the sun god, his name signifying he who opens, as he is shown to be the first to unveil the face of the dead mummy, to call the soul to life in his bosom. See Masperos, Bulak Museum. Kneph, the eternal unrevealed, is represented by the snake emblem of eternity encircling a water urn, with its head hovering over the waters, which it incubates with its breath, another form of one and the same idea of darkness, its ray moving on the waters, etc. As Logos soul, this permutation is called Phthah. As Logos creator, he becomes Imhotpu, his son, the god of the handsome face. In their primitive characters, these two were the first cosmic duad, Nut, space or sky, and Nu, the primordial waters, the androgyne unity above whom was the concealed breath of Kneph, and all of them had the aquatic animals and plants sacred to them, the ibis, the swan, the goose, the crocodile, and the lotus. Returning to the Kabbalistic deity, this concealed unity is then Hebrew expression which equals the Greek topan, which equals aiperos, endless, boundless, non-existent. So long as the Absolute is within Ulum, the boundless and termless time, as such, Ein Sof cannot be the creator or even the modeler of the universe, nor can he be Aur, light. Note on Ulum. With the ancient Jews, as shown by Leclerc, the word Ulum meant only a time whose beginning or end is not known. The term eternity, properly speaking, did not exist in the Hebrew tongue, with the meaning, for instance, applied by the Vedantins to Parabrahm. End of note. Therefore, Ein Sof is also darkness. The immutably infinite and the absolutely boundless can neither will, think, nor act. To do this, it has to become finite, and it does so by its ray penetrating into the mundane egg, infinite space, and emanating from it as a finite God. All this is left to the ray latent in the One. When the period arrives, the absolute will expands naturally the force within it, according to the law which it is the inner and ultimate essence. The Hebrews did not adopt the egg as a symbol, but they substituted for it the duplex heavens, for translated correctly, the sentence God made the heavens and the earth would read, in and out of his own essence as a womb, the mundane egg, God created the two heavens. but the Christians have chosen as a symbol of their Holy Ghost the dove. Whosoever acquaints himself with the Merkaba and the Lagash, secret speech or incantation, will learn the secret of secrets. Lagash is nearly identical in meaning with Vak, the hidden power of the mantras. When the active period has arrived, from within the eternal essence of Ein Sof comes forth Sephira, the active power, called the primordial point, and the crown, Kether. It is only through her that the unbounded wisdom could give a concrete form to the abstract thought. The two sides of the upper triangle by which the ineffable essence and the universe, its manifested body, are symbolized. The right side and the base are composed of unbroken lines. The third, the left side, is dotted. It is through the latter that emerges Sephira. Spreading in every direction, she finally encompasses the whole triangle. In this emanation the triple triad is formed. From the invisible dew falling from the high unitriad, thus leaving 7 sephiroths only, the head, Sephira creates primeval waters, that is, chaos takes shape. It is the first stage towards the solidification of spirit which through various modifications will produce earth. It requires Kath and water to make a living soul, says Moses. It requires the image of an aquatic bird to connect it with water, the female element of procreation with the egg and the bird that fecundates it. When Sephira emerges like an active power from within the latent deity, she is female. When she assumes the office of a creator, she becomes a male. Hence, she is androgyne. She is the father and mother Aditi of the Hindu cosmogony and of the secret doctrine. If the oldest Hebrew scrolls had been preserved, the modern Jehovah worshipper would have found that many and uncomely were the symbols of the creative God. The frog in the moon, typical of its generative character, was the most frequent. All the birds and animals now held unclean in the Bible had been the symbols of the deity in days of old. It was because they were too sacred that a mask of uncleanness was placed over them in order to preserve them from destruction. The brazen serpent was not a bit more poetical than the goose or swan, if symbols are to be accepted à la lettre. In the words of the Zohar, the indivisible point, which has no limit and cannot be comprehended because of its purity and brightness, expanded from without, forming a brightness that served the indivisible point as a veil. Yet the latter also could not be viewed in consequence of its immeasurable light. It, too, expanded from without, and the expansion was its garment. Thus, through a constant upheaving, motion, fire of the world originated. Zohar 1:20a. The spiritual substance sent forth by the infinite light is the first Sephira, or Shekinah. Sephira exoterically contains all the other 9 sephiroths in her. Esoterically she contains but 2, Chokhmah, or wisdom, a masculine active potency whose divine name is Jah, and Bina, a feminine passive potency, intelligence represented by the divine name Jehovah, which 2 potencies form with Sephira the third, the Jewish trinity of the crown, Kether. These 2 sephiroths, called Father, Abba, and Mother, Amona, are the Jewed or the double-sexed logos from which issued the other 7 sephiroths. See Zohar. This first Jewish triad, Sephira, Chokhmah, and Bina, is the Hindu Trimurti. Note, in the Indian pantheon, the double-sexed logos is Brahma, the creator, whose 7 mind-born sons are the primeval rishis, the builders. End of note. However veiled, even in the Zohar, and more still in the exoteric pantheon of India, every particular connected with one is reproduced in the other. The Prajapati are the Sephiroths. 10 with Brahma they dwindle to 7 when the Trimurti and the Kabbalistic triad are separated from the rest. The 7 builders, creators, become the 7 Prajapati or the 7 rishis in the same order as the Sephiroths become the creators, then the patriarchs, etc. In both secret systems, The one universal essence is incomprehensible and inactive in its absoluteness, and can be connected with the building of the universe only in an indirect way. In both the primeval male-female or androgynous principle and their 10 and 7 emanations, Brahma Viraj and Aditi Vak on the one part, and the Elohim Yehovah or Adam Adami, Adam Kadmon, and Sephira Eve on the other, with their Prajapati and Sephiroth represent in their totality first of all the archetypal man, the proto-logos, and only in their secondary aspect do they become cosmic powers and astronomical or sidereal bodies. If Aditi is the mother of the gods, Devamatri, Eve is the mother of all living. They are the Shakti or generative power in their female aspect of the heavenly man, and they are all compound creators. Says a Gupta Vidya Sutra, in the beginning, a ray issuing from Paramartika, the one and only true existence, it became manifested in Vyavarkika, conventional existence, which was used as a vahan to descend into the universal mother and to cause her to expand, swell, bri. And in the Zohar it is stated, the infinite unity, formless and without similitude, after the form of the heavenly man was created, used it. The unknown light, that is darkness, used the heavenly form as a chariot through which to descend, and wished to be called by this form, which is the sacred name, Jehovah. Note on the unknown light, darkness. Says Rabbi Simon, our companions, man as an emanation was both man and woman, as well on the side of the father as on the side of the mother. And this is the sense of the words. And Elohim spoke, let there be light, and it was light. And this is the twofold man. Auszüge aus dem Zohar, page 13 and 15. Light, then, in Genesis, stood for the androgyne ray, or heavenly man. End of note. As the Zohar says, in the beginning was the will of the king, prior to any other existence. It, the will, sketched the forms of all things that had been concealed but now came into view. And there went forth a sealed secret from the head of Ein Sof, a nebulous spark of matter without shape or form. Life is drawn from below, and from above the source renews itself. The sea is always full and spreads its waters everywhere. Thus the deity is compared to a shoreless sea, to water which is the fountain of life, in Zohar 3:290. The seventh palace, the fountain of life, is the first in the order from above. Hence the Kabbalistic tenet on the lips of the very Kabbalistic Solomon, who says in Proverbs 9:1, wisdom hath builded her house, it hath hewn out its 7 pillars. Whence, then, all this identity of ideas, if there was no primeval universal revelation? The few points shown are like a few straws in a hayrick in comparison to that which will be shown as the work proceeds. If we turn to the most hazy of all cosmogonies, the Chinese, even there the same idea is found. Tsi-tsai, the self-existent, is the unknown darkness, the root of the Wuliang-shu, boundless age. Amitabha and Tien, heaven, come later on. The great extreme of Confucius gives the same idea, his straws notwithstanding. The latter are a source of great amusement to the missionaries. These laugh at every heathen religion, despise and hate that of their brother Christians of other denominations, and yet one and all accept à la lettre their own Genesis. If we turn to Chaldea, we find in it Anu, the concealed deity, the one whose name, moreover, shows it to be of Sanskrit origin. Anu, which means in Sanskrit atom, Aniyamsam Aniyasam, smallest of the small, is the name of Parabrahm in the Vedantic philosophy, Parabrahm being described as smaller than the smallest atom and greater than the greatest sphere or universe. Anagraniam and Mahattorvart. This is what George Smith gives as the first verses of the Akkadian Genesis as found in the cuneiform texts as the Lateras Coctiles. There also we find Anu, the passive deity or Ensof, Bel, the creator, the spirit of God, Sephira, moving on the face of the waters, hence water itself, and here the universal soul or wisdom of the three combined. The first 8 verses read thus. 1. When above were not raised the heavens. 2. And below on the earth a plant had not grown up. 3. The abyss had not broken its boundaries. 4. The chaos, or water, Tiamat, the sea, was the producing mother of the whole of them. This is the cosmical Aditi and Sapphira. 5. Those waters at the beginning were ordained, but 6. A tree had not grown, a flower had not unfolded. 7. When the gods had not sprung up, any one of them. 8. A plant had not grown, and order did not exist. This was the chaotic or anti-generic period, the double swan and the dark swan, which becomes white when light is created. Note: the 7 swans that are believed to land from heaven into Lake Mansarovar are in the popular fancy the 7 rishis of the Great Bear, who assume that form to visit the locality where the Vedas were written. End of note. The symbol chosen for the majestic ideal of the universal principle will seem little calculated to answer its sacred character. A goose, or even a swan, may appear unfit, no doubt, to represent the grandeur of the spirit. Nevertheless, it must have had some deep occult meaning, since it figures not only in every cosmogony and world religion, but even was chosen by the medieval Christians, the Crusaders, as the vehicle of the Holy Ghost, supposed to lead the army to Palestine, to wrench the tomb of the Saviour from the hands of the Saracen. If we are to credit Professor Draper's statement in his intellectual development of Europe, the Crusaders, led on by Peter the Hermit, were preceded at the head of the army by the Holy Ghost under the shape of a white gander in company of a goat. The Egyptian god of time, Seb, carries a goose on his head. Jupiter assumes the form of a swan, and Brahma also, because the root of all this is that mystery of mysteries, the mundane egg. See preceding section. One has to learn the reason of a symbol before one deprecates it. The dual element of air and water is that of the ibis, swan, goose, and pelican, of crocodiles and frogs, lotus flowers and water lilies, etc. And the result is the choice of the most unseemly symbols among the modern as much as the ancient mystics. Pan, the great god of nature, was generally figured in connection with aquatic birds, geese especially, and so were other gods. If later on, with the gradual degeneration of religion, the gods to whom geese were sacred became priapic deities, it does not stand to reason that waterfowls were made sacred to Pan and other phallic deities, as some scoffers even of antiquity would have it. See Petoni Satirica, 136. But that the abstract and divine power of procreative nature had become grossly anthropomorphized. Nor does the swan of Leda show priapic doings and her enjoyment thereof, as Mr. Hargrave Jennings chastely expresses it. For the myth is but another version of the same philosophical idea of cosmogony. Swans are frequently found associated with Apollo, as they are the emblems of water and fire, sunlight also, before the separation of the elements. Our modern symbologists might profit by some remarks made by a well-known writer, Mrs. Lydia Maria Child. From time immemorial, an emblem has been worshipped in Hindustan as the type of creation or the origin of life, Shiva or the Mahadeva being not only the reproducer of human forms, but also the fructifying principle, the generative power that pervades the universe. The maternal emblem is likewise a religious type. This reverence for the production of life introduced into the worship of Osiris the sexual emblems. Is it strange that they regarded with reverence the great mystery of human birth? Were they impure thus to regard it, or are we impure that do not so regard it? But no clean and thoughtful mind could so regard them. We have travelled far, and unclean have been the paths, since those old anchorites first spoke of God and the soul in the solemn depths of their first sanctuaries. Let us not smile at their mode of tracing the infinite and the incomprehensible cause throughout all the mysteries of nature, lest by doing so we cast the shadow of our own grossness on their patriarchal simplicity. From Progress of Religious Ideas, Volume 1, page 17, et sequens. Next section is section 6, The Mundane Egg. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism in its Approximate Order, with explanatory sections. Section 6, The Mundane Egg. Whence this universal symbol? The egg was incorporated as a sacred sign in the cosmogony of every people on the earth, and was revered both on account of its form and its inner mystery. From the earliest mental conceptions of man, it was known as that which represented most successfully the origin and secret of being. The gradual development of the imperceptible germ within the closed shell, the inward working, without any apparent outward interference of force, which from a latent nothing produced an active something, needing naught save heat, and which, having gradually evolved into a concrete living creature, broke its shell, appearing to the outward senses of all this self-generated and self-created being, must have been a standing miracle from the beginning. The secret teaching explains the reason for this reverence by the symbolism of the prehistoric races. The first cause had no name in the beginnings. Late it was pictured in the fancy of the thinkers as an ever-invisible, mysterious bird that dropped an egg into chaos, which egg becomes the universe. Hence Brahm was called Kalahansa, the swan in space and time. He became the swan of eternity, who lays at the beginning of each Mahamanvantara a golden egg. It typifies the great circle, or O, itself a symbol for the universe and its spherical bodies. The second reason for its having been chosen as the symbolical representation of the universe and of our earth was its form. It was a circle on a sphere, and the oviform shape of our globe must have been known from the beginning of symbology, since it was so universally adopted. The first manifestation of the cosmos in the form of an egg was the most widely diffused belief of antiquity. As Bryant shows, chapter 3, page 165, it was a symbol adopted among the Greeks, the Syrians, Persians, and Egyptians. In chapter 65 of the Egyptian ritual, Seb, the god of time and of the earth, is spoken of as having laid an egg, or the universe, an egg conceived at the hour the great one of the dual force, section 5, 2, 3, etc. Ra is shown like gestating in the egg of the universe. The deceased is resplendent in the egg of the land of mysteries, for this is the egg to which is given life among the gods. Chapter 42, 2. It is the egg of the great clucking hen, the egg of Seb, who issues from it like a hawk. 64, 1, 2, 3, and 77, 1. With the Greeks, the Orphic egg is described by Aristophanes, and was part of the Dionysiac and other mysteries, during which the mundane egg was consecrated and its significance explained, Porphyry showing it a representation of the world, ermeu to de tou cosmou. Faber and Bryant have tried to show that the egg typified the Ark of Noah, which, unless the latter is accepted as purely allegorical and symbolical, is a wild belief. It can have typified the Ark only as a synonym of the moon, the Arga, which carries the universal seed of life, but it had surely nothing to do with the Ark of the Bible. Anyhow, the belief that the universe existed in the beginning in the shape of an egg was general, and as Wilson has it, a similar account of the first aggregation of the elements in the form of an egg is given in all the Indian Puranas, with the usual epithet Haima or Hiranya. golden, as it occurs in Manu. Hiranya, however, means resplendent, shining, rather than golden, as proven by the great Indian scholar, the late Swami Janand Saraswati, in his unpublished polemics with Professor Max Miller. As said in the Vishnu Purana, intellect, Mahat, the unmanifested gross elements inclusive, formed an egg, and the Lord of the universe himself abided in it, in the character of Brahma. In that egg, the circle, Brahman, were the continents and seas and mountains, the planets and divisions of the universe, the gods, the demons, and mankind. Book 1, Chapter 2. Both in Greece and in India, the first visible male being, who united in himself the nature of either sex, abode in the egg and issued from it. This firstborn of the world was Dionysius with some Greeks, the god who sprang from the mundane egg, and from whom the mortals and immortals were derived. The god Ra is shown in the ritual Book of the Dead, chapter 17:50, beaming in his egg, the sun, and he starts off as soon as the god Shu, the solar energy, awakens and gives him the impulse. He is in the solar egg, the egg to which is given life among the gods. Same source, chapter 42, verse 13. The solar god exclaims, "I am the creative soul of the celestial abyss. None sees my nest, none can break my egg. I am the Lord." Same source, chapter 85. In view of this circular form, the vertical line issuing from the circle, or the egg, or the male from the female in the androgyne, it is strange to find a scholar saying on the ground that the most ancient Indian manuscripts show no trace of it, that the ancient Aryans were ignorant of the decimal notation. The 10, being the sacred number of the universe, was secret and esoteric, both as the unit and cipher, or 0, the circle. Moreover, Professor Max Miller says that the two words cipher and 0, which are but one, are sufficient to prove that our figures are borrowed from the Arabs. Note, see Max Miller's Our Figures, end of note. Cipher is the Arabic shifron, and means empty, a translation of the Sanskrit name of naught, Sinya, he says. Note, a Kabbalist would be rather inclined to believe that as the Arabic shifron was taken from the Indian Sinya, naught, so the Jewish Kabbalistic Sephirim, were taken from the word cipher, not in the sense of emptiness, but the reverse, that of creation by number and degrees in their evolution. 10, or the vertical line within the circle. End of note. The Arabs had their figures from Hindustan, and never claimed the discovery for themselves. Note, see Max Miller's Our Figures, end of note. As to the Pythagoreans, we need but turn to the ancient manuscripts of Boethius' Geometry, composed in the 6th century, to find among the Pythagorean numerals the 1 and the 0 as the first and final ciphers. Note, see King's Gnostics and their remains, plate 13, end of note. And Porphyry, who quotes from the Pythagorean Moderatus, says that the numerals of Pythagoras were hieroglyphical symbols by means whereof he explained ideas concerning the nature of things, or the origin of the universe. Note, Vita Pythagorae, end of note. Now, if on the other hand the most ancient Indian manuscripts show as yet no trace of decimal notation in them, and Max Miller states very clearly that until now he has found but 9 letters, the initials of the Sanskrit numerals, in them, on the other hand we have records as ancient to supply the wanted proof. We speak of the sculptures and the sacred imagery in the most ancient temples of the Far East. Pythagoras derived his knowledge from India, and we find Professor Max Miller corroborating this statement at least so far as to allow the Neo-Pythagoreans to have been the first teachers of ciphering among the Greeks and Romans, that they at Alexandria or in Syria became acquainted with the Indian figures and adapted them to the Pythagorean abacus, our figures. This cautious admission implies that Pythagoras himself was acquainted with but 9 figures. Thus we might reasonably answer that, although we possess no certain proof exoterically that the decimal notation was known by Pythagoras, who lived on the very close of the archaic ages, we have yet sufficient evidence to show that the full numbers as given by Boethius were known to the Pythagoreans even before Alexandria was built. Note on the close of the archaic ages, 608 before Christ, end of note. Note on Alexandria. This city was built 332 before Christ, end of note. This evidence we find in Aristotle, who says that some philosophers hold that ideas and numbers are of the same nature and amount to 10 in all. Note, Metaphors, chapter 7, section F. This, we believe, will be sufficient to show that the decimal notation was known among them at least as early as 4 centuries before Christ, for Aristotle does not seem to treat the question as an innovation of the Neo-Pythagoreans. But we know more than that. We know that the decimal system must have been known to mankind of the earliest archaic ages, since the whole astronomical and geometrical portion of the secret sacerdotal language was built upon the number 10, or the combination of the male and female principles, and since the pyramid of Cheops is built upon the measures of this decimal notation, or rather upon the digits and their combinations with the naught. Of this, however, sufficient was said in Isis Unveiled, and it is useless to repeat and return to the same subject. The symbolism of the lunar and solar deities is so inextricably mixed up that it is next to impossible to separate such glyphs as the egg, the lotus, and the quote sacred unquote animals from each other. The ibis, for instance, sacred to Isis, who is often represented with the head of that bird, sacred also to Mercury or Thoth, because that god assumed its form while escaping from Typhon. The ibis was held in the greatest veneration in Egypt. There were 2 kinds of ibises, Herodotus tells us, in the 2nd volume, chapter 75 at sequence. In that country, one quite black, the other black and white. The form is credited with fighting and exterminating the winged serpents, which came every spring from Arabia and infested the country. The other was sacred to the moon, because the latter planet is white and brilliant on her external side, dark and black on that side which she never turns to the earth. Moreover, the ibis kills land serpents and makes the most terrible havoc amongst the eggs of the crocodile, and thus saves Egypt from having the Nile infested by those horrible saurians. The bird is credited with doing so in the moonlight, and thus being helped by Isis as the moon, her sidereal symbol. But the near esoteric truth underlying these popular myths is that Hermes, as shown by Ebenephius, De Culte Egypte, watched under the form of that bird of the Egyptians and taught them the occult arts and sciences. This means simply that the ibis religiosa had and has, quote, magical, unquote, properties in common with many other birds, the albatross preeminently, and the mythical white swan, the swan of eternity or time, the Kalahansa. Were it otherwise indeed, why should all the ancient peoples, who were no more fools than we are, have had such a superstitious dread of killing certain birds? In Egypt, he who killed an ibis, or the golden hawk, the symbol of the sun and Osiris, risked and could hardly escape death. The veneration of some nations for birds was such that Zoroaster, in his precepts, forbids their slaughter as a heinous crime. We laugh in our age at every kind of divination. Yet why should so many generations have believed in divination by birds, and even in zoomancy, said by Suidas to have been imparted by Orpheus, who taught how to perceive in the yolk and white of the egg, under certain conditions, that which the bird born from it would have seen round it during its short life? This occult art, which demanded 3,000 years ago the greatest learning and the most abstruse mathematical calculations, has now fallen into the depths of degradation. It is old cooks and fortune-tellers who read their future to servant girls in search of husbands by means of the white of an egg in a glass. Nevertheless, even Christians have to this day their sacred birds, for instance the dove, the symbol of the Holy Ghost. Nor have they neglected the sacred animals. The evangelical zolatry, the bull, the eagle, the lion and the angel, in reality the cherub or seraph, the fire-winged serpent, is as much pagan as that of the Egyptians or the Chaldeans. These 4 animals are in reality the symbols of the 4 elements and of the 4 lower principles in man. Nevertheless, they correspond physically and materially to the 4 constellations that form, so to speak, the suite or cortege of the solar god, and occupy during the winter solstice the 4 cardinal points of the zodiacal circle. These 4, quote, animals, unquote, may be seen in many of the Roman Catholic New Testaments where the portraits of the evangelists are given. They are the animals of Ezekiel's Merkabah. As truly stated by Ragon, the ancient hierophants have combined so cleverly the dogmas and symbols of their religious philosophies that these symbols can be fully explained only by the combination and knowledge of all the keys. They can be only approximately interpreted, even if one finds out 3 out of these 7 systems, the anthropological, the psychic, and the astronomical. The 2 chief interpretations, the highest and the lowest, the spiritual and the physiological, they preserved in the greatest secrecy until the latter fell into the dominion of the profane. Thus far we regard only to the prehistoric hierophants, with whom that which has now become purely or impurely phallic was a science as profound and as mysterious as biology and physiology are now. This was their exclusive property, the fruit of their studies and discoveries. The other 2 were those which dealt with the creative gods, theogony, and with creative man, that is, the ideal and the practical mysteries. These interpretations were so cleverly veiled and combined that many were those who, while arriving at the discovery of one meaning, were baffled in understanding the significance of the others, and could never unriddle them sufficiently to commit dangerous indiscretions. The highest, the first and the 4th, theogony in relation to anthropogony, were almost impossible to fathom. We find the proofs of this in the Jewish Holy Writ. It is owing to the serpent being oviparous that it became a symbol of wisdom and an emblem of the logoi, or the self-born. In the temple of Philae, in Upper Egypt, an egg was artificially prepared of clay, made of various incenses, and it was made to hatch by a peculiar process when a cerastes, the horned viper, was born. The same was done in antiquity for the cobra in the Indian temples. The creative god emerges from the egg that issues from the mouth of Kneph as a winged serpent, because the serpent is the symbol of the all-wisdom. With the Hebrews he is glyphed by the flying of fiery serpents of the wilderness and Moses, and with the Alexandrian mystics he becomes the Orpheo Christos, the Logos of the Gnostics. The Protestants try to show that the allegory of the brazen serpent and the fiery serpents has a direct reference to the mystery of Christ and crucifixion, but it has a far nearer relation in truth to the mystery of generation when dissociated from the egg with the central germ, or the circle with its central point. Note on Christ and crucifixion. and this only because the brazen serpent was lifted on a pole. It had rather a reference to Miku, the Egyptian egg, standing upright supported by the sacred Tau, since the egg and the serpent are inseparable in the old worship and symbology of Egypt, and since both the brazen and fiery serpents were seraphs, the burning fiery messengers, or the serpent gods, the Nagas of India. It was a purely phallic symbol without the egg, while when associated with it, it related to cosmic creation. End of note. The brazen serpent had no such holy meaning as that, nor was it in fact glorified above the fiery serpents, for the bite of which it was only a natural remedy, the symbological meaning of the word brazen being the feminine principle, and that of the fiery or gold the male one. Note: brass was the metal symbolizing the netherworld, that of the womb where life should be given. The word for serpent was in Hebrew nachash, but this is the same term for brass. It is said in Numbers 21 that the Jews complained of the wilderness where there was no water, verse 5, after which the Lord sent a fiery serpent to bite them when, to oblige Moses, he gives him as a remedy the brazen serpent on a pole to look at, after which any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, lived, in brackets question mark. After that, the quote Lord, unquote, gathering the people together at the well of Beer, gives them water, 14-16, and grateful Israel sang this song. Spring up, O well, spring up, O well, verse 17. When, after studying symbology, the Christian reader comes to understand the innermost meaning of these three symbols, water, brazen, the serpent, and a few more, in the sense given to them in the Holy Bible, he will hardly like to connect the sacred name of his Saviour with the brazen serpent incident. The seraphim, fiery-winged serpents, are no doubt connected with and inseparable from the idea of the serpent of eternity, God, as explained in Kenealy's Apocalypse. But the word cherub also meant serpent in one sense, though its direct meaning is different, because the cherubim and the Persian-winged griffins, the guardians of the Golden Mountain, are the same, and their compound name shows their character, as it is formed of kr, circle, and aub, or orb, serpent, therefore a serpent in a circle. And this settles the phallic character of the brazen serpent, and justifies Hezekiah for breaking it. See 2 Kings 18:4, verbum sat sapienti. End of note. In the Book of the Dead, as just shown, reference is often made to the egg. Ra, the Mighty One, remains in his egg during the struggle between the children of the rebellion and Shu, the solar energy, and the dragon of darkness. Chapter 17. The deceased is resplendent in his egg when he crosses the land of mystery. 22:1. He is the egg of Seb. Leviticus 1-3. The egg was a symbol of life in immortality and eternity, and also the glyph of the generative matrix, and the Tau associated with it only of life and birth in generation. The mundane egg was placed in Knum, the water of space, or the feminine abstract principle, Knum becoming, with the fall of mankind into generation and phallicism, Amun, the creative god. And when Ptah, the fiery god, carries the mundane egg in his hand, then the symbolism becomes quite terrestrial and concrete in its significance. In conjunction with the hawk, the symbol of Osiris' son, the symbol is dual. It relates to both lives, the mortal and the immortal. In Kirch's Oedipus Egypticus, Volume 3, page 124, one can see in the papyrus engraved in it an egg floating above the mummy. This is a symbol of hope and the promise of a second birth for the Osirified dead. His soul, after due purification in the amenti, will gestate in this egg of immortality to be reborn from it into a new life on earth. For this egg, in the esoteric doctrine, is the Devakan, the abode of bliss, the winged scarabaeus being alike a symbol of it. The winged globe is but another form of the egg, and has the same significance as the scarabaeus, the kopiru, from the root kupuru, to become, to be reborn, which relates to the rebirth of man as well as to his spiritual regeneration. In the theogony of Mokus, we find aether first, and then the air, from which ulom, the intelligible, uetos, deity, the visible universe of matter, is born out of the mundane egg. See Mervis, Foinaise, page 282. In the Orphic hymns, the Eros furnace evolves from the divine egg, which the ethereal winds impregnate, wind being the spirit of the unknown darkness, the spirit of God, as explains K.O. Müller, 236. The divine idea, says Plato, who is said to move aether. In the Hindu Katakopanishad, Purusha, the divine spirit, already stands before the original matter, from whose union springs the great soul of the world, Mahatma, Brahma, the spirit of life, etc., etc. Notes. The latter appellations are all identical with Anima Mundi, or the universal soul, the astral light of the Kabbalists and the occultists, or the egg of darkness. Note. See Weber, Academie Foles, pages 213, 214, et sequens. End of notes. Besides this, there are many charming allegories on the subject, scattered through the sacred books of the Brahmins. In one place it is the female creator who is first a germ, then a drop of heavenly dew, a pearl, and then an egg. In such cases, of which there are too many to enumerate them separately, the egg gives birth to the 4 elements within the 5th, ether, and is covered with 7 coverings, which become later on the 7 upper and the 7 lower worlds. Breaking in two, the shell becomes the heaven, and the meat in the egg the earth, the white forming the terrestrial waters. Then again it is Vishnu who emerges from within the egg with a lotus in his hand. Vineta, a daughter of Daksha and wife of Kashyapa, the self-born sprung from time, one of the 7, quote, creators, unquote, of our world, brought forth an egg from which was born Garuda, the vehicle of Vishnu, the latter allegory having a relation to our earth only, as Garuda is the great cycle. The egg was sacred to Isis. The priests of Egypt never ate eggs on that account. Note, Isis is almost always represented holding a lotus in one hand and in the other a circle and the cross, crux ansata, the egg being sacred to her. End of note. Diodorus Siculus states that Osiris was born from an egg, like Brahma. From Leda's egg, Apollo and Latona were born, as also Castor and Pollux, the bright Gemini. And though the Buddhists do not attribute the same origin to their founder, yet no more than the ancient Egyptians or the modern Brahmins do they eat eggs, lest they should destroy the germ of life latent in them and commit thereby sin. The Chinese believe that their first man was born from an egg, which Tien, a god, dropped down from heaven to earth into the waters. Note, the Chinese seem to have thus anticipated Sir William Thomson's theory that the first living germ had dropped to the earth from some passing comet. Query: why should this be called scientific, and the Chinese idea a superstitious, foolish theory? End of note. This symbol is still regarded by some as representing the idea of the origin of life, which is a scientific truth, though the human ovum is invisible to the naked eye. Therefore we see respect shown to it from the remotest past by the Greeks, Phoenicians, Romans, the Japanese, and the Siamese, the North and South American tribes, and even the savages of the remotest islands. With the Egyptians, the concealed god was Ammon, Mon. All their gods were dual, the scientific reality for the sanctuary, its double the fabulous and mythical entity for the masses. For instance, as observed in Caius' Theos Cosmos, the older Horus was the idea of the world remaining in the demiurgic mind born in darkness before the creation of the world. The second Horus was the same idea going forth from the Logos, becoming clothed with matter and assuming an actual existence. Compare Mervis, Phoenizer, page 268. Note, Horus the older, or Haroiri, is an ancient aspect of the solar god, contemporary with Ra and Shu. Haroiri is often mistaken for Hor, Horsusi, son of Osiris and Isis. The Egyptians very often represented the rising sun under the form of Hor the older, rising from a full-blown lotus, the universe, when the solar disk is always found on the hawk head of that god. Haroiri is Khnum. End of note. The same with Khnum and Ammon. Both are represented ram-headed, and both often confused, though their functions are different. Khnum is the modeler of men, fashioning men and things out of the mundane egg on a potter's wheel. Ammon-Ra, the generator, is the secondary aspect of the concealed deity. Khnum was adored at Elephanta and Philae, Ammon at Thebes. Note, his triadic goddesses are Sati and Anuki. End of note. But it is Imphit, the one supreme planetary principle, who blows the egg out of his mouth and who is therefore Brahma, the shadow of the deity, cosmic and universal, of that which broods over and permeates the egg with its vivifying spirit until the germ contained in it is ripe, was the mystery god whose name was unpronounceable. It is Tha, however, he who opens, the opener of life and death, who proceeds from the egg of the world to begin his dual work. Book of Numbers. Note, Ptah was originally the god of death, of destruction, like Shiva. He is a solar god only by virtue of the sun's fire killing as well as vivifying. He was the national god of Memphis, the radiant and fair-faced god. See Saqqara, Bronzes, Saitic Epoch. End of note. According to the Greeks, the phantom form of the Chemis, Chemi, ancient Egypt, which floats on the ethereal waves of the Empyrean sphere, was called into being by Horus Apollo, the sun god, who caused it to evolve out of the mundane egg. Note, the Brahmanda Purana contains the mystery about Brahma's golden egg fully, and this is why perhaps it is inaccessible to the Orientalists, who say that this Purana, like the Skanda, is no longer procurable in a collective body, but is represented by a variety of khandas and mahatmyas professing to be derived from it. The Brahmanda Purana is described as that which is declared in 12,200 verses, the magnificence of the egg of Brahma, and in which an account of the future kalpas is contained as revealed by Brahma. Quite so, and much more perchance. End of note. In the Scandinavian cosmogony, placed by Professor Max Müller in point of time as far anterior to the Vedas, in the poem of Voluspa, the song of the prophetess, the mundane egg is again discovered in the phantom germ of the universe, which is represented as lying in the Ginuna Gop, the cup of illusion, Maya, the boundless and void abyss. In this world's matrix, formerly a region of night and desolation, Nebelheim, the mist place, the nebula as it's called now, in the astral light, dropped a ray of cold light which overflowed this cup and froze in it. Then the invisible blew a scorching wind, which dissolved the frozen waters and cleared the mist. These waters, chaos, called the streams of Elivagar, distilling in vivifying drops, fell down and created the earth and the giant Ymir, who only had the semblance of a man, the heavenly man, and the cow, Humbla, the mother of astral light, cosmic soul, from whose udder flowed 4 streams of milk, the 4 cardinal points, the 4 heads of the 4 rivers of Eden, etc., etc., and which 4 allegorically are symbolized by the cube in all its various and mystical meanings. The Christians, especially the Greek and Latin churches, have fully adopted the symbol and seen it a commemoration of life eternal, of salvation and of resurrection. This is found in and corroborated by the time-honored custom of exchanging Easter eggs, from the anguinum, the egg of the pagan druid, whose name alone made Rome tremble with fear, to the red Easter egg of the Slavonian peasant. A cycle has passed. And yet, whether in civilized Europe or among the abject savages of Central America, we find the same archaic, primitive thought, if we only search for it and do not disfigure, in the haughtiness of our fancied mental and physical superiority, the original idea of the symbol. Next section is section 7. The Days and Nights, or Brahma. The Secret Doctrine, by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism in its approximate order, with explanatory sections. Section 7, The Days and Nights of Brahma. This is the name given to the period called Manvantara, Manvantara, or between the Manus, and Pralaya, dissolution, one referring to the active periods of the universe, the other to its times of relative and complete rest, according to whether they occur at the end of a, quote, day, unquote, or an, quote, age, unquote, a life of Brahma. These periods, which follow each other in regular succession, also called kalpas, small and great, the minor and the mahakalpa, though, properly speaking, the mahakalpa is never a day, but a whole life or age of Brahma. For it is said in the Brahma Vaivata, chronologers compute a kalpa by the life of Brahma. Minor kalpas, as Samvarta and the rest, are numerous. In sober truth they are infinite, as they have never had a commencement. That is, there never was a first kalpa, nor will there ever be a last one in eternity. One pararda, in the ordinary acceptation of this measure of time, or half of the existence of Brahma in the present Mahakalpa, has already expired. The last kalpa was the Padma, or that of the golden lotus, the present one being Varaha, the boar incarnation or avatar. Note: there is a curious piece of information in the Buddhist esoteric traditions. The exoteric or allegorical biography of Gautama Buddha shows this great sage dying of indigestion of pork and rice, a very prosaic end indeed, having little of the solemn element in it. This is explained as an allegorical reference to his having been born in the boar, or Varaha-kalpa, when Brahma assumed the form of that animal to raise the earth out of the waters of space, and as the Brahmins descend direct from Brahma and are, so to speak, identified with him, and as they are at the same time the mortal enemies of Buddha and Buddhism, we have the curious allegorical hint and combination. Brahminism, of the boar, or Varaha-kalpa, has slaughtered the religion of Buddha in India, swept it away from its face. Therefore Buddha, identified with his philosophy, is said to have died from the effects of eating of the flesh of a wild hog. The idea alone of one who established the most rigorous vegetarianism and respect for animal life, even to refusing to eat eggs as vehicles of a latent future life, dying of a meat indigestion, is absurdly contradictory and has puzzled more than one Orientalist. But this explanation, unveiling the allegory, explains all the rest. The Varhava, however, is no simple boar, and seems to have meant at first some antediluvian lacustrine animal, delighting to sport in water. Vidyu Purana. End of note. By the scholar who studies the Hindu religion from the Puranas, one thing is to be especially noted. He must not take literally, and in one sense only, the statements therein found, since those which especially concern the Manvantaras or Kalpas have to be understood in their several references. So, for instance, these periods relate in the same language to both the great and the small periods, to Mahakalpas and to minor cycles. The Matsya, or fish avatar, happened before the Varaha, or boar avatar. The allegories, therefore, must relate to both the Padma and the present Manvantara, and also to the minor cycles which took place since the reappearance of our chain of worlds and earth. And as the Matsya avatar of Vishnu and Vaivasvata's deluge are correctly connected with an event that happened on our earth during this round, it is evident that while it may relate to pre-cosmic events in the sense of our cosmos or solar system, it has reference in our case to a distant geological period. Not even esoteric philosophy can claim to know, except by analogical inference, that which took place before the reappearance of our solar system and previous to our last Mahapralaya. But it teaches distinctly that after the first geological disturbance in the Earth's axis, which ended in the sweeping down to the bottom of the seas of the whole second continent, with its primeval races, of which successive, quote, Earths, unquote, or continents, Atlantis was the fourth, there came another disturbance by the axis, resuming as rapidly its previous degree of inclination, when the earth was indeed raised once more out of the waters, and as above so it is below, and vice versa. There were, quote, gods, unquote, on earth in those days, gods and not men, as we know them now, says the tradition. As will be shown in Book 2, the computation of periods in exoteric Hinduism refers to both the great cosmic and the small terrestrial events and cataclysms, and the same may be shown for names. For instance, Yudhishthira, the first king of the Sasya, who opens the Kali Yuga era, which has to last 432,000 years, an actual king and man who lived 3,102 years before Christ, applies also, name and all, to the great deluge at the time of the first sinking of Atlantis. He is the Yudhishthira, born on the mountain of the 100 peaks, at the extremity of the world beyond which nobody can go, and immediately after the flood. See Royal Asiatic Society, Volume 9, page 364. We know of no, quote, flood, unquote, 3,102 years before Christ. Not even that of Noah, for, agreeably with the Judeo-Christian chronology, it took place 2,349 years before Christ. This relates to an esoteric division of time and a mystery explained elsewhere, and may therefore be left aside for the present. Suffice to remark, at this juncture, that all the efforts of imagination of the Wilfords, Bentleys, and other would-be Oedipuses of esoteric Hindu chronology have sadly failed. No computation of either the 4 ages or the Manvantaras has ever been unriddled by our very learned Orientalists, who have therefore cut the Gordian knot by proclaiming the whole a figment of the Brahmanical brain. So be it, and may the great scholars rest in peace. This, quote, figment, unquote, is given in the preliminary sections which preface Anthropogenesis in Book 2, and with esoteric additions. Let us see, however, what were the 3 kinds of pralayas, and what is the popular belief about them. For once it agrees with esotericism. Of the pralaya before which 14 manvantaras elapse, having over them as many presiding manus, and at whose close occurs the, quote, incidental, unquote, or Brahma's dissolution, It is said in the Vishnu Purana, in condensed form, that at the end of 1,000 periods of 4 ages, which complete a day of Brahma, the earth is almost exhausted. The eternal Avyaya, Vishnu, assumes then the character of Rudra, the destroyer, Shiva, and reunites all his creatures to himself. He enters the 7 rays of the sun and drinks up all the waters of the globe. He causes the moisture to evaporate, thus drying up the whole earth. Oceans and rivers, torrents and small streams, all are exhaled. Thus fed with abundant moisture, the 7 solar rays become 7 suns by dilation, and they finally set the world on fire. Hari, the destroyer of all things, who is the flame of time, Kalagni, finally consumes the earth. Then Rudra, becoming Janaranda, breathes clouds and rain. There are many kinds of pralaya, but 3 chief ones are specially mentioned in old Hindu books, and of these, as Wilson shows, the first is called Naimittika, occasional or incidental, caused by the intervals of Brahma's days. It is the destruction of creatures, of all that lives and has a form, but not of the substance which remains in status quo till the new dawn in that, quote, night, unquote. Note in the Vedanta and Nyadya Nimitta, from which Naimittika is rendered as the efficient cause, when antithesized with Upadana, the physical or material cause. The Sankhya Pradhana is a cause of inferior to Brahma, or rather Brahma being himself a cause, is superior to Pradhana. Hence incidental is wrongly translated and ought to be translated as shown by some scholars ideal cause, and even real cause would have been better. End of note. The other is called Prakritika and occurs at the end of the age or life of Brahma, when everything that exists is resolved into the primal element, to be remodeled at the end of that longer night. But the third, Atyantika, does not concern the worlds or the universe, but only the individualities of some people. It is thus individual pralaya or nirvana, after having reached which there is no more future existence possible, no rebirth till after the Mahapralaya. The latter night, lasting as it does 311,040,000,000,000 years, and having the possibility of being almost doubled in case the lucky Jivanmukti reaches nirvana at an early period of Manvantara, is long enough to be regarded as eternal, if not endless. The Bhagavata 12, chapter 4, verse 35, speaks of a 4th kind of pralaya, the nitya or constant dissolution, and explains it as the change which takes place imperceptibly in everything in this universe from the globe down to the atom, without cessation. It is growth and decay, life and death. When the Mahapralaya arrives, the inhabitants of Svarloka, the upper sphere, distributed by the conflagration, seek refuge with the Pitris, their progenitors, the Manus, the 7 Rishis, the various orders of celestial spirits and the gods, in Maharloka. When the latter is reached also, the whole of the above enumerated beings migrate in their turn from Maharloka and repair to Janaloka in their subtile forms, destined to become re-embodied in similar capacities as their former when the world is renewed at the beginning of the succeeding Kalpa. Vayu Purana. These clouds, mighty in size and loud in thunder, fill up all space, Nabashthala. Goes on Vishnu Purana, Book 6, Chapter 3. Showering down torrents of water, these clouds quench the dreadful fires, and then they rain uninterruptedly for 100 divine years, and deluge the whole world solar system. Pouring down in drops as large as dice, these rains overspread the earth and fill the middle region, Bhuvaloka, and inundate heaven. The world is now enveloped in darkness, and all things animate or inanimate having perished, the clouds continue to pour down their waters, and the night of Brahma reigns supreme over the scene of desolation. This is what we call in the esoteric doctrine a solar pralaya, when the waters have reached the region of the 7 rishis, and the world, our solar system, is one ocean, they stop. The breath of Vishnu becomes a strong wind, which blows for another 100 divine years until all clouds are dispersed. The wind is then reabsorbed, and that of which all things are made, the Lord by whom all things exist, he who is inconceivable, without beginning, the beginning of the universe, reposes, sleeping upon Sesha, the serpent of infinity, in the midst of the deep. The Adrikit, in brackets creator, Hari, sleeps upon the ocean of space in the form of Brahma, glorified by Sanaka, and the Siddha, the saints, of Janaloka, and contemplated by the holy denizens of Brahmaloka, anxious of final liberation, involved in mystic slumber, the celestial personification of his own illusions. Note on Sanaka, the chief Kundra, or virgin god, Adian Kochan, who refuses to create, a prototype of Saint Michael who refuses to do the same. End of note. This is the Pratisankara, in brackets dissolution, termed incidental because Hari is its incidental ideal cause. Note. See concluding lines in section Chaos, Theos, Cosmos. End of note. When the universal spirit wakes, the world revives. When he closes his eyes, all things fall upon the bed of mystic slumber. In like manner, as 1,000 great ages constitute a day of Brahma, in the original it is Padma Yoni, the same as Abhya Yoni, lotus-born, not Brahma. So his night consists of the same period. Awaking at the end of his night, the unborn creates the universe anew. From Vishnu Purana. This is, quote, incidental, unquote, pralaya. What is the elemental dissolution? When by the earth and fire, says Parashara to Maitreya, all the worlds and pachalas, hells, are withered up, the progress of elemental dissolution is begun. Note on are withered up. This prospect would hardly suit Christian theology, which prefers an eternal, everlasting hell for its followers. End of note. Then, first the waters swallow up the property of earth, which is the rudiment of smell, and earth deprived of this property proceeds to destruction and becomes one with water. When the universe is thus pervaded by the waves of the watery element, its rudimentary flavor is locked up by the elements of fire, on account of which the waters themselves are destroyed and become one with fire, and the universe is therefore entirely filled with flame, ethereal, which gradually overspreads the whole world. While space is one flame, the element of wind seizes up the rudimentary property of form, which is the cause of light, and that being withdrawn, pralina, all becomes of the nature of air. The rudiment of form being destroyed, and vibhasvasu, in brackets fire, deprived of its rudiment, air extinguishes fire and spreads over space, which is deprived of light when fire merges into air. Air then, accompanied by sound, which is the source of ether, extends everywhere throughout the 10 regions, until ether seizes upon cohesion, sparsha, in brackets touch, its rudimental property, by the loss of which air is destroyed, and ka remains unmodified. Devoid of form, flare, touch, spasa, and smell, it exists embodied, murtimat, and vast, and pervades the whole space. Akasha, whose characteristic property and rudiment is sound, in brackets the word, occupies the whole continent of space. Then the origin, in brackets noumenon, of the elements, butadi, devours sound, collective demergers, and the hosts of Dayankochans, and all the existing elements are at once merged into their original. Note, the term elements must be understood here to mean not only the visible and physical elements, but also that which St. Paul calls elements, the spiritual intelligent potencies, angels and demons in their manvantaric form. End of note. The primary element, consciousness, combined with the tamasa, spiritual darkness, is itself disintegrated by Mahat, the universal intellect, whose characteristic property is buddhi, and earth and Mahat are the inner and outer boundaries of the universe. Thus, as in the beginning were the 7 forms of prakriti, nature, reckoned from Mahat to earth, so these 7 successively re-enter into each other. Note: when this description is correctly understood by Orientalists in its esoteric significance, then it will be found that this cosmic correlation of world elements may explain the correlation of physical forces better than those now known. At any rate, Theosophists will perceive that Prakriti has 7 forms or principles, reckoned from Mahat to earth. The waters mean here the mystic mother, the womb of abstract nature, in which the manifested universe is conceived. The 7 zones have reference to the 7 divisions of that universe, or the noumena of the forces that bring it into being. It is all allegorical. End of note. The egg of Brahma, Sarva Mandala, is dissolved in the waters that surround it, with its 7 zones, dvipas, 7 oceans, 7 regions, and their mountains. The investiture water is drunk by the fire. The stratum of fire is absorbed by that of air. Air blends itself with ether, akasha. The bhuttadi, the origin, or rather the cause of the primary element, devours the ether and is itself destroyed by Mahat, the great, the universal mind, which, along with all these, is seized upon by Prakriti and disappears. The Prakriti is essentially the same, whether discrete or indiscrete, only that which is discrete is finally absorbed by and lost in the indiscrete. Pums, spirit, also, which is one, pure, imperishable, eternal, all-pervading, is a portion of that supreme spirit, which is all things. That spirit, sarvesa, which is other than embodied spirit, and in which there are no attributes of name, species, naman, and jati, or rupa, hence body rather than species, or the like, remains the sole existence, satta. Prakriti and Purusha both resolving finally into Supreme Spirit. From Vishnu Purana, Wilson's mistakes being here corrected, and original words put in brackets. This is the final pralaya. Note: as it is the Maha, the great, or so-called final pralaya, which is here described, everything is reabsorbed into its original one element, the gods themselves, Brahma and the rest, being said to die and disappear during that long night. End of note. The final pralaya, the death of cosmos, after which its spirit rests in nirvana, or in that for which there is neither day nor night. All the other pralayas are periodical and follow in regular succession the manvantaras, as the night follows the day of every human creature, animal and plant. The cycle of creation of the lives of cosmos is run down, the energy of the manifested word, having its growth, culmination, and decrease, as have all things temporary, however long their duration. The creative force is eternal as noumenon. As a phenomenal manifestation in its aspects, it has a beginning and must therefore have an end. During that interval, it has its periods of activity and its periods of rest, and these are the days and the nights of Brahma. The Jewish Kabbalists felt this necessity of immutability in an eternal, infinite deity, and therefore applied the same thought to the anthropomorphic God. The idea is poetical and very appropriate in its application. In the Zohar we read as follows: as Moses was keeping a vigil on Mount Sinai in company with the deity who was concealed from his sight by a cloud, he felt a great fear overcome him and suddenly asked, "Lord, where art thou? Sleepest thou, O Lord?" And the Spirit answered him, "I never sleep. Were I to fall asleep for a moment before my time, all the creation would crumble into dissolution in one instant." "Before my time" is very suggestive. It shows the God of Moses to be only a temporary substitute like Brahma, the male, a substitute and an aspect of that which is immutable, and which therefore can take no part in the days or in the nights, nor have any concern whatever with reaction or dissolution. While the Eastern occultists have 7 modes of interpretation, the Jews have only 4, namely the real mystical, the allegorical, the moral, and the literal or pashut. The latter is the key of the exoteric churches and not worth discussion. Read in the first or mystical key, here are several sentences which show the identity of the foundations of construction in every scripture. It is given in Mr. T. Meyer's excellent book on the Kabbalistic works he seems to have well studied. I quote verbatim. Bereshit bara Elohim achashamayim vatharech. That is, in the beginning of the gods created the heavens and the earth. The meaning of which is the 6 Sephiroth of construction, of which Bereshit stands, all belong below. Note of the 6 Sephiroth of construction, the builders of the stanzas. End of note. It created 6, and on these stand all things. And those depend upon the 7 forms of the cranium up to the dignity of all dignities. And the second earth does not come into calculation, therefore it has been said, and from it, the earth, which underwent the curse, came it forth. It, the earth, was without form and void, and darkness was over the face of the abyss, and the spirit of Elohim was breathing me-recha-fath, that is, hovering, brooding over, moving. 13 depend on 13 forms of the most worthy dignity. 6,000 years hang, or refer to, in the first 6 words. The 7th, 1,000, the millennium, above it, the cursed earth, is that which is strong by itself, and it was rendered entirely desolate during 12 hours, 1 day, as is written. In the 13th, it, the deity, shall restore all, and everything shall be renewed as before, and all those 6 shall continue, etc. Kabbalah, page 233, from Sifra Zeniuta, 101, paragraph 16:9. The Sephiroth of construction are the 6 Giankochans, or Manus, or Prajapatis, synthesized by the 7 Braisheth, the first emanation, or Logos, and who are called, therefore, the builders of the lower or physical universe. All belong below. These 6, the 6-pointed star with a dot in it, whose essence is of the 7th, are the Apadi, the base or fundamental stone on which the objective universe is built, the noumenoi of all things. Hence they are at the same time the forces of nature, the 7 angels or the presence, the 6th and the 7th principles in man, no, the spiritual psychophysical spheres of the septenary chain, the root races, etc., etc. They all depend upon the 7 forms of the cranium, up to the highest. The second earth does not come into calculation, because it is no earth, but the chaos or abyss of space in which rested the paradigmatic or model universe in ideation of the oversoul brooding over it. The term curse is here very misleading, for it means simply doom or destiny, or that fatality which sent it forth into the objective state. This is shown by that earth under the curse being described as without form and void, in whose abyssal depths the breath of the Elohim, collective logoi, produced or photographed the first divine ideation of the things to be. This process was repeated after every pralaya before the beginnings of a new manvantara, or period of sentient individual being. 13 depend on 13 forms, refers to the 13 periods personified by the 13 Manus, with Swayambhuva the 14th, 13 instead of 14 being an additional veil. Those 14 Manus who reign within the term of a Mahayuga, a day of Brahma, these 13-14 of the objective universe depend on the 13-14 paradigmatic ideal forms. The meaning of the 6,000 years, which hang in the first 6 words, has again to be sought in the Indian wisdom. They refer to the primordial 6, or 7, kings of Edom, who typify the world or spheres of our chain during the first round, as well as the primordial men of this round. They are the septenary pre-Adamic, or before the third separated race, the first root race. As they were shadows and senseless, they had not eaten yet of the fruit of the tree of knowledge. They could not see the parguphim, or face could not see face. Primeval men were unconscious. Therefore the primordial 7 kings died, that is, were destroyed. Vide Sephira Dzeniuta. Now, who are they? They are the kings who are the 7 rishis, certain secondary divinities, Sakra, Indra, Manu, and the kings, his sons, who are created and perish at one period, as said in Vishnu Purana, Book 1, Chapter 3. For the 7th thousand, not the millennium of exoteric Christianity, but that of anthropogenesis, represents both the 7th period of creation, that of physical man, Vishnu Purana, and the 7th principle, both macroscopic and microscopic, as also the pralaya after the 7th period, the night which has the same duration as the day of Brahma. It was rendered entirely desolate during 12 hours, as is written. It is in the 13th, twice 6, and the synthesis, that everything shall be restored, and the 6 will continue. Thus the author of the Kabbalah remarks quite truly that long before his, Ibn Gibral's, time, many centuries before the Christian era, there was in Central Asia a wisdom religion, fragments of which subsequently existed among the learned men of the archaic Egyptians, the ancient Chinese, Hindus, etc., and that the Kabbalah most likely originally came from the Aryan sources, through Central Asia, Persia, India, and Mesopotamia, for from Ur and Haran came Abraham and many others into Palestine. Page 221. And such was the firm conviction of C.W. King, the author of the Gnostics and their remains. Vamadeva Modeli describes the coming night most poetically. Though it is given in Isis Unveiled, it is worthy of repetition. Strange noises are heard, proceeding from every point. These are the precursors of the night of Brahma. Dusk rises at the horizon, and the sun passes away behind the 13th degree of Makara, sign of the zodiac, and will reach no more the sign of the Minas, zodiacal pieces of fish. The gurus of the pagodas appointed to watch the Rasi Chakra, zodiac, may now break their circle and instruments, for they are henceforth useless. Gradually light pales, heat diminishes, and uninhabited spots multiply on the earth. The air becomes more and more rarefied. The springs of waters dry up. The great rivers see their waves exhausted. The ocean shows its sandy bottom, and plants die. Men and animals decrease in size daily. Life and motion lose their force. Planets can hardly gravitate in space. They are extinguished one by one, like a lamp which the hand of the chokra servant neglects to replenish. Surya, the sun, flickers and goes out, matter falls into dissolution, pralaya, and Brahma merges back into Dayus, the unrevealed God, and, his task being accomplished, he falls asleep. Another day is passed, night sets in, and continues until the future dawn. And now again he re-enters into the golden egg of his thought, the germs of all that exists, as the divine Manu tells us. During his peaceful rest, the animated beings endowed with the principles of action cease their functions, and all feeling, manas, becomes dormant. When they are all absorbed in the Supreme Soul, this soul of all the beings sleeps in complete repose till the day when it resumes its form and awakens again from its primitive darkness. Note. See Jacques Les Filles de Dieu, Land de Brahms, page 230. End of note. As the Satya Yuga is always the first in the series of the 4 ages or yugas, so the Kali ever comes the last. The Kali Yuga reigns now supreme in India, and it seems to coincide with that of the Western Age. Anyhow, it is curious to see how prophetic in almost all things was the writer of Vishnu Purana when foretelling to Maitreya some of the dark influences and sins of this Kali Yuga. For after saying that the, quote, barbarians, unquote, will be masters of the banks of the Indus, of Chandrabhaga and Kashmira, he adds, there will be contemporary monarchs reigning over earth, kings of churlish spirit, violent temper, and even addicted to falsehood and wickedness. They will inflict death on women, children, and cows. They will seize upon the property of their subjects, and be intent upon the wives of others. They will be of unlimited power. Their lives will be short, their desires insatiable. People of various countries intermingling with them will follow their example, and the barbarians being powerful in India in the patronage of the princes, while pure tribes are neglected, the people will perish, or, as the commentator has it, the mlechas will be in the center and the areas in the end. Note: if this is not prophetic, what is? End of note. Wealth and piety will decrease until the world will be wholly depraved. Poverty alone will confer rank. Wealth will be the only source of devotion. Passion will be the sole bond of union between the sexes. Falsehood will be the only means of success in legitation, and women will be objects merely of sensual gratification. External types will be the only distinction of the several orders of life. A man, if rich, will be reputed pure. Dishonesty, anyaya, will be the universal means of subsistence. Weakness, the cause of dependence. Menace and presumption will be substituted for learning. Liberality will be devotion, mutual assent, marriage, fine clothes, dignity. He who is the strongest will reign. The people unable to bear the heavy burden, karabara, the load of taxes, will take refuge among the valleys. Thus, in the Kali age, will decay constantly proceed until the human race approaches its annihilation, pralaya. When the close of the Kali age shall be nigh, a portion of that divine being which exists of its own spiritual nature shall descend on earth, Kalki avatar, endowed with the 8 superhuman faculties. He will re-establish righteousness on earth, and the minds of those who live at the end of Kali Yuga shall be awakened and become as pellucid as crystal. The men who are thus changed shall be the seeds of human beings, and shall give birth to a race who shall follow the laws of the Krita age, the age of purity. As it is said, when the sun and the moon and the lunar asterism Tishya and the planet Jupiter are in one mansion, the Krita, or Satya age, shall return. 2 persons, Devapi, of the race of Kuru and Moru, of the family of Ikshvaku, continue alive throughout the 4 ages, residing at Kalapa. Note: Matsya Purana gives Katapa. End of note. They will return hither in the beginning of the Krita age. Moru, the son of Sikru, through the power of yoga, is still living, and will be the restorer of the Kshatriya race of the Solar dynasty. From Vishnu Purana, Volume 3, page 197. Notes on Moru. Maximilian translates the name as Maurya, of the Maurya dynasty, to which Chandragupta belonged. No, see Sanskrit literature. In Matsya Purana, chapter 277, the dynasty of the 10 Mauryas, or Mauryas, is spoken of. In the same chapter, 272, It is stated that the Mauryas will one day reign over India after restoring the Kshatriya race many thousand years hence. Only that reign will be purely spiritual and not of this world. It will be the kingdom of the next avatar. Colonel Todd believes the name Maurya or Mauryas, a corruption of Mauri, a Rajput tribe, and the commentary on Mahavansa thinks that some princes have taken their name, Maurya, from their town called Mori, or, as Professor Max Müller gives it, Maurya Nagara, which is more correct, after the original Mahavansa. Vakyaspatya were informed by a brother, Devan Badhadur R. Raghunath Rao of Madras, a Sanskrit encyclopedia, places Kalapa, on the northern side of the Himalayas, hence in Tibet. The same is stated in chapter 12, Skanda, of Bhagavad, volume 3, page 325. Note in the Solar Dynasty. The Vayu Purana declares that Maurya will re-establish the Kshatriya in the 19th coming Yuga. See 5 Years of Theosophy, page 483, the Mauryas and Kutumi. End of notes. Whether right or wrong with regard to the latter prophecy, the quote blessings unquote of Kali Yuga are well described and fit in admirably even with that which one sees and hears in Europe and other civilized and Christian lands in full 19th and at the dawn of the 20th century of our great era of enlightenment, so-called. Next section is section 8, The Lotus as a Universal. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism in its Approximate Order, with explanatory sections. Section 8, The Lotus as a Universal Symbol. There are no ancient symbols without a deep and philosophical meaning attached to them, their importance and significance increasing with their antiquity. Such is the lotus. It is the flower sacred to nature and her gods, and represents the abstract and the concrete universes, standing as the emblem of the productive powers of both spiritual and physical nature. It was held sacred from the remotest antiquity by the Aryan Hindus, the Egyptians, and the Buddhists after them, revered in China and Japan, and adopted as a Christian emblem by the Greek and Latin churches, who made of it a messenger, as the Christians do now, who replace it with the water lily. Note: in the Christian religion, Gabriel, the archangel, holding in his hand a spray of water lilies, appears to the Virgin Mary in every picture of the Annunciation. This spray typifying fire and water, or the idea of creation and generation, symbolizes precisely the same idea as the lotus in the hand of the Bodhisattva who announces to Mahamaya, Gautama's mother, the birth of the world's savior, Buddha. Thus also Osiris and Horus were represented by the Egyptians constantly in association with the lotus flower, the two being sun gods or fire, the Holy Ghost being still typified by tongues of fire. End of note. It had and still has its mystic meaning, which is identical with every nation on the earth. We refer the reader to Sir William Jones. Note: see Sir William Jones, Dissertations relating to Asia. End of note. With the Hindus, the lotus is the emblem of the productive power of nature through the agency of fire and water, spirit and matter. Eternal, says a verse in the Bhagavad Gita, I see Brahm, the Creator, enthroned in thee, above the lotus. And Sir W. Jones shows, as noted in the stanzas, that the seeds of the lotus contain, even before they germinate, perfectly formed leaves, the miniature shapes of what one day, as perfected plants, they will become. The lotus in India is the symbol of the prolific earth, and what is more, of Mount Meru. The 4 angels or genii of the 4 quarters of heaven, the Maharajas, see stanzas, stand each on a lotus. The lotus is the twofold type of the divine and human hermaphrodite, being of dual sex, so to say. The spirit of fire or heat, which stirs up, fructifies, and develops into concrete form everything from its ideal prototype, which is born of water or primordial earth, evolved Brahma with the Hindus. The lotus flower, represented as growing out of Vishnu's navel, that god resting on the waters of space on his serpent of infinity, is the most graphic allegory ever made, the universe evolving from the central sun, the point, the ever-concealed germ. Lakshmi, who is the female aspect of Vishnu, and who is also called Padma, the lotus, is likewise shown floating at creation on a lotus flower, and during the churning of the ocean of space, springing from the sea of milk, like Venus from the froth. Note on Lakshmi. Lakshmi is Venus, Aphrodite, and, like the latter, she sprang from the froth of the ocean with a lotus in her hand. In the Ramayana she is called Padma. End of note. Then, seated on a lotus, beauty's bright goddess, peerless Shri, arose out of the waves, sings an English Orientalist and poet, Sir Monier Williams. The underlying idea in this symbol is very beautiful, and it shows furthermore its identical parentage in all the religious systems. Whether in the lotus or water lily shape, it signifies one and the same philosophical idea, namely the emanation of the objective from the subjective, divine ideation passing from the abstract into the concrete or visible form. For as soon as darkness, rather that which is, quote, darkness, unquote, for ignorance, has disappeared in its own realm of eternal light, leaving behind itself only its divine manifested ideation, the creative logoi have their understanding opened, and they see in the ideal world, hitherto concealed in the divine thought, the archetypal forms of all, and proceed to copy and build or fashion upon these models forms evanescent and transcendent. At this stage of action, the demiurge is not yet the architect. Note on the demiurge. In esoteric philosophy, the demiurge, or logos, regarded as the creator, is simply an abstract term, an idea, like army, as the latter is the all-embracing term for a body of collective forces or working units, soldiers. So is the demiurge the qualitative compound of a multitude of creators or builders. Burnouf, the great Orientalist, has seized the idea perfectly when saying that Brahma does not create the earth any more than the rest of the universe. Quote, having evolved himself from the soul of the world, once separated from the first cause, he evaporates with and emanates all nature out of himself. He does not stand above it, but is mixed up with it. Brahma and the universe form one being, each particle of which is in its essence Brahma itself, who proceeded out of himself. End of quote and end of note. Born in the twilight of action, he has yet to first perceive the plan to realize the ideal forms which lie buried in the bosom of eternal ideation, as the future lotus leaves, the immaculate petals, are concealed within the seed of that plant. In chapter 81 of the ritual Book of the Dead, called Transformation into the Lotus, a head emerging from this flower, the god exclaims, I am the pure lotus emerging from the luminous one. I carry the messages of Horus. I am the pure lotus which comes from the solar fields. The lotus idea may be traced even in the Elohistic chapter, the first of Genesis, as stated in Isis. It is in this idea that we must look for the origin and explanation of the verse in the Jewish cosmogony which reads, And God said, Let the earth bring forth the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself. In all the primitive religions, the Son of the Father is the creative God, that is, his thought made visible. And before the Christian era, from the Trimurti of the Hindus down to the three Kabbalistic heads of the scriptures as explained by the Jews, the triune Godhead of each nation was fully defined and substantiated in its allegories. Such is the cosmic and ideal significance of this great symbol with the Eastern peoples. But applied to practical and exoteric worship, which had also its esoteric symbology, the lotus became in time the carrier and container of a more terrestrial idea. No dogmatic religion has ever escaped the sexual element in it, and to this day it soils the moral beauty of the root idea. The following is quoted from the same Kabbalistic manuscripts already mentioned. Pointing to like signification was the lotus growing in the waters of the Nile. Its mode of growth peculiarly fitted it as a symbol of the generative activities. The flower of the lotus, which is the bearer of the seed for reproduction as the result of its maturing, is connected by its placenta-like attachment with Mother Earth, or the womb of Isis, through the water of the womb, that is, the river Nile, by means of the long cord-like stalk, the umbilicus. Nothing can be plainer than the symbol, and to make it perfect in its intended signification, a child is sometimes represented as seated in or issuing from the flower. Note: in Indian Puranas it is Vishnu the first and Brahma the second logos, or the ideal and practical creators, who are respectively represented, one as manifesting the lotus, the other as issuing from it. End of note. Thus Osiris and Isis, the children of Kronos, or time without end in the development of their nature forces, in this picture become the parents of man under the name Horus. See section 10, Deus Lunus. Quote, "We cannot lay too great stress upon the use of this generative function as a basis for a symbolical language and a scientific art speech. Thought upon the idea leads at once to reflection upon the subject of creative cause. In its workings, nature is observed to have fashioned a wonderful piece of living mechanism governed by an added living soul, the life development and history of which soul, as to its whence, its present, and its whither, surpasses all efforts of the human intellect." Note: not the efforts of the trained psychic faculties of an initiate into Eastern metaphysics and the mysteries of creative nature. It is the profane of the past ages who have degraded the pure ideal of cosmic creation into an emblem of mere human reproduction and sexual functions. It is the esoteric teachings and the initiates of the future whose mission it is and will be to redeem and ennoble once more the primitive conception, so sadly profaned by its crude and gross application to exoteric dogmas and personations by theological and ecclesiastical religionists. The silent worship of abstract or noumenal nature, the only divine manifestation, is the one ennobling religion of humanity. End of note. The newborn is an ever-recurring miracle, an evidence that, within the worship of the womb, an intelligent creative power has intervened to fasten a living soul to a physical machine. This amazing wonderfulness of the fact attaches a holy sacredness to all connected with the organs of reproduction, as the dwelling and place of evident constructive intervention of deity." Unquote. This is a correct rendering of the underlying ideas of old, of the purely pantheistic conceptions, impersonal and reverential of the archaic philosophers of the prehistoric ages. Not so, however, when applied to sinful humanity, to the gross ideas attached to personality. Therefore, no pantheistic philosopher would fail to find the remarks that follow the above and which represent the anthropomorphism of Judean symbology, other than dangerous for the sacredness of true religion and fitting only our materialistic age, which is the direct outcome and result of that anthropomorphic character. For this is the keynote to the entire spirit and essence of the Old Testament. Therefore, goes on the manuscripts, treating of the symbolism of art speech of the Bible. Quote, "The locality of the womb is to be taken as the most holy place, the sanctum sanctorum, and the veritable temple of the living God." Note: Surely the words of the old initiate into the primitive mysteries of Christianity, "Know ye not, ye are the temple of God," 1 Corinthians letters, chapter 3, verse 16, could not be applied in this sense to men. The meaning may have been, and was so undeniably in the minds of the Hebrew compilers of the Old Testament. And here is the abyss that lies between the symbolism of the New Testament and the Jewish Canaan. This gulf would have remained and ever widened had not Christianity, especially and most glaringly the Latin Church, thrown a bridge over it. Modern popery has now spanned it entirely by its dogma of the two immaculate conceptions, and the anthropomorphic and at the same time idolatrous character it has conferred upon the mother of its God. End of note. With man, the possession of the woman has always been considered as an essential part of himself, to make one out of the two, and jealously guarded as sacred. Even the part of the ordinary house or home consecrated to the dwelling of the wife was called the penetralia, the secret or sacred, and hence the metaphor of the Holy of Holies of sacred constructions, taken from the idea of the sacredness of the organs of generation. Carried to the extreme of description by metaphor, this part of the house is described in the sacred books as the, quote, "between the thighs of the house," unquote, and sometimes the idea is carried out constructively in the great door opening of churches, placed inward between flanking buttresses, unquote. Note on the extreme of description. It was so carried only in the Hebrew Bible and its servile copyist, Christian theology. End of note. No such thought, quote, "carried to the extreme," unquote, ever existed among the old primitive Aryans. This is proven by the fact that in the Vedic period their women were not placed apart from men in penetralia, or zenanas. Their seclusion began when the Mohammedans, the next heirs to the Hebrew symbolism after Christian ecclesiasticism, had conquered the land and gradually enforced their ways and customs upon the Hindus. The pre- and post-Vedic woman was as free as man, and no impure terrestrial thought was ever mixed with the religious symbology of the early Aryans. The idea and application are purely Semitic. This is corroborated by the writer of the said intensely learned and Kabbalistic revelation himself, when he closes the above-quoted passages by adding, quote, "If to these organs as symbols of creative cosmic agencies the idea of the origin of measures as well as of time periods can be attached, then indeed, in the construction of the temples as dwellings of deity or of Jehovah, that part designated as the Holy of Holies, or the most holy place, should borrow its title from the recognized sacredness of the generative organs, considered as symbols of measures as well as of creative cause. With the ancient wise, there was no name and no idea and no symbol of a first cause," unquote. Most decidedly not. Rather never give a thought to it and leave it forever nameless, as the early pantheists did, than degrade the sacredness of that ideal of ideals by dragging down its symbols into such anthropomorphic forms. Here again one perceives the immense chasm between Aryan and Semitic religious thought, two opposite poles, sincerity and concealment. With the Brahmins, who have never invested with an original sin element the natural provocative functions of mankind, it is a religious duty to have a son. A Brahmin, in days of old, having accomplished his mission of human creator, retired to the jungle and passed the rest of his days in religious meditations. He had accomplished his duty to nature as mortal man and its co-worker, and henceforth gave all his thoughts to the spiritual, immortal portion in himself, regarding the terrestrial as mere illusion, an evanescent dream, which it is. With the Semite it was different. He invented a temptation of flesh in a Garden of Eden, showing his God, esoterically the tempter and the ruler of nature. cursing forever an act which was in the logical program of that nature. Note: the same idea is carried out exoterically in the incidents of Egypt. The Lord God tempts sorely Pharaoh, and plagues him with great plagues, lest the king should escape punishment, and thus afford no pretext for one more triumph to his chosen people. End of note. All this exoterically, as in the cloak and dead letter of Genesis and the rest, and at the same time esoterically regarded the supposed sin and fall as an act so sacred as to choose the organ, the perpetrator of the original sin, as the fittest and most sacred symbol to represent that God, who is shown as branding its entering into function as disobedience and everlasting sin. Who can ever fathom the paradoxical depths of the Semitic mind? And this paradoxical element, minus its innermost significance, has now passed entirely into Christian theology and dogma. Whether the early fathers of the Church knew the esoteric meaning of the Hebrew Old Testament, or whether only a few of them were aware of it, while the others remained ignorant of the secret, is for posterity to decide. One thing is certain, at any rate: as the esotericism of the New Testament agrees perfectly with that of the Hebrew Mosaic books, and since, at the same time, a number of purely Egyptian symbols and pagan dogmas in general, the Trinity for example, have been copied by and incorporated into the Synoptics and St. John, it becomes evident that the identity of those symbols was known to the writers of the New Testament, whoever they were. They must have been aware also of the priority of the Egyptian esotericism, since they have adopted several such symbols that typify purely Egyptian conceptions and beliefs in their outward and inward meaning, and which are not to be found in the Jewish canon. One of such is the water lily in the hands of the archangel in the early representations of his appearance to the Virgin Mary, and these symbolical images are preserved to this day in the iconography of the Greek and Roman churches. Thus water, fire, the cross, as well as the dove, the lamb, and other sacred animals, with all their combinations, yield esoterically an identical meaning, and must have been accepted as an improvement upon Judaism pure and simple. For the lotus and water are among the oldest symbols, and in their origin are purely Aryan, though they became common property during the branching off of the fifth race. Let us give an example. Letters, as much as numbers, were all mystic, whether in combination or each taken separately. The most sacred of all is the letter M. It is both feminine and masculine or androgyne, and is made to symbolize water, the great deep in its origin. It is mystic in all the languages, Eastern and Western, and stands as a glyph for the waves. In the Aryan esotericism, as in the Semitic, this letter has always stood for the waters. For example, in Sanskrit, Makara, the 10th sign of the zodiac, means a crocodile, or rather an aquatic monster associated always with water. The letter Ma is equivalent to and corresponds with number 5, composed of a binary, the symbol of the two sexes separated, and of the ternary, symbol of the third life, the progeny of the binary. This, again, is often symbolized by a pentagon, the latter being a sacred sign, a divine monogram. Maitreya is the secret name of the 5th Buddha and the Kalki avatar of the Brahmins, the last Messiah who will come at the culmination of the great cycle. It is also the initial letter of the Greek metis, or divine wisdom, of Mimra, the word or logos, and of Mithras, the mir, the monad, mystery. All these are born in and from the great deep, and are the sons of Maya, the mother. In Egypt, mouth, in Greece, Minerva, divine wisdom, Mary, or Miriam, Mira, etc., of the mother of the Christian Logos, and of Maya, the mother of Buddha. Madhava and Madhavi are the titles of the most important gods and goddesses of the Hindu pantheon. Finally, mandala is in Sanskrit a circle or an orb, the 10 divisions of the Rig Veda. The most sacred names in India begin with this letter generally. from Mahat, the first manifested intellect, and Mandara, the great mountain used by the gods to churn the ocean, down to Mandakin, the heavenly Ganga, Ganges, Manu, etc., etc. Shall this be called coincidence? A strange one it is then, indeed, when we find even Moses, found in the water of the Nile, having the symbolical consonant in his name. And Pharaoh's daughter called his name Moses, because, she said, I drew him out of water. Exodus 2, verse 10. Note, even to the 7 daughters of the Midian priest, who, coming to draw the water, had Moses water their flock, for which service the Midian gives to Moses Zipporah, the shining wave, as wife. Exodus 2. All this has the same sacred meaning. End of note. Besides which, the Hebrew sacred name of God applied to this letter M is Meborach, the holy or the blessed, and the name for the water of the flood is Mbul, a reminder of the 3 Marias at the crucifixion, and their connection with Ma, the sea or water, may close this example. This is why in Judaism and Christianity the Messiah is always connected with water, baptism, the fishes, the sign of the zodiac called Menam in Sanskrit, and even with the Matsya, fish avatar, and the lotus, the symbol of the womb, or the water lily, which is the same. In the relics of ancient Egypt, the greater the antiquity of the votive symbols and emblems of the object exhumed, the oftener are the lotus flowers and the water found in connection with the solar gods. The god Khnum, the moist power, water as Thales taught it, being the principle of all things, sits on a throne enshrined in a lotus, Saitic epoch, Serapeum. The god Bes stands on a lotus ready to devour his progeny, same source, Abydos. Tot, the god of mystery and wisdom, the sacred scribe of Amenti, wearing the solar disk as head-gear, sits with a bull's head, the sacred bull of Mendes being a form of Tot, and a human body on a full-blown lotus. 4th dynasty. Finally, it is the goddess Hiket, under her shape of a frog, who rests on the lotus, thus showing her connection with water. And it is this frog symbol, undeniably the most ancient of the Egyptian deities, from whose unpoetical shape the Egyptologists have been vainly trying to unravel her mystery and functions. Its adoption in the Church by the early Christians show that they knew it better than our modern Orientalists. The frog or toad goddess was one of the chief cosmic deities connected with creation on account of her amphibious nature, and chiefly because of her apparent resurrection after long ages of solitary life enshrined in old walls, in rocks, etc. She not only participated in the organization of the world together with Khnum, but was also connected with the dogma of resurrection. Note, with the Egyptians, it was the resurrection in rebirth after 3,000 years of purification, either in Devakan or the fields of bliss. End of note. There must have been some very profound and sacred meaning attached to this symbol, since, notwithstanding the risk of being charged with a disgusting form of zealotry, the early Egyptian Christians adopted it in their churches. A frog or toad enshrined in a lotus flower, or simply without the latter emblem, was the form chosen for the church lamps, on which were engraved the words, I am the resurrection, ego eim anastasis. These frog goddesses are also found on all the mummies. Note, such frog goddesses may be seen at Bulak in the Cairo Museum. For the statement about the church lamps and inscriptions, it is the learned ex-director of the Bulak Museum, Mr. Gaston Maspero, who must be held responsible. See his Guide de Visiteur au Musée de Bulak, page 146, end of note. Next section is section 9, the moon, Deus Lunus, Phoebe. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Part 2. The Evolution of Symbolism in its Approximate Order, with explanatory sections. Section 11. Demon est Deus inversus. This symbological sentence, in its many-sided forms, is certainly most dangerous and iconoclastic in the face of all the dualistic later religions, or rather theologies, and especially so in the light of Christianity. Yet it is neither just nor correct to say that it is Christianity which has conceived and brought forth Satan. As an, quote, adversary, unquote, the opposing power required by the equilibrium and harmony of things in nature, like shadow to throw off still brighter the light, like night to bring into greater relief the day, and like cold to make one appreciate the more the comfort of heat. Satan has ever existed. Homogeneity is one and indivisible, but if the homogeneous one and absolute is no mere figure of speech, and if heterogeneity in its dualistic aspect is its offspring, its bifurcous shadow or reflection, then even that divine homogeneity must contain in itself the essence of both good and evil. If, quote, God, unquote, is absolute, infinite, and the universal root of all, and everything in nature and its universe, whence comes evil, or the evil, if not from the same golden womb of the absolute? Thus we are forced either to accept the emanation of good and evil, of agathodaemon and a cacodemon as offshoots from the same trunk of the tree of being, or to resign ourselves to the absurdity of believing in two eternal absolutes.
Having to trace the origin of the idea
to the very beginnings of human mind, it is but just, meanwhile, to give his due even to the proverbial devil. Antiquity knew of no isolated, thoroughly and absolutely bad god of evil. Pagan thought represented good and evil as twin brothers, born from the same mother, nature. So soon as that thought ceased to be archaic, wisdom too became philosophy. In the beginning the symbols of good and evil were mere abstractions, light and darkness. Then their types became chosen among the most natural and ever-recurrent periodical cosmic phenomena, the day and the night, or the sun and moon. Then the hosts of the solar and lunar deities were made to represent them, and the dragon of darkness was contrasted with the dragon of light. See stanzas 5 and 7 of Book 1. The host of Satan is the son of God, no less than the host of the B'ni Alchim, these children of God coming to present themselves before the Lord, their Father. See Job 2. The sons of God became the fallen angels only after perceiving that the daughters of men were fair. Genesis chapter 6. In the Indian philosophy, the Suras are among the earliest and the brightest gods, and became Asuras only when dethroned by Brahminical fancy. Satan never assumed an anthropomorphic, individualized shape until the creation by man of a one living, personal God had been accomplished, and then merely as a matter of prime necessity. A screen was needed, a scapegoat to explain the cruelty, blunders, and but too evident injustice perpetrated by him for whom absolute perfection, mercy, and goodness were claimed. This was the first karmic effect of abandoning a philosophical and logical pantheism to build as a prop for lazy man, quote, a merciful Father in heaven, unquote, whose daily and hourly actions as natura naturans, the comely mother but stone cold, belie the assumption. This led to the primal twins, Osiris Typhon, Ormuzd Ahriman, and finally Cain Abel and the tutti quanti of contraries. Having commenced by being synonymous with nature, quote, God, unquote, the Creator, ended by being made its author. Pascal settles the difficulty very cunningly. Nature has perfections in order to show that she is the image of God, and defects in order to show that she is only his image, he says. The further back one recedes into the darkness of the prehistoric ages, the more philosophical does the prototypic figure of the later Satan appear. The first, quote, adversary, unquote, in individual human form that one meets with in the old Puranic literature is one of her greatest rishis and yogis, Narada, surnamed the Strife Maker. And he is a Brahmaputra, a son of Brahma, the male. But of him later on. Who the great deceiver really is, one can ascertain by searching for him with open eyes and an unprejudiced mind in every old cosmogony and scripture. It is the anthropomorphized demiurge, the creator of heaven and earth when separated from the collective hosts of his fellow creators, whom, so to speak, he represents and synthesizes. It is now the god of theologies. The thought is father to the wish. Once upon a time a philosophical symbol left to perverse human fancy, afterwards fashioned into a fiendish, deceiving, cunning, and jealous god. Dragons and other fallen angels being described in other parts of this work, a few words upon the much slandered Satan will be sufficient. That which the student will do well to remember is that, with every people except the Christian nations, the devil is to this day no worse an entity than the opposite aspect in the dual nature of the so-called Creator. This is only natural. One cannot claim God as the synthesis of the whole universe, as omnipresent and omniscient and infinite, and then divorce him from evil. As there is far more evil than good in the world, it follows on logical grounds that either God must include evil, or stand as the direct cause of it, or else surrender his claims to absoluteness. The ancients understood this so well that their philosophers, now followed by the Kabbalists, defined evil as the lining of God or good, demon est deus inversus, being a very old adage. Indeed, evil is but an antagonizing blind force in nature. It is reaction, opposition, and contrast. Evil for some, good for others. There is no malum in se, only the shadow of light, without which light could have no existence, even in our perceptions. If evil disappeared, good would disappear along with it from earth. The old dragon was pure spirit before he became matter, passive before he became active. In the Syro-Chaldean magic, both Ophis and Ophiomorphos are joined in the zodiac, at the sign of the androgyne Virgo Scorpio. Before its fall on earth, the, quote, serpent, unquote, was Ophis Christos, and after its fall it became Ophiomorphos Chrestos. Everywhere the speculations of the Kabbalists treat of evil as a force, which is antagonistic, but at the same time essential to good, as giving it vitality and existence, which it could never have otherwise. There would be no life possible, in the Mayavic sense, without death, nor regeneration and reconstruction without destruction. Plants would perish in eternal sunlight, and so would man, who would become an automaton without the exercise of his free will and aspirations after that sunlight, which would lose its being and value for him had he nothing but light. Good is infinite and eternal only in the eternally concealed from us, and this is why we imagine it eternal. On the manifested planes, one equilibrates the other. Few are those theists and believers in a personal God who do not make of Satan the shadow of God, or who, confounding both, do not believe that they have a right to pray to that idol, asking its help and protection for the exercise and impunity of their evil and cruel deeds. Lead us not into temptation is addressed daily to our Father which art in heaven, and not to the devil by millions of human Christian hearts. They do so, repeating the very words put in the mouth of their Saviour, and do not give one thought to the fact that their meaning is contradicted point-blank by James, the brother of the Lord. Let no man say, when he is tempted, I am tempted of God. For God cannot be tempted with evil, neither tempteth he any man. From James 1:13. Why then say that it is the devil who tempts us, when the Church teaches us on the authority of Christ that it is God who does so? Open any pious volume in which the word temptation is defined in its theological sense, and forthwith you find two definitions. 1. Those afflictions and troubles whereby God tries his people. 2. Those means and enticements which the devil makes use of to ensnare and allure mankind. St. James 1, verse 2, 12, and Matthew 6, verse 13. If accepted literally, the two teachings of Christ and James contradict each other, and what dogma can reconcile the two if the occult meaning is rejected? Between the alternative allurements, wise will be that philosopher who will be able to decide where God disappears to make room for the devil. Therefore, when we read that the devil is a liar and the father of it, that is, incarnate lie, and are told in the same breath that Satan, the devil, was a son of God and the most beautiful of his archangels, rather than believe that Father and Son are a gigantic, personified, and eternal lie, we prefer to turn to pantheism and to pagan philosophy for information. Once that the key to Genesis is in our hands, it is the scientific and symbolical Kabbalah which unveils the secret. The great serpent of the Garden of Eden and the Lord God are identical, and so are Jehovah and Cain one. That Cain who is referred to in theology as the murderer and the liar to God. Jehovah tempts the king of Israel to number the people, and Satan tempts him to do the same in another place. Jehovah turns into the fiery serpents to bite those he is displeased with, and Jehovah informs the brazen serpent that heals them. These short and seemingly contradictory statements in the Old Testament, contradictory because the two powers are separated instead of being regarded as the two faces of one and the same thing, are the echoes distorted out of recognition by exotericism and theology of the universal and philosophical dogmas in nature, so well understood by the primitive sages. We find the same groundwork in several personifications in the Puranas, only far more ample and philosophically suggestive. Thus, Pulastya, a son of God, one of the first progeny, is made the progenitor of demons, the Rakshasas, the tempters and the devourers of men. Pisaka, female demon, is a daughter of Daksha, a son of God too, and the mother of all the Pisakas, Padma Purana. The demons, so called in the Puranas, are very extraordinary devils when judged from the standpoint of European and Orthodox views about these creatures, since all of them, Danavas, Daityas, Pisakas, and the Rakshasas, are represented as extremely pious, following the precepts of the Vedas, some of them even being great yogis. But they oppose the clergy and ritualism, sacrifices and forms, just what the full-blown yogins do to this day in India, and are no less respected for it, though they are allowed to follow neither caste nor ritual. Hence all those Puranic giants and titans are called devils. The missionaries, ever on the watch to show, if they can, the Hindu traditions no better than a reflection of the Jewish Bible, have evolved a whole romance on the alleged identity of Pulastya with Cain, and of the Rakshasas with the Cainites, the accursed, the cause of the Noachian deluge. See the work of Abbe Guaresio, who, quote, etymologizes, unquote, Pulastya's name as meaning the rejected, hence Cain, if you please. Pulastya dwells in Kedara, he says, which means a dug-up place, a mine, and Cain is shown in tradition and the Bible as the first worker in metals and a miner thereof. While it is very probable that the Giborim, the giants of the Bible, are the Rakshasas of the Hindus, it is still more certain that both are Atlanteans and belong to the submerged races. However it may be, no Satan could be more persistent in slandering his enemy or more spiteful in his hatred than the Christian theologians are in cursing him as the father of every evil. Compare their vituperations and opinions given about the devil with the philosophical views of the Puranic sages and their Christ-like mansuetude. When Parasara, whose father was devoured by Rakshasa, was preparing himself to destroy magically the whole race, his grandsire Vasishta says a few extremely suggestive words to him. He shows the irate sage, on his own confession, that there is evil and karma, but no evil spirits. "Let thy wrath be appeased," he says. "The Rakshasas are not culpable. Thy father's death was the work of karma. Anger is the passion of fools. It becometh not a wise man." By whom, it may be asked, is anyone killed? Every man reaps the consequences of his own acts. Anger, my son, is the destruction of all that man obtains, and prevents the attainment of emancipation. The sages shun wrath. Be not thou, my child, subject to its influence. Let not those unoffending spirits of darkness be consumed. Let thy sacrifice cease. Mercy is the might of the righteous. Vishnu Purana, Book 1, Chapter 1. Thus, every such, quote, sacrifice, unquote, or pray to God for help is no better than an act of black magic. That which Parasara prayed for was the destruction of the spirits of darkness for his personal revenge. He is called a pagan, and the Christians have doomed him as such to eternal hell. Yet, in what respect is the prayer of sovereigns and generals who pray before every battle for the destruction of their enemy any better? Such a prayer is, in every case, black magic of the worst kind, concealed like a demon, Mr. Hyde, under a sanctimonious Dr. Jekyll. In human nature, evil denotes only the polarity of matter and spirit, a struggle for life between the two manifested principles in space and time, which principles are one per se, inasmuch they are rooted in the absolute. In cosmos, the equilibrium must be preserved. The operations of the two contraries produce harmony, like the centripetal and centrifugal forces, which are necessary to each other, mutually interdependent, in order that both should live. If one is arrested, the action of the other will become immediately self-destructive. Since the personification called Satan has been amply analyzed from its triple aspect in the Old Testament, Christian theology, and the ancient Gentile attitude of thought, those who would learn more of it refer to Volume 2 of Isis Unveiled, Chapter 10. See also several sections in Book 2, Part 2 of this work. The present subject is touched upon and fresh explanations attempted for a very good reason. Before we can approach the evolution of physical and divine man, we have first to master the idea of cyclic evolution, to acquaint ourselves with the philosophies and beliefs of the four races which preceded our present race, to learn what were the ideas of those titans and giants verily, mentally as well as physically. The whole of antiquity was imbued with that philosophy which teaches the involution of spirit into matter, the progressive downward cyclic descent, or active self-conscious evolution. The Alexandrian Gnostics have sufficiently divulged the secret of initiations, and their records are full of, quote, the sliding down of aeons, unquote, in their double qualification of angelic beings and periods, the one the natural evolution of the other. On the other hand, Oriental traditions on both sides of the Black Water, the oceans that separate the two Easts, are as full of allegories about the downfall of Paroma, of that of the gods and devas. One and all, they allegorized and explained the fall as the desire to learn and acquire knowledge, to know. This is the natural sequence of mental evolution, the spiritual becoming transmuted into the material or physical. The same law of descent into materiality and reascent into spirituality asserted itself during the Christian era, the reaction having stopped only just now in our own special sub-race. That which, perhaps 10 millenniums ago, was allegorized in Pimander in a triune character of interpretation, meant as a record of an astronomical, anthropological, and even alchemical fact, namely, the allegory of the 7 rectors breaking through the 7 circles of fire, was dwarfed into one material and anthropomorphic interpretation, the rebellion and fall of the angels. The multivocal, profoundly philosophical narrative, under its poetical form of the marriage of heaven with earth, the love of nature for divine form, and the heavenly man enraptured with his own beauty mirrored in nature, that is, spirit attracted into matter, has now become, under theological handling, the 7 rectors disobeying Jehovah, self-admiration generating satanic pride, followed by their fall, Jehovah permitting no worship to be lost save upon himself, unquote. In short, the beautiful planet angels, the glorious cyclic aeons of the ancients, became henceforward synthesized in their most orthodox shape in Samael, the chief of the demons in the Talmud. Quote, that great serpent with 12 wings that draws down after himself in his fall the solar system or the Titans, unquote. But Shkemal, the alter ego and the Sabaean type of Samael, meant in its philosophical and esoteric aspect the quote year, unquote, in its astrological evil aspect, its 12 months or wings of unavoidable evils in nature. And in esoteric theogony, see Trollson in Nabathean Agriculture, Volume 2, page 217, both Shkemal and Samael represented a particular divinity. With the Kabbalists, they are the spirit of the earth, the personal god that governs it, identical de facto with Jehovah. For the Talmudists admit themselves that Samael is a god name of one of the 7 Elohim. The Kabbalists, moreover, show the 2, Shkemal and Samael, as a symbolical form of Saturn, Kronos, the 12 wings standing for the 12 months, and the symbol in its collectivity representing a racial cycle. Jehovah and Saturn are also glyphically identical. This leads, in its turn, to a very curious deduction from a Roman Catholic dogma. Many renowned writers belonging to the Latin Church admit that a difference exists and should be made between the Uranian Titans, the antediluvian giants, also Titans, and those post-diluvian giants in whom they, the Roman Catholics, will see the descendants of the mythical Ham. In clear words, there is a difference to be made between the cosmic, primordial opposing forces guided by cyclic law, the Atlantean human giants, and the post-diluvian greater depths, whether of the right or the left hand. At the same time, they showed that Michael, quote, the generalissimus of the fighting celestial host, the bodyguard of Jehovah, unquote, as it would seem, C. de Merville, is also a Titan, only with the adjective of divine before the cognomen. Thus those, quote, Uranides, unquote, who are called everywhere divine Titans, and who, having rebelled against Kronos, Saturn, and therefore also shown to be the enemies of Samael, an Elohim, also and synonymous with Jehovah in his collectivity, are identical with Michael and his host. In short, the roles are reversed, all the combatants are confused, and no student is able to distinguish clearly which is which. Esoteric explanation may, however, bring some order into this confusion, in which Jehovah becomes Saturn, and Michael and his army, Satan and the rebellious angels, owing to the indiscreet endeavors of the 2 faithful zealots to see in every pagan god a devil. The true meaning is far more philosophical, and the legend of the first fall of the angels, assumes a scientific coloring when correctly understood. Chronos stands for endless, hence immovable, duration, without beginning, without an end, beyond divided time and beyond space. Those, quote, angels, unquote, genii or devas, who were born to act in space and time, that is, to break through the 7 circles of the super-spiritual planes into the phenomenal or circumscribed super-terrestrial regions, are said allegorically to have rebelled against Kronos and fought the then one living and highest god. In his turn, when Kronos is represented as mutilating Uranus, his father, the meaning of this mutilation is very simple. Absolute time is made to become the finite and the conditioned. A portion is robbed from the whole, thus showing that Saturn, the father of the gods, has been transformed from eternal duration into a limited period. Cronus cuts down with his scythe even the longest and to us seemingly endless cycles, yet for all that limited in eternity, and puts down with the same scythe the mightiest rebels. Nay, not one will escape the scythe of time. Praise the god or gods, or flout, one or both, and that scythe will not be made to tremble 1/1,000,000th of a second in its ascending or descending course. The titans of Hesiod's theogony were copied in Greece from the Suras and Asuras of India. These Hesiodic titans, the Uranides, numbered once upon a time as only 6, having been recently discovered to be 7, the 7th being called Phoric, in an old fragment relating to the Greek myth. Thus their identity with the 7 rectors is fully demonstrated. The origin of the war in heaven and the fall has, in our mind, to be traced unavoidably to India, and perhaps far earlier than the Puranic accounts thereof. For Taramaya was in a later age, and there are 3 accounts, each of a distinct war, to be traced in almost every cosmogony. The first war happened in the night of time, between the gods, the Asuras, and lasted for the period of 1, quote, divine year, unquote. Note, 1 day of Brahma lasting 4,320,000,000 years. Multiply this by 365. The Asuras here, no gods but demons, are still Suras, gods high in hierarchy than such secondary gods as are not even mentioned in the Vedas. The duration of the war shows its significance, and that they are only the personified cosmic powers. It is evidently for sectarian purposes and out of odium theologicum that the elusive form assumed by Vishnu Mayamura was attributed in later rearrangements of old texts to himself. He also fancied he found an allusion to Buddhism in Bhagavad Gita, whereas, as proven by K.T. Telank, he had only confused the Buddhists and the older Charvaka materialists. The version exists nowhere in other Puranas, if the inference does, as Professor Wilson claims, in the Vishnu Purana, the translation of which, especially of Book 3, Chapter 18, where the Reverend Orientalist arbitrarily introduces Buddha and shows him teaching Buddhism to Daityas, led to another, quote, great war, unquote, between himself and Colonel Fans Kennedy. The latter charged him publicly and willfully distorting Puranic texts. I affirm, wrote the Colonel at Bombay in 1840, that the Puranas do not contain what Professor Wilson has stated is contained in them. Until such passages are produced, I may be allowed to repeat my former conclusions, that Professor Wilson's opinion that the Puranas as now extant and compilations made between the 8th and 17th centuries, Anno Domini, rests solely on gratuitous assumptions and unfounded assertions, and that his reasoning in support of it is either futile, fallacious, contradictory, or improbable. See Vishnu Purana, translated by Wilson, edition by Fitz-Edward Hall, Volume 5, Appendix. End of note. On this occasion, the deities were defeated by the Daityas, under the leadership of Hrada. After that, owing to a device of Vishnu, to whom the conquered gods applied for help, the latter defeated the Asuras. In the Vishnu Purana, no interval is found between the 2 wars. In the esoteric doctrine, one war takes place before the building of the solar system, another on earth at the, quote, creation, unquote, of man, and a third, quote, war, unquote, is mentioned as taking place at the close of the fourth race, between its adepts and those of the fifth race, that is, between the initiates of the sacred island and the sorcerers of Atlantis. We shall notice the first contest as recounted by Parashara while trying to separate the two accounts, purposely blended together. It is there stated that as the Daityas and Asuras were engaged in the duties of their respective orders, Varna, and followed the path prescribed by Holy Writ, practicing also religious penance, a queer employment for demons if they are identical with our devils, as it is claimed. It was impossible for the gods to destroy them. The prayers addressed by the gods to Vishnu are curious as showing the ideas involved in an anthropomorphic deity, having, after their defeat, quote, fled to the northern shore of the Milky Ocean, Atlantic Ocean. The discomfited gods address many supplications to the first of beings, the divine Vishnu, and among others this one: Glory to thee, who art one with the saints, whose perfect nature is ever blessed. Glory to thee, who art one with the serpent race, double-tongued, impetuous, cruel, insatiate of enjoyment, and abounding with wealth. Glory to thee, O Lord, who hast neither color, nor extension, nor size, Gana, nor any predictable qualities, and whose essence, Rupa, purest of the pure, is appreciable only by holy Paramarshi, greatest of sages or rishis. We bow to thee in the nature of Brahma, uncreated, undecaying, Avyaya, who art in our bodies and in all other bodies, and in all living creatures, and beside whom nothing exists. We glorify that Vasudeva, the Lord of all, who's without soil, the seed of all things, exempt from dissolution, unborn, eternal, being in essence Parampadatmavat, beyond the condition of spirit, and in essence and substance Rupa, the whole of this universe. From Book 3, Chapter 17, Vishnu Purana. Note on the northern shore of the Milky Ocean, Atlantic Ocean. This statement belongs to the third war, since the terrestrial continents, seas, and rivers are mentioned in connection with it. End of note. The above is quoted as an illustration of the vast field offered by the Puranas to adverse and erroneous criticism by every European bigot who forms an estimate of an alien religion on mere external evidence. Any man accustomed to subject what he reads to thoughtful analysis will see at a glance the incongruity of addressing the accepted unknowable, the formless, and attributeless absolute, such as the Vedantians define Brahma as being, quote, one with the serpent race, double-tongued, cruel, and insatiable, unquote, thus associating the abstract with the concrete, and bestowing adjectives on that which is freed from any limitations and conditionless. Even Dr. Wilson, who, after living surrounded by Brahmins and Pundits in India for so many years, ought to have known better. Even that scholar lost no opportunity to criticize the Hindu scriptures on this account. Thus he exclaims, note, in Book 1, Chapter 17, narrating the story of Prahlada, the son of Hiranyakasipu, the Puranic Satan, the great enemy of Vishnu, and the king of the three worlds, in whose heart Vishnu entered. End of note. Quote, the Puranas constantly teach incompatible doctrines. According to this passage, the Supreme Being is not the inert cause of creation only, but exercises the functions of an active providence. The commentator quotes a text of the Veda in support of this view. Universal soul entering into men governs their conduct. Incongruities, however, are as frequent in the Vedas as in the Puranas. unquote. Less frequent in sober truth than in the Mosaic Bible. But prejudice is great in the hearts of our Orientalists, especially in those of reverend scholars. Universal soul is not the inert cause of creation, or para, Brahma, but simply that which we call the sixth principle of intellectual cosmos on the manifested plane of being. It is Mahat, or Mahabuddhi, the great soul, the vehicle of spirit, the first primeval reflection of the formless cause, and that which is even beyond spirit. So much for Professor Wilson's uncalled-for fling. As for the apparently incongruous appeal to Vishnu by the defeated gods, the explanation is there, in the text of Vishnu Purana, if Orientalists would only notice it. Note: this ignorance is truly and beautifully expressed in the praise of the yogins to Brahma, the upholder of the earth, in Book 1, Chapter 4 of Vishnu Purana, when they say, "Those who have not practiced devotion conceive erroneously of the nature of the world. The ignorant who do not perceive that this universe is of the nature of wisdom, and judge of it as an object of perception only, are lost in the ocean of spiritual ignorance. But they who know true wisdom, and whose minds are pure, behold this whole world as one with divine knowledge, as one with thee, O God. Be favorable, O universal spirit." End of note. There is Vishnu, as Brahma and Vishnu in his two aspects philosophy teaches. There is but one Brahma, essentially Prakriti and spirit, etc. Therefore, it is not Vishnu, the inert cause of creation, which exercised the functions of an active providence, but the universal soul, that which Eliphas Levi calls astral light in its material aspect. And this, quote, soul, unquote, is, in its dual aspect of spirit and matter, their true anthropomorphic god of the theists, as this god is a personification of that universal creative agent, pure and impure both, owing to its manifested condition and differentiation in this myopic world, God and devil, truly. But Dr. Wilson failed to see how Vishnu, in this character, closely resembles the Lord God of Israel, especially in his policy of deception, temptation, and cunning. In the Vishnu Purana this is made as plain as can be, for it is said there that, quote, "At the conclusion of their prayers, stotra, the gods beheld the sovereign deity Hari, Vishnu, armed with the conch, the discus, and the mace, riding on Garuda." Unquote. Now, Garuda is the manvantaric cycle, as will be shown in its place. Vishnu, therefore, is the deity in space and time, the peculiar god of the Vaishnavas, a tribal or racial god, as they are called in esoteric philosophy, that is, one of the many dhyanis or gods or Elohim, one of whom was generally chosen for some special reasons by a nation or a tribe, and thus became gradually a god above all gods. 2 Chronicles, chapter 2, verse 5. The highest god as Jehovah, Osiris, Bel, or any other of the 7 regents. The tree is known by its fruit, the nature of a god by his actions. The latter we have either to judge by the dead letter narratives or to accept allegorically. If we compare the two, Vishnu as the defender and champion of the defeated gods, and Jehovah, the defender and champion of the chosen people, so called by defender and champion of the, quote, chosen, unquote, people, so called by antiphrases, no doubt, as it is the Jews who had chosen that, quote, jealous, unquote, God, we shall find that both use deceit and cunning. They do so on the principle of the end justifying the means, in order to have the best of their respective opponents and foes, the demons. Thus, while, according to the Kabbalists, Jehovah assumes the shape of the tempting serpent in the Garden of Eden, sends Satan with a special mission to tempt Job, and harasses and wearies Pharaoh with Sarai, Abraham's wife, and hardens his heart against Moses, lest there should be no opportunity for plaguing his victims with great plagues, from Genesis chapter 12, Exodus. Vishnu is made in his Purana to resort to a trick no less unworthy of any respectable god. Quote, "Have compassion upon us, O Lord, and protect us who have come to thee for succor from the Daityas," demons, pray the defeated gods. They have seized upon the three worlds and appropriated the offerings which are our portion, taking care not to transgress the precepts of the Veda, although we, as well as they, are parts of thee, engaged as they are in the paths prescribed by the Holy Writ. It is impossible for us to destroy them. Do thou, whose wisdom is immeasurable, Atman, instruct us in some device by which we may be able to exterminate the enemies of the gods." Unquote. Note on "we as well as they are parts of thee." Quote, "There was a day when the sons of God came before the Lord, and Satan came with his brothers, also before the Lord." Unquote. From Job chapter 2, the Abyss, Ethiopic text. End of note. Quote, "When the mighty Vishnu heard their request, he emitted from his body an illusory form, Mayama, the deluder by illusion, which he gave to the gods, and thus spake, 'This Mayama shall wholly beguile the Daityas, so that being led astray from the path of the Vedas, they may not be put to death. Go then and fear not. Let this delusive vision precede you. It shall this day be of great service unto you, O gods.' After this, the great delusion, Mayama, descending to earth, beheld the Daityas engaged in ascetic penances, and approaching them in the semblance of a Digambara, naked mendicant, with his head shaven, he thus addressed them in gentle accents, 'O lords of the Daita race, wherefore is it that you practice these acts of penances?' Finally, the Daityas were seduced by the wily talk of Mahamura, as Eve was seduced by the advice of the serpent. They became apostasies to the Vedas. As Dr. Muir translates the passage, quote, "The great deceiver practicing illusion next beguiled other Daityas by means of many other sorts of heresy. In a very short time, these asuras, Daityas, deluded by the deceiver, who was Vishnu, abandoned the entire system founded on the ordinances of the triple Veda. Some reviled the Vedas, others the gods, others the ceremonial of sacrifice, and others the Brahmans. This, they exclaimed, is a doctrine which will not bear discussion. The slaughter of animals in sacrifice is not conducive to religious merit. To say that oblations of butter consumed in the fire produce any future reward is the assertion of a child. If it be a fact that a beast slain in sacrifice is exalted to heaven, why does not the worshipper slaughter his own father? Infallible utterances do not, great asuras, fall from the skies. It is only assertions founded on reasoning that are accepted by me and by other intelligent persons like yourselves. Thus by numerous methods the Daityas were unsettled by the great deceiver, reason. When they had entered upon the path of error, the gods mustered all their energies and approached to battle. Then followed a combat between the gods and the asuras, and the latter, who had abandoned the right road, were smitten by the former. In previous times they had been defended by the armor of righteousness which they bore, but when that had been destroyed, they also perished. Quote from Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, Volume 19, page 302. Whatever may be thought of Hindus, no enemy of theirs can regard them as fools.
a people whose holy men and sages have left to the world the greatest and most sublime philosophies that ever emanated from the minds of men, must have known the difference between right and wrong. Even a savage can discern white from black, good from bad, and deceit from sincerity and truthfulness. Those who had narrated this event in the biography of their God must have seen that in this case it was that God who was the arch-deceiver, and the Daityas who never transgressed the precepts of the Vedas, who had the sunny side in the transaction, and who were the true gods. Thence there must have been, and there is, a secret meaning hidden under this allegory. In no class of society, in no nation, are deceit and craft considered as divine virtues, except perhaps in the clerical classes of theologians and modern Jesuitism. The Vishnu Purana, like all other works of this kind, has passed at a later period into the hands of the temple Brahmins, and the old manuscripts have no doubt been once more tampered with by sectarians. Note in the Vishnu Purana. Wilson's opinion that the Vishnu Purana is a production of our era, and that in its present form it is not earlier than between the 8th and the 17th (!) is absurd beyond noticing. End of note. But there was a time when the Puranas were esoteric works, and so they are still for the initiates who can read them with the key that is in their possession. Whether the Brahmin initiates will ever give out the full meaning of these allegories is a question with which the writer is not concerned. The present object is to show that, while honoring the creative powers in their multiple forms, no philosopher could, or even has, accepted the allegory for the true spirit, except perhaps some philosophers belonging to the present, quote, superior and civilized, unquote, Christian races. For as shown, Jehovah is not one whit the superior of Vishnu on the plane of ethics. This is why the occultists, and even some Kabbalists, whether they regard or not those creative forces as living and conscious entities, and one does not see why they should not be so accepted, will never confuse the cause with the effect, and accept the spirit of the earth for Parabrahm or Ein Sof. At all events, they know well the true nature of what was called Father Aether by the Greeks, Jupiter,